This audio story was created by WebNovel Chapter 2300, First Intern. Teasing Kai was fun. It felt warm and familiar, so much so that Sunny even managed to forget that he was forgotten for a while. He felt like he had gained his friend back once again, but at the same time it was also faintly bitter. Just as bitter as being around Effie and Jet felt, and Cassie as well, to a lesser extent. And even though the sweetness hid the bitterness most of the time, so did being with Nephis. Hiding in Kai's shadow, Sunny reflected on his strange existence. Did it even matter if the people he cared about remembered him? He was still with them. He was still there to help and protect those he wanted to protect. Some of the new relationships he had built with them were no less meaningful than what they had been in the past, almost. But it all felt incomplete. Even though Sunny wanted to deny it, he could not close his eyes to the truth. A more enlightened person might have been satisfied with simply being by their side, but Sunny was greedy. His avarice knew no bounds. He wanted to be known, remembered, and loved. However, the cold, hard truth was etched into his heart, no matter how much he wanted to deceive himself. It was just as what he had realized back there, on the shattered battlefield in Godgrave, after learning that being worshipped and loved by humanity would become its doom. Nobody could truly love him, because nobody could truly know him. Ah, how come I am suddenly in such a somber mood? In truth, Sunny did not feel the bitterness most of the time. He did not feel like an outsider when spending time with Rain or weaving elaborate schemes with Cassie. He did not feel like the affection Nephis felt for him was insincere, even if it was not quite as deep as the affection he felt for her. He was still the first, one, and only man in her heart. His fateless life was not at all unpleasant. So it was strange to find himself falling into the whirlpool of negative thoughts all of a sudden. But really, Sunny knew why. It was because of what Uris had told him about the apotheosis. Because for the first time in a long while, he had been forced to acknowledge the inevitability of the choice he would have to make. Regain his fate or refuse it, bind himself to someone or remain free from everyone. Freedom is a lonely place, I guess. Sunless. Sunny belatedly noticed that Kai had already reached the crater of the great volcano. Rising from the shadows, he felt a fiery heat caress his skin and waved a hand, trying to dispel the suffocating smoke that surrounded them. He could taste ash on his tongue. Frowning, Sunny manifested the jade mantle and hid his face behind a helmet. So there were seismic anomalies coming from below. Kai had summoned his ivory armor. Yes, I've been told that you can sense what is happening deep inside the volcano. Oh, I've been told that I'll need to accompany you on a clandestine mission as well. I'd feel better if we ensured the safety of the city first. Sunny nodded. I can indeed perceive things from great distances. Let's get closer to the main shaft first. As they ventured to descend lower into the crater, he asked, "Can't you see through things, though? Why didn't you just peer into the depths of the volcano yourself?" Kai hesitated for a few moments. I did, but then I stopped, fearing that whatever dwells there will feel me watching. Most of his face was obscured by a helmet now, but Sunny could still tell that Kai smiled. Please don't misunderstand. I am ready to face and destroy that creature. But destroying it without causing an eruption or an earthquake that would damage the city might prove problematic. Having a Supreme nearby seemed like a wise precaution. Kai paused, then asked carefully, "As for that mission we are supposed to accomplish, might I inquire about its nature, as well as why you would require my assistance with it?" Sunny smiled faintly. "We'll be searching for something in the Jade Palace. I'm not entirely sure what that object is, but recovering it will probably involve some measure of danger." He remained silent for a moment, then added calmly, "As for why you need to help me out personally, well, first of all, I am not omnipotent. I may require assistance. More importantly, though, it is a chance for the two of us to spend time together." Kai blinked a couple of times. "And do the two of us need to spend time together?" Sunny chuckled. "That depends on you, really. Think of it as an internship." Before Kai could ask, he explained the issue in more detail. "You should know by now that a couple of Supremes will not be able to protect humanity once the true crisis comes. Nephis and I will have to attempt apotheosis sooner rather than later, meaning that we will have to challenge the fifth nightmare, most likely. However, there is no guarantee that we will survive. Even if we do, conquering it is bound to take considerable time." His expression darkened. "But things are already this bad, and they'll only get worse in the Ture, as the only Supremes defending humanity at the moment, we can't abandon our responsibilities and disappear. So, new Supremes will have to rise before we attempt to become sacred. Kai contemplated his words in silence, then asked somberly, I guess you are telling me this because I am a candidate. Sunny nodded. Who else? You, Jet Effie, Cassie, maybe some of the Song sisters, or Morgan if we can find where she is. But the four of you first and foremost, if you are willing, of course. Kai laughed quietly. I don't think we have a choice. Or rather, we made that choice a long time ago. So yes, I can't speak for others, but I am willing, even if it kills me. Sunny gave him a long look. That's great. However, the point is to make sure that it doesn't kill you. So that's why you get an exclusive adventure with the world's most handsome Supreme. Kai smiled. None of us have seen the one on the moon yet, so technically, we don't know who the most handsome Supreme is. Sunny looked at him with a scandalized expression. Listen, I know that we are best friends, but that was a profound betrayal. Kai seemed to flinch, then mumbled in a stifled tone. He does know it. He believes that he knows it. Is he immune to my flaw? Sunny laughed. Soon they reached the edge of an abyssal, smoke-filled chute. Somewhere far below, an angry glow of the was painting the world red. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment and extended his shadow sense down and down into the depths of the earth. Soon enough, his expression changed subtly. There's a creature down there, all right. Nothing too terrible, though, feels like a corrupted tyrant. Killing it quietly should not prove a problem. He hesitated for a few moments, then sighed. Feels like a downgrade, really. The last time I went for a swim in a volcano, I was hugging a corrupted titan. Kai just gave him a silent stare. Eventually, he simply forced out, Oh, I hope you cut that creature down, Sunless. Sunny shook his head. Cut it down? No, not that one. He stretched as if preparing to dive down. That one I gnawed to death with my teeth. Leaving stunned Kai behind, he jumped into the dark chasm. Chapter 23:01 Blessed Land. Eventually, Sunny emerged from the billowing smoke, streams of incandescent lava flowing down from the jade surface of his black armor. He shook it off his shoulder, then glanced at Kai. It's done. Sunny exhaled slowly. It seems like the tyrant had been growing in the depths of the volcano for a long time. In the past, only its minions would have ventured to the surface, but with the growing population of Ravenheart, the scent of human souls must have attracted its attention. It's a good thing that we dealt with the bastard before it shattered the roof of the magma chamber trying to climb up. A corrupted tyrant was a powerful enemy for Kai, and it could still pose some danger to Sunny, but only if Sunny did not pay attention. Since Cassie had informed him of what powers the abominable creature wielded, he managed to kill it both swiftly and cleanly. In fact, he had spent most of the time simply looking around the depths of the volcano, not battling the abomination. There were plenty of interesting things to explore there. Sunny considered his words for a moment. Initially, I was a little surprised that you did not follow me down, Nightingale. But once I dove into the lava, I understood, even with my supreme constitution, staying alive down there was not easy. I was almost cooked alive. This is not a mundane volcano, is it? Kai slowly shook his head. No, it is not. My own constitution as a dragon slayer grants me a great deal of resistance against various types of attacks, especially those based on fire, but even for me, the heat inside this volcano is too much. He sighed. You must have seen the reports Lonesome Howl and her scouts brought. The lands west of Ravenheart are a frozen hell. The cold there is so absolute that even saints cannot survive. But in fact, those lands had not always been frozen, and the theoretical ocean beyond them was not frozen either. The signs of fallen civilizations she discovered, encased in ice, are proof. More than that. Kai's expression turned somber. The cold must have spread eastward slowly, considering the remains. And it is my belief that it would have continued to spread, eventually turning the entire dream realm into a frigid, frozen, dead world, if not for this mountain chain and its mystical volcanoes, which serve as a barrier against the slaying cold. It is because of them and the ash they expel that people can live in Ravenheart. The soil here is so fertile, and the eerie beings that dwell in the snow can't cross over from the frozen wastelands. He lingered for a moment and added with a faint smile, It is also my belief that these volcanoes had been created, or at least enhanced, by the Jade Palace and its component. Well, in a way. Sunny raised an eyebrow. I don't think Nephis ever mentioned what the component of Raven. Here it is, at least not in detail. Kai considered his words for a moment. It is a bit convoluted, isn't it? The citadels and their components. After all, they were created by the Nightmare spell, but at the same time, the spell did not simply invent the powers of the citadels from scratch. Rather, in most cases, it simply took the innate qualities of existing places of power and rebuilt them in a way that its carriers could easily use, adding a universal foundation to all of them at the same time. Most citadels seem to be meant to be ruled by saints, but the great citadels are clearly meant for the sovereigns. Sunny nodded. Indeed, Night Garden, for example, allowed Nephis to anchor both the entrance and the exit points of her dream gate in the same world. Since only Supremes could make use of that component, it was not made to be wielded by a saint. Kai continued in a neutral tone. So it is not really correct to say that the volcanoes protecting Ravenheart and the lands around it from the cold were created by one of its component. Rather, they were created by the power of the Jade Palace, and the spell created a component based on that power later on. His beautiful green eyes glistened. That component is, well, honestly, I can only call it terraforming. The Jade Palace can slowly transform the lands around it. For example, it can make them warmer, while at the same time enriching the soil with mystical volcanic ash. As a result, countless people can find shelter from the cold in the realms surrounding Ravenheart and gather many bountiful harvests a year. If managed correctly, this land can become the treasure trove of humanity. He shook his head. Of course, the opposite is also true. If the ruler of the Jade Palace wished to, they could turn this land into an uninhabitable hell, poisoning the entire Tyr River basin. Oh, and I can't accomplish much with my transcendent power. The changes would be too slow and gradual. However, Nephis can. Sunny scratched his helmet. Right, I think I remember Cassie and Jet assigning a bunch of renowned scientists to a lengthy research project. Kai nodded. Indeed, Ravenheart, the Jade Palace, offers great power to its ruler. But it is a very intricate affair. After all, building a healthy ecosystem is a difficult task. It is easier to mess things up than to improve upon the existing equilibrium, so we have left things as they are for now. Sunny remembered the majestic black silhouette of the Jade Palace. The power Kai described was mystical in nature, but by calling it terraforming, he made Sunny think about it in a different context. I wonder if we can somehow catapult the entire thing to Moon, or to Mars. That'd be pretty awesome, wouldn't it? He chuckled at his own thoughts and nodded at Kai. Well, you aren't wrong. Local volcanoes do seem special, but this one in particular is extra special. Chapter 23, Oh, Two Beautiful Monster. Kai raised an eyebrow. How so? Sunny shrugged. Well, for one, there are structures carved into the main vent and into the walls of the magma chamber. I guess the entire thing was inhabited once in the past. The structures were too damaged and deformed by the passage of time and the extreme environment, so Sunny did not glimpse a lot about who had built them and why. However, the ruins looked almost like the remains of an ancient city, or at least an inhabited complex. The few edifices that were somewhat intact reminded him of the Jade Palace and the great stone bridge in front of it. Interestingly enough, the city seemed to have possessed a form of defensive fortifications. Those fortifications had not been built to protect it from the enemies coming down the vents of the volcano, though, instead, they were facing the depths of the magma chamber, as if guarding the ruins from something that could come from the molten depths of the earth. Sunny had cooled off enough to dismiss his helmet. Summoning the endless spring, he poured cold water onto his sweaty face and smiled. Oh, and there are ancient bones littering every fissure and crevice there. Considering that they had not been turned to ash by the lava, the creatures they had belonged to must have been quite powerful, and there were quite a lot of them. Kai frowned. Could it be that the corrupted tyrant? Sunny shook his head. No, that thing seemed too weak to have killed them, let alone spawned them. I'd say that all these creatures did not even die in the volcano. I think someone just tossed them down, like getting rid of the trash. Kai grew a little wary after hearing those words. Who could have done something like that? Sunny laughed quietly, then grimaced and coughed when smoke got into his lungs. Ah, damn it, who do you think? Must have been the Jade Queen. By the way, can we get out of here? Their job done, they headed away from the edge of the abyssal chasm. As they did, Kai asked tentatively, Jade Queen. Sunny glanced at him and clicked his tongue. Jade Queen. Sunny glanced at H. I am and clicked his tongue. You know nothing, do you? Did you not research your citadel at all? Huh, I guess our resident Mr. Perfect is not that perfect after all. Kai just smiled. I never claimed to be perfect. And admittedly, academics has always been my weak side. The thought of Kai being bad at something that Sunny was good at felt strangely satisfying. I knew it. That guy just coasted through life on nothing but good looks before meeting me. Sunny had been such a positive influence on that fool. Who could have wished for a better friend? He scoffed. Well, to be fair, I don't know that much about the Jade Queen either. She was the original owner of the Jade Palace. In fact, it was built for her. He thought back to what little he knew about the history of Ravenheart, most of it glimpsed from the random memories he had received here and there, including the most memorable one, the Sin of Solace, which he had received for finishing off the remnant of the Jade Queen after it was grievously wounded by St. Tyrus. That damned sword played quite a large role in his life, changing its entire course. Sunny shivered. You must know that the tomb of Ariel was built by Ariel, the demon of dread. Apparently he also built the Jade Palace for a beautiful monster whom he made into a queen. He also bestowed the sinister gift of forbidden knowledge upon her, whatever that means. Ariel was called the demon of dread. He was also the demon of truth, so he must have imparted her with some hideous truths. He paused for a few moments, then added in a lighter tone. Well, anyway, the Jade Queen seemed to have quite the influence in the ancient past, presiding over the Jade Court. She was known across many realms for her beauty and wisdom, so much so that many pilgrims sought to gain an audience with her, braving the snow and ash. Not everyone survived the journey, and not everyone survived the Jade Queen's hospitality either. Apparently, she had a habit of turning those who looked at her funny into nightmare creatures. Well, some kind of creatures, at least. Kai listened to him intently, absorbed by the tale. Eventually, he asked, "So that Jade Queen really lived in Ravenheart once?" Sunny chuckled. "Sure, you might even be sleeping in her former bedchamber. But that is pretty much all the information about the Jade Queen I have. I don't even know what she looked like. She might have been a bug, for all I know." The remnant of the Jade Queen had been, at least, a huge, strangely beautiful beetle, but that did not really prove anything. Kai slowly shook his head. The throne of the Jade Palace is built for a human, though. Sunny shrugged. Maybe she was a strange monster who had a transformation ability that allowed her to become human. Who knows what Ariel did to her? That guy built the Great River, so we know how bizarre his creations were. He hesitated for a while, and then added, "He must have cared about the Jade Queen greatly, though. Enough so for Nether to mark the Jade Palace on the wall of the Ebony Tower." Kai remained silent for a while, then asked with a hint of wistfulness in his voice, "So what do you think happened to the Jade Queen? Where did she go?" Sunny gave him a long look. "What a strange question. How should I know? Maybe the truth she carried destroyed her. Maybe someone grew covetous of her grace and her beauty and ruined her. Maybe she followed Ariel into the Doom War and perished on one of its battlefields." He paused for a moment, then sighed. "I encountered a corrupted tyrant called the Remnant of the Jade Queen once. If that was what remained of her, then her end must not have been happy or beautiful. Rather, it would have been monstrous. By then they had climbed high enough for Kai to take flight comfortably. Sunny once again hid in his shadow. As Kai streaked across the sky above Ravenheart, a few people stopped and looked up, pointing at his small silhouette with smiles on their faces. Of course, he was not in his dragon form at the moment, so there was no crowd of awed spectators. Soon enough, Kai landed on the surface of the great stone bridge and walked toward the Jade Palace. The magnificent obsidian edifice towered above him, casting a deep shadow. Sunny felt a hint of awe at that moment as well. He had spent several years trying to sneak into the Jade Palace unnoticed, to no avail. The Raven Queen had been too powerful and mysterious, and her daughters were too observant. But now, Kai Song was gone, her daughters were scattered across the dream realm, and Sunny was a sovereign himself. The gates of the Jade Palace stood open for him, and he could enter freely. He was full of anticipation. I wonder what I'll discover inside. Chapter 2303 Jade Palace. The Jade Palace was vast. It was not quite the size of Bastion, which was a stone city in and of itself, but still complicated enough to be like an enormous labyrinth. Interestingly enough, while its exterior had at some point turned entirely black, its inner walls were still pristine and white, as if cut from flawless jade. There were countless halls, corridors, chambers, stairwells, and passages, all interconnected into a sprawling maze. Even more confusing was the fact that some sections of the palace seemed to have been built with humans in mind, while some were far more daunting in scale. clearly meant for creatures of towering size. Despite the fact that the beautiful palace had stood empty for thousands of years, it was still emanating a subtle feeling of elegant opulence and majesty. There were stone gardens within the black walls of Ravenheart, countless statues and intricate reliefs, great pools of icy water, and even bubbling hot springs. More than that, the Jade Palace stretched far underground, and lower still, its foundation opened into a vast system of ice caves that hid inside the lonesome mountain. Those caves had been where the Queen of Worms had kept her great army of dead puppets. Less than 100 awakened had made the Jade Palace their home during her mother's rule. Later, it became known as Ravenheart, serving as the citadel of the great clan Song. Tens of thousands of awakened warriors were anchored to its gateway then, with many masters and saints living under its roof. By now, there were hundreds of thousands of awakened anchored at the Jade Palace, and although the retainers of Clan Song had scattered to serve Sation and her sisters in various citadels across the western reaches of the Dream Realm, Kai's subordinates took their place. Most of them were Nightsingers, who had been following Kai since the southern campaign. The rest of his staff was composed of local awakened government agents, emissaries of the Immortal Flame clan, some of whom had been retainers of the Valor clan before, and assistants sent over by the daughters of Kai Song. There were a few members of the Shadow clan hidden among them as well. The palace had been roughly divided into 3 areas. The smallest one surrounded the gateway and was open to the public. A larger area was meant for Kai and his people. It was carefully maintained and tended to, giving the feeling of a beautiful and inhabited space. Finally, the largest area by far was uninhabited. Awakened soldiers patrolled it regularly, but other than that, there was usually not a soul in sight. Most of the magnificent palace stood empty, shrouded in silence. Sunny did not know what he was looking for, but he figured out that his shadow sense would discover any anomaly swiftly. Sadly, there were a few obstacles standing in his way. Damnation. I knew it. On the first evening after Kai was done with his duties as the steward of the West, the two of them had a meal together. However, Sunny was in a dour mood. Kai gave him a curious look. Is the food not to your taste, Sunny? Sunny shook his head. No, the food is good. It's just that this place is giving me trouble. He remained silent for a few moments, then sighed and leaned back. First of all, my spatial ability barely works within these walls. Secondly, my senses are being blocked by something. It is like I have to fight against all this jade to perceive what is hidden behind it. Kai smiled. I experienced it as well. I can't see through the walls of the Jade Palace at all. Sunny picked up a piece of tender meat and bit it fiercely, then waved what remained in the air. I'm not surprised, though. You know, one time I got pretty hungry, so I snuck inside a great monster to carve out some meat. I did procure the meat, but getting out proved to be a problem. Some of my powers were being suppressed, just like here, because I was inside of a living being. Well, a corpse of a living being. Kai sighed and raised his wine glass with a trembling hand. So it was the corpse of a great monster, thank the gods. Sunny ignored his remark and swallowed the rest of the meat. We know that Ariel liked to use unconventional building methods and materials. Who knows how he created the Jade Palace? Its walls have no seams at all, almost as if this entire structure had been cast instead of being constructed or grown. In any case, exploring it will take more time than I hoped. Kai smiled. Well, there is a lot to explore, a lot of beautiful things to see as well as things that inspire awe. I haven't had time to see most of the Jade Palace myself yet, but sometimes I stop to look around and think. Great beings once walked these halls. Gods and demons once rested in this garden, just like I am resting here now. Isn't it amazing? Sunny scratched the back of his head. Well, yeah, but I am sort of used to stuff like that. One of my incarnations lives in the Tower of Hope after all. I brushed sides with a god once. Oh, I also swallowed a piece of a demon. As for beautiful things, you should really come explore the Shadow Realm with me sometime. The view is to die for, literally. He laughed. Kai did too. Granted, his laugh sounded a little stifled. Yay. Maybe I should. He paused for a few moments, then asked cautiously. So, how long do you think it will take you to find what you are looking for? Sunny shrugged. I'll start exploring earnestly starting tomorrow. After that, it is all up to luck. Why? Kai shook his head. Nothing, really. It's just that I'm expecting guests in a few days. The Song Sisters are going to be in Ravenheart for business, a couple of them at least. They don't know that the Lord of Shadows is alive, but I don't think that avoiding their gaze will trouble you. Sunny coughed, sure, but just in case, is Seishin coming? Kai raised an eyebrow. I think so. Why are you asking? Sunny grimaced. That one has sharp senses. I'll be careful. He remained silent for a bit, then shrugged. Come to think of it, maybe I won't. After all, those song sisters had lived in the Jade Palace the longest. So if we want to find what we're looking for swiftly, wouldn't we want to get their assistance? Kai sighed. That is true. However, I am not sure they will be willing to help you. Sunny grinned. Don't worry about it. I can be very persuasive when I need to. He pointed to himself proudly. Do you want to know how persuasive I am, Nightingale? Not to brag, but one time I convinced a dead man to help me by promising to kill him. Chapter 23, 04 Needle in a Haystack. Sunny spent the next few days exploring the Jade Palace as a shadow. Not knowing what to look for, he started from the places that held the most significance, like the throne room. As it turned out, there were 2 throne rooms in the Jade Palace. Both were majestic, with thrones that would suit a human, but while one was obviously meant for people, the other was too immense and cavernous, vast enough to fit much larger creatures. There was a 3rd throne room, too, hidden in the ice caves below the palace, but that one had been created by Kai Song, so Sunny paid it less attention. Apart from the ice hall where the Raven Queen's throne stood, a few more caves had been polished and cultivated by the builders of Clan Song. As he found out, that was because Revel had lived in the caves below the Jade Palace once, most likely due to the fact that she was unable to step into sunlight because of her flaw. In fact, the antisocial princess was still occupying those caves, so he kept his distance. Sunny did not find anything particularly relevant to his search in either of the throne rooms, which prompted him to seek out other important areas of the Jade Palace. It was hard to say which space had served which purpose, but he eventually discovered a place that should have been the Jade Queen's bedchamber. It was the largest and most opulent one, at least, as well as one with the best view. Funnily enough, the current ruler of the Jade Palace, Kai, did not use these quarters as his own. Instead, the beautiful chamber served as a place for strategic meetings with his staff. Sunny accidentally listened to a few of those, finding it funny how different they felt from both the meetings on the Ivory Island and in the dark halls of the marvelous Mimic. The former tended to be solemn and dignified, while the latter tended to be irreverent and borderline nonsensical. Kai's style of leadership, however, was personable and pleasant, just like he himself was. Every ruler was different. In any case, Sunny did not discover anything of note in the Queen's supposed bedchamber, either. Next, he secretly explored the gateway itself, which was located in a great hall close to the main gate. The tranquil murmur of water filled the hall, with clear streams of it flowing down the white walls into elaborate channels cut into the jade floor. The gateway itself was a beautiful sculpture, its vague silhouette obscured by the falling water. Exploring the gateway hall was a little difficult because it was always full of people. Of course, Sunny managed to remain unseen, in the end to no result whatsoever. After that, he even spent a day diving into various pools across the Jade Palace. Some of them were both vast and immensely deep, so it took some time. Sunny did not find any traces of Weaver's lineage, but he did find out that some of those pools had actually been guest rooms of sort, meant for aquatic creatures. This is a little frustrating. Although neither of them had made arrangements, it just happened that Kai and Sunny ended up having dinners together in the evenings. Sunny looked at the charming saint and sighed. Maybe the thing I am looking for was never in the Jade Queen's possession. The hint only said that it was lost to Dread. Come to think of it, Ariel must have spent plenty of time in the Jade Palace. Where are his chambers? Did he have a place to stay here? Kai looked up from his food and raised an eyebrow. I don't think so. Then again, we don't really know what demons looked like, so it is hard to guess. Sunny pushed his empty plate away and sighed. Who says we don't know what they looked like? He raised a and started to extend his fingers. I met the demon of desire personally. What a stunner. I saw the demon of destiny as well, albeit from afar. Would not recommend. While I never met the demon of fate, I did see their arm once. That was quite memorable. Did you know that Weaver had 7 fingers? On each hand, I mean, not overall. Oh, and I've been to the grave of the demon of oblivion. Her sarcophagus is pretty human-sized. He scratched the back of his head. Don't ask me what they look like, though. It's pretty hard to describe. Kai seemed very focused on his cup of tea for some reason. He took a deep breath, then said weakly, No, I wasn't going to ask. Sunny looked at him with compassion. Poor guy, he must be really tired from work. Leaning back, he closed his eyes for a few moments. Actually, I'm curious. You did not even ask what it is that I am looking for or why I must stay hidden. Don't you have any questions at all? Kai looked at him for a while, then smiled faintly and turned back to his cup. I've learned not to ask unnecessary questions a long time ago. For someone like me, it's too easy to receive an answer that I would have preferred not to know. Sonny opened one eye and studied him silently. Then he scoffed. Oh, because of your flaw. He shook his head. I can't say that I understand why someone would choose to remain willingly ignorant, but actually you might have a point. You are a saint now, so learning something that should have remained hidden can be dangerous. Some knowledge won't just hurt your feelings, it may very well destroy you. And it will only grow more dangerous the further on the path of ascension you go. Kai put down his cup and nodded. I know. Some truths are not meant to be known by mortal men, and unlike the demon of dread, I can't bury the things I learn in a tomb. Sonny grinned. There's Cassie, though. She can bury them for you. His grin widened a little. In fact, who's to say that she hasn't already liberated you from a memory or two? You'd never know. Kai looked at him in confusion, then frowned. Cassie would never do something like that without my consent. And at the same time, a familiar voice resounded in his head. Hey, this time there was a hint of indignation in it. Sonny laughed. The two of you share something in common. He shook his head with a smile. Both of you are far too nice to really make use of your terrible powers. I guess it's a relief, though. Sonny leaned forward and asked. In any case, when is Seishin arriving? Unlike you, all I want is answers, so I want to ask her a couple of questions. Kai hesitated for a few moments. Tomorrow. But she and her sisters are the backbone of the entire region under my authority. Sonny raised an eyebrow and... Kai seemed to be considering his words carefully. So, Sonny, can you tone it down when we speak with them? A little. Sonny blinked a couple of times, scandalized. What kind of question was that? Of course I can. Kai nodded with relief, then suddenly tensed. Wait, you said that you can tone it down, not that you will. Sonny gave him a satisfied smile. Look at you, Nightingale, you know your friend so well. Chapter 23, 05 Childhood Home. Seishin did, indeed, arrive the next day, accompanied by two of her sisters. Kai met them at the end of the Great Stone Bridge and invited them into the Jade Palace, where they were supposed to have a discussion regarding the development of the Dream Realm's western reaches. Each of the 7 Song Sisters controlled a citadel in the basin of the River of Tears or in Godgrave, although some of them spent most of their time here in Ravenheart. Beastmaster was in charge of a lion's share of logistics of the human domain. For example, Lonesome Howl commanded awakened soldiers in a subjugation crusade across the wild expanse of the Dream Realm. Silent Stalker led teams of seasoned scouts to explore previously unmapped regions. Seishin herself was somewhat of an administrator, assisting Kai in the infinitely complex task of managing the West. Today, it was 2 of the sisters that Kai invited into the Jade Palace, while the third emerged from the caves below it. The meeting took place in a room without windows, illuminated only by the light of a memory lantern. There were plenty of shadows for Sonny to hide in, but he still chose the darkest corner, wary of the 3 women bearing the lineage of Beast God. Revel was leaning on the wall with her arms crossed, her expression aloof, while Seishin and Deathsinger took seats opposite Kai. The mood in the room was somewhat strange. After all, Kai was an usurper ruling their childhood home, and they who should have owned the Jade Palace had to be invited in by him. That said, the atmosphere was surprisingly cordial. The Song Sisters were not exactly friendly, but they were also not hostile. Whatever emotions they felt about their mother's fate were kept private, and all they showed the world was cold practicality. Greetings. I smiled, ready to begin the discussion. Sonny remained hidden. In fact, he was not planning to reveal himself unless there was no other choice. Kai was supposed to serve as his proxy, asking the questions that Sonny wanted to ask. Luckily, it was quite difficult to discover Sonny if he did not want to be discovered. Not only was he a shadow, but his presence had also assumed a special quality after he attained supremacy. It was easily suppressed, disappearing completely if he wished to. I don't even have blood now, not in my natural state at least. Surely I won't be discovered. As soon as he thought that, Deathsinger looked around with a confused expression and said, her voice sounding strangely excited. This room smells like death. What? Revel and Seishin spared her glances, while Kai coughed. Concerning the newest herd of nightmare creatures captured by Lonesome Howl in the south. It is being driven north as we speak, and is expected to arrive at the base of the Moonriver Plains in 2 weeks. I hope that Beastmaster will be ready to enthrall the selected abominations swiftly. The selection this time is skewed in favor of construction work. Procuring flight-capable creatures has proven difficult once again. Revel looked at him darkly. Something is wrong here. Kai paused, then asked politely, "What makes you say that, Saint Revel?" Seishin was studying the room, her expression calm. When her gaze stopped at Kai, she answered instead of her sister. "Hell says that this room smells like death. And you are a surprisingly terrible liar, Kai. You always have been, ever since the Bright Castle." His smile grew a little forced. Revel raised an eyebrow, her dark eyes full of amusement. "Your blood has a strange scent today, Nightingale. You seem stressed." Kai forced out a chuckle. "Do I?" Hidden in the shadows, Sunny let out a mental sigh. Total failure. These divine lineages were tough to deal with. With that, he manifested himself into the human form, took a few steps forward, and calmly sat down next to Kai. Revel suddenly tensed, while Deathsinger stared at him with wide eyes. Only Seishin remained composed, studying him calmly. Sunny smiled at her. "Please stop bullying my best friend. He gets shy around, well, anyone. And also, smelling someone's blood. That's creepy. Keep your beastly habits private, please." Deathsinger looked at Seishin and pointed at Sunny with a finger. "Sister, I see dead people." Seishin smiled silently while Revel smirked. "So you never actually died. Why am I not surprised?" Sunny looked at the Lightslayer and grinned. "Oh, actually, I did die. But staying dead for too long seemed terribly uncouth, so I snapped out of it." Kai turned his head to stare at him in resigned silence. Seishin, meanwhile, bowed slightly. "We greet the king." Sunny waved a hand dismissively. No, the king, that is too formal." He smiled brightly. "Just call me the Dark Lord." Seishin opened her mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Finally, she spoke in a carefully neutral tone. "As you wish, my lord. Judging by your company, shall I take it that Nephis is aware of your return?" Sunny nodded. "If you are asking if there's another domain war coming up, then no. We have no plans of wrestling for the throne of humanity, she and I, in fact. It's quite the opposite." Seishin let out a relieved sigh. "I see." There was almost a hint of bitterness in her voice. She lingered for a moment, then asked tentatively, "If so, to what do we owe the pleasure of meeting you, my lord?" And at the same time, Deathsinger pointed at Sunny again. "Sister, who is this dead boy?" She glanced at him furtively, then added, "And why is he so pretty?" Seishin exhaled slowly. "Hell, you promised to tone it down." For some reason, Kai looked at her with compassion. Sunny, meanwhile, stared at the delicate woman with resentment. "Boy, listen, Auntie. Ah, never mind. Why do I even care?" He was irritated, a little. "Our oracle is way better and younger." Seishin looked at him, then at Kai, then back to him. Eventually, she said, "Hell, you've met him before. This is the Lord of Shadows." Chapter 23:06 Forbidden Fruit. As much as the Song Sisters were shocked to see Sunny, they quickly regained their composure. In truth, they must have suspected that there was something strange about his supposed death. Others might not have seen it as strange, but several of Kai Song's daughters had faced him on the battlefield. They knew that he would not have gone down easily, especially not after attaining supremacy. Needless to say, you should keep the fact that I am not as dead as everyone thinks a secret. He smiled at them pleasantly. They looked at each other. Eventually, Revel shrugged. That should not be a problem. Sunny looked at Deathsinger dubiously, prompting her to grin. "No one listens to what I have to say anyway." She leaned forward a little. "Except for you, Lord of Shadows, you are the only one who understands. Say, since you're a sovereign now, D. Oh, you need a concubine. I can cook, I can clean, I can prophesize death, destruction, and doom. Oh, and I am very good at." She suddenly swayed and gave Seishin a reproachful look. Sunny, of course, sensed the older song sister gave the delicate oracle a kick under the table. He barely managed to maintain his composure, his smile turning a little forced. No, I don't need a concubine." Kai nodded seriously. "He's telling the truth." Then he leaned toward Sunny and added in a whisper, "She's lying, though. She can't cook or clean." Sunny stared at him flatly. "I didn't need to know that." Kai blinked. "Oh, right, sorry." Seishin let out a long sigh. "So what exactly do you want from us?" Sunny hesitated for a few moments. He did not want to reveal too much, and at the same time there was not much he could reveal. After all, he did not know what Weaver had hidden here in the Jade Palace. Eventually, he said simply, "I am searching for something in Ravenheart, something that must have been hidden here a long, long time ago. Your mother knew this citadel best, but I can't ask her. So I am asking you, how well do you know the Jade Palace?" Sation raised an eyebrow. "How well do we know it?" "Quite well, I'd say. We lived here for quite some time as children. Obviously, most of us were anchored here as awakened, as well. My other sisters spent much more time in Ravenheart than me, of course, since I spent a decade on the Forgotten Shore." Revel nodded. "Sation was what, 12, 13 when our mother became a saint? The rest of us were either the same age or younger. We would spend a few months in Ravenheart every year after that, until the spell called upon us. Those who survived the first nightmare would then come to anchor themselves in Ravenheart. So we've been around this palace for most of our lives." Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Were there places Kai Song paid special attention to? Revel tilted her head a little. Naturally, the Jade Palace hides many secrets. There are all kinds of hidden passages, secret enchantments, and strange places here. It is difficult to answer without knowing what exactly you are looking for. Sunny frowned. A few moments later, he asked tentatively, "Were there maybe areas that you were strictly prohibited from approaching?" Sation chuckled. "Well, Howl and Stalker were forbidden from going near the deeper pools. I doubt that is what you are asking about, though." Revel looked into the distance, thinking. The caves were mostly meant for puppets. We were not exactly forbidden from being there, though. There was just no point. Other than that, nothing comes to mind, of course. It would have been strange if we loitered around the living quarters of the clan's retainers. Sunny sighed, so nothing really comes to mind. Both Sation and Revel shook their heads. Death Singer, meanwhile, gave them a strange look. "Goodness me, my sisters are really old now. They don't remember anything." They looked at her in confusion, causing the delicate beauty to sigh in exasperation. "There was actually one room that we were completely, absolutely forbidden from entering. How could you forget?" Sation and Revel frowned. Then their expressions changed as if they remembered something that had long been forgotten. Sation smiled. "Oh, right." Revel, meanwhile, scoffed. "That was a long time ago, but you are correct." Sunny looked at each of them, then leaned forward a little. "Well, are you going to tell me what that room was or not? An armory? A runic chamber? Maybe some kind of hidden space where divine soul shards that power this entire place are secretly kept?" Death Singer shook her head energetically. "No, it's the toy room." Sunny blinked a couple of times, then he blinked a few times more. Finally, he leaned back and asked in a bewildered tone, "The toy room?" Sation nodded. "Yes, the toy room, and before you ask, my lord, it is just that. It is a storage room where various toys are kept, dolls, toy knights, playing sets, strange oddities, and the like. Most of it has long turned to dust, of course, because these toys are as ancient as the Jade Palace. But some of them were preserved surprisingly well, and there are too many to count." Revel smiled wistfully. "Naturally, it was like a treasury for us when we were children. But some of those toys were really dangerous. Some were even enchanted with mysterious magic. So after a couple of incidents, our mother prohibited us from exploring the toy room." Death Singer looked at Sunny pitifully. "Yes, that was after someone, and I won't point a finger at them, even if they are in this room, managed to vanish from the face of the dream realm for an entire week. Mother almost took the whole citadel apart searching for them." Sation smiled. "So yes, there was a place we were forbidden to enter, and that place was the toy room." A toy room. That was not exactly what Sunny had expected to hear. A clue was a clue, though. He smiled. "So, can you show me the way to tea?" Hat Toy Room. Chapter 2307 Toy Room. The toy room seemed to be located in a remote corner of the Jade Palace, down on one of its lowest and most desolate floors. Revel took the lead, calmly guiding them across the scenic labyrinth of magnificent corridors, halls, and galleries. Sunny had explored some of these places already, but he had no idea that one could travel between them that swiftly, or that many of them were actually connected. More than that, Revel seemed to follow a path that avoided windows, often using secret passages and activating hidden enchantments that revealed previously unseen doorways. They had not met a single soul on the way. At one point, Sunny glanced at Kai. Huh. It must have been quite unnerving to know that a murderous demoness not only basically lived in his basement, but could also get anywhere in the Jade Palace without being seen. She could probably even appear in Kai's living quarters unnoticed to do something terrible, like kill him in his sleep. Poor guy must have been sleeping with one eye open for an entire year. Sunny looked at his friend with pity. Hey, Kai, she really knows her way around here. Kai seemed unperturbed, but hearing Sunny speak, he coughed awkwardly. Yes, certainly. Lady Revel has lived in this palace for a long time, after all. Leading them to a narrow stairwell, Revel ignored their voices and yawned. Sorry, I usually only go out at night. I would have been asleep by now, considering that the sun is high up. Seishin chuckled. Come now, I don't need Kai to tell that you are lying. You don't usually go out even at night, do you, Rev? Revel glanced at her sister with an aloof expression. Well, true. As Sunny had learned after the war, Dark Dancer was a reclusive homebody, surprisingly enough. She preferred to hide herself in her caves unless there was a mission she had to accomplish. Technically, Revel was supposed to be managing a citadel on the Storm Coast, but since days there were long and sunny, she passed it on to one of the newly risen saints and returned to Ravenheart. Now, she was more or less the cavalry. Whenever warriors in the western reaches of the Dream Realm encountered trouble, she was dispatched to solve it with violence. Of course, she only descended upon the battlefield at night. Sunny was itching to try recruiting her into the Shadow Clan, considering the eternal darkness that reigned on the Forgotten Shore. But since there was nothing for a saint to do there, really, he reluctantly postponed that idea. Humanity did not have enough saints yet to send someone of Revel's caliber his way, anyway, at least for now. Is there something on my back? Sunny blinked a couple of times, realizing that he had been staring at Revel as she guided them down the stairs. He smiled. Not really. He paused for a moment, then added with a chuckle. Did you ever imagine that you would be comfortable turning your back to me, though? I find it amusing. It was undeniably strange to be taking a walk through the halls of Ravenheart with the daughters of Kai Song. Revel seemed to smile darkly. Who says that I am comfortable? Sunny laughed quietly. Fair. Just like that, they reached the remote corridor. Most of the Jade Palace was illuminated by sorceress lights, but the ones here seemed damaged by the passage of time, their radiance dim and uneven. Sunny looked at the heavy iron door. In the weak blinking light of the sorceress lanterns, its beautifully decorated surface looked dark and uninviting. He looked at Seishin and her sisters. You really used to sneak here as children. She raised an eyebrow. Sure, why? Sunny shook his head in utter bafflement. I mean, look around. This place is beyond creepy. I am a supreme, and even I am creeped out. Kai nodded. He's telling the truth. Sunny gave him a scathing glare. Right, of course I am. Seishin looked at him strangely. They're just toys, though. Some of them are a little magical, but that's that. What's the worst that can happen? Sunny and Kai winced at the same time, as if they had swallowed bitter lemons. Why did you have to say that aloud? Lady Seishin, please, do not say things like that. The ensuing silence was broken by Deathsinger's giggle. She looked at them brightly. Death, oh, death, I feel it. We're all going to die. Sunny flinched. Not now, damn it, please. Deathsinger fell silent and looked at him with a pout. Shaking her head, Revel opened the heavy door and summoned a memory lantern. Come inside. She entered first, followed by her sisters. Sunny and Kai glanced at each other and then joined them. The toy room was indeed just that. Actually, it was a series of rooms, all filled with shelves, display cabinets, and trunks of various sizes. The atmosphere inside the toy room must have been festive and lavish once, but now it seemed forlorn and eerie. Most of the toys had deteriorated or crumbled into dust, laying on the floor in bleak piles, but some had survived the cruel flow of time. Sunny looked around warily, taking in the sight of beautifully dressed dolls, silver knights with articulated joints, plushy magical creatures with beady eyes made from gems, and various playtime implements. The Song sisters were looking around as well. Seishin was looking at a doll in a pretty dress. Revel was looking at a wind-up swordsman, while Deathsinger was mesmerized by a colorful, cute, and chubby stuffed animal. Their expressions were wistful. Eventually, Seishin shook her head and sighed. I really wanted to have this doll back then, but our mother had forbidden us from taking anything out of the room. How strange. Now I can take whatever I want freely, and yet I don't want anything. Sunny's attention, meanwhile, was drawn to a large dollhouse in the shape of a miniature version of the Jade Palace that stood on a stand in the middle of the first room. It was created with a stunning level of intricacy. to the degree that there were even tiny streams of water flowing in the replica of the gateway hall. However, the dollhouse was eerie and frightening instead of beautiful. That was because all the dolls inside of it, and there were dozens of them, were laying on the floor, dead, their tiny clothes covering intricately carved toy skeletons. What kind of sick toymaker had created this morbid thing? Sunny raised a hand to touch the wall of the dollhouse. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Sunny froze in place, then gave Revel a wary look. Why? She chuckled in her low, cold voice. That is how I, Sation, and Beastmaster ended up disappearing for a week. If you accidentally activate the dollhouse, you'll become a doll. Deathsinger giggled. More of a doll, she means. Revel scowled at her. Stop it. Regardless, there is nothing dangerous inside, but we were pretty starved by the time our mother found us. I don't know how she reversed the sorcery of the dollhouse, either, which means that no one knows. So keep your distance. Sunny looked at the intricate dollhouses, feeling a chill run down his spine. So all these dolls had not been made to resemble skeletal remains. They had been living beings once instead. Suddenly, the toy room seemed at least 100 times more sinister. Exhaling slowly, he took a few careful steps away from the dollhouse and turned away. His smile was forced. Let's look around. Carefully. Chapter 23, 08 Playthings. Sunny really hoped that the piece of Weaver's lineage was not hidden inside the dollhouse. Luckily, he felt nothing but an eerie sense of repulsion when standing in front of the dreadful toy. Even though he was neither fated nor connected to the tapestry of fate anymore, and therefore had lost his supernatural intuition, his senses as a supreme were still beyond that of a mere mortal. He would have felt something if a demon's legacy was nearby. More importantly, Bloodweave would have responded to the presence of another piece of the demon of fate. So after studying the creepy dollhouse from a safe distance, Sunny shifted his attention elsewhere. He did feel that there was something special about that particular toy, a subtle scent of a demon even. But that scent did not belong to Weaver. I think Ariel made this one. Kai glanced at him, remained silent for a bit, and nodded. That very well may be. Sunny looked around the toy room, studying various toys. The Song Sisters had wandered off, lost in the memories of their childhoods. Despite his unease, this place must have been magical for adolescent girls, especially those who had been orphans once, like Sation and her sisters. Orphans did not live easy lives in this world. Sunny knew it all too well himself, and just like them, he had been robbed of the joy of having toys as a kid. Granted, unlike them, he had not been adopted by a powerful legacy witch. Come to think of it. Sunny narrowed his eyes and glanced at Sation. The Song Sisters were adopted. Rain was adopted. What the hell, how come I'm the only one who hasn't been adopted? Where was justice in that? Kai smiled faintly. You have a peculiar expression, Sunny. What are you thinking about? Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shook his head. Just thinking about how my life would have changed if someone like Kai Song had taken me off the streets, for better or worse. He sighed. She really cared about her daughters a lot. However, she also forced the lineage of Beast God on them as well as infected them with the nightmare spell. Were they lucky or unlucky to have met her? I'm not quite sure. With that, he looked around once more and added, his voice somber. I'm also not sure if the Jade Queen was lucky to have met the Demon of Dread. Kai raised an eyebrow. How do you mean? Sunny shrugged. Well, think about it. Why is there a room full of toys in the depths of the Jade Palace? Kai seemed stumped by the question. Sunny remained silent for a bit, then said wistfully, it is possible that the Jade Queen had children, or that she simply enjoyed collecting toys. However, it is also possible that she was raised here in this stone palace by the Demon of Dread. He looked at the figurines wearing pretty dresses, dashing knights cast of precious metals, plush beasts with gem-like eyes, and the intricate dollhouse brimming with the bones of perished dolls. His expression turned somber. Demons were forbidden from siring offspring, you know, but they all seemed to rebel against that prohibition in their own ways. Weaver left behind a secret lineage. Nether created the Stone Saints. Hope lived among humans and cared for them as her own. The demon of imagination had her mirrors and illusions. Sunny sighed, but what did Ariel have? Kai hesitated for a few moments, then said cautiously, he had the Jade Queen. Sunny shrugged, unsure, maybe. With that, he left Kai behind and went to explore the toy room. The five of them wandered the series of chambers for a while, studying the curios hidden there in ancient times. There were a lot of wondrous things to see, but none of them was what Sonny wanted to find. Eventually, only one last room remained, and coincidentally, Sonny felt his blood stir as he approached it. There. He glanced at Kai and the Song Sisters, hesitated for a few moments, and said, "Wait." They looked at him curiously. Sonny did not know what he would discover in the depths of the toy room, but he had a strong suspicion that the fourth piece of Weaver's lineage would not fall into his hands easily. The first three had not, after all. So he had to be careful. Looking at his companions, one intended, the other three accidental, he took a deep breath and spoke. "There is a high chance that something unexpected will happen once we enter that room. Whatever it is, don't panic and let me handle it. If things seem too dangerous, retreat immediately." He paused, scratched his head, and then added nonchalantly, "Oh, and if something happens to me, wait until the next me arrives. Should only take a few days." There was a small chance that he would lose an incarnation here. That did not mean that he would give up on recovering the piece of Weaver's legacy. Revel tilted her head a little. "The next to you." Sonny gave her a wide smile. "Yeah, the next me. What did you think that being killed once would actually kill me?" She stared at him for a few moments, then let out a frustrated sigh. "If I didn't think that, I wouldn't have tried to kill you, would I?" Sonny laughed, "Probably not, but hey, it was an admirable attempt. No, really, the ambush at Vanishing Lake was like a work of art. I gained so much that day, thank you." Revel gritted her teeth, then ground them. "You're welcome." Kai leaned toward him and whispered, "She's lying, you're not welcome." Sonny gave him a stare, and then whispered back, "Why are you whispering, fool? Everyone can hear you." Kai coughed in embarrassment. "Oh, right, sorry, it's a habit." Shaking his head, Sonny took a deep breath and summoned Slayer. The murderous shadow rose from the darkness, looking at him and his companions from behind her veil. Death Singer immediately pointed a finger and opened her mouth, her face beaming with excitement, but before she could say anything, Sation covered her mouth with a hand. "Ah, I see you have a new servant, my lord." Sonny smiled. "Oh, she's not a servant, she's an employee. Actually, now that I think about it, the two of you are kindred spirits. She only accepts payment in blood." Sation did not say anything, but her beautiful eyes suddenly glistened with a strange emotion. Sonny chuckled. "But don't worry, I won't be collecting blood donations today. I already paid her this week, and plus, I don't want to brag, but she only has a taste for my blood." Turning away, he pushed the last door open and walked inside a small room. It had shelves with ancient toys as well, but there was also a low table in the middle of it, surrounded by soft cushions. There was something on the table. A square jade board with small hinges in the middle, which suggested that it could be folded to become a case. Its surface was separated into 7 rows of 7 squares each. Most of them were white, with only 3 squares at the bottom of the board, standing out due to their vivid black color. There were intricately carved figurines standing on various squares, 2, most of them representing terrifying monsters. The 3 black figurines were surrounded by a dozen white ones. Sonny stared at the board intently, feeling his blood responding to it with a strange, tingling sensation. There were no nightmare creatures inside the room. No terrible danger, no startling secrets. Just old toys and the beautifully crafted jade board. Sonny raised an eyebrow, confused. "What the hell is this?" Slayer was already in the room and Kai entered next. He looked around, then studied the jade board curiously. Finally, he spoke. "I think it's chess." Chapter 23, 09 Death Game. Sonny looked at the jade board for a few seconds, then turned to Kai. "Chess, have you gone blind all of a sudden? This looks nothing like chess." Indeed, Sonny did not know too much about chess, but teacher Julius had taught him how to play during his days as a guest lecturer at the academy. A chessboard was supposed to have 8 rows of squares, not 7. More importantly, white and black squares were supposed to be placed in a grid pattern. The jade board in front of him, however, was almost entirely white. Not to mention that the grotesque figures were nothing like the ones he was familiar with. There were no pawns, knights, bishops, or rooks. Instead, there were only a variety of grotesque creatures. Kai chuckled. "I meant to say that it looks like a game similar to chess." Sonny frowned. It looked more like a war map to him, but why would a war map be in a toy room? He's right. Death Singer entered the chamber next and looked at the jade board with a fascinated expression. Then, she stopped moving entirely. Her pupils widened, making her glistening eyes look even larger. Sunny waved a hand in front of her face. "Hello, what exactly do you mean?" The petite woman turned her head and slowly focused on him, then threw a furtive glance at the board and forced out a smile. "Oh, it's the Death of a Tyrant, also known as Death Game. It is a game similar to chess that was popular in various regions of the Dream Realm once, a long time ago. Some even say that it was invented by Shadow God himself." Sunny raised an eyebrow, then turned to the jade board as Sation and Revel came in. "Really?" Death Singer nodded energetically. Really, Sation, tell him." Sation covered her nose with a hand, as if overwhelmed by a powerful scent. Her eyes grew oddly unfocused for a few seconds, but then she regained her composure and spoke in a calm tone. "It does seem that way. Death Game is similar to chess, but instead of 16 figures, each player controls 14 beasts, 2 monsters, 2 demons, 2 devils, and a tyrant. Just like in chess, each figure moves according to a specific pattern, but the rules are a bit more complicated. That is because when you play the Death of a Tyrant, your domain plays an important role too." She pointed to the board, where 3 black squares were surrounded by a sea of white ones. That is because the color of a square affects the battles between figures. Black figures have an advantage while battling on black squares, while white figures have an advantage while battling on white squares, unless they are surrounded mostly by squares of the opposite color. You can also conquer squares to make them a part of your domain. So, positioning and movement carry greater strategic meaning. Sation shrugged. "Well, there are other differences as well. For example, in some versions of Death Game, there are squares with special properties like the castle or the shrine. The former never changes color, while the latter can give a blessing in return for a sacrifice. If 2 figures battle on a shrine square, the one that is killed is considered the sacrifice, while the one that remains receives the blessing." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "Interesting, how do you know all this?" Sation chuckled. "How do you not know? It's a popular game among legacy children. We used to play it as well when we were young. Our mother taught us." Sunny stared at her with an unreadable expression. Then he shrugged. "That's because I'm not a legacy, I guess." She seemed surprised. Actually, Kai seemed startled, too. "You're not?" Sunny scoffed. "Why did you all imagine that I was a bastard child of a powerful clan, or had been raised by some sinister shadow faction? Sorry to disappoint you, but no. I am a completely self-made man." He contemplated for a few seconds, then added, "Actually, I take it back. No one in this world is really self-made, and I too have received plenty of help from generous people along the way." With that, Sunny focused on the jade board. Most of the squares were white, and there were far more white figures left standing. The black side only had 3 figures left. One of them was wearing a crown, and was obviously the tyrant, while the other 2 seemed to be mere beasts. He tilted his head a little. Seems like someone did not finish a game. The black side was at a fatal disadvantage, but the tyrant was still standing, which meant that there was still a possibility of clawing one's way to victory. Naturally, it was more or less a hopeless situation. He studied the intricately carved figures for a few seconds, then shivered, suddenly overcome by an ominous sense of dread. The jade board gave him the same feeling as the eerie dollhouse. Perhaps it had been created by Ariel as well. Sunny remained silent for a while, then asked, "Who do you think the players were?" Nobody responded, but he could imagine the demon of dread and the Jade Queen sitting on the cushions, moving the figures across the jade board and waging a mock war against each other. Had the Jade Queen played white, or had she played black? In the end, it did not matter. What mattered was the fact that his blood stirred when he looked at the jade board, which meant that the key to recovering the 4th piece of Weaver's lineage was somehow connected to this death game. Sunny took a step forward and looked at the jade figures. Eventually, his gaze stopped on the tallest of the white figures, the white tyrant. "It's not the board itself, it's this one figure in particular." His senses told him that whatever he was looking for was somehow contained in that small jade statuette. "I wonder if I can find traces of divinity here." Sunny needed to understand if the jade board was enchanted as well. So he shifted his gaze and peered into its depths. And when he did, The shadows populating the small chamber suddenly surged, reeling back from the game table. Sonny himself paled, his eyes widening. His hand moved faintly, as if grasping for a memory weapon. The remainder noticed the change in his posture. Revel was the first one to frown. "What's wrong?" Sonny remained motionless, looking at the jade board with a somber expression. Then he said evenly, "Everyone get away from that thing." Chapter 23, 10 Fear the Truth. I'm going crazy. How had he not sensed a thing? Sonny had sharp senses, and they had only grown sharper after he attained supremacy. All awakened could feel certain things: presence, power, the subtle flow of soul essence, corruption. And the stronger they grew, the more sensitive they became to the hidden side of the world. Especially so when it came to beings who were twisted by the corrupting influence of the void. Just like nightmare creatures could sense the scent of human souls, awakened responded to the presence of their sworn enemies, nightmare creatures. And yet, Sonny had felt nothing until he gazed into the depths of the gorgeous jade board. Inside the death game was a sea of corruption so vast and dark that it made his blood run cold. It was contained flawlessly, with not even a drop of it seeping out, but he could see the bottomless well of appalling darkness moving subtly, surging, straining, waiting. He had never witnessed anything that malignant and pestilent before, not even when gazing at the corrupted deity, cursed tyrant condemnation. How the hell? How had he not felt it? Sonny should have become covered in cold sweat as soon as he entered the toy room. That damned demon. What the hell had Ariel been thinking, leaving something like that lying around? Everyone get away from that thing. The rest did not know it yet, but they were standing near a bomb. A frightening, inexplicable bomb full of corruption. No, come to think of it, Death Singer had reacted to the jade board peculiarly. Sation had covered her nose as well, as if overwhelmed by the stench of blood. Sonny had noted their reactions, but having sensed no immediate threat, chose to question them later. At the moment he was closest to the jade board, Kai was directly behind him, while Slayer was on the other side of the game table. The Song Sisters were closer to the door. Hearing the tension in his voice, they backed away slowly. Sonny took a careful step back as well. When he did, though, he noticed something. There were 4 runes carved into the jade board, one on each side. Snow Ash. His eyes narrowed. Fear. He did not see the 4th rune from where stood, but could sense its form in the shadow cast by the jade board. And truth. And just as Sonny read the 4th rune, the world suddenly shifted, dissolving into darkness. Damn. Oation. Sonny fell, his knees sinking into the soft ash. A cold wind suddenly blew across his face, making him squint. The first thing he felt was that he was not in the small underground chamber anymore, surrounded from all sides by white jade. Instead, he was in a vast open space, standing on his knees under a boundless sky. What the? Sonny jumped to his feet and reached into the shadows, manifesting a black odachi from them. The jade mantle revealed itself, covering his body like a black carapace. His shadow sense shot outward, searching for any sign of immediate danger. However, nothing around him was moving. The world was still, with only the wind blowing across the desolate expanse. It was only then that Sonny finally saw where he was. His hand trembled. What the hell? Stunned, he lingered for a moment, and then lowered his sword. The Jade Palace had disappeared. Sonny was somewhere else entirely. He was standing in the crater of a restless volcano. Behind him, a billowing pillar of smoke was rising into the dark sky, with moonlight spilling through the rifts in the clouds of ash. Black flakes were falling down like snow, covering the ground in a soft carpet. Sonny could not see it, but he could feel an enormous form hidden in the pillar of smoke. It was an ancient, crumbling fortress, its tall walls half buried in the ash. As his Dao sense encompassed the world, he felt the rugged form of stone slopes that fell at a steep angle, surrounding him from all sides. There was nothing else there, at least nothing he could find at a quick glance. Sonny hesitated for a moment. Am I on the other side of the bridge? He seemed to be standing in the crater of a towering volcano. The reasonable assumption would be that he somehow returned to where he and Kai had passed days before, but where was the city? Where was the bridge? Where was the Jade Palace? His shadow sense did not find any structures on the ashen slopes. More than that, the form of the volcano felt unfamiliar. Have I been teleported to somewhere else in the mountain range, then? Sunny scowled. What about Kai, Slayer, and the Song Sisters? What was going on? An ominous suspicion rose in his mind, but he ignored it for the moment. The Jade Palace might have disappeared, but his shadow sense was still being somewhat suppressed. Its range was severely limited. Sunny could only feel the top of the volcano, but not its roots or other mountains that must have surrounded it. That was troubling. The first thing he needed to do was figure out where he was. Cassie. There was no response. Turning into a shadow, Sunny glided across the ash and soon crested the edge of the crater, thus reaching the highest point of the fuming volcano. He assumed his human form once again and glanced around, his expression turning somber. The landscape in front of him was odd, to say the least. The volcano he found himself on was not a part of a mountain range. Instead, it stood apart from everything, towering above a sea of misty clouds. The sky above was obscured by ash, rare rays of moonlight illuminating the stark world. There were other lonesome peaks rising from the clouds in the distance, situated in a peculiarly symmetrical grid. There was another volcano to his right, and one more to his left. In front of them, far beyond the veil of ash, 3 snowy peaks were bathed in moonlight. There might have been more lonely mountains further still, but Sunny could not see them. Behind him, the entirety of the world was vast and empty, with only the sea of clouds swirling far below. Sunny cursed quietly. Then he cursed loudly. 3 black volcanoes surrounded by pristine white peaks. Goddammit. Sunny gritted his teeth. I knew something like this would happen. He was fairly certain that he had been sucked into the death game. Chapter 23, 11 Snow and Ash. This is a new one. Sunny studied the odd and magnificent landscape. The dark slopes of the fuming volcano, drowned in falling ash, snowy peaks rose from the sea of clouds in the distance. Darkness and moonlight were intertwined like an elegant ink painting. A concerned expression settled on his face. Snow and ash, huh? The white side of this death game seemed to be snow, while the black side seemed to be ash. Considering that Sunny was standing on the central of the 3 volcanoes, he had become a warrior of ash. And not just any warrior at that. In the game that Ariel and the Jade Queen had left unfinished, the black figure on the middle black square was wearing a crown, which meant that Sunny had assumed the role of the Ash Tyrant. He groaned quietly. Curse it all. There were only 3 black squares left on the board, while the other 46 were white. There were also only 3 black figures left, the Tyrant and 2 beasts, while the white side had 12. Somehow, Sunny could not imagine Ariel losing so miserably. So it must have been the Jade Queen who had played Ash. Just how terrible were you at chess, damn it? Sunny huffed in outrage, his heart overflowing with indignation. He was not sure what the future held, but there was a high chance that he would have to finish the game if he wanted to escape the alarming Jade board. That meant killing the Snow Tyrant from a woefully disadvantaged position. Wasn't the Jade Queen supposed to be renowned for her wisdom? Couldn't she have left him more figures to fight with, at least? He exhaled slowly. Calm down. He did not know anything yet. Even if his suspicion was on point, there was no telling how this death game worked. Obviously, the laws governing the artificial realm had to be different from the rules of the actual game, even if they seemed to be based on it. The battles between figures transpired according to the rules. For example, if the rules dictated that a figure had to lose, it would lose. But Sunny was not merely a figure, he was a person. A person who was notoriously difficult to kill and infamously lethal, no less. So he could very well manage to slay the adversary despite the rules dictating his defeat. Wait, the adversary? Sunny's already somber expression turned even darker. Who was his adversary exactly? The answer seemed obvious. It had to be the Snow Tyrant and the rest of the white pieces. But what were those pieces, since Sunny was not a figure, but a living being that the game board had imprisoned? Then the rest of the figures could be the same. Remembering the dreadful depths of corruption contained within the beautiful jade board, he grimaced. If the snow figures were indeed living beings, they had to be powerful nightmare creatures. He had been surprised to see a well of appalling darkness greater and deeper than even the soul of condemnation, but if its source was not one, but 12 ancient abominations, then it made sense. They are of the great rank at least, cursed rank? Sonny sighed deeply. What about the ash figures then? He was the ash tyrant, but there had also been 2 ash beasts on the board. Were they nightmare creatures, too, or had someone else been brought into the death game with him? Usually, Cassie would be able to serve as a messenger between him and his allies, but his mental connection with her seemed to have been broken. Sonny hesitated for a while. First things first, before considering how to win the death game, he had to make sure that there was no way to simply escape it. If there was, then he would have no reason to fight the snow abominations, or rather, fight them unprepared. Sonny was still determined to recover the piece of Weaver's lineage, and that piece was connected to the Snow Tyrant, which meant that the Snow Tyrant and he would have to meet at some point. Sonny slowly assessed the situation. His current state was quite anomalous, and it was time to address the issue now. How odd. The first anomaly was quite bizarre. It was that he could not sense what his other incarnations were sensing. Sonny had 7 bodies, but he only had 1 mind, so that should not have been possible. And yet it was. He could not sense the shadows around his shades or around the members of the Shadow clan, either. For the first time in a long while, his mind was quiet and desolate, populated by the senses of only a single avatar. It was sort of peaceful. Even his shadow sense was suppressed, enveloping only the part of the volcano that towered above the clouds. Damn Ariel, I really hate that guy. Each of his creations is worse than the previous one. Sonny scratched the back of his head, then sighed loudly. Well, I am sure that my other incarnations are doing just fine. More importantly, he could not feel a connection to his domain. Actually, he could not even feel a connection to his source element. The shadows still welcomed him, but he was not receiving any spirit essence from them, or from his army of shades, for that matter. Despite that, Sonny was connected to a domain and was being nourished by a source element. It was just that they were not his domain and his source element. Instead, it was Ash. Well, that made sense. He was the Ash Tyrant after all. It would be reasonable to assume that his power would grow the more peaks he conquered. Currently, he only controlled 3, while the Snow Tyrant controlled 46. Sonny did not like these numbers at all. Moving on, he was quite curious about whether or not he could summon his shades. If he could, destroying the snow figures would be much easier. But alas, he couldn't. In fact, he could not even enter his soul sea or summon memories. He could not summon his shadows either. Oh, come on, Sonny gritted his teeth. After assessing the situation, he concluded that the situation was simply ridiculous. So in conclusion, he was trapped in a game created by the demon of dread, stripped of his powers, his equipment, and his minions. All he had was this one body and the shirt on his back, the proverbial shirt on his back, rather, since his clothes had been actually manifested from shadows. These were the only resources available to him in order to deal with 12 ancient horrors, including the ominous Snow Tyrant. Sonny lingered for a while, then smiled crookedly. This is quite unfair, isn't it? For the Snow Tyrant naturally. Whose bright idea had it been to invite the heir of death to play the death game? Sonny shook his head. Those fools did not know what was coming for them. Chapter 23, 12 Rules of Engagement. Sonny could not extend his shadow sense to the neighboring volcanoes or to the snowy peaks in the distance, which meant that he could not use Shadow Step to reach them. Naturally, that alone could not stop him. If he wanted to, he could turn into a crow or weave wings out of shadows to fly to the lonesome mountains. He was not in a hurry to try, though. The sea of clouds below gave him an ominous feeling. The laws governing this miniature realm seemed to be based on the rules of the death game. Naturally, something as important as moving between the peaks should be subject to some kind of limitation. He remained motionless for a few seconds, then shrugged. Let's conduct a little test, then. Thrusting his odachi into the ground, Sonny let go of its hilt and crouched. His hand plunged into the shadows, and as he rose, a long javelin was formed, by them resting easily in his grip. Sonny weighed the javelin in his hand, and studied the white peak looming directly opposite the volcano, far in the distance. There were dozens of kilometers between the two, and the wind was quite severe. Taking a step forward, Sonny turned his body into a sling and launched the javelin into the dark sky. A deafening thunderclap rolled down the slopes of the volcano, and a billowing cloud of ash rose into the air in a vast circle around him. Below Sonny, the dark surface of the weathered rock was revealed from under the ash, only to fracture immediately, a web of deep cracks spreading from under his feet. The shadow javelin shot into the sky, sundering the veil of ash that obscured it and unleashing a torrent of pale moonlight. It was as if a silver line had been cut across the dark heavens. Sonny watched it fly with a curious expression, if he remembered correctly. There were beast figures on all three white squares facing the remaining black ones, so a snow beast should be resting on the slopes of the snowy mountain the javelin was aimed at. Sonny could not see that far, but the snow beast was still in for an unpleasant surprise. Even if the javelin landed nowhere near the creature, a comet charged with supreme essence was about to hit the mountain. The beast would have to react in some way. That reaction alone would let Sonny learn more about the situation. When the javelin breached about half of the distance to the snowy peak, however, he paled a little. Oh my! It was quite difficult to rattle Sonny these days, but he had to admit that he had felt a cold chill running down his spine just then. That was because when the javelin escaped from the clouds of ash, a gigantic gray tentacle rose from the sea of clouds below, reaching higher than the mountains and the volcanoes, and easily swatted it away. Then, the titanic tentacle swayed lightly and fell back, disappearing into the milky white clouds a dozen moments later. Its unfathomable mass created a breach in the swirling veil of clouds for a few seconds, but Sonny wisely decided not to try prying into what lay hidden below it. Some things were not meant to be seen by mere mortals, and some were not meant to be seen even by supreme demigods. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed, retrieved his odachi, and placed it on his shoulder. Let's scratch the plan to explore the roots of the volcano, I guess. Sonny was quite happy that he had decided to throw a javelin first before trying to fly to the distant white peak personally. It seemed that he had been right to assume that there were laws governing the movement between the mountains. Not only that, but there was also an entity meant to enforce these laws. He remembered the harrowing gaze that had once fallen on him in the heart of the estuary of the great river, judging his soul. The corpses of innumerable great nightmare creatures who had failed to pass the judgment were floating in the dark water, but Sonny was allowed to pass unscathed. The alarming watcher had seemed unfathomably powerful to him as master, and now, as a supreme, Sonny still had no desire whatsoever to fight against another being serving the demon of dread. He did not even want to know what that being was. Still, there should be an allowed way to move between the mountains, though. I just need to discover it. For now, however, Sonny wanted to focus on something else. He wanted to explore the volcano, and especially the crumbling castle standing in the middle of its crater. Just as he turned back, however, something unexpected happened. He sensed a new shadow appearing on the dark slopes. Huh. And a few moments later, a familiar figure landed on the ground near him. Ivory armor, auburn hair, electric green eyes, obnoxiously handsome face. Sonny blinked a few times. Kai. Indeed, it was none other than Transcendent Nightingale, the Dragon Slayer. The charming saint looked no different from how he had been in the toy room, and when Sonny shifted his gaze to peer into the supposed Kai's soul, it was pure and radiant, with not a hint of corruption hiding in its depths. He did not seem like an evil doppelganger or an illusory construct, but like the real deal instead. Were you sucked into the death game too? Kai raised an eyebrow. Oh, so that is what happened. Sonny simply stared. I'm pretty sure that it is, yeah. Why, what did you think had happened? Kai hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Well, I'm not sure. You told us to back away, and the next thing I knew I was standing on a volcano, that one over there. He pointed to one of the three volcanoes and added neutrally, I was honestly a bit disoriented. But then I saw the clouds of ash part, as if cut by something, and finally noticed you here. So I flew over. Sonny shivered. You flew over? Kai coughed. Yes, I was already in the air when that thing rose from the clouds. I guess I could have turned back. To that point, but I would have had to slow down to make a turn. And honestly, seeing that tentacle made me want to fly faster than I had ever flown before. Sonny let out a stunned chuckle. No kidding. He remained silent for a few seconds and then smiled. Well, welcome to my volcano. You don't know how glad I am to see you, buddy. How glad I am to see you, buddy. Chapter 23, 13 Pawns of Ash. One of the questions seemed to have been responded. Kai was a saint, a transcendent beast, so he took the place of one of the ash beasts that had remained on the death game board. He had also traveled between the volcanoes without being erased from existence by the being below the clouds, which gave Sunny a hint about the rules of this miniature realm. He would have to think about that in more detail, but for now there was a more pressing question that needed to be responded. Kai had been able to see Sunny across the great distance dividing the two volcanoes due to his awakened ability, which granted him unparalleled sight. So, Sunny looked in the direction of the third volcano, wondering who had taken the place of the second ash beast. Can you see who is out there? Kai looked in the direction of their volcano and faltered for a moment. That, I think you might want to take a step back. Sunny frowned, then did as he was told. A moment later, a black arrow plummeted from the sky and sunk into the ash, right where he had been standing. Sunny stared at the arrow for a few seconds, then shook his head. He would have been able to dodge it even without Kai's warning, probably. But definitely not without rolling on the ground gracelessly. That damn murderous lunatic. He inhaled deeply. I guess Slayer is here too. And it seemed that her eyesight was just as exceptional as Kai's. She lacked the ability to fly, though. So she had announced her presence in her usual barbaric way. Sunny pondered the situation. There was a small possibility that the Song Sisters were somewhere here as well, having taken the place of three white figures. However, Sunny rather suspected that they had not been imprisoned by Ariel's game. If so, one question remained. Where had the actual Ash Tyrant and two remaining Ash Beasts gone? Looking at Kai, he hesitated a little and asked, Hey, do you think that Sation, Hell, and Revel are fighting three ancient nightmare creatures in the toy room right now? Kai seemed startled by the question. He looked at Sunny with wide eyes, then shivered. I really hope that they are not. Sunny inhaled deeply. Well, don't worry too much. Sation is quite resourceful, so I am sure she'll manage somehow. After all, she had survived on the Forgotten Shore for a decade longer than anyone else who escaped it. Revel, meanwhile, was one of the deadliest saints in existence. Not only had she gone against Sunny and lived to tell the tale, but she also conquered the spine ocean of Godgrave while annihilating 7 saints of the Sword Army and their entire expedition. And while Death Singer was sort of disarming, she was actually quite alarming as well. Sunny did not forget the first time he saw her, entering the council chamber of the Song Army with the same innocent look, but also with blood dripping from her crimson hands. Plus, they were in the Jade Palace, their former home. Considering how well Revel knew the magnificent palace, they had an overwhelming terrain advantage. Noticing that Kai still seemed worried, Sunny patted him on the shoulder. Cassie is keeping an eye on the situation. You know that she always has a contingency. Kai lingered for a few seconds, then nodded slowly. Still, considering how serious the consequences are, I think I have the right to know what the purpose of this entire endeavor is, at least. Sunny studied him with a faint smile. Finally ready to ask questions, huh? Well, fair, I'll tell you. He looked into the distance, where the snowy peaks rose above the sea of clouds. But what was he supposed to say? Any honest answer he could give would be forgotten. Eventually, Sunny said evenly, I guess I am searching for the key to the nightmare spell. Kai's eyes widened a little. The key to the spell? Sunny nodded. It is easy to lose sight of the big picture because of all the immediate problems we are facing. The resettlement of humanity, the looming threat of total annihilation, even the race to apotheosis. All of it is so great, so overwhelming, so all-consuming. But even while we are dealing with these eschatological issues, we mustn't forget about the ultimate goal. Kai sighed. I am starting to grow tired of sounding like a parrot, but ultimate goal. Sunny chuckled. Yes, the ultimate goal, godhood. He turned and looked at Kai without any humor in his lightless eyes. Humanity can only survive if new gods are born from it, which means that someone has to conquer the sixth nightmare, the final nightmare. Someone has to become divine. Even apotheosis is merely a stepping stone on the path to true godhood. Sonny shook his head. But it is not that easy, is it? Now that we are mere men, we can allow ourselves to follow the path of ascension blindly. But if we dare become gods, we have to dare look upon the gods as equals, instead of merely being their puppets. We must be willing to not only question the will of the gods, but also to endure the weight of the answers we find. Kai frowned, confused by his words. Which gods? Sonny laughed quietly. All of them but one first and foremost. Weaver, that nebulous knave, the chief puppeteer of this whole affair. Why did Weaver create the nightmare spell? How? To what end? All of us are following the road that Weaver built, and at this point we can't afford to ignore the mystery of why it was built and what is waiting for us at the road's end. Kai glanced at the distant snowy peaks, lingered for a few seconds, and asked. And the answer to that question is here, in this odd realm that Ariel created. Sonny sighed. A piece of the answer, at least. That is what I believe. He glanced at Kai and shrugged. I mentioned Weaver's lineage earlier. That lineage, you see, is a cursed thing that should have never existed in the world. And yet, Weaver scattered it across the tapestry of fate for us to find. That demon never did anything without a reason, so it is my belief that there is a reason why they unleashed this curse upon the world. There seemed to be no reason whatsoever for Weaver to have left behind a cursed lineage, unless it was for the purpose of destroying the world. There were easier ways to destroy the world for someone like Weaver, though, so Sonny did not believe that Weaver's cursed lineage existed for that reason. Flaws were seen as curses as well, and they were. However, flaws also pushed those who carried them to grow and improve. In that sense, they were blessings. The description of his lost, faded attribute had said that there were those who were blessed, and there were those who were cursed, however. Rarely was there someone who was both blessed and cursed. But actually, every awakened was both blessed and cursed, existing in a state of fateful balance. Maybe Weavers had been forced to maintain the same balance, too. Perhaps the demon of fate had wanted to bless the world, but could only do so by leaving a curse behind as well. The nightmare spell, the forbidden lineage. Which one was a curse, which one was a blessing? Possibly Weaver's cursed lineage was the spell's flaw. Chapter 23, 14 Pawns of Snow. Sonny remained silent for a while, then chuckled. Well, whatever it is, we'll find out sooner or later as long as we live long enough. He considered his next steps. Kai, meanwhile, was studying him with a complicated expression. So you are searching for pieces of a demon's lineage? Sonny nodded. Yes, and one of those pieces is somehow connected to the snow tyrant. Speaking of. He hesitated for a moment, then asked. You saw me from all the way on that other volcano, and you can see Slayer, too. So, can you see what is waiting for us on those 3 mountains as well? Kai opened his mouth, then closed it again and looked into the distance. After a while, he said in a subdued tone, Yeah, I see them. Bingo. Now he would at least know what they would have to face. Sonny leaned on his odachi lazily and asked, his voice calm. There should be 3 snow beasts on those mountains. What do they look like? Kai hurriedly glanced away as if someone out there stared back at him. He shivered, then brushed his hair back and straightened. Right in front of us, the whole mountain is riddled with caves like an enormous ice beehive. Inside, a swarm of insect-like abominations is slowly coming to life, each of them seemingly carved from gemstones. They look frightful if a little mindless. Sonny's face fell. Huh. So a single figure can represent a whole swarm of abominations, not just a lone beast. I see. What are the other 2 mountains? Kai frowned. The one on the right, there's a statue standing on its peak. No, not a statue, more of an automaton, I guess. A clockwork knight. Actually, he looks like the giant version of one of the toy knights we saw in the toy room. I feel an enormous amount of dread when looking at him, though. That one is not an easy abomination, I think. This time, it was Sonny's turn to frown. If a single abomination makes Kai more wary than a swarm of them, then it must be powerful. A cursed beast, it's possible. And what is on the 3rd mountain? Kai shivered. There is a worm-like creature there. Actually, it's not on the mountain, it's inside the mountain. This creature is simply enormous. It seemed to have hollowed out the entire mountain and made a nest inside of it, coiling into a sphere. It took me a while to realize what that immense mass of flesh was. A sour expression appeared on Sonny's face. A giant ice worm, huh? He had just come from months of battling giant millipedes. He had really had enough of worm-like creatures. Sunny sighed. I'm guessing that one is a cursed one as well. A swarm of great nightmare creatures and two fallen deities, and these were some of the weakest snow figures on the board. The first battles of the death game promised to be quite unpleasant. Sunny glanced at Kai. What is your condition? I mean, how weird is it? Kai seemed to understand what he meant. My aspect is entirely unaffected. However, I can't enter my soul's sea, my source element seems to have switched to ash, and on top of that, I can't summon any memories. Only those I was wearing when the game snatched us are left. That is, just my armor. Sunny nodded silently. So you are completely unarmed? Kai nodded in discomfort. Yes, I can still assume my transcendent form, though, so that's something. He said that, but he was wrong. It would have been fine to engage the enemies as a dragon in most other situations, but here, the enemies were much stronger than Kai. He could probably fight a great nightmare creature, but not a cursed one. At least not at a close distance. If he had a good bow and arrows, though, he could at least assist Sunny from afar. Kai was an archer of sublime skill, after all, second only to Slayer herself. Sadly, he was in the same predicament as Sunny. Ariel's game had sealed their soul arsenals somehow. Sunny sighed. It's a good thing that I weaned myself off overly relying on memories. Kai is a different story, though. All right, I get it. What had he found out? There were powerful enemies on the three snowy peaks facing the three volcanoes. Moving from the volcanoes to the peaks, and vice versa, was prohibited at the moment. However, moving between the mountains of the same domain seemed to be allowed. There was an important difference from the actual death game he could not overlook, too. It was that Kai was currently standing next to him. If he was simply moving figures across the game board, two game pieces would not have been able to occupy the same square. There has to be a way to make an actual move. In other words, if some conditions were met, he would be able to attack the snow abominations. But since Sunny did not know the laws governing this miniature world, yet, it was far more probable that the snow abominations would attack him first. Rather, they would either make a move to attack the Ash Tyrant, or attempt to conquer the remaining volcanoes first. Seishin had mentioned that there were special squares in some versions of the death game. Squares with a castle, for example, never changed color. If the crumbling fortress on this volcano was one such castle, then the Snow Tyrant could attempt to conquer the other two volcanoes to prepare for the final siege. Are there any structures on the volcano you came from, or on the one where my shadow is currently waiting to be rescued? Kai shook his head. Not that I can see. Sunny lingered for a few seconds, then nodded slowly. All right, then, do me a favor, please. Go to the next volcano over and bring that murderous woman here. Whatever happens next, we'll have a better chance to survive it together. Kai smiled. No problem. A moment later, before Sunny had time to say anything else, he was already flying away. She's not going to kill him, right? Right, she wouldn't. Wouldn't she? Sunny scratched the back of his head. Why am I worried? If I need to worry about something, it's that Slayer might become one of Kai's fangirls too. Shaking his head, he sat down on the ground and reached into the shadows. I won't give her any more of my blood if she does. Kai can give her his if he wants. Above him, the wound his javelin had dealt to the veil of ash that obscured the sky was already repairing itself, and the world was once again submerging in darkness. Chapter 23, 15 Army of 3. While Kai was away retrieving Slayer, and hopefully not being killed by her, Sunny was busy as well. He was making a bow for Kai, manifesting it from the shadows. One would think that making a bow was quite easy. All Sunny needed was to manifest a long, narrow bar and make it bendy, then string it. Naturally, manipulating the internal structure of manifested shadows to imbue them with a suitable level of elasticity actually demanded an intricate level of shadow manifestation mastery. But Sunny was more than capable of doing just that. Once he could barely control the outward form of manifested shadows, but by now he could make them into pretty much anything he wanted. However, there was a difference between simply making a bow and making it worthy of a transcendent archer. It was not even a matter of enchanting the bow. Before that, The structure of the bow itself demanded careful consideration. Sonny had studied that obscure craft in the past, and he delved into it even deeper while crafting bows for Rain and Slayer. For example, there was the choice between a more traditional recurve bow and a more advanced compound bow. Compound bows offered more power and convenience, but Sonny had shied away from crafting them in the past due to how difficult they were to maintain and care for in field conditions. A weapon needed to not only be deadly, but also reliable, especially so in the dream realm, where the environment itself was often the adversary. These had been his considerations in the past, but now that Sonny was armed with the knowledge of how the nature of a weapon affected its capacity to carry will, he also suspected that wielding a compound bow would be a detriment to a transcendent archer. But even if he wanted to create a recurve bow, which was much simpler in structure and was therefore a more faithful emissary of the archer's will, things were not easy either. That was because, in his opinion, a good recurve bow had to be a composite one. Instead of a single length of wood, it had to be composed of layers of different materials, all glued together for optimal results. The simplest composition commenced with a wooden core, a softer wood used for the bending parts of the limbs, and stiffer wood used for their tips. Then thin plates of horn, which stored energy better when compressed, would be glued to the belly of the bow. Finally, animal sinew, which possessed greater elasticity than wood, would be glued to the back of the bow. All of that allowed for more energy to be stored when the bow was drawn, and for that energy to be released in a more optimal way when the string was released, resulting in more powerful and deadly shots. So Sonny had to carefully manipulate the manifested shadows to imbue them with qualities that resembled different types of wood, horn, and sinew. Actually, since he did not have to limit himself to only reproducing naturally existing materials, he could play around with these qualities to achieve the best result. Luckily, he had already done his research when crafting a bow for Slayer. He also had a good idea of how strong Kai was, exactly, so he could create a truly powerful weapon for his friend. Additionally, there was a matter of how he wanted to manifest the shadows. Making them permanent would be easier, since he would not have to maintain their form either consciously or constantly. But that way, the bow would be much weaker, somewhere between the ascended and transcendent ranks. So, Sonny decided to sustain the manifestation personally. That way, Kai would be wielding an ostensibly supreme weapon, something he would need desperately before too long, no doubt. Manifesting the varied types of shadows into proper shapes and fusing them together was an intricate task. Sonny worked meticulously, using his 2 hands to craft the weapon. At the same time, he used 4 more hands to weave strings of shadow essence. He could not enchant the bow just yet since there were no soul shards in his possession to anchor a weave, but a few would hopefully fall into his hands soon. Sonny wanted to be prepared for when that happened. Look at me, am I not the most benevolent of tyrants? Who else would sit on the ground and personally craft weapons for their pawns? He chuckled, but that was simply the first step. Here inside Ariel's game, Sonny was a general in charge of an army. His army consisted of only 2 soldiers, but it was still a start. He would arm his soldiers, enable them, and lead them to conquer the entire board. By the time a magnificent dragon with scales as dark as midnight landed on the slope of the fuming volcano, carrying a gorgeous shadow on his back, the bow was almost ready. Slayer jumped down with the grace of a dancer, walked over to where Sonny was sitting, and silently retrieved her arrow from the ash. His gaze was as cold ever, full of hidden malice. As soon as Kai assumed his human form, Sonny tossed him the bow. Here, string it. Kai caught the black bow and stared at it for a few seconds, his eyes widening faintly. What a fearsome aura. Placing one end of the bow on the ground, he used his shin to secure it and bent the long bow with seeming ease, stringing it in one smooth motion. Naturally, in truth, bending it was not easy at all. People usually assumed that archers were less imposing than swordsmen as far as physical power went, but really it was the opposite. An average archer had to be far stronger than a melee fighter since drawing a powerful bow demanded immense strength, and Kai, despite his deceptively elegant appearance, had never been merely an average archer. Poser. Witnessing how unburdened the charming saint looked while stringing the supreme bow, Sonny almost regretted not making it even more potent. However, he knew that Kai was simply showcasing perfect technique. Naturally, his chiseled muscles were taut and straining under the ivory armor, his veins bulging. A drop of sweat that rolled down the charming saint's face was proof. Shaking his head, Sonny looked at Slayer. "Hey, how about you share some arrows with this handsome young man?" Instead of answering, Slayer raised the arrow she was still holding in her hand and silently moved it across her neck. Her message was clear. "Want to die?" Sonny chuckled. All right, gods." Reaching into the shadows once again, he went about crafting deadly arrows. Now, creating a good arrow was also not an easy feat, but luckily, Sonny had had a lot of practice. Looking at Kai, he smiled. "You know, one time I was falling into a flaming sea, so I drew my bow and shot myself out of it. Worked like a charm." He was referring to his fall into the sky below, naturally, and the desperate attempt to avoid burning in the sea of divine flames by wrapping his shadow around a flying arrow and using Shadow Step to appear next to it. Kai had been studying his new bow with an enamored expression. That expression speedily crumbled. Looking at Sonny with trembling eyes, he said, Wait, this one does not even make sense. How can it be true?" Sonny glanced at him with reproach. "Do not question the truth, Nightingale. The truth does not exist to be convenient, nor does it need to be sensible. It simply has to be true." Chapter 23, 16 Winning Strategy. While crafting arrows, Sonny picked one up with a shadow hand and used it to draw a grid in the ash. 7 rows of 7 squares each, 49 in total. Then he marked some of the squares with various runes. Sonny had not paid a lot of attention to the placement of the figures on the jade board, but he could still recall it flawlessly. There were also 5 squares marked by special carvings, 1 at the very center of the board and 1 at the middle squares of each outer row. Eventually, he pointed to the grid and spoke. "This is what the game board looked like in the toy room. As you can see, the Ash domain is on the verge of losing. We only have 3 squares left, occupied by the Ash Tyrant, that is me, and 2 Ash Beasts, that is you and Slayer." He pointed to the 3 squares in the lowest row of the grid. Since one of them was the middle square of an outer row, it was marked with a special rune. "You should have seen the fortress behind us. I think that it is the Ash Castle, one of the special squares Sation mentioned. There is a similar carving on the opposite square, so this is where the Snow Castle should be." Sonny pointed the arrow to the middle square of the uppermost row. "However, the carvings on the other 3 special squares are different. They are not castles, but what are they? I do not know. The one in the very middle of the board is different from the 2 on the left and right outer rows as well." Sonny sighed. "Well, we'll learn eventually. What is more important is where the 12 snow abominations are standing. Do you see a pattern?" Kai studied the grid. On it, 3 snow beasts were facing the 3 remaining ash figures. On the opposite side of the board, the snow tyrant was standing in the snow castle, defended by a snow devil and 2 snow beasts in the row below. The second snow devil was guarding the central square of the board. A snow demon and 2 snow monsters were defending the middle square on the right outer row. And finally, the last snow figure, another demon, was in the lower left corner all by itself. Kai frowned. "It looks to me like 3 beasts are preparing to besiege the Ash Castle, while the rest of the figures are protecting important squares on the board. 3 are protecting the Snow Castle and their tyrant. 3 are protecting whatever that right middle square is. 1 is protecting the heart of the map. And 1 seems to have lost its way and wandered into a corner." Sonny grinned. "Exactly." Kai stared at him for a while, then asked so. Sonny looked at him meaningfully. "How should I know? Do I look like a great chess player to you?" Kai blinked a couple of times. "You're not." Sonny scoffed. "No, I am not. To be honest, as soon as I understood what it takes to be good at playing chess, I instantly lost interest. Let me tell you, it's not a game, it's a chore. Why would I waste my time mastering something so tedious?" He shook his head. Playing chess with teacher Julius had been fun and exciting at the beginning, but when Sonny realized that it was all about patterns and calculations, he rapidly grew bored. After all, he did enough calculating in his actual life already. The chaotic mayhem of checkers seemed more fun, and naturally, nothing beat the noble king of games, backgammon. Because there were countless ways to cheat when throwing dice, which was the funnest part. Sonny looked at Kai. "Why are you good at chess?" Kai scratched the tip of his nose. "Not really. To be honest, being serious about chess takes a lot of time, and I always had better ways to spend my time. Sonny looked at him with suspicion. Did he just politely point out that he had a life? Well, naturally, that guy had probably been too popular to be the president of the chess club. If AI had been the president of any club, it would have probably been the Heartthrob Club. Shaking his head, Sonny sighed. So none of us knows anything about how to win at chess. Plus, this is not even chess, this is death game. Actually, it is a bizarre version of the death game created by Ariel, which functions according to its own set of rules. We do not know these rules yet, so it will be hard to come up with a strategy. He stared at the grid, a concerned expression on his face. But then Sonny stirred. Actually, he turned his head and looked at Slayer, who was idly standing a few steps away from them. I was not entirely correct. There is someone among us who might know everything about how to play death game. Slayer was the shadow of a person who had lived in the dream realm thousands of years ago. Since death game had been popular among her people, she might have very well been a masterful player. Sonny scrutinized her for a while, then asked hopefully, "Hey, do you know how to play the death game? What is the best strategy?" Was victory even possible when 46 of the 49 squares already belonged to the snow domain? Slayer turned her head and looked down at him, her inky black eyes betraying no emotion. Sonny almost lost hope when she suddenly moved, looking at the grid he had drawn. The shadow remained motionless for a while, then used the arrow in her hand to carve a run in the ash. Kai looked at the rune with curiosity. Sacrifice. Sonny nodded slowly. Yes, sacrifice. To be precise, it's a particular kind of sacrifice, a sacrificial killing. So the strategy Slayer recommended was slaying someone as a sacrifice. Kai frowned. Is she suggesting that you should sacrifice one of your pawns? Sonny was looking at the grid. Eventually, he slowly shook his head. No, I don't think so. Do you remember what else Sation said? That there are special squares in certain versions of death game called shrines. There, adversary figures can be sacrificed to enhance your own. If the shrines were important enough for Slayer to point at them as the secret of achieving victory, then the Snow Tyrant would put a lot of importance into protecting the shrines as well. From that, Sonny could deduce which of the 5 special squares hid the shrines. If I am not mistaken, they are the middle squares of the right and left outer rows. Sonny looked at Slayer and smiled. So you can write, huh? She just stared at him silently. Sonny chuckled, then asked in a teasing tone, well then, can you please spell it out for us? How do we win this damn game? Slayer regarded him silently for a moment, then leaned forward. The tip of her arrow plunged into the ash, pierced the square where the snow castle stood, and destroyed the runes describing the Snow Tyrant. Sonny stared at the arrow for a few seconds, and then grinned. Figures. Chapter 23, 17 Seed of Uncertainty. Sonny released a deep breath, then sank into thought. He examined the map for a moment, his gaze concealed by thick shadows. After a while, however, he glanced at Kai. We're missing details about the guidelines of this realm, and attempting to discover more through experimentation appears too risky. This puts us in a regrettably reactive position. We have no option, no smarter choice anyway, but to hold until the foe reveals their plan. We'll gain better insight about Ariel's game by observing the snow abomination's behavior. He frowned. You noted that the bugs in the ice colony seem to be gradually stirring, while the remaining 2 beasts haven't budged yet. It's not unexpected, honestly, given they must have endured countless years trapped in this game. But now that we've arrived, they'll likely become alert soon. Sonny watched Kai for several seconds, then inquired. Meanwhile, you commanded troops in your second nightmare and in Antarctica, correct? You also spent sufficient time with Morgan to pick up various tactics from her. What approach do you believe we should take? Kai lifted an eyebrow and paused briefly. I feel somewhat startled to hear mention of my second nightmare from you, Sonny. But if you're aware what happened to us in the Kingdom of Hope, you know that the only achievement I gave my troops was their demise. Regarding Antarctica, my job there was simply that of a battlefield director. Our overall approach was typically determined by Army HQ. Sonny grinned. Nightingale, Kai, my companion, I realize you're haunted by self-doubt, but please, for heaven's sake, don't allow it to grow into a feeling of inadequacy around me. Too much humility isn't becoming for a respected gentleman, even one as striking as yourself. so quit it and embrace your achievements just once." Kai stared at him, an unusual feeling hidden in his remarkable green eyes. Sunny exhaled. The likable saint was frequently too kind for his benefit, but that wasn't his sole character flaw. He was also uncertain about himself at his core. Sunny realized that Kai had constantly felt somewhat unsure about his role in the cohort, and consequently, in the larger world. He could grasp these concerns to an extent. Indeed, the individuals in Changing Stars cohort were remarkable people, each one of them, from the beginning at the Forgotten Shore. There was Nephis herself, Cassie with her fortune-telling ability, Sunny and his fated meetings, and Effie, who had lasted years hunting alone through the streets of the Dark City. Later, there was also Soul Reaper Jet, a master whom even saints respected. By contrast, Kai was a much more ordinary person. He had endured the dangers of the Dark City inside the walls of the Bright Castle, getting soul shards to handle Gunlog's demands by marketing his scarce aspect ability. In a way, he shared more traits with someone like Eiko than with the powerful fighters surrounding him. Yet Kai had met every challenge whenever his assistance was needed, for no purpose beyond his basic decency and values. He wasn't pushed by some powerful fixation or dragged into action by unavoidable destiny. Instead, he merely tried his hardest to perform what he believed was the correct action. From the terrible reaches of the Forgotten Shore to the gloomy vastness of the tomb of Ariel, he improved himself gradually until barely a handful of individuals in the world could claim they had done more, or withstood more, than Saint Nightingale, the brave dragon slayer. It was just that Kai's assessment of himself never appeared to match his deeds. Sunny might not have appreciated that his friend was always undervaluing himself, but there was little he could do about it. After all, there was some truth to what Kai believed about himself. It would have been difficult for anyone, not just him, to rival incredible figures like Sunny, Nephis, or other giants in their circle. But now, Kai's lack of confidence wasn't merely undeserved, it was a genuine problem. Sovereigns were naturally proud, after all, they had to be. Only someone extremely sure in their cause could be daring enough to impose their will upon the world. How could someone who questioned himself persuade the world to yield? So Sunny hoped to free Kai from the absurd idea that he was somehow less worthy than the rest of them. Well, I'm really not the ideal person for this task. Actually, he was arguably the worst pick. After all, Sunny had never been skilled at handling people. He was so terrible at it, in fact, that he had even wound up living by himself in isolation and slowly losing his sanity multiple times throughout his life. But simultaneously, he was also the ideal pick. Because Kai was sharply aware of deception and fakeness, while Sunny never deceived. Kai watched him with a strange look for a bit. Finally, he asked in a wary voice, "Sunny, you think I'm striking?" Sunny blinked several times. That is your main conclusion." He breathed out slowly through clenched teeth. "Jerk, are you hunting for praise now? Fine, yes, I do think that. Your fashion is flawless and your face is a tool of widespread destruction. Satisfied now?" Kai beamed brightly. "Well, thank you. It truly matters, coming from the proprietor of the Eye Candy Ka." "Be quiet." Sunny huffed and motioned toward the map of Ariel's game. "Strategy, remember." Kai kept beaming for a moment, then turned to the grid sketched in the ash. A soft sigh escaped from his lips. "We truly don't understand much about how this game functions, but generally, the mountain we are holding is the castle, which hints at some kind of defensive benefit. Basic reasoning suggests that we should utilize these defenses to block the enemy, but actually, such a plan will merely become our downfall. Since the opposing forces are so massive, confining ourselves to a defensive plan will only delay our defeat." Sunny nodded. Kai was, without question, right on that point. Chapter 23, 18 A Fresh Viewpoint. Trying to guard the Ash Castle was a failing tactic. They might potentially handle the 3 snow beasts, but that would require time. And during that time, stronger entities would probably reach the Ash Castle, resulting in defeat. Sunny had become accustomed to solving problems with overwhelming might lately. But here in Ariel's game, he was once again feeble. He lacked his shades, his shadows, his memories. He didn't even possess a single shadow to boost himself. If a few demons of a high enough rank appeared, surrounded by monsters and beasts, his finish would be quick and certain. To survive, Sunny needed to operate with cleverness and vision. He squinted and asked Kai calmly, "So what course should we take?" Kai shrugged. The identical move Kai Song made at Greater Crossing, I suppose. Leave the secured location and strike instead, hoping to smash the enemy troops while they remain separated from each other. He gazed at Sunny with interest and asked, "Am I accurate?" Sunny stayed quiet for several seconds. "You aren't precisely wrong, but you aren't precisely right either." He sighed and motioned to where Slayer's arrow was protruding from the ash. Slayer appears to grasp the core of this struggle better. "Look, Kai, your reply stems from solid military thinking, but it's an outdated military thinking, one shaped by innumerable years of battles and fights in the waking world. The nature of our world has shifted, though, but our minds haven't been swift enough to adjust." He gestured to the grid. "I hear that chess is a game meant to portray a military clash, a regular military clash. Death Game, however, is a game that depicts a supernatural military clash, one where demons and devils serve as troops, and naturally there exists a tyrant." This time, Sunny pointed at himself. In a regular war, eliminating the opposing army is a key goal. Indeed, it equals victory. But in a realm infected by the nightmare spell, one person can wield greater force than an army. The army is merely a tool the tyrant uses. It exists for ease. Thus, the key goal is to eliminate the tyrant. Sunny examined the runes describing the 3 snow beasts. "In other words, your basic premise is flawed, because you view the act of destroying the enemy forces as fundamentally worthwhile. But actually, it isn't. It's only worthwhile if killing them brings us nearer to defeating the snow tyrant, and if it doesn't, then there's no reason to engage with them at all." He grinned, which isn't a claim that killing them is completely useless. It's just of small significance. Or it would have been if not for one factor, a factor that makes killing these beasts actually harmful to us. Kai raised an eyebrow. "I can somewhat track your reasoning that fighting the snow abominations might not have any merit for our current situation. But harmful? Certainly, removing them from the field will at least provide us more space. Plus, no matter how mighty the snow tyrant is, the snow tyrant encircled by the snow army would still be mightier." Sunny nodded. "Indeed, but you're overlooking the initial point Slayer made." He motioned to the rune the silent shadow had marked in the ash. "Sacrifice? There actually exists a method to kill the snow abominations that will make us stronger. Because of that, killing them in any other fashion will actually be no different from denying ourselves power. Power we badly need to kill the snow tyrant." Next, he indicated the squares on the edges of the grid where the shrines typically stood. One was protected by several snow figures, while the other one was vacant. Killing our foes at first chance holds nearly no value. In fact, it holds negative value. Just because we can defeat them doesn't mean we should, unless we defeat them in one of these shrines. Do you comprehend now? Kai remained silent for a long while, pondering. Eventually, he asked in a quiet tone, "Are you certain you're not a talented chess player, Sunny?" Sunny scoffed. "What are you discussing? This has nothing to do with chess, it's just basic sense." Kai gave him a skeptical look. "I wouldn't label such sense basic, though." Then he turned and glanced at Slayer with interest. "It's also remarkable that your employee was able to not only understand the essence of this game, but also explain it by marking a single rune and sticking her arrow into the ash. She is quite expressive." Sunny couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, he almost fell over from laughter. "Oh, do you admire her now? I notice you have a preference, my employees." He smirked. "Be wary, though. This one is a true heartbreaker. Actually, that's how we met." Kai looked at him in puzzlement. "She broke your heart?" Sunny nodded vigorously. "Exactly. Well, to be specific, she shot an arrow through my heart. Stung terribly." Turning to Slayer, Sunny smiled pleasantly. "But don't worry. The next time we met, we struggled inside a dead god, who was moving around inside the remains of another greater dead god. And when the dead god collapsed, I returned the favor by killing her. Oh, and after I killed her, we battled for about another year, this time inside my own soul. I even died myself meanwhile. Quite a thorough selection process, as you can see. But how else can one discover good employees?" Kai stared at him blankly. Meeting his empty gaze, Sunny raised an eyebrow. What, do you use a different hiring method for the night singers? Kai shut his eyes for a moment and asked, his voice lacking all emotion. Sonny, can I ask you something? Sonny blinked a couple of times. Sure, you can. Kai breathed in deeply. Do you, perhaps, suffer from some kind of mental disorder? Sonny frowned. What, of course not. When Kai breathed out slowly, he added with a smile. Suffering from mental disorders? How common. If anything, mental disorders suffer from me. Kai's eyes trembled. Chapter 23, 19 Learning Journey. Observing Kai, Sonny experienced a deep feeling of humor. However, that humor came and disappeared quickly. Releasing a breath, he glanced upward. The sky of the tiny realm was hidden by the clouds of ash, but it appeared clear above the snowy mountains. It looked like the moon was sinking. The night would end soon, giving way to the light of day. Somehow, Sonny sensed that this brief period of calm wasn't going to continue much longer than the night. What will the snow tyrant attempt? And what could the snow tyrant attempt? Actually, Sonny noticed the faint oddness of his situation. He had taken the role of the ash tyrant, who was a character of crucial importance, certainly, but merely a character nonetheless. Sonny wasn't the player. His belief that there existed a difference between the two rested on several facts. Primarily, if the players of Ariel's game were meant to serve as tyrants of their respective domains, then there would be no snow tyrant anywhere in this manufactured world. After all, the original players of the game had vanished long ago. Additionally, his position as the Ash Tyrant hadn't given Sonny any fresh abilities, including the ability to direct lesser Ash figures. Kai and Slayer weren't forced to follow him because of the rules of the game. They simply heard him out because he was Sonny. Likewise, if there existed a Snow Tyrant on the opposite side of the board, would they have any influence over the Snow Abominations? He couldn't be certain. Based on the answer, though, Sonny confronted two entirely separate dangers. If the Snow Tyrant could manage the figures freely, then he would face an organized and deadly force. This game would become a contest of two minds. If not, the beasts would wander freely, and the main challenge blocking his path would be this manufactured realm itself. We'll know soon. Kai lifted an eyebrow. What? Sonny released another breath. We'll know what type of battle this is once the snow abominations begin to move. He examined the three snowy mountains. If they're simple beasts, they'll hurry to consume us immediately. If they're servants of a tyrant, though, they'll seize the other two volcanoes first, to strengthen the snow domain and weaken the ash domain as much as possible before the final attack. Our reaction will vary greatly depending on what they choose to do. He formed a needle from shadows and started completing a quiver for Kai. Less than a minute later, it was finished. Sonny placed the arrows he had built into the quiver and handed it to the appealing archer with a grin. Here, this should work for now. Getting up, Sonny wiped the ash from his clothes and motioned to the column of smoke climbing into the sky behind them. We should likely investigate the castle while we can. As they moved down into the crater, Sonny looked at Kai and then asked quietly, You have some practice battling great nightmare creatures, correct? Kai nodded. Yes, as a government saint during the conflict in Bastion and afterward as the guardian of Ravenheart, I've encountered a few. Sonny grinned darkly. How did it go? Kai's face turned serious. Like challenging gods. He stayed quiet for several moments, then added with a sigh. The great ones are tougher and more terrifying than monsters of lower ranks, true, but I've long grown used to fighting against enemies who outmatch me in all aspects. The issue is that confronting them feels unlike a standard fight. It's as if reality itself supports their side. Sonny nodded. Reality does indeed support their side, because they compel reality to support their side. What divides those great and supreme from those of lower ranks is the strength of our determination. Our determination is dominating enough to control reality, to some extent at least. Well, you must understand all that already. After all, both Nephis and I spent considerable time sharing our knowledge with Cassie, who then produced a document for those who need to be informed. Kai watched Sonny with a remote expression. Yes, I understand. However, I regret saying this, Sonny, but I don't believe that anyone else will manage to duplicate what you two have achieved, reaching supremacy naturally, I mean. That That isn't my lack of confidence talking. It's just that you and Nephis often fail to recognize how remarkable you are, failing to recognize it severely. Sunny pressed his lips together. Kai meanwhile released a sigh. Which means that the rest of us will need to do it the conventional way. We will need to face the fourth nightmare. Sunny watched him for a while, then looked elsewhere. Only 4 individuals have ever lived through the fourth nightmare. You will meet great nightmare creatures there too. So, consider this small trip of ours as training. I'll deal with the cursed ones if we must confront any, but the great nightmare creatures will be your task. I'm confident you'll succeed after all. Sunny wanted to mention how he had slain a great devil as a sleeper, but stopped himself for once. Now wasn't the moment for jokes. I'll support why. Oh, you have 2 ideal instructors with you anyway. I'm a supreme myself while she. He pointed toward Slayer. She is probably the most successful killer I have ever known. Not only that, but her main killing instrument is a bow as well. So observe her closely and learn from her. There was truly no better example for Kai than Slayer. So, Sunny had great expectations for him. Having 2 skilled archers helping him against the snow abomination sounded wonderful, too. He was seldom blessed with such assistance. Kai smiled. I will. Sunny paused for a few moments, considering what else to mention. It wasn't about encouraging Kai to try his hardest. He had never lacked encouragement. It was more about showing him a viewpoint that would make him want to do beyond his hardest, to have the desire to triumph no matter what. This was the sole way to endure in the harsh world of the nightmare spell. Finally, Sunny asked, Your nightmares, how did you endure them? Kai thought about his question for a while, then replied with a slight smile. I endured because of the people who stood beside me. Sunny nodded. Indeed, because nobody survives in the dream realm alone. He gazed at Kai and added flatly, But to those people, you were and will be the person standing beside them. Their survival will rely on you, just like your survival will rely on theirs. Kai's look shifted subtly, and his smile faded. Seeing that shift, Sunny glanced away. So, how many more people will endure the fourth nightmare in the future depends on you. Accept responsibility. Kai stayed quiet for a long time, then nodded silently. By then, they had arrived at the crumbling castle. Chapter 23, 20 Ash Castle. The Ash Castle was a strange and towering structure. It was built above the main vent of the volcano, seemingly hovering in the air. At first glance, it seemed as if its immense weight was supported by nothing except the rising torrents of smoke, but at a closer glance, Sunny saw enormous chains biting into the dark rock of the crater, covered in thick layers of soot. The castle was hanging above the abyss, the smoke-filled emptiness serving as its moat. The defensive value of such a structure was questionable, to say the least. Sure, any attacker would plummet into the fiery depths of the volcano unless they found a way to breach the wide chasm, but at the same time, the defenders would find it difficult to prevent the enemy from destroying the anchors of the chains that held the castle in the air. Extending his shadow sense into the abyssal vent, Sunny sensed more chains fastening the castle to its walls further down. There seemed to be some kind of mechanism built into the obsidian plate that served as the foundation for the charred fortress, now broken and in a state of disrepair. Was this castle able to descend into the depths of the volcano once? Even if it had been, it was stuck in place now, barely able to support its own weight. Sunny imagined the whole structure plummeting into the smoke under their feet. That would be troublesome, but not too troublesome. After all, he could fly away at any moment. The drawbridge of the castle was raised, so Sunny manifested 2 raven black wings and offered Slayer a hand. She glanced at it chillingly while Kai smiled. I see you are a gentleman. As Slayer took his hand, Sunny strained his muscles and tossed her into the air. The nimble shadow shot over the chasm like a bullet, disappearing into the smoke. A few seconds later, she landed on one of the crumbling towers of the castle, twirled to regain her balance, and summoned her bow in one graceful motion. Her skirt flared, and by the time its hem fell to rest on her smooth, ebony thigh once again, an arrow was already nocked on the string of the black bow. Kai watched all of that happen in silence. Sunny was blinded by the smoke, but could sense the shadows. The charming archer, however, could see everything transpire just fine. He sighed. Never mind. Sunny smiled. What, did you expect me to give her a ride? Thanks, but no thanks. The last time she mounted me was too memorable. He paused for a moment, and then added in a glum tone. I mean, she cut off my wings, strangled me, and almost drove a knife into my skull. Kai blinked a couple of times. She did. When Sunny nodded, he gave him a reproachful look. You know, something like that would have been good to know before I carried her across the sea of clouds on my back. Sunny grinned. I did cross my mind to give you a warning, but I was sure that she would not try to kill you, well, mostly sure. Reasonably sure. I was somewhat sure that she would not try to kill you. With that, he jumped into the chasm, spread his wings, and allowed the currents of heated air to carry him across the abyssal moat of the Ash Castle. Kai followed a few seconds later with a quiet sigh. If there had been something perilous waiting for them inside, Slayer would have already turned it into a pincushion with her. Arrows, so the two of them landed calmly on the cracked floor of the castle's vast courtyard, then walked toward the crumbling keep. Slayer allowed her bow to turn into a slender chain vambrace, then climbed down the tower with lethal grace. She seemed to plummet from one support to another, wedging her short swords between the weathered stones when there was none to find purchase on in just a few short moments. She reached the ground and joined them. When they entered the keep, Sunny glanced around with a surprised expression. What looked like a castle from the outside was actually merely a crude model of one. There was nothing inside, really no floors, no chambers, no complicated maze of corridors and stairwells. Instead, there was simply a vast empty space, the floor covered in ash that piled like mountains in the corners. It seemed that even Ariel's attention to detail had a limit. Well, it makes sense. After all, the ash tyrants that had populated this castle once would not have been humans. Their size would have varied greatly, too. The towering gate of the keep hinted that some of them were truly enormous. Do you see anything under the ash? Sunny did not know what he wanted to find exactly, but he had hoped to discover some clues about Ariel, his game, and the Jade Queen. Kai shook his head slowly. It's all in ruins, but there is some kind of pedestal in the center. They looked at each other, then made their way to the heart of the empty keep. There, the floor of the castle opened into a great circular pit. Smoke rose through the opening like a rugged pillar, escaping through a similar one in the roof of the Ash Castle. And just in front of the pit, there was a charred stone pedestal that resembled an altar, its surface covered in ash. Walking closer, Sunny hesitated for a few seconds, then brushed the ash away. His hand felt two small shapes hidden beneath it, clearing more of the ash. Sunny picked one of them up and studied it impassively. There in his palm lay a bestial figurine cut from flawless white jade. It was the figure of a snow beast. 2 of them, 12 of the 14 snow figures remained on the board, which meant that the player of the ash domain had managed to slay two beasts. And here, 2 snow beast figurines were resting on an altar. That could not have been a coincidence. Why do you think these figures are here? Kai's question made Sunny frown. He remained silent for a few seconds, then shrugged. I'm not entirely sure. Then he suddenly remembered something, the ancient bones resting in the depths of the Ravenheart volcano. Following an impulse, Sunny shifted his weight a little and tossed the figure of the snow beast into the pit. It disappeared into the smoke without a trace. A dozen seconds passed in silence, and then Sunny was suddenly somewhere else. Chapter 23, 21 Truth or Death. The world was coming to an end. On an endless white plain, the corpses of lesser gods lay broken and shattered. Rivers of ichor were flowing across the fractured ice like molten gold, cascading into the depths of an imprisoned ocean. High above, the sky was broken as well. Tendrils of nothingness were seeping through the fissures, slowly consuming the vast expanse of the firmament. A giant was kneeling in the middle of the silent battlefield, grasping his head with 2 enormous hands. Golden blood and viscous streams of gray matter were flowing through his fingers, and his radiant eyes were darting around, feverish and dazed. His gorgeous ivory armor was torn, and his spear lay on the ice, forgotten, still brimming with the echoes of destructive lightning. The giant was a deity, his spirit as vast as a world. His lips moved, whispering, I am. His whispers were full of dread. Then he suddenly grew still and glanced down at the empty vastness of the broken ice in front of him. The giant's expression slowly grew eerily calm, and his voice grew even, sounding deeper and lower than it had before. He lowered his hands, allowing his broken skull to come undone, and spoke. "Hail Weaver, firstborn of the forgotten god." As he did, a nebulous figure was suddenly revealed on the ice, shrouded by a tattered mantle and wearing a fearsome mask. A voice that was like 1,000 hopeless prayers resounded from behind the mask, making the giant shiver. "Brother, my brother, why are you hiding inside this hideous corpse?" The giant laughed with a voice that was not his own, then spoke in an insidious whisper. "Ah, must you offend me so, Weaver? Must you abandon all fear when facing the demon of dread? All of us demons have sworn to destroy you. Why are you here? Why have you revealed yourself?" The fearsome mask of the nebulous demon stayed still. Weaver remained silent for a while, then spoke. "My brother knows what everyone fears, and therefore he knows everyone's truth. However, I know no fear. What then is my truth?" The wind moved the tattered mantle, revealing nothing of what was hidden beneath. "I thought I'd offer you to play a game." The dying giant gazed upon him, light dimming slowly in his golden eyes. "A game? Ah, what kind of game?" The demon of fate responded to the dying deity. "A game of death, naturally. Whoever wins will give the other one a truth, and if I lose, I will allow myself to be destroyed." The giant shuddered and collapsed, and as he did, the broken ice swallowed his corpse. A faint whisper drifted above the harrowing battlefield. "Come, I accept." The world suddenly disappeared into nothingness, replaced by a familiar room. A masked figure was sitting on the cushions in front of an exquisite jade board. The room was drowning in darkness, and from that darkness a whisper came. "I know what truth I seek, but what truth can you who sees the depths of fate be lacking? What is it that you wish to learn, Weaver?" The fearsome mask of the demon of fate glanced at the darkness. 1,000 intertwined voices resounded from below it, making the darkness tremble. "Do you know how fate can be broken, brother?" A porcelain hand rose from the depths of the tattered mantle and grasped the figure of a figure carved from white jade. "That is what I wish to learn." Sonny let out a groan and collapsed to his knees. "Ugh." The echo of the insidious whisper and the aftershock of the nebulous voice were still ringing in his ears. He shuddered, feeling a terrible pressure crushing his mind. "Sonny." Kai was startled, rushing to support him. Sonny waved him away. I am fine." He was indeed fine, if a little worse to wear. "What happened?" Sonny slowly picked himself off the floor and glanced at the remaining jade figure on the altar. "Hell if I know." His voice sounded subdued. One moment he was standing in the keep of the Ash Castle, and the next moment he was in the middle of a distressing battlefield, the world coming undone around him, witnessing two demons having a peculiar conversation. Weaver and Ariel, fate and dread. The master of lies and the keeper of truths. Weaver's nebulous figure seemed to be a bit ragged for a lofty divinity. The conversation must have taken place during the Doom War, when the sinister demon was being hunted both by their siblings and by the gods. That porcelain hand looked familiar, as well. It must have been the one Weaver had assembled from the parts of the broken mannequins in the Ebony Tower. Ariel, meanwhile, seemed to have been possessing the body of a defeated divine champion, the giant who wielded a spear infused with ferocious endlessness of golden lightning. Sonny had not seen what the demon of dread actually looked like until the very end. Possibly, Ariel did not look like anything at all. Maybe the demon of dread existed only as a whisper. In any case, Weaver had offered to play a game with high stakes, and Ariel accepted. "I think I just saw a vision, of sorts." What Sonny had seen did not feel like a vision. Actually, it did not feel like anything he was familiar with. It was as if he was there but not there, as if he was present but also absent, as if he had simply learned the truth of what had happened on that day. Sonny winced, feeling the pressure of witnessing three gods, two demons, and a dying divine human subside slowly, allowing him to breathe freely once more. "Who was that giant?" Kai, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow. Are you prone to receiving visions, Sonny?" Sonny shook his head. "No, rather, it seems like throwing the figure of the snow beast into the volcano triggered it." He hesitated for a while. "In any case, I think I was wrong." Kai frowned. "About what?" Looking around, Sonny remembered the jade board and the desperate position of the ash domain. The ash was losing desperately. He inhaled deeply. "I don't think that the Jade Queen played ash." Sonny looked at the figure of the snow beast once more and said, his voice subdued, "I think the demon of dread played ash. As for snow, it must have been played by Weaver." Chapter 23, 22 Beast Sacrifice. Sonny considered the peculiar vision he had received for a while. Eventually, his eyes gleamed darkly. They were playing for truths. Ariel had been a collector of truth, but one mystery he could never solve was Weaver. Weaver, meanwhile, seemed to have been interested in finding a way to change fate. That truth alone was priceless. Sonny had suspected that the demon of fate had a complicated relationship with their own source element, domain, aspect. In any case, the nightmare spell seemed to have been designed with the explicit purpose of training its carriers to defy and twist fate. Sonny firmly believed that the appraisal the spell gave to those who conquered nightmares was connected to how much they strayed from the original flow of fate, at least. But having a strong suspicion and hearing it with his own two ears were two different things. Granted, Sonny only learned that Weaver was searching for a way to change fate, why, he did not know what the demon of fate had discovered either. In any case, the two demons had played death game. The winner was supposed to be rewarded with a truth, and Weaver had utterly crushed Ariel in the end. Rewarded, huh? Was that what had happened to him? He had sacrificed the figure of a slain figure and received a truth as a reward. But why that truth in particular? Sonny stared at the remaining snow beast figure, then at the pit opening into the main vent of the volcano. Wait, was it simply because he wondered who the players of this game had been? My head was full of questions, though. Why this one in particular? Was the answer given at random, or did the strength of a sacrificed figure play a role? Would he learn something far more important if he sacrificed a snow monster figure? A demon, a devil. A tyrant. Suddenly, Sonny was very glad that there were 12 whole snow abominations left on the board. He had many questions. Sonny had spent a decade slowly learning the secrets of the world. By now, he knew more about the truth of existence than almost anyone, but he still desperately needed to know more. Why had the Doom War started? How did it end? How did the gods die? How did demons perish? Was the forgotten god still imprisoned in the void? Where had the nightmares and the dream realm come from? What had been Weaver's goal? Why was the nightmare spell created? To what end? And countless less grandiose questions as well. For example, what did he need to do to kill Yuri's? What lay at the heart of Shadow Realm? When had the demon of Oblivion died? How could she have been dead before Nether and his siblings rebelled against the gods? I think... A strange smile slowly bloomed on Sonny's face. I think that coming here may have been the best idea of my life, Kai. 12 snow abominations, and the snow beast figure in front of him. Sonny had just discovered a way to pry 13 truths from Ariel's game. Kai gave him a peculiar look. Sonny, can you please snap out of it? You're scaring, your elegant shadow over there. Yeah. Sonny blinked a couple of times and glanced at Slayer. Slayer seemed perfectly at ease. Kai, however, looked a little nervous. Sonny chuckled. All right. It's just that I discovered a use for the figures of slain snow abominations. I'm a little excited. What answer would he receive next? Sonny reached for the remaining snow figure, but then halted. His expression turned guarded. Am I letting my curiosity trump caution? They had just recently talked about how some truths were too dangerous to learn. Sonny did not need to think too much to remember a dreadful example. They were the runes containing the knowledge of the void that Ariel had left behind in the estuary of the great river. The closer one's soul was to being divine, the more resistant it was to the corrupting influence of the void. That was why awakening could destroy the seed of nightmare blooming in an aspirant's soul. That was also why Sonny could endure knowing more about the void as a supreme as he could as a master or a saint. But that did not mean that he could endure much of such knowledge, not at all. And he definitely could not endure what Weaver and Ariel could. Even they had not been entirely immune to corruption, so what hope did Sonny have? If Ariel's game granted him a truth that he could not endure, what was he going to do? Sunny hesitated for a while. Wait, isn't it wonderful, though? This incarnation of his was currently separated from the other 6. Their minds and memories would fuse once again after Sunny escaped Ariel's game, but not before it. So even if his mind was infected by corruption as a result of learning something he was not supposed to know, he could simply kill himself. That way, his other incarnations would never come in contact with the forbidden knowledge. Kai frowned a little. What are you thinking about? Sunny shrugged absent-mindedly. Killing myself. Kai was suddenly standing very near, looking at him intensely. No, you mustn't. Sunny glanced at him in confusion. Huh? Kai grabbed his shoulders, a rattled expression on his face. We don't know each other that well, and I won't presume to know what scars lay hidden in your heart, but you must not, Sunny. In this world we live in, a human life can be lost in an instant. But that only makes it more precious, just like your life is precious, too. Sunny scowled. What are you on about, fool? Then, realizing how his words must have sounded to Kai, who could feel their sincerity, he winced. Oh, you misunderstood. I wasn't really thinking about killing myself, just this version of myself should the need arise. It's not that big of an issue. Plus, this wouldn't even be the first or second time I killed myself. As you can see, I'm still perfectly alive. Kai stared at him silently for a while, then slowly let go of his shoulders, turned away, and coughed a couple of tea. Mies. Oh, I see. Never mind then. Then his expression turned cold and wary, full of concerned apprehension. Sunny sighed. This guy's such a handful, really. Listen, why would I kill myself? I am filthy rich, drop-dead gorgeous, have an awesome castle, and my girlfriend is literally the most gorgeous woman in the world. Who would want to die and leave all that behind? Kai glanced at him and shook his head. No, it's not that. I just looked beyond the castle. Sunny raised an eyebrow. And a dark expression appeared on Kai's face. Do you remember saying that we'll have to wait for the adversary to make the first move? Well. He sighed. I think they're making the move now. Chapter 23, 23 Golden Dawn. A second later, Sunny was standing on the edge of the volcano's vast caldera. He had stepped through the shadows while pulling Slayer and Kai with him. Slayer remained impassive, long used to such treatment, while Kai seemed a little startled. Sunny remained silent for a moment. Come to think of it, that castle is a really awful fortress, isn't it? The ash castle stood above the main vent of the volcano, at the very heart of the caldera, which meant that its walls and towers were lower than the surrounding slopes. One could not see the snowy peaks even from the roof of donjon, while the adversary would be above the castle as soon as they scaled the volcano and reached the caldera. It was a truly terribly designed defensive fortification. With respect, I don't think now is the proper time to ponder the merits and flaws of an old castle's design. Kai's voice sounded tense. Sunny glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? We are about to be attacked, so when would there be a better time? Smiling faintly, he turned to face the 3 snowy peaks towering in the distance. The moon had fallen beyond the horizon, and the sun was rising. Now that Sunny knew where east was, he could determine where the rest of the cardinal directions were, as well. The ash castle stood on the southern edge of the game board, while the 3 lonesome mountains and the snow castle as well were in the north. Dawn had painted the sea of clouds below in soft shades of mauve and lilac. The world was darker above the volcanoes, where clouds of smoke and ash obscured the sky, but in the north, Sunny frowned. Hurricane winds were blowing above the distant mountains, and a vast snowstorm was rolling from the north, its billowing walls slowly novelite devouring the world. A few moments later, it crashed into the 3 peaks, sending great plumes of snow into the air. Infused with a dreamy radiance by the golden dawn, the plumes of snow extended south, carried by the wind like streaming tendrils. There is something peculiar about the wind. Sunny looked at Kai. How do you mean? The charming archer hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged. I'm not sure how to describe it. Awakened archers always pay attention to the wind. The speed and direction of the wind matter a lot when making long-distance shorts, after all, so it becomes an instinct. And my instinct is telling me that there is something wrong with the wind. He hesitated for a few moments, and then added with a sigh. Actually, we tend to rely on instinct a lot. Many things affect the flight of an arrow: altitude, temperature, humidity, even the Coriolis effect. Anything that has to do with ballistics. Naturally, none of them behave reasonably in the dream realm, so there is no other choice than to develop an instinctual sense of all those things. If you want to hit a target from a great distance, that is. Sonny scratched the tip of his nose. Really, I just sort of toss things with as much force as I can and hope for the best. Well, I don't rely on sight to aim, so I guess my situation is a bit different. Then he looked at Slayer and smiled. What about you? Are you a walking encyclopedia of ballistics as well? Instead of answering, his shadow pointed to the tendrils of snow extending from the lonesome mountains. At that moment, the first snowflakes had reached the slopes of the fuming volcano. Then something peculiar happened. The snowstorm swallowed 3 mountains, and at the same time the tendrils of snow glistened, seemingly absorbing the golden light of dawn. A ripple spread through the sea of clouds below, and the snow seemed to solidify, turning into glass. Soon, unimaginable, ethereal bridges of frozen glass arched above the vibrant sea of golden pink clouds, spanning dozens of kilometers as they glistened with dreamy light. It was a gorgeous and fantastical view. What mattered the most to Sonny, though, was that the crystal bridges were connecting the snowy mountains to the volcanoes. Are they making a move? He scrunched his face faintly, then looked at Kai and Slayer. I think you guys should prepare to shoot. He could barely see the distant mountains behind the billowing veil of snow that swallowed them. However, he cooed. LD feel it, a heavy and oppressive feeling that permeated the air, screaming of a looming threat. Kai shivered, prompting Sonny to ask, What do you see? The charming archer hesitated for a few moments, then spoke quietly. On the eastern mountain, the clockwork giant is coming to life. Ice is falling from his joints, and he is reaching for an enormous sword that was thrust into the snow. On the western mountain, the huge worm is slowly unfurling its long body. It's slithering through a tunnel, its head is, at least. That thing is even more enormous than I thought. His gaze shifted a little. And on the mountain right in front of us, the hive of the crystalline insects is in a frenzy. They have already awakened from their slumber and are rushing outside, clearing the entrances of the ice caves from the snow and ice that had blocked them. There are much more of them than it seemed. Sonny frowned. Each of the mountains was connected to one of the volcanoes. So it was reasonable to assume that the clockwork giant would conquer the eastern volcano, the snow worm would conquer the western volcano, while the crystalline hive would attack the ash castle. He had expected the snow abominations to either go for the empty squares or attack the castle together, but it seemed that they were going to act independently, going for both targets. So what does it say to me? He had no idea. What Sonny did know at the second was that a swarm of great beasts would soon descend upon him and his companions. He gave Kai a long look, then outstretched a hand. Nothing happened. Damn it. Sonny had wanted to summon the shadow chair, but alas, he had no access to his memories. So instead, he brushed the ash from a nearby boulder, sat down, and gestured at the ethereal glass bridge. Noticing a confused expression on Kai's face, Sonny smiled. They're all yours. Chapter 23, 24 Enemy Move. Sonny wanted to see how Kai would fare in a battle against great abominations. The crystalline insects seemed like good practice. Naturally, there was a possibility that the entire hive consisted of cursed ones instead. But if that was true, the 3 of them were already dead. There was nothing much to do. Kai stared at Sonny with a stunned expression. You're really not going to do anything. Sonny smiled pleasantly. How can you say that, buddy? I'll do plenty naturally. Enjoy the view, relax, appreciate the weather. Oh, I'll craft new arrows while you waste the ones I already made, too, so make every shot count. Kai kept looking at him for a few more seconds, then turned to look at Slayer. He did not say anything, but his expression was quite telling. It was as if Kai wanted to ask, That's what you're dealing with on a daily basis. Slayer spared him a short look and shrugged. Sonny, meanwhile, leaned back and closed his eyes. Let me tell you, Saint Nightingale, my previous disciple set quite a high bar. Ah, she was such a joy to train. What other teacher can boast that their student earned a true name before even becoming an aspirant? So no pressure, but please don't disappoint me. I have high standards because of her. Kai sighed and knocked an arrow on the string of his bow. She is my student as well. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Huh, Kai smiled faintly, a girl who earned a true name before becoming an aspirant. You mean Rain, right? The only person in the world who awakened without the nightmare spell. I was her archery tutor for a short while back in NQSC numerous years ago. I think Effie introduced us. Small world, huh? Sunny cleared his throat. Right, oh, I see. I think she mentioned knowing you. I was the one who convinced you to give her lessons, fool. Naturally, Kai did not remember that. He took a deep breath, raised his bow, and slowly drew it. Then he spoke evenly, strike true. His clear voice was not loud, but it somehow managed to drown out the howling wind. The stalwart authority contained within it moved the world, making the world listen. Sunny sensed a faint flow of essence, and the arrow he had crafted suddenly seemed much more than it had been before. As Kai allowed the string to escape his relaxed fingers and sent the arrow flying, Sunny remembered his battle against the Dread Lord. Actually, I might have been wrong. Kai seemed to be plagued by doubt, which did not lend itself well to being a sovereign. But on the other hand, the very nature of his aspect forced him to constantly practice exerting his authority. In a way, a supreme like Sunny could bend the world to his will, but Kai did not have to. The world simply listened to him, following his commands voluntarily. Was that preparing him for supremacy, or was it a detriment instead? Sunny was not sure, and he had no time to ponder this issue at the moment, either. What he was sure of, though, was that a giant tentacle would not rise from below the clouds to destroy Kai's arrow, not this time. His certainty was based on the fact that when the tendrils of snow turned into crystal bridges, he was suddenly able to extend his shadow sense forward, to the lonesome peak that was now hiding in the embrace of a snowstorm. Sunny could sense the entire ice hive now, and what he sensed did not make him happy. Oh, they are great beasts, all right. There were about 100 of them. Each was the size of a bull with a small thorax and a large abdomen. Their legs were thin and delicate but frighteningly powerful. The bodies of the insect-like abominations seemed like they were made out of glass and glanced deceptively fragile. They were strangely breathtaking. Sunny knew that they would glisten gorgeously in the sunlight. He also knew that once they drew closer, he would see gnawed bones in their transparent bellies, possibly even a human skull or two. Gods only knew what these nightmare creatures looked like soon after feasting on the flesh of their enemies. The sight of the bloody paste sloshing inside their crystal stomachs had to be indescribably gruesome. And Sunny hoped to never learn what nectar these creatures produced, and what kind of hives they built when not trapped in a desolate realm made by a demon. Had it been Novelite, official version, Ariel who turned the crystalline insects into a figure, or weaver. Whoever it was, they had done a great favor for the world by imprisoning these abominations here. Kai's arrow was still flying when Slayer raised her bow. Sunny saw lean muscles roll under her ebony skin, drawing taut like steel cables as she pulled the string. Her graceful figure was like a work of art sculpted from smooth obsidian, with every little detail carved with obsessive care. A moment later, she released the string, and a powerful gust sent her long braid fluttering in the wind. Sunny shivered, feeling a cold, killing intent wash over him. Reaching into the shadows, he went about crafting another arrow. Did you feel that? Kai responded without looking at him. Feel what? Sunny smiled faintly. How utterly focused on one thing and one thing only our killer gorgeousness is. On killing whoever it is that her arrow is aimed at. Kai frowned. In the next moment, his arrow hit the target. It was an amazing shot. Really, very few people would be able to hit a moving target from dozens of kilometers away, despite the raging wind. However, it was all for naught, because Kai's arrow simply bounced off the crystalline insect's gorgeous carapace. His expression dimmed. Then suddenly, Slayer's arrow struck the exact same nightmare creature, piercing its gem-like compound eye and making its head explode into a million glistening shards. Sunny pursed his lips and glanced at his shadow with reproach. Listen! With you aiming for the eye, it is hard for me to illustrate the point. Couldn't you have pierced its carapace instead? Slayer gave him a cold, murderous look. Her inky black eyes were quite expressive, saying, How about I pierce your caprice instead? Sunny coughed. Fine, fine. He outstretched a hand, but then remembered that he could not summon the endless spring either. Sunny sighed. What are you guys waiting for? Keep shooting. There's 100 hungry great beasts out there, you know. They'll be here in less than a minute. How numerous do you think you can kill before then? No matter how many it was, he knew that it would not be enough. Chapter 23, 25 Crystal Hive. Although Sunny insinuated that he was not going to join the battle, in truth, he knew that he would have to. His carefree demeanor was nothing but a facade. The situation was quite bleak. In the west, the enormous worm had finally emerged from the billowing wall of snow. Its massive head reached the ethereal glass bridge, and as its pale body rippled, the cursed beast speedily crawled across the abyss of gilded clouds. The clouds were painted in vibrant shades of gold and magenta, while the gossamer bridge glistened in the sunlight. The sight of it was as gorgeous as the snow worm was grotesque. Its massive body extended and extended from the snowstorm, already spanning several kilometers in length. And yet, Sonny still could not see its tail. In fact, he had a peculiar feeling that he might not see it at all, as if the cursed one's body defied the concept of finality. As if the length of the ghastly nightmare creature was simply infinite, becoming as great as it needed to be. A beast-like that could probably devour the roots of an entire realm. And yet, Sonny felt far more pressured by the clockwork giant marching across the fantastical bridge of glass-like snow in the east. Now that the creature had drawn closer, he could discern a few details of its appearance. The giant did, indeed, look somewhat similar to the toy knights they had seen in the Jade Palace. However, that similarly was shallow. The nightmare creature was clearly a construct, its massive body assembled from wood, brass, and weathered hide, shaped to resemble a mighty warrior wearing a suit of heavy armor. Thousands of scars marred its surface, as if the giant had survived a myriad of terrifying battles, as if it had survived every war that had ever been waged, felling myriad enemies with its sword. The giant did not resemble a toy at all. If anything, it resembled a training dummy that had served some warmongering deity before coming alive and subsequently succumbing to corruption. Maybe it had. The giant was marching across the bridge with measured, heavy steps, and even from a great distance, Sonny felt pressured by the unhurried inevitability of its approach. Luckily, the two cursed ones were heading for the two volcanoes that Kai and Slayer had abandoned. The detestable ice hive, however, was heading directly for the ash castle. By now, the first of the crystalline abominations were already emerging from the vast network of caves they had perforated the mountain with. Their transparent bodies seemed to ignite under the sun, shining with reflected light. The first few were already on the glass bridge. They stopped, shook the snow and ice of their crystal carapaces, and then leaped into the air. Translucent wings unfurled behind them, glowing like golden panes of stained glass. Great, so they can fly too. Behind a veneer of nonchalance, Sonny felt concerned. He continued to craft arrows while observing the adversary through the shadows. As soon as the first of them rose into the air, its wings shattered, broken by Kai's arrow. The nightmare creature plummeted down, doomed to disappear into the sea of clouds. Before it could, however, two of its kin swooped in, tearing the struggling beast apart and devouring its crystalline flesh. Sonny frowned. Not quick enough. Kai and Slayer were like a one man and one shadow lady artillery battery. The amount of devastation two transcendent archers could unleash was truly frightening. With each shot, hurricane winds rose and ravaged the slopes of the towering volcano, making the ground shake. Roaring thunderclaps tore apart the silence, making Sonny's ears ring. And they were rapid, too. When he imagined what the two of them could have done to the great alloy ramparts of Falcon Scott, he felt a chill run down his spine. Slayer rapidly killed several abominations, piercing their crystalline bodies without discrimination. Kai, however, had learned his lesson and tried to aim for more vulnerable spots, like the wings or the eyes. He managed to send a few insect-like beasts plummeting into the clouds, as well two of them were torn apart by their siblings, while the third landed on the ethereal bridge and scurried across its surface, only to die half a dozen moments later when Slayer's arrow pinned it to the glistening glass. Thinking back to the battle against Usuras of Condemnation, Sonny was surprised by how efficient the two archers were in slaying great beasts, and yet their startling lethality was nowhere near enough to prevent the ice hive from reaching the volcano, let alone annihilate it. At best, they would dispose of a couple dozen of the eerily gorgeous crystalline abominations before being forced to engage them in melee. And once the swarm of great beasts descended upon them, they would be overwhelmed in a matter of moments. Sonny had to prevent that from happening. However, even Sonny himself was not sure that he could contend against scores of great beasts. Perhaps if he had his shadows with him and could amplify his body, he would have stood a better chance. Alone as he was, however, Sonny was only marginally stronger than each individual crystal nightmare creature. He had some advantages thanks to his aspect, naturally, but while it was enough to face a dozen or two great beasts, fighting the entire hive could easily get him killed. Fighting against overwhelming odds, a hair's breadth away from death, how nostalgic. Sonny's expression crumpled. He would rather not revisit this particular part of his tumultuous past. There had to be some trick, some strategy he could come up with. There was about half a minute left before the dwellers of the ice hive reached the volcano. Great beasts could move with startling speed, but Kai and Slayer were aiming for the swiftest ones first. So, the abominations were slower to reach their target than they would have been otherwise. I have 30 moments to come up with a plan. Sonny began to craft another arrow and then rushed forward, grabbed Slayer, and pulled her into the shadows. Kai, dodge. Kai was already in the air by the time Sonny finished the sentence. In the next moment, the slope of the volcano exploded, drowning in vicious white radiance and incinerating heat. Chapter 23, 26 Attack and Defense. Sonny was tossed out of the shadows and rolled across the melting rock, still holding Slayer in his embrace. A moment later, he pushed himself off the ground and carried both of them dozens of meters away, to safety. Kai was in the air, ember burning in his auburn hair. The bronze elements of his ivory armor had turned radiant on the left side, and wisps of smoke were rising from beneath his pauldron. There was a long scar left on the slope of the volcano. The layer of ash had been burned away, and the rock beneath had turned to lava, flowing down like a red river. Hell! Sonny came to his senses when Slayer's elbow connected with his ribs, pushing him away. A moment later, she was already drawing her bow without sparing him a look. Kai was doing the same in the air, using only the strength of his core to pull the string. Far away, the crystalline swarm was speedily devouring the distance between the snowy peak and the volcano. The insect-like abominations had assembled into an odd formation in the sky, their translucent wings almost touching each other. These wings were like lenses, focusing the light of the rising sun into a beam of pure white destruction. Each individual beast might not have been too dangerous, but when scores of them worked together, the defenders of the Ash Castle could very easily be turned to ash themselves. Sonny blinked a couple of times, appalled. It seemed like the crystalline nightmare creatures were not as easy as they looked. 15 moments, perhaps. Cursing under his breath, he called out, "Kai, are you all right?" The archer responded from above, his voice sober. "Yes, I am not easily burned." It seemed that his words were both an answer and a command. As soon as he finished speaking, the fiery embers shining in his hair were extinguished, and the smoke rising from beneath his armor was blown away by the wind. Sonny smiled darkly. "Keep dodging, then." Another beam of incinerating light illuminated the slopes of the volcano, but this time, all three of them evaded out of the way in time. None of them were burned. However, Slayer and Kai had to slow down their barrage for a brief moment. Sonny frowned. Are we actually going to die here? Even if they had more time, Kai was running out of arrows. Slayer, meanwhile, was recalling hers, but each one took some time to return. After all, these arrows were not memories. Unlike Saint, Slayer could not summon and dismiss memories, so her armaments were merely enchanted in ingenious ways to resemble them. Her bow could turn into a slender chain and wrap itself around her arm like a vambrace, while her quiver was enchanted to summon arrows back through a special spatial storage. Actually, quite a fascinating piece of sorcery went into marking the arrows and connecting them to the hidden dimensional layer of the quiver, as well as into making sure that they could be summoned back from a distance. But Sonny had no time to admire his own handiwork at the moment. He hesitated for a split second, then glanced into the shadows. What Sonny wanted to do was reach his hand into them and retrieve the corpse of the first great beast that Slayer had killed, which was still laying on the slope of the distant mountain. However, as he moved faintly to do just that, he suddenly was overwhelmed by a cold, dreadful sensation. It was as if something vast and frightening was looking back at him from the shadows, warning him to stay back. What is going on? Sonny was startled. This was the first time he had felt something like that. The dark expanse of shadow was supposed to be his home, so encountering something far deadlier than him, there was an unwelcome novelty. It almost felt as if a titanic tentacle would rise from the darkness to grasp him if he dared to step foot, or even lay a finger on the snowy mountain. Are we prohibited from attacking the enemy peak? Why would the being hiding beneath the clouds allow their arrows to land, but forbid them from moving across the sea of clouds personally? Sonny shifted his reasoning, forcing himself to think about what was happening as a game. The snow domain was attacking, so the ash domain was defending. That made a peculiar kind of essence. Shooting at the attackers was considered an act of defense, but moving to the snowy peak seemed to be against the rules. What happened to offense being the best defense, though? Sonny's gaze turned darker. While he was considering what to do next, Kai and Slayer had managed to slay a dozen more abominations. The crystalline beasts were quite near by now enough so that Sonny could actually see shattered crystals and ancient bones resting inside their transparent bellies. If there was one good piece of news, it was that the insect-like abominations had dove under the clouds of ash by now. The rising sun was obscured by the dark clouds, so there were no devastating beams of focused sunlight blasting the slope of the volcano anymore. Still, time was short. Sonny inhaled deeply, preparing himself for the battle. "Hey, Kai, remember how I said that our castle was absolutely horrible?" Kai landed on the ground near him, sliding on the ash and knocking another arrow on the string. "Sure, why?" Sonny glanced at the approaching swarm of great beasts and smiled. "I changed my mind. Let's retreat into the castle right now." Kai sent his arrow flying, looked at him briefly, then shot toward the ash castle without saying another word. Slayer followed, rushing into the caldera with breathtaking speed. For a few seconds, Sonny was left alone on the pinnacle of the fuming volcano, looking at the swarm of snow beasts chillingly. "Weaver, you bastard!" Had Weaver known that someone would come to retrieve a part of their legacy from Ariel's game, one day, they had to, otherwise, it wouldn't have been hidden here in the first place. So why the hell couldn't that damned demon make retrieving their legacy a little easier? Cursing the demon of fate, Sonny called upon the shadows. In the next moment, hundreds of long spikes grew from the slope of the volcano, each ending in an awfully sharp tip. And then all of them shot into the dark sky, rising to meet the descending swarm like a welcoming salvo. Using the barrage of shadows as a cover, Sonny retreated toward the ash castle. Chapter 23, 27 Proper C. By the time Sonny reached the main keep of the crumbling fortress, Kai and Slayer were already there. The vast interior of the castle was just as they had left it, vast, dark, and filled with nothing but smoke and ash. "What's the plan?" Kai tried to sound calm, but there was a hint of tension in his voice. Sonny hesitated for a moment. Now might be a good time to start praying. The gods were dead, though, so there was really no point. He flashed the charming archer a grin. "Hey, don't be too worried. This is not even one of the top 10 worst situations I've been in." Kyer forced out a pale smile. Oh, that's a relief then. Just out of curiosity, though, what might one of the top 10 worst situations you've been in look like? Sonny scratched the back of his head. "Well, this one time I met a particularly loathsome bird. That one was pretty gruesome. Did I mention that I hate birds, by the way?" Crow would have been quite offended to hear him saying that, but luckily, the peculiar echo was not here right now. Sonny turned to the gates of the keep. "In any way, the plan is simple." Answering his call, the shadows surged and rose. A moment later, all three entrances to the hollow interior of the ash castle, the gate and the circular openings in its floor and roof, were blocked by impenetrable walls of solidified shadows. Despite the questionable design of the ancient castle, it still offered a vital advantage to its defenders. There were only so many ways the enemy could get inside. Sonny doubted that the great beasts would be able to bring the walls of the keep down, which meant that he could siphon them into a narrow passage or two. That was not exactly a trump card, but it was definitely better than fighting a hive of flying nightmare creatures in the open. "My shadows will slow those bees, those ants. They will slow those bugs down, but not stop them. Once the vermin start to break through, I will engage them in melee while you two will support me from the back. If more than one entrance is breached, we will each concentrate on one." Now that all entrances to the keep were barricaded, it was completely dark inside. Luckily, none of the defenders required light to see Kai due to his awakened ability, Sonny and Slayer due to being shadows. Kai counted the arrows in his quiver and frowned. I must say, as far as plans go. He did not get to finish, however, because at that moment, something crashed into the roof of the keep. Then something scraped against the ancient stone. And then more and more scraping sounds surrounded them, echoing in the darkness. Kai's face paled as he glanced up, his gaze penetrating the walls of the ancient fortress. Sunny could sense what was happening outside as well, his expression dimmed. The muffled impacts and the dreadful scraping fused into a strange litany, and then the castle shook again as a deafening thunderclap made him wince. The crystalline abominations had landed on the walls and the roof of the keep, and were now ramming their bodies into the wall of shadows barring its main entrance. The first crack appeared on the surface of the manifested shadow. "Hold!" As Kai commanded the dark barricade to stay intact, the second impact failed to produce a new crack. The third, however, did not. Sunny frowned. What to do, what to do? It used to be that he always lacked the means to deal with the endless tribulations facing him, searching for solutions desperately. Now that Sunny was a supreme titan, however, there were almost too many tools at his disposal. His versatility was nothing short of singular, so it was not so much a question of finding a solution as a question of choosing the best solution out of many that were available to him. Taking a deep breath, Sunny split his mind into 3 streams. Prepare yourselves. One stream focused on repairing the crumbling barricades as well as manifesting shadows outside the castle. As the great beasts attacked it, sharp spikes protruded from its walls, impaling them. Black hands rose from the ash to break their limbs, and heavy chains wrapped themselves around their bodies, pulling them onto the spikes. Sadly, the great beasts were both too powerful and too cunning to be severely harmed by the manifested shadows. A few of them had been killed or wounded in the initial barrage, but now they rapidly wisened up and started dodging the shadows, only to destroy them a moment later. The crystalline insects were astonishingly nimble, both in the air and on the ground, so they fared well against the shadows. Still, they were forced to concentrate on destroying the barricades, which allowed Sunny to focus his countermeasures only on those spots and thus increase his efficiency. It was a proper siege, one where the besieging army consisted of enormous glass-like insects, while the defending army consisted of one man controlling the shadows cast by the castle, but a proper one nevertheless. The second mind stream was reserved for controlling Sunny's own body in the inevitable melee. While the third partition of his mind was responsible for analyzing the situation and looking for the best solution to it. Sunny felt like he was missing something, and this feeling of making a mistake was driving him mad. Above, a violent impact shook the castle, and the seal of shadows blocking the opening in the roof of the keep suddenly fractured. A crystalline body exploded from the rain of black debris, but before it could lunge at the 3 defenders, 2 arrows hit its head. Kai pierced its left eye, while Slayer pierced its right eye. The body of the enormous crystal insect plummeted down, while another got stuck in the quickly mending barricade. It would have freed itself a second later, but a split second later, a black arrow slid in the crack between its thorax and abdomen, severing the great beast in 2. Slayer had killed it, and therefore, the handy bracelet spoke into Sunny's ear. You have slain an enemy. He scowled. What am I missing? Just then, the largest of the barricades, the one blocking the gate of the keep, was torn open by a wide fracture. Crystalline bodies filled the breach. Grasping his odachi, Sunny rushed forward. Whatever it is, I hope I'll figure it out soon. He dove into the familiar cradle of battle. Chapter 23, 28 Crown of Horns. Sunny rushed forward as the first of the crystalline insects burst through the breach. These great glass-like horrors glanced like grotesque bees, but also somewhat like dreadful ants. Considering their warlike behavior, however, he decided to call them the crystal wasps. The crystal wasps were great beasts, while he was a supreme titan. By all means, he was supposed to be much more powerful as far as pure physical prowess went, but it was not that easy. After all, his was a human body, while their physique was anything but. Both a mouse and an elephant were beasts, but were they equal in strength? No. Similarly, humans were often physically inferior to nightmare creatures, even if their rank was the same. Sunny was still a titan, though, so even his modest human body was stronger, faster, and more resilient than each of the grotesque abominations. And naturally, nothing really prevented him from assuming a different form. As Sonny dashed forward, his body turned into a surging wave of unfathomable darkness, and then solidified into the fearsome form of a four-armed fiend. This time he wasn't creating a shell from the surrounding shadows. Instead, he simply turned himself into a shadow spawn. After all, Sonny was himself a shadow now. His human appearance was merely a form he assumed, so if he was familiar with a different one well enough, he could just as easily become something else. His shadow spawn form glanced pretty much exactly as the devil he had been in the second nightmare, towering at 3 meters in height, encased in the fearsome black carapace of the jade mantle, and with 4 hands ready to tear and rend the flesh of his enemies. If there was one difference, though, it was that 7 horns were crowning his head now instead of 4. Suddenly, the crystal wasps did not dwarf him anymore. Neither were they as threatening anymore. But they were still great beasts. Even if Sonny was stronger than them, he was still vulnerable to their malice. And there were a lot of them, numerous more than he would have chosen to face if there was a choice. No being of the great rank could be taken lightly. He poured more shadows into his odachi, increasing its length to nearly 3 meters. Almost at the same time, the crystal wasps ignited with blinding radiance, chasing the darkness away, as if sunlight had been stored in their glass-like bodies. A wave of scorching heat washed over him, making him frown. Curious, that ability of theirs was that how they built their hives. Why melting tunnels in the ice? There was no time to ponder. The first of the abominations was already upon Sonny, or rather, he was upon it. Slicing off its crystalline leg, which was poised to pierce his chest, Sonny rammed the creature with his shoulder and at the same time grabbed its frightening, razor-sharp mandibles with 2 of his 4 hands, pushing its head to the side and preventing it from biting a huge chunk of his flesh off. A split second later, he spun his odachi and slashed downward. The nimble nightmare creature easily dodged his strike, even while reeling from being slammed into. However, it still convulsed and toppled, its lifeless body suddenly growing brittle and shattering into many shards with a melodious ringing. That was because Sonny had never aimed for the crystal wasp. To begin with, instead, his black odachi had severed its shadow from its glass-like body, thus destroying its soul. It wasn't easy to destroy the soul of a great beast in one strike, even when striking its shadow. However, Sonny's killing intent was especially deadly, because his will to kill was especially firm. The touch of his black blade carried uncompromising lethality, as if imbued with an echo of death itself. The crystal wasp died instantly, unable to offer much resistance. That said, Sonny had not expected its body to crumble into innumerable shards. He had been planning to toss the corpse of the great beast at the other abominations rushing at him, thus slowing them down. Instead, another insect-like abomination was already lunging at him through the cloud of falling shards, a split second away from biting into his neck. Sonny reeled back to block the glass mandibles with his odachi, holding the hilt with 2 hands and bracing the flat of its blade with 2 more. The impact was tyrannical enough to push him back, but instead of falling and being buried under the mass of the nightmare creature, Sonny collapsed into the shadows and shot out of them behind the adversary almost at the same moment, his odachi falling down to split the adversary in 2. You have slain an adversary. Spinning to face the next crystal wasp, Sonny saw that the barricade of shadows he was fervently repairing was continuing to crumble, and that 4 more abominations had made their way inside the keep in the time it took him to kill 2. Nevertheless, he was surprised by something. Why were the crystal wasps weaker than he had expected? They still possessed the dire power one would expect from great beasts, but it was significantly lower than it was supposed to be, than it had been, back when they were escaping the ice hive on the slopes of the snowy mountain. 2 abominations lunged at him at great speed, their radiant bodies creating a dizzying movement of light and shadows. The ash covering the floor rose like a whirlwind in the wake of their violent passage. The ash! Sonny moved, raising his odachi to impale one of the abominations and at the same time catching the second one in the air. This time he did what Nephis had advised him to do, wrapping his will around his entire self instead of focusing primarily on his weapon. It was easy to feel the difference. Despite being outnumbered, Sonny did not feel like the world was fighting against him just as hard. The willpower of the ice hive was pressuring him like a crushing wave, but strangely enough, Sonny was like a fish, cutting through it almost with ease. He slammed one of the crystal wasps into the floor. causing the entire ash castle to tremble and for a web of cracks to appear on its transparent carapace. The second abomination was impaled on his great odachi, but that did not seem to slow it down much. Its scythe-like legs scraped against the surface of the jade mantle, and the creature pushed itself lower across the length of the black sword, aiming to shred Sunny to pieces. The weight of its body was immense enough to make him stagger. His armored foot descended upon the crystal wasp on the floor, shattering its already cracked head, and at the same time his tail wrapped itself around the second nightmare creature's thin neck. "You have slain an adversary." Falling on all fours, on all six, to be precise, Sunny used his tail to send the great beast flying back. As if shot from a sling, the nightmare creature flew through the air and crashed into its advancing kin. That's 4. In the time it took Sunny to kill 4 crystal wasps, 8 more had breached the barricade. The wall of shadows was collapsing faster than he could repair it, and the breach was growing wider with each second. Sunny glanced at the mass of crystalline abominations somberly. Damnation. Chapter 23, 29 Defensive Advantage. Sunny had faced 7 saints as a transcendent, and now he had to face a swarm of great beasts as a supreme. The crystalline bodies of the eerily radiant abominations were shining blindingly with imprisoned sunlight, and shadows danced as they moved. Flakes of ash swirled in the air. Ash. Moving between shadows, Sunny suddenly had an epiphany. He had noted that the crystal wasps seemed weakened, and now he suddenly understood why. The answer lay in the rules of Death Game. As Sation had mentioned, positioning and territorial conquest played an important role in this ancient game. That way, the power of domains was expressed through rules. Figures had an advantage while defending squares of the same color, and were disadvantaged when attacking squares of the opposite color. The disadvantage diminished the more the besieged square was surrounded by the adversary domain. Ariel's game was based on the same rules, so the Ash Castle bordered 2 volcanoes and 1 snowy mountain. Actually, was it 3 snowy mountains? Did diagonal borders count? In any case, it was not entirely surrounded by the snow domain, which meant that Sunny was supposed to have some kind of advantage. He had not felt any boost to his power, though, which meant that his advantage lay elsewhere. To be precise, it was the abominations of the snow domain who were weakened by the surrounding ash. That is good to know. Another piece of the puzzle was solved, and armed with that knowledge, he would be able to plan his subsequent moves better. For now, however, Sunny had to survive the enemy move. His mastery of Shadow Step, which had long been woven into his battle art, allowed him a supreme degree of mobility on the battlefield. That was why the crystal wasps could not immediately overwhelm him despite their superior numbers. Sadly, Sunny was not entirely free to move however he wanted, either. After all, he was supposed to serve as an impenetrable wall between the abominations and his allies. Therefore, he could not allow the great beasts to advance too far into the interior of the Ash Castle, meaning that he had to spend most of his time in front of the advancing swarm. The issue was further exacerbated by the fact that in a battle between great nightmare creatures and a supreme being, the distinction between tangible and intangible was less meaningful than it would be for weaker creatures. In other words, the attacks of the crystal wasps were imbued by their rabid will, and could therefore pursue him into the shadows. Curse it! The shadows shifted again, pushed around by the radiant abominations, and Sunny was forced to step out of them a few meters away from where he wanted to be. Unwilling to let the opportunity pass, Sunny transformed his odachi into a long spear and thrust it forward, piercing the joint of a crystal wasp's leg. He wrenched his spear, destroying the joint completely, and immediately leaped back. In the next moment, another nightmare creature was already in the spot where he had been before, its terrifying mandibles closing on nothing but emptiness. Sunny did not miss the chance to bring the butt of his spear upward, slamming it with ferocious force into the underside of the creature's head. Its skull cracked, and one of the mandibles shattered. Continuing to retreat, Sunny turned his torso and pushed his spear forward, piercing the eye of a different enemy, then spun it to drive 2 more a step back. With how overwhelmed he was by the enemy numbers, Sunny only managed to kill 2 more crystal wasps after the initial 4. The rest of them were battered and bore gruesome wounds, but were very much alive, and more were already entering through the breach as well. Just then, however, a black arrow slid into the crack on the skull of the nightmare creature he had struck with the back of his spear. The great beast died instantly. Another arrow struck the crystal wasp, who was moving slower than the rest due to the joint he had destroyed, making its massive body explode violently into a cloud of glass shards. You have slain an enemy. Having already finished off a few abominations, Kai and Slayer were helping as best they could. But there were just too many beasts. Sunny could sense them scurrying across the exterior of the ash castle, forcing their way inside. His artillery support had managed to keep the crystal wasps off his back until now, but things were rapidly turning from bad to worse. That was because, apart from the main barricade, the other two seals of shadows were crumbling too. The crystalline abominations were ramming their bodies into them with harrowing force, making the entire castle rattle and shake. Slayer was already splitting her attention between the main entrance and the lower seal. Kai would have to concentrate entirely on the upper seal soon. It was unclear how long the two of them would be able to hold the crystal wasps back. Catching his spear with his lower hands, Sunny moved it in a wide horizontal arch to behead a wounded nightmare creature, and at the same time caught another one with his upper hands. As the claws of his gauntlets sank into the crystalline carapace, he strained his muscles and viciously ripped the gigantic beast in two. That cost age. Not a second later, something slammed into his back, and he felt a sharp pain permeating his body. Roaring, he spun, grabbed the attacking crystal wasp by the neck, and then slammed its head with his own. The nightmare creature's head exploded into a rain of shards, and it fell into the ash lifeless. You have slain an enemy. This can't go on much longer. What was he missing? A part of his mind was still trying to puzzle out the peculiar feeling of failing to realize something. As he did, an especially violent impact shook the castle, and the upper seal collapsed completely. Pale light poured into the dark interior of the keep, and then the darkness was torn apart by the radiant figures of the crystal wasps that burst inside, spreading to scurry across the ceiling. Slayer dodged a falling piece of rabble and gracefully dismissed her bow. Unsheathing her two swords, she lingered for a moment and tossed one of them to Kai. He caught it easily and flew back, hovering just behind her. Sunny, what's the plan? Losing his cover fire, Sunny was forced to retreat as well. Stepping out of the shadows back to back with them, he allowed himself to return to his human form and glanced at the swarm of great beasts, surrounding them from all sides. I see now. His lips twisted into a vicious smile. No worries, leave it to me, buddy. My plan is to slaughter them all. Chapter 23, 30 Volcanic Glass. Sunny was no stranger to strategic retreats. There was no shame in running away with his tail tucked between his legs. When facing an adversary that he could not defeat, that was the best choice. And just a few seconds ago, Sunny had been sure that they would not be able to defeat the ice hive. The problem, though, was that there was nowhere for them to retreat. They were trapped on the volcano, and trying to escape it would provoke the ire of the being that dwelled beneath the clouds. Sunny had considered destroying the chains holding the ash castle above the main vent and plummeting into the fiery depths with the crystal wasps, but that did not seem like a good idea either. And then it hit him. You have slain an adversary. Sunny suddenly realized that there was a disadvantage to possessing overwhelming strength. Being strong tended to make one stupid. He had grown powerful enough as a sovereign to develop bad habits. No, truthfully, it might have started to happen all the way back when he was a saint. When Sunny had been weak, he obsessively considered every single possibility to find a way to survive. But after becoming strong, he fell into the habit of relying more on his strength than on his mind, wrecking his enemies like a supreme sledgehammer. That was why he had been slow to understand how to defeat the ice hive. I have slain these enemies. Sunny had killed about 10 crystal wasps, and Slayer had killed a dozen more first as they flew across the sea of clouds, and then here in the main keep of the Ash Castle. The handy bracelet had announced the kills, even if it couldn't determine the rank and class of the slain enemies. It couldn't determine them because Sunny's cores were already saturated, and he received no shadow fragments for the kills. However, that did not mean that he received nothing. The shades of the slain crystal wasps would still enter his soul sea, even if Sunny had no access to his soul sea and was cut off from his domain. They would. He was pretty sure that even Ariel would not have been able to change that. And why would he? Why would Ariel rob the Ash Tyrant of all power? Sunny and Kai could not summon new memories, but the memories they had summoned before entering Ariel's game were still working as intended. He was pretty sure that if he created new ones, they would be able to use them as well. Apart from that, some facets of their aspects were suppressed, but their aspect abilities still worked just fine. Sunny could use his dormant, awakened, ascended, and transcendent abilities. So why wouldn't he be able to use his supreme ability? His domain was not gone, after all. It was merely replaced with the domain of Ash. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that his supreme ability was also substituted instead of being entirely blocked? What was the point of granting him a domain if he could not make use of it? I see now this should work, right? Having thought that, Sunny immediately erased the thought from his mind. A new thought took its place. I see now this will definitely work. There was no place for doubt if one wanted to force his will upon the world, and Sunny was going to do just that, even if he could not enter his soul's sea and summon the shades he had earned before entering Ariel's game. Who was to say that he could not summon the shades he had earned after entering it? Even if someone said it, Sunny was not obliged to believe them. So just as the crystal wasps surrounded them, some of them rushing across the ash covering the floor of the castle, some moving across its ceiling, Sunny inhaled deeply and turned into a shadow. Then he activated his supreme ability, opening a gate between his soul and the world, and called upon the shades. For a moment, nothing happened. Sunny. Kai's voice sounded nervous. Slayer, meanwhile, crouched into a low stance, preparing to take as many great beasts as she could with her into the embrace of death. Then a gust of cold wind blew across the interior of the ash castle, and the ash stirred. The ash stirred and rose, forming dark shapes. Just as the crystal wasps rushed to devour Sunny and his companions, obsidian wasps, shades formed by ash, their bodies resembling volcanic glass, rose to face them. There were 20 of them, so the enemy still outnumbered the defenders of the castle manyfold. But it did not matter, because with each great abomination they killed, a supreme shade would join the ranks of the defenders. Assuming his corporeal form once again, Sunny grinned and threw a poignant look at Kai. The charming archer seemed to have lost the ability to speak for a second. As I said, don't worry, you see, Kai, death always wins. Because death was inevitable. With that, Sunny tossed his spear into the mass of crystal wasps, killing one of them, and rushed forward while manifesting a new weapon out of the shadows. A violent battle took place in the ash castle, making it quake and rattle. A few of the shades were destroyed, and then a few more. But new ones immediately took their place, lunging at the crystalline insects without fear or doubt. Even if each individual obsidian wasp was weaker than their former kin due to not possessing the will, the titan who had summoned them did. Sunny could also fight much more freely now that he was supported by a small army of shades. As a result, his lethality increased explosively. Kai and Slayer did not waste any time either. Soon enough, the outcome of the battle hung in precarious balance. The ice swarm had been reduced almost by half, and the number of the ash shades swelled. Victory was not decided yet, but Sunny felt that the odds were in their favor. It was then that a subtle ripple seemed to spread through the world. Almost at the same moment, the remaining crystal wasps did something peculiar. They all turned back and rushed away, escaping the ash castle. Sunny was startled. Are they fleeing? Since when had nightmare creatures, mere beasts, no less had enough presence of mind to suppress their frenzy and flee from an unfavorable battle? Frowning, he followed the crystal wasps outside. Cresting the edge of the caldera, Sunny witnessed a breathtaking sight. The crystal wasps were flying back to the distant mountain. The sun had risen above the horizon, and the golden light of dawn turned into bright daylight. And almost as soon as dawn burned itself out, the resplendent radiance of the ethereal glass bridges dimmed. The gossamer bridges crumbled, turning into plumes of snow, and were dispersed by the wind. Before too long, nothing connected the lonesome mountains once again. The dawn was over, and with it the enemy move came to an end. Chapter 23, 31 Last Square. The sun had risen above the realm of clouds and mountains, above the world of Ariel's game. The ethereal, glistening bridges turned to snow under its radiance. Sonny was standing on the edge of the caldera, his battered armor slowly repairing itself, as he glanced north. There, far away, the surviving crystal wasps had landed on the slopes of the snowy peak and disappeared into the myriad entrances to the ice hive. The adversary move is over. Taking a deep breath, he glanced west. There the giant body of the snow worm was coiled around the volcano, its pale flesh standing out starkly against the black ash. Then he glanced east. Somewhere out there, the clockwork giant was standing in the ash as well. The ash castle had withstood the siege, but the other two volcanoes were now conquered by the snow domain. As Sonny watched, a startling change took place. Two pillars of lava shot out of the conquered volcanoes, rapidly solidifying in the cold air. At the same time, the snowstorm veiling the distant mountains moved south, consuming the world. It flowed past the ash castle, sparing it the elemental fury, and completely obscured the neighboring volcanoes. Just then, Kai landed on the ash beside him. "What is going on? Why did they retreat?" Sonny hesitated for a while, struggling against the powerful winds as he glanced into the swirling mass of snow that swallowed the world, sparing only the billowing clouds of ash above the ash castle. They retreated because their time ran out. It seems that snow figures can only move at dawn. He paused for a moment, then added slowly, "I guess the ash figures can only move at dusk then." Sonny imagined ash blowing across the sea of crimson clouds, turning into obsidian bridges in the fiery glow of the dying sun. Yes, that would make sense. He glanced at Kai. "As foe, are what is going on, I think we will see soon." Two more squares were conquered by the snow domain. Just as he finished speaking, the violent winds suddenly settled down, and the great snowstorm passed. Dark clouds still boiled above the ash castle, but the rest of the world was resting under a clear blue sky now. The other two volcanoes had disappeared. Or rather, transformed. The deep calderas were buried under solidified lava, turning into sharp peaks. The thick layers of ash had been blown away by the wind. The dark slopes were stripped bare and then covered in snow. Two snowy peaks stood where the fuming volcanoes had been just minutes ago, and the ash castle was now completely surrounded by the snow domain. It was the last black square left on the board. "Well, that sucks." Sonny sighed, then patted Kai on the shoulder. "I'm going to be quite busy, but you can rest until evening. We'll do something exciting then." Kai blinked a couple of times. "Sure, I'll wait. What are we going to do in the evening?" Sonny simply shrugged. "I have no idea yet, but it is bound to be exciting, doesn't it?" With that, he turned back and headed back to the ash castle. Sometime later, Sonny was sitting on the floor, feeling a little miserable. These damn demons. Ariel had done something incredible, hiding 49 mountains inside a game board and populating them with powerful abominations. The demon of dread was truly great and awful. But that godly bastard, did he not think to provide the poor nightmare creatures imprisoned in his game with basic necessities? There was no food to be found anywhere, unless Sonny wanted to dine on an infinite amount of worm meat. Much worse, there was no water. The figures of the snow domain could at least melt the snow to quench their thirst, but what was he supposed to do? Was he supposed to melt ash? How would that work? Sonny shook his head dejectedly. Of course, he did not really need to eat or drink. As a supreme demigod, he could simply sustain himself by absorbing essence, and more than that, he was a shadow, not a real human. But not needing food and not wanting to eat were two different matters. Otherwise, he would not have been pampering Nephis with delicious meals at every opportunity. There was Kai to consider as well. As a saint, he could last quite a while without water, but not to the degree of not needing it at all. Perhaps Ariel had not designed this game for humans. One more problem to solve. As Sonny was relaxing on the soft ash, there was a lot of activity around him. After all, just because he was sitting and doing nothing didn't mean that he was doing nothing. All around him, the shades of the crystal wasps were busy at work. There were a couple of dozen of them left intact, while the rest were being rebuilt and repaired within the dark depths of his soul. Some were collecting soul shards of their fallen kin, or perhaps even retrieving them from their own corpses, while some were gathering and sorting crystal fragments themselves. Sonny observed his worker wasps with a curious expression, wondering if they would be able to focus sunlight into destructive beams with their obsidian wings. If they could, then he would be able to melt the snow on the mountains from a distance, then collect the water in some kind of giant reservoir. As he considered this matter, Kai descended from above and landed on the ash near him. Glancing at Slayer, who was standing motionlessly behind Sunny, he bowed politely and offered her the short sword she had lent him previously. "Thank you, Lady Slayer." Slayer glanced at him before accepting the sword and sheathing it silently. Kai shivered under her gaze, then sat down near Sunny and exhaled slowly. Sunny looked at him. "How are your wounds?" Kai had been caught in that first solar attack, but it was hard to say how bad his burns were underneath the armor. The charming archer shook his head with a smile. "It's nothing serious. As I mentioned, I am not easily burned." Sunny clicked his tongue. "That might be true, but we are stuck here without a healer, and there are numerous battles ahead. Such small wounds will accumulate if we're not careful." His own back was shredded pretty badly. Luckily, he healed at breathtaking speed as a supreme. This wound would be gone in no more than a day. Of course, a new one would very likely take its place. Kai hesitated for a few seconds, then said suddenly, We really defeated 100 great beasts, didn't we?" He shook his head in disbelief. Sunny lingered with the answer. Eventually, he said, "I guess we did. That was a humbling experience, wasn't it?" Kai chuckled. "Humbling, I wouldn't say that. I think it was more of an unbelievable experience." He glanced at Sunny, swept his hair back, and then said ruefully, "I know that I'll regret asking, but that was probably a routine battle for you, wasn't it?" Sunny studied Kai for a few seconds, then shook his head with a faint smile. "No, actually, that was a novel level of peril even for me." Chapter 23, 32 Payday. Sunny chuckled. "Actually, I haven't felt this weak in a long while. It was a good reminder, though I was beginning to grow arrogant." Kai stared at him incredulously for a bit. "Beginning? Did you say beginning to grow arrogant?" Sunny gave him a reproachful look and laughed. "Ah, right. Your first impression of me was meeting the Lord of Shadows. Don't let it deceive you, though, that haughty guy is merely one of the roles I played. The real me is not nearly as conceited." He scoffed. "I mean, why does someone as incredibly wealthy, unimaginably powerful, and unbearably handsome as I even have to be conceited?" Kai blinked a couple of times. "Indeed, I think I understand. I had to play the role of myself for a long time, too, back when I was a singer. I guess you had your reasons." He paused for a moment, then asked curiously, "But what is the real you like, then?" Sunny shrugged. "The real me? Oh, I am a modest man with modest goals. All I really want is to run a quaint cafe, make a little money on the side by selling memories, become a god, and go on romantic dates with my girlfriend from time to time." Kai stared at him silently for a moment. "Excuse me, what was that in the middle?" Sunny smiled brightly. "What, becoming a god? Isn't that a given? One can't even run a cafe in peace these days without becoming a god first. It is honestly annoying. Plus, my angelic girlfriend is a tad ambitious, so I have to keep up." Kai coughed a few times. Sunny, meanwhile, glanced at the pile of soul shards the obsidian wasps had dutifully put in front of him. The shards shone gorgeously, dispelling the deep darkness of the ash castle. His eyes glinted. "Look at that, Kai. Dozens of supreme soul shards. Can you even imagine how much this pile costs? That is at least a crapton of credits right there." Kai glanced at the radiant shards, remained silent for a moment, then smiled with a hint of wistfulness in his mesmerizing green eyes. "Oh, indeed, you reminded me of someone just now when you said that." Sunny glanced at him briefly. "You mean Eiko? Right, she used to work for you at one point, didn't she?" Kai nodded. "Yeah, she was my manager after I awakened, but we haven't seen each other in a while. How is she doing?" Sunny let out a laugh. "Eiko, oh, she is having a blast. It is a bit funny. She used to run a gambling den in the Bright Castle, but now she pretty much runs the entire Dark City. She also manages Shadow Clan's network all over both worlds. Running a secret organization of that scale is a complicated affair, so she spends a lot of time in Bastion." Kai let out a quiet sigh. That's good, I'm happy that she's happy. Although, to be honest, I am a little surprised. We went our separate ways because I wanted to follow the path of ascension and use my power for a noble cause, while she wanted nothing to do with causes after the Forgotten Shore. I thought she wanted to be a civilian, so I didn't expect her to end up as a sovereign's personal assistant. Sonny scratched the back of his head. Well, it just ended up like that. I didn't set out to exploit her that way. Initially, I simply hired her to help me run a memory shop. But one thing led to another, and before I knew it, she was in charge of my entire operation. He blinked a couple of times. Come to think of it, wait, have I been conned? Did she hoodwink me into bankrolling her shady underground empire with my fortune? Kai laughed. No, I'm sure you are exploiting a mere awakened like her, supreme sunless, and not the other way around. Definitely. Sonny grinned. Yeah, naturally, obviously. Finishing enjoying the view of the soul shards, he turned to several piles of crystal fragments instead. The obsidian wasps had chosen only the suitable ones, separating them into several large piles by form and size. He picked one up and traced his finger along its edge. His jade skin was instantly cut, which was impressive enough. No blood seeped out of the cut, and a few seconds later it had already healed itself. Wonderful! The soul shards would become the anchors for weaves of the memories he wanted to create, but the remains of the crystal wasps could serve as an excellent medium for the enchantments. After all, memories had to be crafted from something, and materials harvested from great nightmare creatures were superior to permanently manifested shadows. These crystalline shards were especially sharp and durable, making them perfect for crafting arrowheads. Actually, there was someone here who was quite amazing at crafting arrows from similar materials. Slayer had spent thousands of years making her own weapons from what she could find in the shadow reel, and the most readily available resource there was obsidian. Sonny glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. Hey, how about helping me with this? She stared at him chillingly, which made High M clear his throat. Oh, right. It was time for another payment. Sonny used the same shard of crystal to slice open his forearm. This time, the cut quickly swelled with blood. Slayer finally moved, lowering herself to one knee beside him under Kai's startled gaze. She put her hands together and placed them under his arm, allowing his blood to flow into them. When the chalice of her hands was nearly full, Sonny stemmed the bleeding and watched as she raised them to her veiled lips. A few moments later, the blood was gone. Slayer did not really drink it. Instead, it was simply absorbed into her ebony skin, disappearing forever behind the veil. Her dark eyes were distant, full of some vague, indescribable emotions for a heartbeat. Then the hint of emotion was replaced by the familiar, cold malice. Kai stammered, What was that? Watching his cut heal, Sonny chuckled and glanced at him with a smile. That? He shrugged. That was payday. Chapter 23, 33 Pit Stop. Slayer seemed satisfied with her payment. Of course, it was a little tactless of her to demand his blood when they were imprisoned in a lethal demonic realm, but actually, she was being unexpectedly considerate. After all, it did not escape Sonny's attention that the murderous shadow had foregone their usual duel. He had fully expected that Slayer would attack him as soon as there was a chance, but she seemed to have decided against it. This was the first time Slayer spared him the hassle of beating her into submission. I guess we're making progress. Tossing the crystal shard back onto the pile, Sonny pointed to Kai's bow. Give that here. Receiving it, he studied the weapon thoughtfully. Unlike the arrows, he was not planning to turn the bow into a memory. Doing that would have required imbuing it with permanence, which would weaken it. But that did not mean that he could not enchant it. Sonny had created plenty of enchanted items that were not memories, after all, like various implements for the Radiant Emporium and the Beast Farm. The fundamental weaves shared by all memories, and which therefore defined what a memory was, were so ingeniously designed and useful that there was usually no reason not to bestow them on a weapon or a piece of equipment. But that did not mean that they were necessary. It was just that the spellweave had to be woven a bit differently for an enchanted item that was not a memory. For example, Awakened usually needed to activate the enchantments of their memories with essence, and only the essence of the person to whom the memory belonged could do the job. The memory itself was a concept moored to the master's soul, while manifesting it turned their soul essence into matter. So there was an innate connection between awakened and their memories. An enchanted item was different, since it was inherently ownerless. So Sunny had to either weave the identity of the master into the enchantments, or change their activation principle entirely, allowing them to accept anyone's soul essence. The latter offered a sea of possibilities. Sunny was especially concerned about Kai's reserve of essence. The charming archer was merely a transcendent beast, after all, so his essence capacity was 1/7 of what Sunny himself possessed as a saint. The enemies they faced, meanwhile, were immensely powerful. Kai would need as much firepower as he could get to fight them effectively, but truly potent enchantments would burn through his soul essence in moments. There would be no time for him to fully replenish it either, considering that they might need to enter battle twice a day. Sunny had to strike a careful balance between potency and sustainability. If the bow could accept anyone's essence, however, he could assist Kai by using his own. He could even make the bow an essence vessel, and saturate it with powerful supreme essence in advance. Sunny sighed. Now that he had become the ruler of the Ash domain, which was reduced to a single volcano, he felt like a pauper again. His tens of thousands of shades were gone, and the seemingly boundless river of spirit essence that constantly flowed into his soul had run dry. Compared to what he usually enjoyed, there was merely a trickle, so he couldn't go all out and supply Kai with an ocean of his essence. Additionally, Sunny did not know how to make his essence follow the charming archer's commands. It was an interesting challenge, though. He was not sure that he could solve it, but he felt like he could cheat it somehow, at least to some degree. Yeah, that solution might work. This one too, I just have to be modest in my ambition. He could not replace Kai's essence with his own, but he could at least supplement it. As for enchantments themselves, Sunny was no stranger to crafting bows and arrows. He had gone through the process of designing the optimal combination both for Rain and for Slayer, so all he had to do was adjust a few things with Kai's aspect in mind. For example, unlike most archers, Kai could see through solid objects. So, wouldn't it be prudent to design him an arrow that could phase through matter? Wait, such an arrow would be amazing in the hands of any skilled archer. Why had he not made one before? Well, it was probably because making things pass through matter was not that easy. He could potentially play with tangible and intangible states, possibly even use an altered version of the unseen enchantment of the Moonlight Shard, but there were a few obstacles to overcome. Making an arrow pass through solid matter was easy in theory, but in practice, there was no such thing as easy matter in the dream realm. All materials had their own mystical properties, especially so the bodies of living beings. So, as much as Sunny wanted to make an arrow that would phase through the armor of a nightmare creature and strike directly at the tender flesh beneath, he couldn't, for now. Making an arrow that could phase through a mass of rock and strike an adversary hiding behind it, though. That was a possibility. Oh my, I'm inspired. Summoning 4 shadow hands, Sunny lamented the absence of Weaver's needle and got to work. He would work on the bow first, then the quiver, and finally craft a few arrows. Kai needed some kind of melee weapon, as well. The weapon could be crafted from the larger pieces of shattered crystal left behind by the slain wasps. There were supreme materials and supreme soul shards at Sunny's disposal, so he would be able to create something truly destructive. The only limit was time. He had until sunset to prepare Kai for battle, so he had to be modest in his ambition. That's all right, I can take it one step at a time. He could weave a basic enchantment for the bow and create a couple of arrows today. Then, he could continue to improve the bow and add new arrows to Kai's arsenal after each battle. There would be more dead abominations and more materials for him to work with, as well. His beasts would continue to grow stronger with each day. His army of shades would continue to grow in number, as well. Which was a good thing, because at the end of it all, they would have to face the Snow Tyrant. We are going to need all the power in the world to kill that thing, for sure. Sunny became engrossed in weaving. Chapter 23, 34 Bitter Solitude. Chapter 23, 34 Bitter Solitude. As Sunny worked, Kai remained silent for a while, resting. It did not seem like he was ready to sleep, and there was nothing really for him to do on the barren volcano. The charming archer glanced at the walls of the crumbling fortress for a while, or rather, through them. He was observing their enemies, most likely. The remaining crystal wasps, the snow worm, the clockwork giant. Stop staring at the frightening nightmare creatures, Kai. That will only wind up more, not help you recover. Kai slowly glanced away from whatever horror he was observing and focused on Sunny. Eventually, he asked, "That is a strange form of sorcery. I don't think I've ever seen anyone enchant something in that way before." Sunny nodded. "I don't think there's anyone else capable of performing this form of sorcery in the world anymore. I'm the only one." Kai had to have an idea of what his aspect abilities were, so he would know that creating memories was a skill Sunny possessed, not an ability. The charming archer glanced at him with interest. "How did you learn it?" Sunny responded without looking up, his 6 hands forming the spellweave inside the black bow, one string of shadow essence at a time. "Oh, one of my attributes allows me to see the spellweave of memories, while another one allows me to touch it. One time, I was in a pretty desperate situation, so I figured out how to create a rudimentary memory to escape it." He smiled faintly. "Then it was just a lot of research, study, and experimentation. I slowly taught myself how to do more by watching what the spell does." He glanced at Kai briefly. "What about you? You seem to be perfectly suited for shaping with that aspect of yours. Have you not tried to master it?" Kai chuckled. "Oh, I tried. I seem to be a special case, though. Some people have a talent for shaping, while some people don't. What I have, however, is negative talent." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "How so?" Kai shrugged with a smile. "Because of my aspect, the true names I invoke are extremely powerful. In exchange, however, it is especially difficult for me to master them. Lady Nephis thinks that it's the way for the world to balance things out." He sighed. "I can't even speak the names as a human, at least not yet. I can invoke them pretty easily as a dragon, though almost as if a dragon's maw is meant to bellow them. But it's of no use, really, since I can barely keep the names in my mind. Even after years of effort, I've only mastered a meager few." Sunny contemplated his words for a few seconds. "I'm not buying that someone like you is not meant to be a shaper. Maybe you just V not met the condition to master the sorcery of names yet. Things will probably change dramatically when you reach a higher rank. Alternatively, it might be connected to your aspect legacy. Or not. You have not received it yet, have you?" Kai shook his head. "No, but I don't see how an aspect legacy can help me become a better sorcerer. Aren't legacy relics usually just powerful memories?" Sunny chuckled. "Usually, yes, but not always. Oh, and technically, legacy relics do not need to be powerful, they just need to complement your aspect greatly." He pointed to himself with one of his 42 fingers. "Take me for example. My aspect legacy is actually a skill set of sorts. I developed it myself, but the spell had helped me take the first step, or rather, take it faster. It also used to reward me with relics when I reached certain milestones. Then there is Nephis, whose aspect legacy is based in understanding, and who is rewarded for it with nothing except knowledge." He returned to weaving the strings of shadow essence. "So even though most aspect legacies are indeed memories, or more rarely echoes, not all of them are." They remained silent for a while. At some point, however, Kai studied him with a neutral expression and asked tentatively, "Sunny, can I ask you something?" Sunny nodded while keeping his focus on the black blow. Kai hesitated for a few seconds. "Before, you told me that my survival would depend on my companions, while their survival would depend on me. That no one survives in the dream realm alone." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "So I did." Kai lingered for a while. "But you were living in Godgrave all alone when we met. A solitary saint, all alone in the world. Did you speak from experience, or was it simply common wisdom?" Sunny smiled faintly. A saint was someone who had braved the dream realm and conquered 3 nightmares. As far as Sunny knew, there was only one person who had conquered the 3rd nightmare alone, the Princess of War, Morgan of Valor. Kai seemed to be curious about his previous solitude. He sighed. "I spoke from experience. I had someone to depend on too in the past. I had companions." "You were one of them, dummy." Kai glanced at him mournfully, not saying anything, and yet it seemed like he wanted Sunny to say more. Sunny chuckled. "Well, it did not end well." He picked up one more soul shard and placed it into the weave. carefully anchoring innumerable strings of essence to it. It did not end well because I betrayed my companions and lost them. I want to say that I had a good reason to abandon them. Maybe I did, but in the end, it was a selfish reason. I am a very selfish person, Kai. I am a very greedy person as well. My selfish greed was my undoing. What would have happened if Sonny had stayed with his cohort and faced the first seeker with them? If he had made a different wish, would it have been for the best? Or would he have spent the rest of his days living in regret? Had he made an unforgivable mistake? He did not know. He did know that he regretted losing his companions bitterly, though. Some days it felt too bitter to endure. Kai shook his head slowly. You do not look like someone who is undone, Sonny. There was some truth to that. Sonny was a sovereign, after all. He glanced at Kai and smiled. Looks can be deceiving. Chapter 23, 35 Changing Shad. After that, the conversation fizzled out. Sonny focused on weaving, while Kai tactfully gave him some space. This is a bit tricky. Sonny had done quite a bit of weaving in his life, but he could not remember ever having to enchant something on such a strict deadline. One day was really not enough to create something worthy, but he put great effort into arming Kai as best he could. He also decided to design a set of enchantments for the bow that could be implemented in stages. That was a new approach for him and required a different way of creating a weave. But if Sonny succeeded here, he could potentially save himself a lot of trouble in the future. After all, up until now, he always had to complete the entire weave in one go. Otherwise, the unfinished pattern of shadow strings would quickly collapse as soon as Sonny released his hold on it. If he could come up with a way to prevent that from happening, he would have far fewer headaches while tackling truly complicated enchantments. Necessity was truly the mother of invention. Still, Sonny felt hurried and tense while working on the bow. I miss my shadows. Having one paltry body to work with felt stifling. It was really quite frustrating. How did people even manage to live their entire lives in such an inconvenient way? Poor mortals, they must be struggling every day. Unthinkable. Sonny scoffed, remembering his own struggles vaguely. He had grown accustomed to controlling several bodies at the same time a while ago, so the very idea of only possessing one seemed strange now. Not to mention the idea of only perceiving the world through one vessel. Sonny had been experiencing the world through many points of view for the past year. Suddenly finding himself all alone in his own head felt both comforting and disconcerting. It was through this feeling of strangeness that he realized how far from being a human he had strayed without ever fully realizing it. Sonny knew that he was a shadow now, not a human being, but that was merely a difference of form. Here in Ariel's game, however, he had no choice but to admit that his very mind was growing further and further apart from that of a human. It had nothing to do with becoming numb to human emotions, like what Nephis had experienced due to the agony of her flaw, and more with the nature of his consciousness itself. But then again, maybe it was not that different after all, on the fundamental level. Was it merely a matter of repetition? Sonny remembered how vivid and horrifying his first encounter with an abomination had been. But after facing and slaying a myriad of them, he barely felt anything when encountering yet another ghastly horror. He had grown callous to their presence. The same held true for human experiences. People naturally changed as they grew older and accumulated calluses on their hearts. The emotions of a wizened old man were deeply different from the feelings of a child, for whom every occasion was new and exciting. At the same time, there was a natural limit to a human's lifespan, as well as to the number of events they could experience at any given time. But what if that limit was removed? What if a human could live for 1,000 years while experiencing 1,000 different perspectives? How different would the mind of such a being become, and would it still be even remotely human? Sonny sighed. I'm changing. He was still young, and he had already changed so much. What kind of person would he become in a decade? The fact that his consciousness was slowly transforming to resemble that of a deity was both a promising sign and an eerie omen. It was good to know that he was well on his way to apotheosis, but still. Sonny had already seen supreme humans who had lost most, if not all, of their humanity. The example of Anvil and Kai's song was right in front of his eyes, and they were both hateful. He hoped that he would never become callous and indifferent to human suffering like they had, that he would not change that much. Ah, I miss my true name as well. A true name was meant to serve as an anchor of oneself. Without it, the promise of unending change seemed frightening. That said, even in the throes of unease, Sonny knew that some things about him would never change. For example, his love for Nephis. The two of them had been separated numerous times by the conflicting nature of their values and beliefs, by the boundaries separating different worlds, by the fatal depths of political strife, and even by fate itself. And yet, despite it all, they still always ended up together. Nothing had been able to pull them apart yet, and he knew that nothing would ever be able to pull them apart in the future either. That was one constant in his tumultuous life. Funny. Sonny thought of himself as an anchor that kept Nephis tethered to humanity. Maybe she was his anchor as well. Taking a deep sigh, he forced his 6 hands to move even faster. In the end, he succeeded in placing the first enchantment on Kai's bow, as well as crafting 2 powerful arrows from the crystal shards. He even managed to enchant the charming archer's quiver. It was a good start, and there was still some time left before sunset. Turning his head, Sonny glanced at the altar standing at the heart of the ash castle, and at the jade figure of a snow beast laying on it. His eyes narrowed. Shall I? Letting Kai experiment with his improved bow and new arrows, Sonny rose from the ash and walked over to the altar. Slayer followed behind, her steps soft and quiet. Picking up the figure of the snow beast, Sonny hesitated for a while. I wonder what truth I will learn this time. How about learning why the world had ended? Taking a deep breath, he focused on what he wanted to learn and tossed the jade beast into the billowing smoke. Chapter 23, 36, A Strange Truth. The sun was rising above the wine-dark sea. Its gentle rays caressed an island where white stones were drowning in the verdant grass, and colorful flowers blossomed in the pleasant heat. A forest covered the slopes of the island like a carpet, and at its highest point, a woman was resting in the shade of an olive tree. She wore a knee-length chiton, its pristine fabric as white as snow, with a deer's skin tied around her shoulders. Her hair was cut short, held back by a simple leather band. Her gaze was calm and sober. As the woman rested, a doe emerged from the forest. Instead of being scared of the human, it approached her tentatively and lowered itself to the ground, resting its head on her lap. The woman lowered her hand to caress the W. It doe gently, her fingers drowning in the soft fur. Then she suddenly turned her head and glanced at the sea, its surface rising and falling tumultuously. Far away, a sail appeared from beyond the horizon. A ship was approaching the island, struggling against the waves. The wind had brought a storm, and with it came the guests. 3 people disembarked from the ship, an old man, a warrior carrying a round shield, and a child with red hair. They made their way along the winding path and approached an old shrine. The shrine was neither grand nor magnificent, but it emanated a feeling of solemn holiness. Its walls were built of white marble, with rose vines covering them like a cloak. An altar stood in front of the shrine, with fire burning in a stone bowl. The old man made an offering to the altar, placing fresh grapes, leaves of laurel, and hawk feathers on its weathered surface. Finally, he burned incense in the bowl and stepped back, kneeling reverently on the ground. The warrior stood behind him, leaning on his spear. The child, meanwhile, furtively reached his little hand to snatch the grapes. Shocked, the old man slapped the boy's hand away. Aro, the boy flinched away and stumbled, his lips trembling. Let him have it. The woman's voice resounded from the other side of the altar. She appeared without making any noise, as if by magic. The forest seemed more alive in her presence, and roses suddenly bloomed on the vines behind her. The boy froze, looking at her with wide eyes. The old man lowered himself to the ground while the warrior bowed deeply. Why are you here? The old man straightened and glanced at the woman with awe. My lady, I bring news of woe. She regarded him silently, making the old man continue. A supreme beast is rampaging on the northern borders of our kingdom. The mountain gate is no more, and several cities have already been ravaged. We've come to beseech you, as a hero, to defend our lands once more. The woman's gorgeous face remained expressionless. Is there no warrior left in the kingdom to defeat a rampaging beast? The warrior glanced away in shame. The old man, meanwhile, smiled wistfully. There are those who can kill the beast, my lady, However, only you can stop its rampage without spilling blood." The woman remained silent for a while, then turned away without saying a word and disappeared into the shrine. A few minutes later, she returned carrying a bow and a quiver of arrows, a leather bracer fastened on her forearm. The old man shifted and glanced at her with glee. "Our ship." But she simply shook her head. "No need." She picked up a hawk's feather from the altar, glanced at it silently, and then threw it into the fire. A moment later, two wings like those of a hawk unfolded from her back, sunlight pouring through the brown feathers. The woman fastened the quiver to her belt and stretched her wings, preparing to take flight. Before that, however, she lingered for a few seconds. Taking the grapes from the altar, she offered them to the boy, and then awkwardly patted him on the head. "Don't let your elders kneel in your stead, boy." A second later, her graceful figure soared into the air. The boy was left on the ground, looking at the sky with wonder in his eyes. A mountain chain lay in ruins. Beyond the broken cliffs and fractured land, pillars of smoke were rising into the sky from a devastated city. And on the plain in front of it, a huge boar lay on the ground, dead, a flood of crimson blood flowing from its wounds like a river. Its carcass was like a towering hill, and the woman who stood below it glanced like an ant in its shadow. Her quiver was empty, and her face was concerned. She inhaled deeply, then grimaced, as if appalled by something. "Poison." The woman crouched faintly and leapt high into the air, landing on the dead beast's snout. She ascended its corpse like one would a mountain, eventually reaching the huge boar's vast back. There, hidden by the coarse fur, hundreds of great javelins bristled like a palisade, their metal corroded and covered in rust. The woman grasped one of the javelins and pulled it out of the dead beast's flesh, then studied it with a frown. A few seconds later, she frowned. "Imperial steel." Her expression darkened. Turning north, she glanced at the crumbled mountains. Where a narrow mountain pass had been, now there was a wide valley. An impregnable gorge had turned into an open road. A shadow fell on the woman's clear eyes. And with that, Sonny found himself back in the ash castle. He gasped, then swayed faintly, disoriented for a moment. What the... Which of his questions was this truth supposed to answer? He wanted to know how the world had ended, not how a strange woman had slain a rampaging supreme beast. And more than that, Oro of the Damned Nine. Now that was a blast from the past. As Sonny spat the name of the young Imperial soldier he had killed once, in his first nightmare, Slayer shifted faintly. Behind him, turning around, he glanced at her veiled face, then studied her graceful figure. That was a scene from your past, wasn't it? Slayer tilted her head, looking at him expressionlessly. Sonny stared at his shadow for a few seconds, then glanced away. Right, she doesn't know what truth was revealed to me, and on top of that, she doesn't even remember her own past. And even if the truth Ariel's game had shown him was about Slayer, technically, it was not her past. Because Slayer was not the woman from the vision he had been shown, but a shadow creature born from the woman's shadow instead, long after the woman died. Still, there must have been a reason why Ariel's vision had given him this truth, and not any other. The scene must have been important somehow. As important as two demons meeting in the middle of the Doom War. If it was, however, Sonny had no idea why. He took a few deep breaths, trying to suppress his frustration, then slowly regained his composure. No, it's fine. There were 12 more snow abominations for him to slay, and 12 more truths for him to uncover. One of those should hold the answer he sought. Chapter 23, 37 Actionable Strategy. The sun was rolling toward the horizon, so Sonny and his companions left the dark interior of the ash castle and scaled the slopes of the caldera once again. The pillar of smoke rising into the sky gave birth to billowing black clouds, and flakes of ash were falling down like snow. The last volcano, surrounded by snow-covered mountains from all sides, and their pristine white peaks loomed oppressively in the distance. While Kai and Slayer were preparing for battle, Sonny assessed his army. He had a saint, a transcendent shadow, and 24 supreme shades at his disposal. Each individual obsidian wasp was powerful and lethal, but peculiarly enough, Kai and Slayer, the ash beasts, were much more lethal than the shades despite their inferior rank. And naturally, there was Sonny himself, the ash tyrant. With a sigh, Sonny drew the map of Ariel's game in the ash again, and studied it with a concerned expression. Kai fastened the black quiver to the sash of his ivory armor and glanced at him questioningly. "You seem troubled." Sonny nodded slowly. "I am a little. By now we know a lot about how this realm works enough to plan a strategy, at least. However, there are still two questions that are left unanswered. One of them is somewhat important, but the other one is vital." He pointed to the map. "First of all, while we have some idea what the castles and the shrines do, the special square at the very heart of the board is still a mystery. Much more importantly, though, we don't know if there is a difference between how figures move. For example, we don't know if some figures can move diagonally between the mountains or cross several peaks in one move." He sighed. "Well, if they can, there is no point in making strategies. We will be surrounded in no time, no matter what we try to do, then it will just be a fight to the death." He glanced at the map and narrowed his eyes. "If we assume that all figures can only move one square at a time, though, then it is quite obvious what we must do." On the grid in front of him, the snow tyrant was guarded in the northern castle by a snow demon and two beasts. One snow devil guarded the center of the board, while the second one guarded the eastern shrine with two monsters. Three snow beasts surrounded the ash castle, while the last snow demon was alone in the southwestern corner, which meant that the western shrine was left unguarded. Sonny pointed to it. "We need to reach that square, entrench ourselves, and kill as numerous enemies there as we can. The problem, naturally, is that the snow demon in the left corner can get to it much faster, and that we are surrounded by snow beasts from all sides." He smiled darkly. "So we need to kill one of them before they attack us from all sides come dawn." He would have preferred to spare all three snow beasts to kill them later at the shrine, but the situation left him with little choice. He had to break the blockade around the ash castle tonight, before the snow worm and the clockwork giant received a chance to attack the ash castle from west and east simultaneously. So the only real choice Sonny had was which of the three snow beasts to attack. Naturally, finishing off the ice hive was the easiest choice, which was not to say that it would be easy. That said, he would rather deal with one of the cursed ones first. Sadly, he could not. Launching an attack on the mountain conquered by the ghastly worm would bring him too close to the snow demon in the far west, while challenging the fearsome giant would take him further away from the western shrine, well on his way to being caught by the group of snow figures guarding the eastern shrine. So, only one choice remained. Sonny glanced at the two shrines, suddenly remembering the four words carved in. To each side of the jade board, snow, ash, fear, truth. Suddenly, he realized that the rune of ash was carved just below the square where, as he knew now, the ash castle stood. The rune of snow was directly opposite, under the square where the snow castle stood. The shrine that the snow demon guarded, was it the shrine of fear then? Which meant that the shrine Sonny wanted to occupy was the shrine of truth. He smiled, how fitting. His hair was disheveled, so he tied it back with a band made of shadows. Then Sonny moved his shoulders, stretching them before the battle. "Prepare yourselves. We are going to wipe out the ice hive from existence today." While somewhat unfortunate, it was not a bad choice. That way, at least, Sonny would gather more shades before facing the truly powerful snow abominations further down the line. Just as he spoke those words, the sun finally touched the distant horizon. Its radiance turned vibrant red, painting the sea of clouds with 1,000 shades of scarlet, crimson, and carmine. It was as if the lonesome mountains were rising from a sea of blood. The volcano shook. Then it roared, and the pillar of smoke rising from its depths swelled, growing whiter and more voluminous. The clouds of ash above them boiled. A powerful wind blew from the south, scattering the ash and carrying it north, west, and east. Just as it had happened with the snow, the plumes of ash reached across the glowing red abyss of sunlit clouds, absorbing the intense radiance of the eventide. Soon enough, the tendrils of ash solidified into huge obsidian bridges, which glowed with the reflected light of the setting sun as if imbued with burning embers. It was a pretty sight. Sonny inhaled deeply, then commanded his troops forward. Attack. Chapter 23, 38 Dire Penalty. Sonny jumped down to the surface of the obsidian bridge, testing it carefully. The bridge was hundreds of meters across and dozens of kilometers long, arching gracefully above the glowing sea of crimson clouds. It was not monolithic, but rather an airy and ethereal structure of chaotically interwoven streams of obsidian that glanced far more fragile and delicate than it was supposed to be. In truth, Sonny suspected that even if he had access to his full titanic strength, he would not be able to put a dent in the obsidian bridge. So, he did not have to worry about it collapsing beneath him. Turning into a shadow, he glided across the smooth obsidian with great speed. Sunlight burned in the depths of the volcanic glass like embers, and the winds howled above. Kai and Slayer followed behind, escorted by the insect like shades. He could have carried them all to the distant mountain through the shadows, but there was a possibility that they had gotten the rules of Ariel's game wrong, and that the being dwelling beneath the clouds would react negatively to the Ash domain advancing. So, Sonny wanted to leave himself a chance to react and retreat in case that happened. Luckily, nothing of the sort transpired. This was good news for Sonny, since he planned to rely heavily on their ranged advantage when dealing with the ice hive. The mountain was perforated by countless tunnels that formed a complicated network. Besieging the crystal wasps in their home would be quite a treacherous affair, so Sonny wanted to lure at least some of them out first. Kai's new arrow was going to be of great help in that regard. Since it could phase through solid matter, he could use it to wound the snow abominations while they were hiding in the depths of their ice fortress, enough so to send them into a rage, at least. Sonny had half expected that the crystal wasps would hurry to the surface themselves, forming a solar array to bombard the attackers with gigantic beams of incinerating light while they crossed the bridge. But that did not happen either. The nightmare creatures seemed quite comfortable waiting for the adversary in the depths of the hive, where they had both the terrain and the numerical advantage. However, Sonny's plan met a different obstacle. Just a few moments after stepping on the bridge, he suddenly emerged from the shadows and swayed, a strained expression on his face. That feels awful. He expected that attacking a square of the snow domain would weaken him, just like the crystal wasps had been weakened when attacking the Ash Castle. However, he did not know just how severe the penalty would be. Sonny felt sapped of his vitality, frail and feeble, as if he had aged several decades in a single moment. His body was weakened, while his soul was frozen, the essence circulating sluggishly as the rate at which it was replenished fell drastically. Behind him, Kai staggered in the air, while Slayer came to an abrupt halt and slid across the obsidian surface, keeping her balance with the grace of a dancer. Her eyes remained cold and menacing, but her brow curved in a subtle scowl. Even the obsidian wasps seemed to slow down. Sonny looked back at the ashen slopes of the fuming volcano, wondering if the weakening hex would be removed if they returned. Kai and Slayer had already shown that they can hit targets on the distant mountain from the edge of the caldera, after all, so crawling back to start a purely ranged assault was a possibility. It was not a very good decision, though, because it would take Kai numerous hours to significantly reduce the number of enemies from that far, let alone to eradicate the ice hive completely, if that was even possible. And the time they had to conquer the snowy peak would run out as soon as the sun disappeared behind the horizon. Sonny frowned. They were close to the middle of the obsidian bridge, just about to escape from under the clouds of ash and see a clear sky. Looking at Kai, he said evenly, "Kai, try wounding one of them from here." The charming archer landed on the glowing obsidian and retrieved the enchanted arrow from his quiver. The crystal arrowhead glistened as he knocked it on the string, and then nothing happened. Kai struggled with his bow for a few seconds, muttering something to himself, then lowered it with a complicated expression and looked at Sonny. "I can't." He grimaced. "I can't draw my bow, it's too heavy." Sonny blinked a few times. Curse it all. So that was what it meant to be suppressed by the snow domain, which spanned 48 out of 49 peaks of Ariel's game. Or rather, that was what it meant to attack a mountain surrounded by the snow domain from all sides except for one. Sonny sighed, knowing that his plan had gone belly up. He could potentially manipulate the black bow to make it easier to draw, but that would not help the situation any weaker, and Kai would not even be able to scratch the crystal wasps, let alone kill them. Slayer was in a somewhat better position, but she was not going to be of great help either. Both of them were transcendent, and weakened even further by the snow domain. Facing scores of great beasts in battle would be a tall task for them. I might have underestimated how important the role of the domains is in this game. So what was he supposed to do? Kai seemed to be thinking the same. "What do we do, Sonny?" Sonny remained silent for a few seconds, then looked at the distant mountain with a concerned expression. There was only one thing left to do, really. He smiled chillingly. You two make sure that none of them escape. Kai raised an eyebrow, confused. Escape from what? Sonny took a step forward, summoning the helmet of the jade mantle. His low voice sounded even when he spoke. From me. With that, he suddenly disappeared, taking the obsidian wasps with him. Kai and Slayer were left alone on the bridge, bathed in the scarlet radiance of the setting sun. Almost at the same time, the shadows within the ice hive stirred, surging forward, and a fearsome figure encased in an armor of inky black jade stepped out of them, facing a rattled crystal wasp like an omen of death. Chapter 23, 39 Invading the Ice Hive. Sonny found himself in a cave made of ice. His turbulent thoughts settled, giving way to the cold and tranquil state of battle clarity. There were around 50 crystal wasps left in the hive, each of them a great beast. The network of tunnels and caverns was their fortress, while Sonny was weakened as an invader into the snow domain. Each nightmare creature was more powerful than he was due to the rules of Ariel's game, but that was a trifling matter. After all, Sonny had come this far by facing enemies who were much more powerful than him. Even if he had enjoyed the ultimate privilege of being the strongest monster on the battlefield as of late, the tenacity of a cunning killer was in his blood. The crystal wasps were mere beasts, great beasts, but beasts nonetheless. They were mindless death machines that only knew the frenzied madness of bloodlust. His intelligence was a deadlier weapon, so he was not too concerned about his diminished power. Their great numerical advantage was a more pressing threat. Even though the tunnels of the ice hive were somewhat narrow, Sonny knew that he could be easily overwhelmed here. He had his shades, naturally, but they would simply be torn to shreds if he unleashed them immediately. After all, there were far fewer of them than there were crystal wasps at the moment, and they were being weakened by the snow domain as well. That said, Sonny was in a far better situation than he had been on the Forgotten Shore. Not because he had become infinitely more powerful, his enemies had as well, but because there were more tools at his disposal. He was going to destroy the ice hive by using his mind, his versatility, and his superior skill. His shadow sense spread into the depths of the mountain, enveloping every corner of the enormous hive. In a heartbeat, he perceived and fathomed every tunnel, every intersection, and every cavern hidden in the ice. He also perceived the location of Why crystal wasp guarding the frozen fortress. Some were gathered in vast caverns in groups, waiting. Some were patrolling the tunnels alone or in pairs. Some were busy preparing the fortress for the attack. Sonny did not sense any traps, but he did discover a complicated system of crystal chimes that answered to the smallest movement of air, and would therefore notify the crystal wasps if an intruder disturbed their dwelling. Because of it, the ice hive was permeated by a delicate, melodious tinkling. Sonny smiled. In the next moment, the shadows all across the network of tunnels surged and rose. The shadows did not attempt to wound or kill the crystal wasps. Instead, they merely turned into solid walls of obsidian, blocking off myriad tunnels. The abominations instantly stirred, moving to destroy the obstructions, however, even with their great power. Destroying the solid mass of mystical obsidian was going to take some time, especially because it kept repairing itself. Sonny did not just block the tunnels randomly. Each obstacle was placed strategically, and for a single purpose, he wanted to isolate the crystal wasps from each other. To kill them one by one. After all, even though Sonny was disadvantaged in terms of power, he also possessed some advantages. Among them, two stood out the most: his awareness and his mobility. Let's start. By then, the crystal wasp in front of him, a solitary seeker of the ice hive, was already lunging forward. Sonny might not have been faster than a great beast supported by the snow domain, but he was a warrior. The crystal wasp, meanwhile, was nothing more than a pest. The black odachi was already turning into a long pike. Sonny slammed its butt into the ground and braced it with his leg, turning himself so heavy that the ice beneath his feet began to crack. He channeled his will into the blade of the pike, commanding it to pierce the adversary, and into its shaft, commanding it to remain whole. Then he commanded himself to hold. The great beast was flying at him at spectacular speed, so it had no time to stop. Its own momentum impaled the nightmare creature on the pike, the impregnable crystal carapace shattering as the black blade pierced its chest and exited through the crack between the thorax and the abdomen. Naturally, the malevolent wasp was still alive, straining to push its body along the pike's length to rip Sonny apart. He strained his muscles, raising his weapon, and the massive abomination impaled on it. Then, with a hiss, Sonny thrust the pike upward with all his might and pinned the nightmare creature to the tunnel's ceiling. Before the wasp could shatter the shaft of the manifested weapon and free itself, 7 black spikes shot from the ground like pillars, obliterating its body and causing the tunnel to collapse. "You have slain an adversary." Sonny was already someplace else. Stepping through the shadows, he appeared on the opposite side of the ice hive, deep inside the mountain, in a small cave where another solitary crystal wasp was digesting the remains of its fallen kin. Those of the abominations who had escaped the previous battle with grievous wounds were mercilessly devoured by the less damaged beasts to mend their wounds. The ice hive seemed to operate according to the principles of ruthless practicality. Sonny did not have time to observe how the crystal wasps turned their food into crystalline liquid, and how they used that liquid to heal and strengthen themselves, manifesting a sword out of shadows. He severed one of the nightmare creature's legs at the joint and danced away from its retaliation. The rest was simply a matter of technique and swordsmanship. Despite the great beast's superior size and physical might, Sonny rapidly crippled it, thus reducing its agility, and then beheaded the creature with a precise strike. "You have slain." "That's 2. He was gone by the time the corpse of the nightmare creature hit the ground. 49 to go. Chapter 23, 40 Conquering Tyrant. Sonny began with the crystal wasps who had been caught in his shadow maze alone. The obsidian barriers he had erected were strong, but not as strong as they would have been outside the snow domain. The enraged great beasts would destroy them sooner rather than later, so he had to act rapid. His hunt was rapid and brutal. Using Shadow Step to instantly move between distant areas of the ice hive, he picked the stragglers off one by one. His combat skill and indomitable killing intent were more than enough to slay the fearsome crystal abominations, even if clashing with so numerous great beasts in quick succession was rapidly depleting his stamina. In a narrow tunnel, Sonny severed a menacing crystal wasp in 2 with a razor-sharp odachi, and then pierced its head through the eye when the upper half of the nightmare creature kept crawling at him in a murderous frenzy. In an ice cave, where drops of water were falling into a vast and clear pool from a forest of crystal stalactites, he kept another great beast at a distance with a spear for a few seconds, then found an opening and split its abdomen open with a vicious strike. Its head shattered under his boot a second later. In a passage so narrow that a single crystal wasp could barely fit inside, Sonny closed the distance to a frenzied great beast, diving past its scythe-like legs, tore its carapace open with the gauntlets of the jade mantle, and shattered the delicate flesh beneath with his fists. The melodious sound of wind chimes was drowned out by the clangor of battle, thunderous thunderclaps, and the loud ringing of shattering crystal. By the time Sonny was done dealing with the solitary nightmare creatures, he was faintly out of breath. The entire slaughter had taken him no more than a couple minutes, and he had never stopped moving, seamlessly stepping between the shadows as if the sequence of brutal clashes was one uninterrupted battle. 37 to go. That was how many crystal wasps there were left in the ice hive. Sadly, things were going to get harder from now on. The rest of them were grouped together, and as he dealt with smaller groups, the larger ones would break through the shadow barriers and fuse. But that was all right, because by killing the solitary abominations, Sonny had made sure that the number of his shades swelled. It had to swell a little more, though. 14 more will do. 14 great beasts, such a trifle. Wincing as if in pain, he assumed the form of the shadow spawn and dove into the shadows, holding a black odachi in each of his 2 pairs of hands. Shooting from the darkness in a large vertical cavern, he jumped onto the wall and ran up its icy length, his claws sinking into the hard ice. Dim, diffused light was streaming from somewhere far above, and the 2 crystal wasps waiting on the wall instantly moved, rushing down to obliterate him. Because of where the source of light was located, their long shadows reached Sonny before the nightmare creatures themselves could. He slashed at their shadows with both of his swords, causing the wasps to let out ear-piercing screeches and fall down, crashing into the distant floor of the cavern while convulsing in agony. By the time they recovered enough to move again, he already plummeted down and shattered one with the unbearable weight of his body. There was a deafening boom, and the floor of the cavern cracked as a cloud of ice particles and crystal shards rose into the air. A split second later, Sonny emerged from the mass of pulverized ice, his two swords lashing out to pierce the vital points of the remaining nightmare creature. "You have slain." He dove into the shadows, carrying the twitching corpse with him. Emerging in a cave where two more crystal wasps were furiously attacking an obsidian wall, he tossed the corpse at one of them and attacked the other. "You have slain." And so it went. "Oh, I'm tired." Even at this breakneck speed, Sonny felt nervous that he would not be able to slaughter the entire hive before the sun disappeared behind the horizon. What would happen if the Ash Domain's move came to an end before the snow figure protecting the square was slain? Considering how hastily the crystal wasps retreated from the volcano in the morning, nothing Sonny would want to learn. Soon enough, he ran out of pairs of nightmare creatures to kill. His lungs were burning, and his heart, both of them, since he was still in the shadow spawn form, were beating wildly. There were a few cracks on the jade mantle and a few hideous cuts on his body. He did not bleed, naturally, but the insidious cold was seemingly seeping under his skin, making him feel even weaker. "Damn it!" Sonny let out a low growl. By then, the obsidian barriers had already fallen, and the remaining wasps, more than 20 of them, gathered in a vast cavern, ready to rush like a crystal avalanche to find and destroy the intruder. But Sonny did not make them wait. Instead, he stepped into the shadows one last time and emerged in the cavern, looking at the 24 nightmare creatures from behind the visor of his jade helmet. It felt quite unnerving, to say the least, to be stared down by a swarm of great beasts. "Who are you to dare stare me down, beasts? No, forget it. There's no time for that." Sonny grinned. "That should be enough." With that, he turned into a shadow. And from that shadow, a torrent of ash rolled like a billowing cloud, splitting into helical strands to envelop the swarm of crystal wasps. A moment later, the ash solidified into obsidian wasps, close to 50 of them, against 24 great beasts. 2 for each nightmare creature left in the ice hive. Sonny assumed a tangible form once more, abandoning the towering body of the shadow spawn in favor of his own speedy and slender body. His smile was cold and cruel. "Didn't I say it? Death is inevitable." His obsidian wasps rushed forward, and he lunged at the nearest nightmare creature as well. Before too long, the ice hive was no more, each of its crystalline inhabitants becoming a soldier in his growing army. Chapter 23, 41 Cloud of Ash. The floor of the cavern was littered with fragments of shattered crystal. Sonny had recalled the obsidian wasps back into the dark depths of his soul and dismissed his helmet, inhaling the frigid air deeply. Now that the sounds of the slaughter had ceased, the melodious tinkling of the crystal wind chimes permeated the silence once more. He exhaled slowly, knowing that the soothing melody would be erased from existence before too long as well. Not bad for my first move. He had taken one of the snow figures off the board. Taking a few steps forward, shards of crystal crunching under his feet, Sonny used the blade of his odachi to sweep some of them away. This was where he had killed the last of the crystal wasps, and so, there. Crouching, he reached down and picked up a jade figurine from beneath the shards. It was the snow beast figure, one representing the ice hive. Sonny studied it for a few seconds, then hid it inside his armor. Then, with no more time to waste, he stepped through the shadows and returned to the cave where water was flowing into a deep pool from a forest of crystal stalactites. Manifesting a large cauldron, he hastily filled it with clear water and pulled it into the shadows, appearing on the slopes of the snowy mountain a few seconds later. Kai and Slayer were already waiting for him there, the last rays of the setting sun painting their silhouettes with fiery shades of scarlet. Sonny offered them a friendly smile and brought some water to his lips, drinking greedily. "Ah, I guess it's not poisoned." Then he raised an eyebrow. "What?" Kai had been staring at him with wide eyes. The charming archer shook his head slowly. "No, nothing. It's just they were great beasts, all 50 of them." His gaze could penetrate solid rock, so he must have seen exactly how Sonny had dealt with the crystal wasps. Sonny grinned. Were they? An expected result, then. It would be a shame if I couldn't do this much as a supreme. After all, I killed my first great devil as a sleeper. Finally, he found a chance to work this one in. Kai's eyes shook, and a moment later the mountain shook as well. Sonny sighed, then glanced at his friend languidly. I suggest you brace yourself. Kai frowned. Brace myself for WH. Just then, the sun finally disappeared behind the horizon, and the peak of the mountain exploded with a deafening roar. A towering pillar of smoke and ash rose into the sky, expanding into a mushroom cloud. Sonny remained nonchalant as a great fireball bloomed behind him, and a wave of scorching wind broke against his back. For that. The mountain shook and shook, as if convulsing. Its entire peak was obliterated by the explosion, stone shrapnel and jagged boulders raining from above. A billowing mass of ash was expelled into the sky and spread, obscuring it like a veil of billowing darkness. Great plates of snow were dislodged and slid down, turning into destructive avalanches. Then the slope of the mountain split, and a flood of luminous lava flowed from its shattered peak, evaporating the snow. Sonny watched the obsidian bridges turn into torrents of ash as he erected a bulwark of shadows higher on the slope, making the lava flow past the narrow stretch of rock where he, Kai, and Slayer stood. He gestured to the cauldron. How about a drink to celebrate our victory? Kai gave him a long look, then scooped some water and drank deeply. Before too long, the snowy mountain was gone, replaced by a fuming volcano. The peak had turned into a vast caldera. The snow melted, revealing weathered rock, and the rock was covered by a layer of falling ash. The network of tunnels created by the crystal wasps had been destroyed entirely. Most of the tunnels collapsed, while those that remained were now filled with cooled magma. Night fell, submerging the artificial realm of Ariel's game in darkness. If there was one flaw to the newly established volcano, it was that there was no fortress here for them to hide from the falling ash. So instead, Sonny created a simple house out of manifested shadows, complete with a few items of crude furniture. There was a desk, a few chairs, and a bed. He even manifested a blanket and a couple of pillows. He did not need to sleep just yet, but Kai could probably use a bit of proper rest. So Sonny sent the charming archer to bed and sat at the desk, creating more arrows for him. Slayer stayed outside, guarding their makeshift home, even though they had never been as safe as they were here in Ariel's game for as long as the sun was hidden behind the horizon. I wonder what they'll do at dawn. Sonny had hoped that the snow worm and the clockwork giant would move to conquer the ash castle, but now that he thought about it, that was pointless. After all, the special nature of castles was that the squares they stew upon never changed color, so they could not be truly conquered. That meant that the two snow beasts would probably pursue him north. Will we have to fight one or both of them to reach the shrine? That would be unfortunate, since Sonny wanted to kill them as a sacrifice to Ariel's game. He briefly considered tossing the figure of the snow beast in his possession into the vent of the newly created volcano, but decided against it in the end. There was no altar in front of the main vent here, so he would probably not receive a revelation by doing so. In the morning, the rising sun turned snow into glass bridges again. Sonny, Kai, and Slayer watched the clockwork giant walk across one to the ash castle, while the snow worm crawled back to the mountain where its nest had been, directly west of the newly created volcano. Sonny sighed. They were boxed in, soon to be corralled. The snow worm blocked the way west, while moving east would lead them away from the western shrine. That only left the northern direction. But if there, after one move, they would be surrounded by two snow beasts from west and south, and a snow devil from the north. He winced. What a bother. Chapter 23, 42 Divine Whims. There was a long time to go before sunset, so the three of them were stuck on the newborn volcano for now. Sonny spent about an hour turning the shadow house into a shadow manor, purely for his own amusement. The elegant edifices rose and fell, changing style. Wings were added to the main building. A bell tower rose from the ground, the bell ringing loudly as it was assaulted by the wind. After a while, there was even a semblance of garden, perched precariously on the steep slope of the volcano. The bushes, the trees, and the flowers were all inky black and intricate, but devoid of life. Sonny sat in front of a flower bed full of black roses for a long time, staring at them intently. Eventually, one of the roses slowly changed, its petals swelling with a vibrant red color. Color was another property of matter, after all. When light shined on an object, some of it was absorbed, and some of it was reflected. The reflected light was what humans perceived as color. Sonny had never attempted to form the manifested shadows to absorb and reflect light in a specific manner, but nothing really prevented him from trying. He had successfully turned the shadow rose red after experimenting for a while. Funnily enough, changing the color of a single flower had been more difficult and strained him more than building the entire manor. Both the manor and the rose were destined to be destroyed in no more than a day when the volcano was conquered by the snow domain. Their beauty was fleeting and would be gone in an instant. But possibly that was what made art truly precious, its evanescent nature. Sonny had never deemed himself an artist, but at that moment, he thought that possibly being able to create something breathtaking was not too bad. He studied the red rose for a few minutes, then shook his head and made it turn black once again. Black flowers suited his taste better. Even knowing that his black garden would be swallowed by ice and snow come tomorrow, Sonny still made it permanent partially in defiance of that inevitability, partially out of a peculiar hope that it would survive against all odds. It's truly remarkable. Turning his head, Sonny glanced at Kai, who had approached him at some point. There was an expression of wonder on the charming archer's face, prompting Sonny to raise an eyebrow. What is? Kai hesitated for a few seconds, then gestured around them. This, the trees, the flowers, the manor, just appearing out of nowhere on your whim. They say that supremacy is like taking a half step into godhood. It all sounded like mere words to me before, but now I am starting to understand what a demigod is. Sonny smiled faintly. Possibly that's because all the supremes you've met before were half-devils, at best, instead of half-gods. He sighed and then rose from the ground, turning away from the black roses. What do you think being supreme means? Kai considered his question for a few seconds. A supreme is someone who rules, someone who carries responsibility for their subjects and is powerful enough to bear the weight of that responsibility. Someone whose soul is vast enough to encompass the world, thus becoming a domain, a sovereign. Sonny smiled and shook his head. No, a supreme is simply someone who is daring enough to reshape the world according to their whims. He patted Kai on the shoulder. You are bound to become supreme yourself one day soon, so I suggest you start daring. Kai stared at him blankly for a bit, which made Sonny sigh. Stop being afraid of your own power, Kai. Embrace it. His friend frowned and lingered for a while. Eventually, he asked, even if it turns me into a monster? Sonny chuckled. Especially if it turns you into a monster. How else are you going to survive in this appa? Ling world, let alone change it. Inhaling deeply, he headed for the manor. His short second of rest was over, and he had to get back to weaving. As Sonny walked away, Kai suddenly asked, Is that what you did? Sonny halted his steps, smiled wistfully, and then continued walking. Of course, countless times over. Kai remained silent for a bit, then shook his head. Well, I disagree. I don't think that becoming a monster is something to be proud of, so I refuse. Sonny grinned. Says a guy who killed a dragon and is now himself a dragon. He kept that thought to himself, though. Instead, he gave Kai a thumbs up. What a daring thing to say, keep it up. With that, Sonny disappeared behind the door of the manor, leaving the charming archer alone. Well, alone being watched by Slayer. The murderous shadow was sharpening her swords on a piece of stone, a completely unnecessary thing to do, considering the sublime materials from which they had been crafted while observing the two of them silently. There was no particular emotion in her inky black eyes, but the measured movement of a blade across the surface of the stone slowed down for a moment. In the evening, they crossed the obsidian bridge and conquered another mountain in the north. From there, they could see the fourth row of Ariel's game, and the central square of the board where a snow devil was waiting for them, protecting it. Sonny had expected to see another mountain, but he could not have been more wrong. As he, Kai, and Slayer stood on the slope of another newborn volcano, their expressions were a little odd. Sonny blinked a couple of times. What the hell? In front of them, far in the distance, a huge tree stood where a mountain was supposed to be. Its roots were hidden beneath the sea of clouds, and its branches seemed to support the sky, spanning countless kilometers across. Kai glanced at Sunny, dumbfounded. I'm not seeing things, am I? How can such an enormous tree exist? Sunny nodded slowly, unable to look away from the fantastical view. No, you're not, and indeed, that is one humongous tree. He shook his head in disbelief and said, his voice full of wonder. I mean, it's almost as large as a single branch of the largest tree I've ever seen. Chapter 23, 43 Game of the World Tree. Kai was so stunned that he did not even react to that last statement. The three of them simply remained still for a while, observing the magnificent sight of the enormous tree. The bark of the tree was dark, while its branches were bare and shrouded in snow. Its branches were like a frozen nebula, while the tree itself was like the axis of the world, rising above the sea of clouds much higher than even the surrounding mountains. Sunny could not see its roots, but he suspected that it was at least 10 times taller than the Soul Devourer had been at its peak. Of course, it was still infinitely smaller than the inconceivable tree, whose stump he had witnessed at the heart of the burned forest. Eventually, Kai exhaled and said slowly, It's like I'm looking at a world tree. Sunny shook his head. I've seen the actual world tree once. It is located north of the Forgotten Shore, and all that remains of it is an unfathomably enormous stump. This one, well, maybe it's a sapling of the world tree. He studied the tree for a while, then said with a hint of doubt in his voice, Perhaps it is. We don't really know what this miniature realm is made of, and if these mountains are even real. But if this tree is indeed real and is a child of the Heart God's world tree, then it might very well be the thing that holds this entire realm together. Ariel might have used it as the core of his game's world. There was no evidence to prove his theory, really, but Sunny was inclined to believe it. But even if he was wrong, just to be safe. Whatever you do, Kai, don't look inside that tree. The charming archer raised an eyebrow. Why? Sunny hesitated for a moment. If it really is the central element of this world's structure, then it might very well be the source of the being beneath the clouds, or at least connected to it. Who knows what slithers deep inside that enormous trunk? You might see something that your mind can't endure. Kai shivered. Sunny studied the tree a bit more, then scratched his head. It does make me wonder, though. Currently, it's shrouded in snow. How the hell will it become covered in ash if we conquer it? A tree can't erupt with lava, can it? He chuckled. Would it bloom if it was conquered by the ash domain? Or would it literally spew molten rock? The latter was not impossible. Considering the size of the giant tree, its roots could very well stretch wide and deep enough to reach the mantle of this artificial world, or maybe even its molten core, if it even had those. In any case, Sunny was more interested in something else. There was a snow devil guarding the central square on the jade board. Can you see it? Kai glanced into the distance. He remained silent for a while, then hurriedly glanced down. Yes, I think so. Sunny sighed. So what kind of horror is it this time? A bestial monstrosity with rotting flesh, an eerie, creepy wraith. No, don't tell me it's some kind of insect, isn't it? Damnation. Why does it always have to be insects? Kai lingered for a moment, then shook his head. No, it looks like a human to me. Sunny frowned. A human? No, wait. Is it human or does it look for a human? Kai lingered with the answer. I'm not sure. That devil, he's just sitting there with his legs crossed. But I can't really discern any details, I think that he glanced back at me too. Sunny considered the new information silently. Devils were sentient, intelligent, and cunning. They also wielded unholy powers, much like awakened wielded aspect abilities. More importantly, this particular devil was either great or cursed. The former was tolerable, but the latter was truly bad news. At that moment, Kai suddenly added, There is something peculiar about that devil. I'm not sure what it is, but I think I saw something behind him, like a string that glistened for a short second. In fact, I had the same feeling when looking at the other snow abominations we faced, as well. All of them are a bit peculiar. Sunny gave him a dark look. Hey, I am already on edge, so there's no need to say creepy things to scare me even more, okay? The moon was rising above the sea of clouds, and the snow-covered branches of the enormous tree shone in its pale light. He sighed. Damn it. Anyway, be prepared to fight that thing, whatever it is. This next dawn was going to be a perilous one for them. The snow worm and the clockwork giant were still 2 moves away, but the snow devil could attack the newborn volcano, in one meaning that it could attack them in the morning. As long as it was willing to, commanded to. Sunny still did not know what level of control the snow tyrant had over the other snow figures. It was in the nature of nightmare creatures to attack beings whose souls were devoid of corruption in a murderous frenzy. But if the tyrant was in control of these abominations, then it could suppress their demented, overwhelming desire for a while. After all, Sunny was the ash tyrant, and he was accompanied by 2 ash beasts. They had already shown their ability to eliminate snow figures, so the snow tyrant could show reluctance to send its devil into battle alone. They would just have to wait and see. And so they did. In the morning, as the sun rose above the horizon and illuminated the sea of clouds with radiant golden light, ethereal glass bridges connected the volcano to the surrounding mountains once more, and to the enormous tree as well. Behind them, the volcano they had left yesterday was conquered by the clockwork giant and was covered by snow once again. To the left, the snow worm crawled to a new peak and coiled around it, blocking the way west. And the snow devil remained where he was, not in a hurry to attack. Sunny cursed quietly. It was good news that they would not have to fight the devil today. However, it was also terrible news, because all clues pointed to the fact that the snow tyrant was capable not only of controlling the snow figures, but also of doing it strategically. He grimaced and glanced away from the snow-covered tree, his eyes turning a few shades darker. "We are going to kill that grotesque worm in the evening. Get ready." It seemed that he would finally slay his first cursed beast. Chapter 23, 44 Nature of the Beast. Chapter 23, 44 Nature of the Beast. Shadow Slave. There were a few minutes left before sunset. Sunny, Kai, and Slayer were on the slope of the volcano, waiting for the obsidian bridges to span the vast divide between them and the mountain where the snow worm lay in wait. Sunny was calm, while Slayer was her usual malevolent self. Kai, however, seemed worried. Watching him count his arrows for the 10th time, Sunny sighed. That worm is a beast, which means that it is huge, strong, and dumb. Dealing with a dumb beast is not that difficult. However, it is also of the cursed rank, which means that it is a lesser god. I know that you are a specialist in killing dragons, Kai, but have you ever killed a god? The charming archer slowly shook his head. "No, have you?" Sunny chuckled. "Not really. I did kill a dead god once, though." Kai took a deep breath, prompting Sunny to smile. "It was a minor god, and the Shadow Realm did most of the job. I only dealt it the last blow." He paused for a moment, then shrugged. "I have yet to slay a cursed beast, but in normal circumstances, it would not have been too big of a problem. Sadly, I am severely weakened by the current circumstances. So, we will have to really apply ourselves today. If we don't kill that thing before night comes, we'll probably die." They did not simply have to kill the snow worm, they had to kill it before the sun disappeared behind the horizon. If they failed to lay the cursed beast in time, they would have to retreat to the volcano. And if they did, all 3 snow abominations would attack them come dawn, 2 cursed beasts and a devil of unknown rank. Defeat was not guaranteed, but Sunny did not count their chances of repelling all 3 nightmare creatures high. He smiled. "I did watch good old Anvil fight a cursed tyrant once, though, so I know a thing or two about fighting gods." Sunny considered his words for a moment. Fighting a god, lesser or otherwise, is different from fighting any other nightmare creature. That is because gods exist outside the boundary of absolute laws that govern all of existence. They are not free from them, but let's just say that they have more liberty in interpreting how these laws work, as applied to them. What I mean to say is that the existence of deities, from the point of view of us mortals, is inherently irrational. He shook his head. That is a long way to say that when we engage the snow worm, you should not be surprised when weird things start to happen. Kai chuckled. "Weird things? Oh, I think I have developed a high tolerance to weirdness. After spending some time with you, I mean. I guess you truly are a demigod, Sunny, in more ways than just one." Sunny gave him an oblivious look. "Huh, what do you mean, me weird?" Kai blinked a couple of times. "Forget I said anything." He remained silent for a bit, then spoke again. "I am curious, though. You and Nephis, you want to become sacred yourselves, don't you? Sonny was a little surprised by the question. He shrugged. I am not sure that it is something that we want. Rather, it is a means to an end. It's something that we have to do. Kai smiled. Doesn't that mean that soon enough you will become inherently irrational too? Aren't you afraid? Sonny scratched the back of his head. Well, I haven't thought about the issue from that point of view before. He hesitated. But yes, I am a bit afraid. Actually, I am very afraid of what I will become and what I won't be anymore. He remained silent for a while, then shrugged. But I have some experience with that, becoming something new and leaving some of myself behind, I mean. I am not sure if I should say this, but did you know, actually? Sonny glanced at Kai somberly. You may not believe it, but I haven't always been this good-looking. Kai stared at him. Sonny gave him a solemn nod. Indeed, I know it's hard to believe, but if anyone can, it's you. After all, you can sense when people tell lies. Kai cleared his throat. I see. So, correct me if I am wrong, but are you saying that you becoming attractive is a change of the same magnitude as someone mortal becoming a god? Sonny stared at him with indignation. I am definitely not that bastard. But at least Kai wasn't counting his arrows anymore. Instead, he shook his head and laughed quietly. For what it's worth, I doubt you'll leave a lot of yourself behind even if you do become a deity, Sonny. I am not sure how to describe it, but you seem like someone who will always be himself, no matter the circumstances. Sonny smiled, then he frowned. Are you, perchance, implying that I am already so weird that becoming any weirder will be impossible? Kai coughed. No, naturally not. I definitely was not implying that. Sonny grinned. Good, because if you had, I was going to take it as a challenge. Just then, the sun finally touched the horizon, and the volcano they were standing on spat out a billowing cloud of ash. Soon enough, a bridge of glossy obsidian connected the ashen slope to the distant mountain, glowing in the scarlet radiance of the dying sun. Sonny smiled. Let's hurry. You know what they say, the early bird gets the worm. He jumped down to the surface of the bridge, utterly appalled by himself. Gods, what the hell did I just say? Did I really say that? The early bird gets the worm. It seemed that hanging out with Kai so much after being deprived of the charming Archer's company for so long was having a negative impact on his sanity. That joke was truly, unforgivably terrible, worthy of being spoken by that despicable old fool, Jest. The last thing Sonny wanted was to resemble Jest in any shape or form. Groaning inwardly, he rushed forward. He had to kill a cursed beast, and he had to do it quickly. Chapter 23, 45 Infinity and Finality. As Sonny ran across the surface of the obsidian bridge, his figure turning into a dark blur, Kai and Slayer drew their bows. A moment later, black arrows streaked across the sea of clouds and fell, piercing the snow worm's pale flesh. Out there on the slopes of the volcano, they were still within the bounds of the ash domain. Therefore, they could exert their full power granted. Their power was not great enough to seriously wound a cursed beast. The snow worm was so enormous that it was difficult to miss it. At the same time, its body was so vast that their arrows were no different from tiny needles, dealing almost no harm to the nightmare creature. But that was all right, because Sonny did not need them to harm the cursed beast. Instead, they had to play a different, vitally important role in the opening act of the battle. Instead of quality, it was the quantity of their attacks that mattered. They had to sink as numerous arrows as they could into the snow worm, and do it as rapidly as possible. That was because the arrows they were shooting were quite special. Sonny had crafted them himself, after all. In the past few days, he had been observing the snow worm carefully. He still did not know a lot about the cursed beast, but he was certain that it wielded the concept of infinity as a weapon. Its pale body could grow endlessly, devouring as much space as the snow worm wanted. It could become dozens of kilometers long, or shrink to merely a few hundred meters. Naturally, that also made the snow worm nearly indestructible. After all, no matter how much of its huge body Sonny destroyed, the beast could simply produce more. And more and more and more, until the entire mountain was buried under its pale flesh. So there were two ways to kill the bizarre god beast. One way was to destroy its rotten soul, which Sonny could achieve by focusing on attacking its shadow. The other was to suppress its power somehow, but naturally, Sonny did not have to pick just one strategy. He could very well implement both, and the arrows were meant to accomplish the latter. He had been crafting the arrows to subdue the snow worm for the last 2 days, and had made quite a few of them. The enchantment woven into the jagged crystal arrowheads was based on one of the memories he had crafted for Rain in Godgrave, in case of emergency. The purpose of that enchantment was to lock something in space, which was supposed to save her in case the veil of clouds above Godgrave unexpectedly broke. Now, Sonny was not too knowledgeable about these matters, but he was pretty sure that the concept of infinity was innately connected to the concept of space. At least it was in the context of the snowstorm, which existed as a living being that could potentially occupy an infinite amount of space. So if its body was pinned to space by the enchanted arrows Sonny created, its ability to grow endlessly was going to be compromised, either suppressed or at least interfered with. That was the plan, at least. Kai and Slayer did not have to aim that hard to hit the huge cursed beast, but there was another challenge facing them. They had to fire off all the finality arrows Sonny had provided them rapidly, which put great strain on their bodies. The draw weights of their bows were nothing short of startling, after all. Sonny would have loved to stay and enjoy the awesome display of extreme athleticism, but he had his own task to accomplish. While the role of his companions was to debilitate the adversary, he had to actually kill it. While not getting killed naturally. Fighting a cursed beast while only having access to 1/7 of his power felt like a bad idea. But at the same time, it was just a cursed beast. It was just a nightmare creature 1 rank above him, so what was there to feel worried about? As the arrows pierced the snow worm's flesh, the nightmare creature moved. The coils of pale flesh that enveloped the mountain shifted, and its enormous head rose above the peak, opening a gigantic maw to let out a low, eerie, horrifying wail. Sonny could not describe it with words, really. It did not resemble any sound that a living being was supposed to be able to produce at all. Rather, it seemed like something that an elemental force would sound like, sending shivers running down his spine. Before the obliterating wave of sound could fully hit him, tearing his flesh apart, Sonny dove into the shadows and hid in their depths, allowing for the worm's wail to pass above him. But even in the dark embrace of shadows, he felt his very essence tremble, almost coming undone. Been a while since I got hit by a sonic attack, I think. His shadow continued to glide across the glistening bridge at great speed. And just before he reached the snowy mountain, winged figures burst from it in a veil of ash, spreading like an obsidian swarm. They were the shades of the crystal wasps. He and Slayer had slain almost 100 of them. 2 more arrows pierced the snow worm's flesh, making it convulse and shrink a little. Sonny rose out of the shadows, and the shadows rose with him, turning into a towering figure encased in a carapace of gorgeous black jade. Standing 100 meters tall, the shadow colossus pulled 100-meter-long odachi out of the darkness and glanced up, at the huge head of the cursed beast looming high above him. The snow worm actually dwarfed Sonny and his titanic shell. The creature's circular maw could swallow him whole. As the swarm of obsidian wasps surrounded the peak of the mountain, Sonny raised his gigantic odachi and pointed it at the cursed beast. "I am going to kill you today, vermin." The snow worm seemed to stare at him for a moment, even if it had no eyes. And then its maw plummeted down, obscuring the heavens. The mountain shuddered. Chapter 23, 46 Intricate Control. Holy hell! The second the snow worm struck, the entire mountain groaned, and the world itself seemed to shudder in agony. Sonny had witnessed truly harrowing power before, but he had never been so close to something so annihilating, so destructive. Even if he had not been stripped of his shadows and weakened by the snow domain, he would have been utterly obliterated by this one strike. But of course, only if he was foolish enough to get struck. Not even trying to evade the gargantuan maw of the cursed beast, Sonny simply pulled his entire titanic shell into the shadows, stepping through them to bring down his odachi on the pale flesh of the snow worm on the other side of the mountain. The 100-meter-long blade cut deep, but even its great length was not enough to sever the nightmare creature in 2. In the next moment, the body of the snow worm moved, slamming into Sonny with frightening force and throwing him back. Crap! The deep wound he had dealt the cursed beast was already gone, replaced by more pale flesh. The snow under Sonny's feet, meanwhile rippled peculiarly. He leaped back, and a split second later, the snow collapsed, falling into the huge maw that appeared beneath. The snow worm's head shot from below, and then it was as if a pale wall rose in front of Sunny, reaching toward the sky. That was the neck of the huge nightmare creature, who had pierced a tunnel through the mountain and tried to swallow Sunny by appearing right beneath him. Not wasting any time, Sunny rushed forward and plunged his Odachi into the pale flesh, using the creature's own momentum to deliver it a long, gruesome cut. Almost at the same time, 2 more arrows pierced the flesh of the cursed beast. And then 2 more. Its huge body seemed to shrink a little, or did it only seem that way? Arg! 2 walls of pale flesh were rushing at Sunny from higher up the slope and lower down the slope. They were the coils of the snow worm, who was twisting its body to crush the adversary. Not so quick. Sunny barely managed to step through the shadows in time. His shell was made from them, but it was too heavy, too large. It took him far longer to dive into the shadows than when he was in human form, which could do the same almost instantaneously. Still, he escaped with his life. As the head of the snow worm turned in the frigid air and rushed down once more, the obsidian wasps dove from the sky to attack the huge nightmare creature. Scores of supreme shades were a lethal threat to almost any creature, but they were too vulnerable in front of a cursed beast. After all, shades did not possess the will, and worse than that, they were weakened by the snow domain. So they could be easily crushed and sent back into Sunny's soul if he used them recklessly. Luckily, there was one silver lining to how heavily suppressed he was here, in Ariel's game. Sunny had gone about becoming supreme in a somewhat backward fashion. By the time he learned how to manifest his domain, it was already vast and powerful, built out of tens of thousands of shades. Faced with their overwhelming number, he had always struggled to control his Shadow Legion control it with any level of precision, at least. But here, Sunny was devoid of his vast army. Instead, he could only command a relatively small number of shades that had been earned inside the game. That allowed him to command each one intricately. He had been training himself to control the obsidian wasps precisely for the past few days, ever since earning the first one. Handling 100 shades was far easier than thousands, especially since his mind was free of having to control his other incarnations and keep an eye on the members of the Shadow Clan. His mind had plenty of unused capacity for the first time in years, so his efforts to learn how to control his shades better fell into fertile soil. At first, Sunny simply concentrated on having the obsidian wasps move in different directions. Then, he made each of them follow an elaborate path. After mastering easy maneuvers, he moved on to practicing more intricate and complicated tasks, eventually arriving at simulated battles between different groups of shades. By now, the obsidian wasps did not exactly feel like extensions of his own body, but he felt confident in making each of them do precisely what he wanted. That expanded his strategic repertoire greatly, of course. Right now, he had to give his shades an opportunity to attack the snow worm without being destroyed by it. So he aimed them precisely at the areas on its enormous body, where its tough hide had been cut by his towering Odachi. The obsidian wasps plummeted from the sky, their glass-like wings burning with a crimson glow in the light of the setting sun, and crawled into the snow worm's open wounds. Hidden within its voluminous body, where they could not be crushed and devoured by the cursed beast, they bit into its flesh, burying themselves deeper and deeper into it as their legs and mandibles cut and shredded the nightmare creature's muscles. The snow worm was huge, but its size could be used as a weapon against it. For now, no more than a dozen shades had managed to crawl into its wounds, but there were going to be more wounds and more obsidian wasps finding their way into the creature's body. The arrows shot by Kai and Slayer, meanwhile, were constricting the snow worm's ability to expand itself more and more. It's working. As the cursed beast's head fell from the sky on Sunny, its shadow covered him. Turning his Odachi downward, he plunged it into the nightmare creature's shadow, then collapsed into it to flee the horrifying maw at the last possible second. His strike dealt some damage to the creature's vast, corrupted soul, not enough to threaten its life, but enough to be felt. The snow worm's flesh rippled in agony. I think I can kill it. The only question was, Would Sonny be able to kill the damned monstrosity in time? The sun was setting and the clock was ticking. If he was not quick enough, the one being killed would be him. Chapter 23, 47 Curse of Abundance. Sonny played hide and search with the snow worm by jumping between shadows while the mountain was falling apart around them. The creature's huge size made it difficult for him to destroy its body, but it also made it difficult for the creature to destroy him. The pale, segmented coils of the snow worm were wrapped around the entire mountain countless times over, expanding and constricting as they moved at great speed and slowly ground the mountain to dust. Because of their sheer mass and number, the cursed beast was its own obstacle when hunting down a foe as mobile as Sonny. The snow worm twisted its coils unpredictably to catch and crush Sonny between them. When two walls of pale flesh collided, violent shockwaves sent ripples across the sea of clouds, and the entire world seemed to shake. At the same time, its maw was pursuing Sonny, easily digging tunnels through the mountain or soaring into the sky to plummet down seconds later like a ghastly meteor. These impacts were even more earth-shattering. Sonny was being attacked from all sides, from below, from above, and yet, despite the unfathomable might of the cursed beast, he remained mostly unscathed. He was simply too quick and elusive to be caught, moving from one spot to another almost instantly to evade the frightening blows. That was why pure might was useless unless it was supported by a keen mind, skill, or at least agility. The snow worm was undoubtedly a creature of distressing power, but without proper means to channel that power, all it could achieve was thrash wildly and slowly take the mountain apart in its furious, fruitless pursuit of the nimble adversary. Then again, as the battle continued, Sonny got the impression that pure, focused lethality was not exactly the snow worm's strong suit. Rather, it seemed like a creature who subjugated its prey through its sheer abundance. The snow worm was too enormous, too voluminous, too inexhaustible. Its infinite body allowed it to weather an infinite number of attacks, only for more pale flesh to burst forward, burying the adversary under its endless mass. So it could simply endure endlessly until the adversary was exhausted, tired, and spent. In this case, the snow worm simply needed to endure until nightfall. It was a single-minded and patient creature. And yet, it was exactly its single-mindedness that made the snow worm so frightening, its extreme mastery of a single power, of a single concept used both for attack and defense, made it almost inevitable. As the sovereign of death, Sonny took offense to that. After all, nothing was supposed to be more inevitable than death. If only my legion was here. Growling, he fled from the snow worm while shredding its flesh with his great blade. Sonny did not discriminate between attacking the body of the cursed beast and its shadow, dealing both physical and soul damage to it. The soul of the snow worm was as vast and seemingly endless as its flesh, hiding an infinite amount of vile darkness. When souls received a certain amount of damage, they collapsed and crumbled, except for Sonny's own tenacious soul, which was reinforced by soul weave and therefore had no such threshold. And yet he felt that the soul of the snow worm was too enormous, too ancient, and too deep to be destroyed that way, at least while he was devoid of his shadows and weakened by the snow domain. Perhaps that was what the souls of all deities were like, or perhaps the soul of this corrupted deity in particular was especially abundant. In any case, destroying it was not something that could be accomplished easily. Fortunato. Why, Sonny was nothing if not resourceful. Even if dealing a sufficient amount of soul damage was not feasible, he had other means of destroying a soul. After all, he wielded the power of shadows, the power of death. Just as Nephis had mentioned, each will was unique and his was all about killing intent. It was the will to see living beings die. That was both his natural affinity and a skill he had developed by wielding Serpent, the slaying blade. In other words, his will was more effective and efficient than it was supposed to be when implemented for the purpose of killing. And while the snow worm was a being of a higher rank than Sonny, its will was not as sophisticated as his. Sonny understood it as he was desperately fighting the detestable creature. Yes, the snow worm was more powerful than him, and its will was far more harrowing. However, just like a mindless beast could not fathom a combat technique, the colossal nightmare creature could not wield its will with focused intent either. The will of the snow worm was not much different from the elemental and largely directionless will of the millipede swarm. And so, Sunny actually had a clear advantage over the profane deity. Therefore, he could infuse each of his soul attacks with the power of death with the focused will to see the adversary die, and that will slowly accumulated, poisoning the soul of the snow worm. The quantity of damage he dealt to the adversary's soul might not have been sufficient, but its insidious quality was a completely separate issue. Even if each cut dealt to the shadow of the cursed beast was insignificant due to how vast it was, all of that vastness was poisoned by the death, regardless of its nearly endless nature. As soon as Sunny expressed enough will to kill the snow worm to overcome its will to live, the creature was going to die. Which was not to say that he would be able to achieve that before the sun disappeared beyond the horizon. However, that was only half of Sunny's strategy. The other half was far simpler. He simply wanted to rip, shred, and devastate the snow worm's huge body. That, too, was a way to kill the enormous cursed beast. Chapter 23, 48 Death Will. Every cut Sunny dealt to the snow worm's voluminous body served a purpose, and that purpose was to allow more obsidian wasps to crawl inside it. By now, almost all of them had found their way into the cursed beast. They were slithering there, wreaking havoc and mangling tissue while burrowing deeper and deeper. Even if the wounds Sunny dealt to the huge nightmare creature were relatively insignificant, being mangled and devoured by 100 supreme shades from the inside was not. And yet, the snow worm endured the harrowing amount of damage being dealt to it almost effortlessly, demonstrating the vast divide between the supreme and the sacred, or rather, cursed ranks. More than that, even buried deep within its flesh, the obsidian wasps were not entirely safe. In fact, numerous of them had already been destroyed. Some were simply crushed by the unfathomably powerful muscles of the cursed beast. Some had accidentally found their way into its digestive system and were either ground to dust or dissolved entirely. Some met their end in ways that Sunny could not even describe, let alone understand, while some were destroyed in more bizarre ways. Since the snow worm wielded the concept of infinity as its weapon and could expand or shrink its body at will, some obsidian wasps were simply torn asunder when the point in space they had occupied suddenly expanded. Others were crushed into infinitely small balls of obsidian when the space they had been occupying shrank. Of course, none of them were actually destroyed. Rather, they were returned to the dark expanse of Sunny's soul. But they were eliminated from this fateful battle, which was ostensibly the same. Gods, just how indestructible is that thing? The mountain was full of holes by now, groaning precariously, which made it difficult for Sunny to find sure footing as he kept escaping the cursed beast's awful attacks. The snow worm showed no outward signs of being seriously harmed by the swarm of obsidian wasps, for now, which was not to say that it was unharmed. In fact, Sunny could sense the cadence of the battle slowly changing. He felt a bit of vicious joy as he realized that his preparations had not been for naught, and that his strategy was working. Just as he had planned, he was going to defeat this overwhelmingly powerful adversary by using his advantages, his intelligence, cunning, and skill. By then, Kai and Slayer had sunk all of the finality arrows he had crafted into the worm's flesh. The enchantments Sunny had so laboriously created were locking various segments of its body in space, making it more difficult for the creature to exercise its infinite power. At the same time, the obsidian wasps were ravaging the snow worm's insides, while Sunny was poisoning its soul with the power of his deathly will. Kai and Slayer, meanwhile, switched to purely annihilating arrows, helping him wound the cursed beast as much as they could. Their transcendent wills were added to his supreme killing intent, tipping the scales. As Sunny poisoned the soul of the snow worm more and more, suffocating the very spark that kept it alive, the creature weakened. The weaker it became, the less it could resist the binding power of enchantments constricting its power. And the more constricted its power was, the more physical harm the obsidian wasps could deal it, which in turn made its life force weaken more. It was a virtuous cycle, a wicked cycle. It was a cycle that would bring this huge, mindless, corrupted deity to death. Come on, you scum, die faster. Sunny's shell, too, was slowly coming undone. Even if he managed to avoid being struck by the snow worm directly, the damage dealt to the Shadow Colossus through simply being in the epicenter of unimaginable destruction was mounting. Still, he persisted. Because he could sense it, slowly but surely, the enormous body of the snow worm was shrinking. Instead of infinitely growing, it was gradually reducing in size. He could not see the result due to the sheer scale of the snow worm, but he could sense it through the shadows. Already, there were fewer coils surrounding the mountain. And as the battle continued, the rate at which the snow worm was shrinking only accelerated. By the time Kai had run out of arrows, Sunny could already see its tail. The maw of the creature, too, had diminished in size. It could still swallow Sunny in one bite, but at least not without doing some chewing first. As he stepped through the shadows and rolled on the heavily damaged, perforated slope of the mountain, a new shadow suddenly joined the fray. What is this maniac doing? A haunting sound that resembled a song suddenly permeated the sky, and a sonic wave struck the head of the cursed beast, shredding some of its flesh and changing its direction slightly. A gorgeous dragon plummeted from above, landing on the cursed beast's back and striking at it with its long, sharp claws. At the same time, Kai seemed to have spoken something. The snow worm largely ignored his command, but not entirely. Sunny almost missed a graceful figure that shot an arrow into an open wound of the cursed beast from the dragon's back. Slayer wanted to kill the weakened deity as well. The sun had already fallen halfway behind the horizon. We need to hurry. After that, the demise of the snow worm was hastened. The damage dealt to its soul and body had accumulated, and its ability to command infinity grew unstable. It shrank its body more and more, crushing the obsidian wasps within, but it was already too late. Soon enough, the cursed beast could barely wrap itself around the mountain. Then, its maw became too narrow to swallow the shadow colossus. That, ironically enough, made it more dangerous, since it could maneuver much better for a short while. So, Sunny abandoned his shell and continued the battle as a human. Before too long, the snow worm shrank to a truly pitiful size, no more than a kilometer from head to tail. Then it became even smaller, similar in size to Soul Serpent. And then, finally, Sunny exhaled tiredly as he leaned on his odachi, looking down at a pale maggot that was wriggling in the mud. That tiny maggot was the formerly proud cursed beast. Sunny glanced at it darkly, his eyes hidden in the deep shadows of the falling dusk. How could something so great become so pathetic? Was that how the gods died? His tone was strangely forlorn. Maybe I'll learn before ending this game. With that, Sunny brought his foot down, crushing the tiny maggot under his armored boot. There was a second of silence, and then he heard the familiar words. You have slain an adversary. Sunny sighed with relief as the last vestige of the sun disappeared from view. He had killed his first cursed one today. Chapter 23, 49, One Less Pawn. So, a deity only accounts for this much in the end. Looking down, Sunny did not feel too triumphant. Rather, he was troubled. Killing a cursed beast sounded like a startling accomplishment, and it was, in a sense. However, as a supreme titan, that was what he was supposed to be capable of. The true challenge would come when he had to face cursed demons, devils, and tyrants, the dreadful deities who were just as intelligent and cunning as he was, if not more. And then there were beings as distressing as cursed terrors and titans, like the vile thieving bird who had stolen his very fate from him. Sunny did not expect easy victories once he graduated to battling those creatures. Just as he thought about it, a chill ran down his spine. Feeling a cold gaze settle on him, Sunny turned back and glanced in the direction of the axis tree. He could not see the devil resting on one of its branches, but knew that he was being watched. I guess we had an audience. Much worse was the realization of just how vast the divide between great and cursed beings was. Every rank was progressively more powerful, and the gaps between them grew exponentially. And if the cursed one were already this overwhelming, then just how terrible the unholy ones would be. Smiling darkly, Sunny took a step back and crouched, digging in the squashed remains of the snow worm with a disgusted grimace on his face. Just then, Kai landed near him in a gust of wind, having already reverted to his human form. Slayer was not far behind, either, walking over from higher up the ruined slope. The latter was concerned and calm like she always was, but the former seemed stunned. Did we just kill a cursed beast? Sunny hummed nonchalantly. Indeed we did. With that, he stood up and raised a hand, glancing at a tiny gem held between his fingers. It shone gorgeously in the twilight of dusk, its radiant depths peculiarly mesmerizing. His expression, however, was peculiar. Would you look at that, Kai? This is the first sacred soul shard I have ever gotten my hands on, but why is it so tiny? No, really, Sonny felt cheated. Kai coughed. I don't think that the size of a soul shard matters, Sonny. Sonny pursed his lips, then sighed and hid the radiant gem in his armor. I guess, that said, buddy, I think you should turn back into a dragon. Kai blinked a couple of times, then activated his transcendent ability once more. Sonny hurried Slayer, and once both of them jumped onto the dragon's back, shouted for Kai to fly up. A few moments after Kai rose into the air, the eruption began. This one was far more violent than the previous ones due to how severely damaged by the snow worm the mountain had been. It practically fell apart and then rose again, its slopes formed by the cooled lava. A new volcano stood in place of the collapsed mountain in no time, just as tall and seemingly indestructible as the mountain had been. Once the three of them landed, Sonny went about erecting a new shadow manor. He shook his head while building it, somewhat shocked. That Ariel was really something, wasn't he? Who just goes around making mountains out of thin air. Unbelievable, truly mind-boggling. That's a real demon for you. Kai was observing him with a nonplussed expression. Hearing that, the charming archer shifted his gaze to the opulent manor that was rising from the darkness, as if summoned by magic. Yeah, unbelievable. This time, Sonny went for a modern style with panoramic windows that opened to the gorgeous sight of the starlit sea of clouds. Making manifested shadows transparent was much easier than imbuing them with color, so he went a bit crazy with the glassworks. Of course, an actual architect or a designer would shed tears at his clumsy attempts to build something, but it was more than enough for a temporary shelter that would be destroyed in a day or two. Once inside, Sonny rested on a sofa and sighed. He did not quite get its properties right, so the sofa felt both too hard and too soft at the same time. It was these little details that were the hardest to master. Shaping the facade of a building was relatively easy, unless he wanted to adorn it with decorative elements, but making the interior feel real was very difficult. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally. Kai seemed utterly spent, too. After dismissing the outer layers of his armor, the charming archer lowered himself into an armchair and closed his eyes. Sonny took out the sacred soul shard and studied it some more, enjoying the gorgeous glow. Do you know why death was created, Kai? Kai glanced at him in confusion. Death created. Sonny smiled. Of course, there was a time when death did not exist. Well, actually, time did not exist back then either. Everything we know as the axiomatic laws of existence was actually created at some point by the gods to contain the void. The void was endless and everlasting, after all, so they needed to create some form of finality to cage it. It just struck me as funny that our battle against the snow worm was a bit similar to that, a struggle between infinity and finality. He remained silent for a while, then added, Anyway, it was Shadow God who created death, and nobody, not even the gods, liked him very much because of that. Death was initially a weapon against the void and the eternal beings that dwelled in it. Even now, death dutifully destroys the corruption, which is caused by the malignant influence of the void. That is why we can kill a cursed nightmare creature and retrieve a sacred soul shard from its corpse. Kai blinked a couple of times. Oh, I never thought about that, actually. Now that I do, it does seem peculiar. Sonny threw the soul shard into the air and caught it. But really, if you think about it, death doesn't really exist. Or rather, death is not what people think it is. Kai raised an eyebrow, confused. Sonny chuckled. People think of death like it is the end, but actually it is merely a transformation. Shadow God swallowed everything that died and digested it, I guess, within himself. Ground it all into pure essence, then released it back into the world. He is gone now, but the laws he established still persist. So no one ever really disappears. They just become something new. Kai smiled faintly. That is a soothing thought, I guess. Sonny let out a quiet laugh. Yes, but I've been thinking, what does that make me? After all, I am somewhat of a thief. The things I kill never reach the shadow realm. Instead, they simply remain in my soul forever. He scratched the back of his head. Maybe I can learn how to digest them, too. But if there is a way to do that, I have not learned it yet. Kai let out a long sigh, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes again. So you want to learn how to digest dead beings after swallowing them? I see. Any particular reason why? Sonny fell into deep thought and remained silent for a while. Then his eyes gleamed. Come to think of it, it is all because of that dastardly worm. I mean, that thing was huge, right? So I was really hoping to eat some worm meat today, but it just had to go and turn tiny in the end. No meat for us, damn it. Hearing another deep sigh, he frowned and glanced at Kai with reproach. What, aren't you hungry? No way, even if you're not hungry, I am. There was no answer. Chapter 23, 50 Igneous Rock. In the morning, Sonny observed the movements of the snow figures tensely. The clockwork giant was still in pursuit, occupying the volcano they had just left. The snow devil, meanwhile, remained where it had been, choosing not to abandon the axis tree. Sonny let out a relieved sigh. At this point, his position on the board was still precarious. He needed 3 moves to reach the Shrine of Truth, and so did the snow devil. Considering that it had the initiative, though, the guardian of the axis tree would have arrived there first if it wanted to. Now that it had skipped a move, though, Sonny had the initiative and would reach the shrine sooner. It was a bit unnerving, really, because he could not help but question the behavior of the adversary. Why had the snow devil remained passive? Was it because staying on the axis tree gave the snow domain some kind of advantage? Or was it simply because the snow tyrant wanted to surround the shrine with more figures before mounting a 3-pronged attack to crush Sonny in one fell swoop? We'll see when we get there. There was something else for him to consider as well. There were 8 more snow figures on the board that Sonny could not see. None of them had appeared yet, and he suspected that they had been staying in their initial positions until now. But Sonny had a sinking suspicion that all of them had departed from their squares this morning, moving in the direction of the Shrine of Truth. There was a very simple reason why he believed that. Before, the snow tyrant had no way to guess where Sonny was going after all. He had gone directly north after abandoning the Ash Castle, never changing direction. But then, Sonny turned west and killed the snow worm. That indicated his desire to conquer the Shrine of Truth and gave the adversary an understanding of his plans, and therefore the ability to build an appropriate strategy. How troublesome! It would take the group of snow figures in the north from 4 to 6 moves to reach the Shrine of Truth. The group occupying the Shrine of Fear, meanwhile, would need from 6 to 7 moves to get there. There was the snow demon from the left corner to worry about, too, who could already be in the Shrine of Truth or en route to it. But Sonny was not too worried about a solitary figure. In any case, the coast was clear for now, at least. We should enjoy these days of peace. Once they reached the shrine, it would most likely be one harrowing battle after another, so it was good that Sonny had a few days to prepare. Most of the obsidian wasps had been destroyed in the battle against the snow worm. It was going to take some time for them to repair themselves. Additionally, he could dedicate this time to weaving. He could create more arrows for Kai and improve his bow. More importantly, there was the sacred soul shard in his possession now. Using it, he could create something truly special. But currently, Sonny was worried about something else. Looking away from the axis tree, he stared at Kai and nudged him on the shoulder. Well, did you find it? Kai coughed awkwardly. Well, it's a big mountain, Sonny. Give me more time. Sonny blinked a couple of times. What do you mean it's a big mountain? You can see through ash. You can see through rock. How hard can it be to find a piece of flawless white jade in this pile of obsidian and solidified magma? Kai let out an exasperated sigh. It would be less difficult if I could concentrate for a few seconds, Sonny. Sonny scoffed. Oh, I see you know how to talk back now. Hey, look at Slayer, she has never talked back to me once. Slayer gave him a look, her black eyes full of such dreadful malice that he almost flinched. I mean, she does drink my blood and tries to kill me every week, but at least she does it silently. The thing Sonny wanted Kai to find was, naturally, the figure of the snow beast he was supposed to receive for killing the colossal worm. He had been so engrossed in appreciating the aesthetic beauty of the sacred soul shard, and not at all overcome by greed, that he had forgotten about it entirely at the moment. And then the entire mountain fell apart. Considering that they had to move on from this newborn volcano by evening, Sonny felt quite pressed to find the jade figurine. After all, it was invaluable. He was already starting to grow nervous when Kai finally smiled. There, I see it. He pointed in the vague direction where the snow worm had died. It's right there about 500 meters underground, stuck in igneous rock. Sonny let out a relieved sigh. Good, good. Then he fell silent. After a few moments of that, Kai finally asked, So, are you going to dig it out? No, wait, you probably have better things to do. He looked at Slayer, then glanced away and added wistfully, I guess I should dig it out. Sonny remained silent for a while, then shook his head. No, at least not yet. I have another candidate in mind. With that, he took a deep breath and turned into a shadow. Nothing happened for a long while. Then suddenly, a flood of ash escaped from the shadow, rising into the sky like a towering pillar. Then the pillar of ash bent and plummeted down, twisting as it assumed form. Soon enough, the maw of an enormous black worm hit the slope of the mountain, easily burrowing into the seemingly impregnable rock. The shadow turned into a human once again. Sonny gave Kai a faltering smile, trying to hide how strained every fiber of his being was. That should be quicker, no. Chapter 23, 51 Sacred Shade. Sonny had never been able to summon the shade of condemnation, and that was not for the lack of trying. The shadow of the fallen god simply refused to submit to his will. It was too vast, too ancient, and too unfathomable to be compelled by his commands, while Sonny himself was not nearly powerful enough to assert his authority over it. In a sense, trying to deal with the shadow of condemnation was even more difficult than trying to command the fragment of the shadow realm. After becoming a supreme, Sonny could manipulate the fragment a little bit enough so to separate it from the nameless temple, at least, even if it had felt like moving a mountain. The fragment was devoid of personality, though, while the shadow of condemnation, it had a mind of its own. Or a shadow of a mind of its own, at least. In any case, Sonny could not summon the shadow of condemnation. The dead god remained in the tranquil darkness of his soul, seemingly at peace, and since it was the only shade of the sacred rank there, Sonny simply assumed that he could not command shades of a higher rank than his own. After facing the snow worm in battle, though, he began to doubt that theory. The cursed beast had been frightening and dreadfully powerful, true, but not beyond the realm of understanding when compared to Sonny. More than that, Sonny had already experienced, if not overpowering, then at least defeating the creature's will. Plus, unlike condemnation, he had killed the snow worm with his own 2 hands, metaphorically speaking. In truth, naturally, he had killed it with his boot. So who was to say that he could not command its shade? How could the shadow of a mere beast rebel against the Lord of Shadows? So that was exactly what Sonny tried to do. He tried to summon the shade of the snow worm and make it follow his commands. The result was both promising and disappointing. Just like condemnation, the snow worm, Abundance, refused to answer Sonny's call. Really, it was not even so much a refusal as it was a flat-out indifference. Both sacred shades simply ignored Sonny and his commands. However, unlike condemnation, Abundance was not so immense as to be indomitable. So, Sonny let his temper flare and descended upon the easy-minded shadow with all the ferocious power of his cold and imposing will. Come here, you. That, too, felt like moving a mountain. The thing, though, was that Sonny actually possessed enough willpower to move this particular mountain. And so, the mountain responded his call and came to him. Sonny felt a crushing pressure fall upon him. The second, the shadow of Abundance reluctantly passed through the gate of his soul and escaped into the miniature world of Ariel's game. That should be quicker, no. He pretended to smile while wincing on the inside. Controlling a sacred shade was different from controlling the other members of his Shadow Legion. Summoning his army of shades, even those of the supreme rank, felt effortless and nat. Ural, summoning the shade of Abundance, though, required him to keep overcoming its reluctance both continuously and meticulously. Needless to say, that put quite a strain on Sonny. In short, it was like riding an enraged bull. Sonny assumed that bulls were some kind of horse-like creatures who somehow managed to be even more ill-tempered than horses. Considering that the only horse he knew was Nightmare, that painted a pretty horrifying picture. He did not know why anyone sane would choose to ride such a creature, but the experience must have been similar to his attempts at keeping Abundance under control. There was another unexpected complication to summoning a sacred shade, as well. Usually, Sunny did not need to worry about essence while commanding his Shadow Legion. The flow of it he received from his shades was far greater than the expenditure needed to keep them summoned. The situation was reversed for the Shadow of Abundance, though. Not only was the Ash domain weak and feeble when compared to Sunny's actual domain, but keeping the damn worm summoned was consuming his essence at a disheartening rate. He would not be able to maintain the summoning indefinitely. He would not be able to maintain it for too long, even, which meant that calling upon sacred shades was a tool that had to be used strategically. It was still amazing news for Sunny, though. Not because Abundance would be able to excavate the volcano and retrieve its own figure faster than Kai would, naturally. Rather, it was because Sunny had been worried about the rank of his enemies for a while now. It was a stroke of great luck that the first snow figure they had faced was a swarm of great beasts. Slaying them had not only weakened the snow domain, but also strengthened Sunny. If the rest of the nightmare creatures on the board had been cursed, however, then he would not have been able to grow his army exponentially. And that was what Sunny had been counting on. That was his only hope of winning the death game despite starting it in a tremendously disadvantaged position. In a position so hopeless and dire that it had made Ariel, the demon of dread, admit defeat. Look carefully, Snow Tyrant, whoever you are. Sunny's smile grew firmer as he watched Abundance burrow into solid rock. He was going to slay the abominations of the snow domain, one after another, and turn them into his own soldiers. And with those soldiers, he was going to lay siege the snow castle and bring its ruler down. Best of all, he was going to bring his army of sacred shades out of Ariel's game into the real world. So the piece of Weaver's lineage was not the only boon he would carry away from this peculiar, lethal miniature world. How nice, there are 10 of them left, aren't there? Kai glanced at him dubiously. What are you thinking about? You look suspiciously cheerful. Sunny laughed happily. I was just thinking about how there are 10 more eldritch horrors waiting to kill us in horrendous ways. Isn't it wonderful? Kai exhaled slowly. Wonderful, oh wonderful, wonderful, he says. And he means it too. That is not the word I would have used. Chapter 2352, Shrine of Truth. In the evening, they abandoned the newly formed volcano and moved west. And in the morning, the volcano was no more, conquered by the clockwork giant and transformed into a snow-covered mountain. Sunny quietly mourned the destruction of yet another manor he had built. What even is the point? Ah, I already miss my weirdly stiff but overly soft sofa. He did not miss any memory more than he missed the shadow chair. Now that they had moved one more square west, the axis tree finally disappeared from view. That was a relief for Sunny, who did not need to feel the gaze of the snow devil anymore. But at the same time, it made him tense, because they had no way of knowing what the devil was doing now. That paled in comparison to the fact that they finally saw the Shrine of Truth, though. Well, Kai saw it, possibly Slayer, too. Sunny was simply comforted by the thought that it was there. He could see 8 surrounding peaks from the current square. The shrine was 2 moves away, diagonally northwest of their position. Diagonally southwest, meanwhile, similarly 2 moves away from the shrine. Are you certain? Kai nodded grimly. Yes, that should be the snow demon. Sunny frowned. The snow demon seemed to have abandoned the corner of the board, moving 1 square up. That made little sense, considering that it could have reached the Shrine of Truth already. Unless the snow tyrant wanted to use the shrine as a lure to trap Sunny and his ash beasts, with nowhere to retreat. If that was its plan, then the snow demon would politely let them pass instead of intercepting them come morning. Sunny sighed. So what does it look like? Kai hesitated for a while. Well, I'm not sure. Sunny raised an eyebrow. How come don't you have the all-seeing eye? Kai smiled faintly. No, I merely have the most-seeing eye. He chuckled quietly and added in a neutral tone. Remember how you mentioned creepy wraiths made of snow? Sunny did vaguely remember suggesting something like that when they had first encountered the snow devil. Don't tell me. Kai nodded. Indeed, the snow demon is a creepy wraith made of snow. There is a blizzard raging on the mountains, and something is hiding in that blizzard, but I'm not sure what it is. Honestly, I only noticed its presence because the currents of snow seem unnatural, as if avoiding something or someone. Sunny sighed. My damned tongue. Why couldn't I have suggested pretty wraiths made of snow instead of creepy ones? Or better yet, creepy wraiths made of delicious food. That'd be great, too. Kai scratched his head. Can wraiths be made of food? I thought wraiths were supposed to be intangible. Sonny grimaced. You make a fair point. He lingered for a moment, and then added in a disgruntled tone. Have I ever mentioned that I hate wraiths? I once spent a few thousand years with a wraith stuck in my head. It had its uses, sure, but by the dead gods. Having a head wraith is so obnoxious. I do not recommend. Kai stared at him silently for a while. Eventually, he asked in an even tone, Who do you hate more, wraiths or birds? Sonny blinked a couple of times. What an interesting question. He contemplated the answer, then shook his head decisively. Birds are still worse, definitely. With that, he wandered off to find a place to rest. Sonny had been joking, but hunger was letting itself be known. It was merely a psychological dependency, of course, since he could sustain himself on nothing but his essence. Kai was far from being weakened by the lack of food as well. Saints could go without sustenance for a long while, but everything was relative, of course. If it had been Effie whom Sonny took with him on this journey, for example, she would have been dead or dying from hunger by now because of her flaw. The realization that he could have led one of his friends to their death and had only been spared that guilt by dumb luck made Sonny feel enraged. He had not felt that powerless in a long, long while. It was not a good feeling at all, but the truth was both obvious and ruthless. No matter how much Sonny had grown, and no matter how well he prepared, he was still nothing in front of beings like the demon of dread. The laws of a miniature realm Ariel had created to use as a toy were enough to render all Sonny's power meaningless. I'll throw this damned board into the sky below after we get out of here. But of course he wouldn't. Ariel's game was too precious. Once it was cleared of the frightening abominations left here by Ariel and Weaver, it could be populated by far more manageable monsters. Then, it could be used as a training tool for the saints who aspired to become sovereigns, or even for those supremes who had risen to their rank only recently. After all, while the Ash domain was a downgrade for Sonny, the experience of ruling it could be precious to someone else. He sighed and went about his business. In the morning, the snow demon remained where it was, indicating that Sonny's suspicion was true. The snow tyrant was leaving the road to the Shrine of Truth wide open, intending to completely surround them there. Sonny did not mind, though. In fact, that was exactly what he wanted to happen as well. They traveled one more square west in the evening, reaching the westernmost column of squares. At dawn, the snow demon once again remained in place, while the clockwork giant once again conquered the volcano they had just left. That makes two. Once they reached the shrine, both the snow demon and the snow beast would make one move north, surrounding Sonny and his companions from south and east. That would only leave an enemy to close the blockade from the north, and then the three of them could attack the shrine together. Sonny did not know who the enemy would be, but he was going to find out soon. Finally, on their sixth sunset in Ariel's game, they reached the Shrine of Truth. Stepping on the slope of the lonesome mountain, Sonny knew that this was where the decisive battles of this death game were going to be fought. He sighed heavily. Game on, I guess. Chapter 23, 53 Sacred Battlefield. The square of the shrine was not different from the rest of them. It had been a snow-covered mountain before, but now that the ash domain swallowed it, the peak of the mountain shattered, and rivers of lava flowed down its slopes, melting away the snow and ice. Soon enough, it was covered in ash. Sonny and his companions slowly ascended the slope of the newly born volcano, not in a hurry to reach the caldera. There was some time to spare, after all, since their enemies would need at least 2 moves to launch an attack. It's interesting. Sonny glanced at the pillar of smoke rising into the sky. He was reminded of his first nightmare. The nameless temple had also been located atop a snowy peak, after all. But now, the peak of the mountain had exploded and crumbled, replaced by the crater of a fuming volcano. This meant that the Shrine of Truth could not have been located there. Was it hidden in a cave? He could ask Kai, but really Sonny was not that curious. Kai, meanwhile, seemed a little troubled. This time there will be 3 snow figures launching an attack at the same time, won't there? Sonny shrugged. Most likely. The charming archer exhaled slowly. The 2 we killed were already terrible enough. Are you sure we will be able to handle 3 at the same time? Sunny hesitated for a little while. Well, we also have the obsidian hive and the shadow of abundance with us now. And we don't need to kill all 3, we just need to hold out until the sun rises. If we fortify this place well, it should be doable. His expression darkened a little. The real problem is that we will have to repel them the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that, as countless times as it takes until one side is entirely obliterated. He smiled faintly. But that was the very reason we decided to come here, wasn't it? To grow stronger every time a snow figure is sacrificed to the shrine of truth. In fact, Sunny hoped that he would be able to make use of the shrine even before the first siege. He carried 2 jade figurines. After all, the idea of wasting 2 truths pained him, but if the figures could be sacrificed to strengthen him and his allies, he was willing to part with them. Kai chuckled. You are still full of confidence, I see. Aren't you even a little bit afraid? Sunny shook his head. Why would I be? These things stopped scaring me a long, long time ago. It's like I've exhausted all the fear allotted to me at birth. But I am not completely fearless. Do you know what really frightens me? Kai raised an eyebrow. What? Sunny took a deep breath and shivered. Watching Nephis pour honey on the pancakes I made, now that's frightening. Kai blinked a couple of times. What's wrong with honey? Sunny gave him an indignant glare. Everything. The better question would be what's right with honey. Who in their right mind would taint innocent pancakes with something so vile? The charming archer just stared at him silently for a while, then took a shaky breath. And you're being sincere, too. But if you fear honey so much, why not tell Nephis to stop using it? Sunny coughed and glanced away. Well, why would I? If she likes honey, I am willing to fill the entire ivory tower with honey. If that is not enough, I'll replace the water in the lake with honey, too. Kai laughed. Aren't you sweet? Just like Sunny gave him a dark look. I suggest you stop there, pal, if you know what's good for you. Kai only laughed louder. Eventually, they crested the edge of the caldera and began the descent. Soon enough, they reached the main vent of the volcano and the pillar of smoke rising from it. The Shrine of Truth rested on a platform suspended above the abyssal chasm on soot-covered chains. Unlike the Ash Castle, though, there was no fortress on the platform. Instead, there was a charred temple built from large blocks of stone, its edifice turned black by ash and smoke. Tall pillars, a broad frieze, a triangular pediment decorated by weathered reliefs. The Shrine of Truth looked vaguely familiar, like a shabby cousin of the nameless temple. The two were not exactly the same, but definitely resembled each other, as if built in the same style. Sunny stared at the charred temple for a few seconds, curious. He knew that the nameless temple was truly ancient. Since it had been originally dedicated to all 7 gods of the pantheon, it must have been built at the very dawn of existence, after the void was sealed, but before the 7th god was forgotten, his very memory forbidden. The demons had been born roughly at the same time, so this kind of temple must have just become ingrained in Ariel's mind in the days of his youth. So, when he needed to create a rough model of a temple, he could have simply defaulted to this style without thinking too much. Sunny tilted his head. Was it right to think about demons in such easy terms? To imagine them so human? Demons had been born sacred, having been torn from the soul of a god. So they could not have been too human, that said. They had been young once, too. They had experienced passions and sorrows, too. They had walked the path of ascension and elevated themselves to the divine rank. So who was to say that they had shared no similarity to mortal men like Sunny and Kai? Shaking his head, he turned to Slayer and grinned. Should I toss you over the chasm again? She gave him a cold, sinister look, then took a graceful step toward Kai, stopping near him silently. Sunny opened his eyes wide. Ah, the bitter pain of betrayal. Chapter 23, 54 Plentiful Choices. The interior of the Shrine of Truth was much like tea. The interior of the Ash Castle, a mere facsimile of an actual structure, as opposed to a real one. It was one vast chamber, more modest in size than the smoke-filled hall of the crumbling fortress, but still large enough for an enormous abomination to occupy. Of course, there were no nightmare creatures inside at the second, just Sunny, Kai, and Slayer. The shrine was not exactly comfortable, but at least there was no ash falling on them from above. The smoke was contained in the middle of the great chamber, so the rest of it was clean and even pleasantly cool. Kai studied their temporary shelter for a few seconds, then sighed. Honestly, it is a bit of a downgrade compared to the houses you've been building. You are getting quite good at making those, Sunny chuckled. Am I? That's good to hear. He shook his head. I spent most of my life being homeless, you know. So in the end, I got myself a home that can follow me around and eat my enemies. He let out a wistful sigh. Who knew I wouldn't be able to bring it with me this time? Sonny shook his head again and headed toward the pillar of smoke. Apart from its form and size, the interior of the Shrine of Truth was different from the Ash Castle in two ways. First of all, since this volcano had just emerged, there was only a thin layer of ash on the floor. Secondly, Sonny reached the circular pit leading to the depths of the volcano and stopped, looking at its edge with a thoughtful expression. I feel like I was right. Instead of a single pedestal, there were two altars in front of the pit. If Sonny's suspicion was correct, they were meant for the jade figurines. One altar would allow him to exchange a snow figure for a truth, while the other would most likely allow him to sacrifice it in exchange for some kind of boon, either for himself or for his warriors. He was not going to decide how to spend his trophies just yet, though. First, he needed to learn the identity of the third snow abomination they would be fighting in 2 dawns. Let's rest for a bit. Kai had commented how the Shrine of Truth was not that comfortable, but nothing prevented Sonny from making it more habitable. He manifested a few pieces of furniture and sprawled on a sofa, feeling a little satisfied by the fact that it felt far less weird than the previous ones. He had not slept inside Ariel's game yet, and while there was no real need to, Sonny still felt himself drifting into a slumber. There would probably be no opportunity for him to rest later, so he could just as well use this last one. Sleep did not come easily, though, and Sonny soon found himself laying there, wide awake, plagued by uninvited thoughts. Eventually, he sighed and sat up. Kai was awake, too, looking at the billowing smoke with a distant expression. Sonny rubbed his eyes, then stared at the charming archer silently. Is something bothering you, Sonny? He smiled crookedly. I guess. Sonny remained quiet for a few seconds, then said, You are a curious person. You know that, right, Kai? The charming archer raised an eyebrow and turned to look at him. Me? If anything, I thought that I was quite a boring person, compared to my comrades, I mean, Sonny scoffed. Oh, but that is exactly what makes you curious, the fact that you are different from the rest of us. Kai remained silent, as if inviting him to continue. Sonny leaned on the backrest of the sofa and sighed. This armor I wear was forged by Nether, the demon of destiny. He is also known as the demon of choice. And here we are, searching for a piece of the demon of fate. Fate, destiny, choice, you might not know it, but all these things are of great interest to me. He crossed his arms. It used to be that very few people, apart from the legacy scions, got to choose whether they wanted to be infected by the nightmare spell or not. They were forced to face the first nightmare, and then they were forced to enter the dream realm come the winter solstice. Some survived, and some didn't. However, once the carriers of the spell awakened, then they finally got to choose something for themselves, whether they wanted to challenge the second nightmare or not. Sonny smiled darkly. At least in theory. In truth, none of us had a real choice in that matter. For Nephis, it was the only way to survive and return to the waking world. For Effie, it was the only way to gain a healthy body. For Cassie, it was a necessary step toward fixing what she had broken. Mordred was a mere wraith with no vessel to call his own, yet had to keep growing stronger to survive her flaw. As for me, well, I could not allow myself to fall behind someone. He pointed to Kai. So really, out of all of us, only you had that choice, Kai. You could have stayed awakened and spent the rest of your life in safety, living comfortably. And yet, you still chose to answer the call of nightmare. So I am curious, why? Kai seemed a little uncomfortable. He lingered for a few seconds, Hen shrugged. I guess I did indeed have the luxury of making more choices than most of my friends. At first, I did exactly what you said, stayed safe and lived comfortably, closing my eyes to the sorrows of the rest. That was in the bright castle. But after escaping the forgotten shore, I did not want to live like that anymore. He smiled. Someone once told me I don't quite recall who that strength was the only virtue, while weakness was the only sin. It seemed convincing at first, but then I changed my mind. Actually having strength but misusing it felt like a far greater sin than being weak. I had already sinned by being weak, so after awakening, I did not want to sin again by wasting my strength. So I chose responsibility. I also chose to follow my friends, who did not have the same freedom of choice I had. Sonny leaned forward a little. That is exactly it. You had freedom but surrendered it in favor of responsibility. His eyes grew darker. Don't you ever regret it? Don't you miss the freedom you gave up? Kai simply laughed. His eventual answer made Sunny flinch a little. No, I haven't missed it once. Chapter 23:55 Empty Vessel. Sunny studied Kai intently, hiding his surprise. He had expected his friend to give a negative answer, of course. After all, he knew Kai too well to think otherwise. And yet the categorical nature of his denial left Sunny rattled. He leaned back a little, frowning. Not even once. Kai shrugged. Of course, this freedom you talk about, well, it is an elusive concept, I guess. It changes depending on how you define it. Are we talking about freedom from responsibility, from duty, from having to act on behalf of the others? The charming archer smiled softly. If so, then I see no reason to regret surrendering it. You seem to regard freedom as something inherently positive, but is it really? To me, it seems that freedom is neither good nor bad, rather, it is like a transparent, empty vessel. You can fill it with good things or bad things, making it either benign or malignant, but the very act of placing something in the vessel breaks it, and you're not free anymore. So I guess it's a bit of a paradox. He sighed. The only way to remain free in this context is to leave the vessel empty. And while emptiness is neither benign nor malignant, it is certainly much sadder than either. Kai shook his head. The things I filled my vessel with suit me fine, so what if it's not empty and transparent anymore? Why would I want to live a life of emptiness anyway? Sunny slowly shook his head. I guess there's no reason, but still, doesn't everyone want to be free? Kai considered his question seriously. True, people generally long to be free to live their lives the way they want. That is, not to be free for the sake of freedom. So what they really want is freedom to make their own choices, not freedom from the consequences of those choices. Even if they become bound to something as a result, unable to do as they want any more as a result. Sunny smiled bitterly. Ah, that old nugget of wisdom. He remained silent for a while, looking into the distance somberly. Someone told me once that no one is really free in this world. Everyone is chained to someone or something, so the only real freedom there is the freedom to choose your own chains. He grinned darkly. Of course, I proved this wisdom wrong. Using your metaphor, I put the broken vessel back together and cleaned it until its walls were transparent once again. Kai raised an eyebrow. Peculiar. You are telling the truth, and yet what you say can't possibly be true. Sunny was surprised. Can't possibly be true, how so? Noticing his bewilderment, Kai chuckled. I mean, I might have some responsibilities, but they are really nothing compared to what you, Sunny, have chosen to bear. You volunteered to fight in the domain war despite not having a stake in that fight, carried the weight of innumerable lives on your shoulders, faced a sovereign in battle, and took his crown. Now you are one of the two guardian angels of humanity. Well, possibly a guardian devil is a more fitting term. Sunny's face twitched. Please don't mention angels when I'm around. Kai gave him a strange look, then shrugged and continued. What I mean to say is that you used to enjoy infinitely more freedom than I had ever possessed, and you discarded it all in favor of infinitely more responsibility than I will ever bear. So, how can you claim that your vessel is empty? He coughed and glanced away. Oh, and also, can we steer away from this whole empty vessel metaphor? Honestly, it's not one of my best. Lyrics were never my strong suit, but still, I used to be a musician. So it's a bit embarrassing. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Sure, we can. He remained silent for a moment, then shrugged. Well, if you put it that way, there does indeed seem to be a contradiction. Actually, it was exactly as you said. I had strived to break. Free for a very long time, but when I finally did, it came at a cost. And what followed after was empty and sad. You don't seem to regret surrendering your freedom, but I was full of regret after gaining mine. I was alone and had nothing, so I made a choice to come back and change everything. That, of course, bound me to a lot of things, and now I feel compelled to see them through. Kai smiled. Then all is well, no, since you chose that path yourself. Sunny sighed, then rubbed his face tiredly. It's not that easy. The path is long and winding. What if following it will rob me of the ability to make choices for myself in the future? Kai scratched the back of his head. To be honest, I lost track of all these metaphors a bit, so I am not sure I understand. But if the choice not to have as many choices is your own, then all is good as well, I think. Sunny looked at him and smiled. Then he laughed. So it's okay to be chained as long as I decide to wear shackles myself? All this talk, and we ended up where we began. Kai gave him a guilty look. Sorry if I wasn't helpful, but in my defense, I have no idea what you are talking about. Sunny gave him a nod and laid back down on his sofa. It's all right. I appreciate you humoring me. Kai hesitated for a few seconds, then said in a tentative tone, "Perhaps I could be more helpful if you told me what choice you are contemplating." Sunny yawned. "Oh, it's just, I'm wondering whether I should go bird hunting sometime in the future, that's all." Kai opened his mouth, then closed it again. Then he exhaled slowly. "I see. Well, good luck with whatever you decide to do." After a few moments of silence, he asked, "Are you going to sleep? If so, I can stand guard, not that nights here are dangerous." Sunny sighed, then shook his head. "No, I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight, so I'll do something else instead." Kai leaned back. "What?" Sunny smiled. "Being here inside another one of Ariel's harrowing masterpieces has got me inspired, so I am going to do some sorcery." His smile grew darker. "I am going to perform sorcery so grand and terrible that even demons would have been impressed." Chapter 2356, Grand Design. Sunny allowed his body to become a shadow, returning to his natural form. This time, however, he went a step further. Letting go of the familiar image of himself, he set the shadow free. Unleashed from the confines of a human silhouette, his shadow swelled and surged in all directions, covering the spacious interior of the Shrine of Truth in an instant. Then, it burst from its gates like a dark tide. In a matter of seconds, Sunny had become vast enough to swallow the entire volcano, up to the point where its slopes disappeared into the sea of clouds, at least. His shadow covered the gargantuan bowl of the caldera and the ash-covered slopes, flowing into each crack and crevice. He enveloped the luminous depths of the main vent, too, as well as the suffocating confines of the secondary fissure vents. Slayer shifted silently and placed a hand on the hilt of her sword. Kai simply glanced around, lingered for a few seconds, and closed his eyes to rest. Sunny, meanwhile, summoned the Shade of Abundance. The giant worm rose from the depths of his soul and bit into the rock, crawling through the solid mass of the volcano to a wide tunnel through it. The shades of obsidian wasps scurried behind it, clearing the tunnels of debris. Sunny concentrated, and his vast shadow stirred, numerous arms growing from its black depths. His essence flowed like a torrent, and his countless hands wove it into black strings. He had considered for a long time what he would weave for the upcoming siege. In truth, Sunny was not as confident in the outcome of the battle as he had made it look. Fighting 3 snow figures, including a demon, was a perilous task, especially considering how few advantages he had. The crystal wasps had been weakened when they attacked the Ash Castle, but that was because, at that point, the Ash Castles had been bordered by 2 squares of the same color. The Shrine of Truth, however, would be surrounded by the snow domain from all sides during the battle, which meant that the invaders would not be weakened that much, or perhaps at all. Sunny and his companions would not be suppressed either, unlike how they had been during the battles against the Ice Hive and Abundance, but that was all there was to it. The odds were not in their favor. So Sunny needed to prepare, and the sacred soul shard that had fallen into his hands was one of 2 precious resources he had, the other being the jade figurines. What would be the best use for it? Should he create a deadly weapon for himself, a powerful charm that could be enhanced by the jade mantle, a tool that would allow him to pull off some insidious trick? There were numerous options, but none of them would be as impactful as he wanted. There was another problem as well: time, a sacred memory wa. Worthy of a truly sophisticated enchantment, but weaving an intricate enchantment was a long and complicated process. Sunny was not sure that he would be able to complete something so elaborate before the snow figures descended upon the Shrine of Truth. So, the enchantment had to be relatively simple, just scaled to an entirely terrifying level of power. No weapon, charm, or tool he could think of would be able to produce the results he needed while bound by these limitations. So, Sunny decided to do something else. He decided not to create a memory at all. Instead, he decided to enchant the mountain itself, all of it, from the deepest part of the caldera to its steep, ash-covered slopes. The sacred soul shard would serve as the core of his grand enchantment, while the tunnels Abundance created would become channels for the strings of shadow essence, forming the complicated patterns of an enormous spellweave. That spellweave would turn all of the fuming volcano into a magical fortress, where Sunny would face the cursed warriors of the snow domain, and slay them all one by one. Of course, creating such a spellweave was not an easy task. The paths carved by Abundance were crude when compared to what Sunny could weave when creating a memory, so he could only imbue the mountain with a relatively simple enchantment. But that was all right. He had just an enchantment in mind, a perfect solution to numerous of the problems facing him. The scale of forces involved was so distressing that Sunny could not be sure that his great masterpiece would survive a single battle. But that was all right, too, as long as it served its purpose. He would have a few more powerful shades to assist him during the next siege. So much work, he sighed silently. Controlling abundance was difficult, commanding the obsidian wasps on top of that was straining, and he had to weave the strings of essence to boot. I better hurry, though. The night passed rapidly. In the morning, the clockwork giant and the snow demon both moved 1 square north, just like Sunny had predicted. And at the same time, a third figure arrived at the peak of the snowy mountain to the north, closing the blockade. It was another snow beast, one of the two who had been protecting the snow castle, it seemed. Ignoring the newcomer for the time being, Sunny concentrated on excavating the volcano and forming the grandiose spellweave. He had to control the flow of lava to prevent it from flooding the network of tunnels, but that had proven easy enough to accomplish with a bit of foresight. In the end, he managed to finish the enchantment with just a few hours to spare before the next dawn. Assuming the human form for the first time since his candid conversation with Kai, Sunny let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat off his brow. He was terribly tired, but there was no time to rest. Standing up, Sunny lingered for a moment and then took out the 2 jade figurines from inside his armor. They lay on his palm, feeling cold to the touch. Sunny exhaled slowly. Let's deal with you too, then. Chapter 2357, Second Altar. Slayer was where he had left her, standing silently in the darkness of the shrine. Now that the sun had risen, a bit of light was falling into the empty hall of the scorched temple through the opening in its roof and the towering fissure of its gates still. Shadows swallowed most of the hall, so her motionless figure was entirely unnoticeable. Naturally, Sunny could see in the dark, so she could not hide from him. He sighed. Slayer was a peculiar shadow. She had been a shadow of a mortal woman once. That woman perished, and her shadow traveled to the shadow realm like all shadows did, however. Once there, she refused to be destroyed like the rest of them and persisted, hunting down the others like her to sustain herself. Whether it was because her sense of self was especially strong or for some other reason, Sunny did not know. In any case, her stubborn refusal to succumb eventually bore fruit. Slayer ceased to be a mere shadow and was reborn as a shadow creature instead. The passage of time had erased what little remained of her original self, turning her into the feral, ruthless huntress Sunny met. She did not even remember her own name, by then, let alone her past. She was killed once more and reborn again, this time as his shadow. So Slayer was neither human nor a creature, but something in between. She did not possess an aspect like humans did, but she was also far more intelligent and lethal than a beast was supposed to be. Which was to say that she did not possess any special powers. All she had was her skills, her sharp intelligence, her frightening killing intent, and her stubborn will. It was with these tools that she had endured thousands of years of surviving in the shadow realm, crafting weapons and arrows from pieces of obsidian, preparing traps for her enemies, and hiding when an essence storm passed nearby. Perhaps that had not always been tea. He case, though. She was a peculiar shadow full of soul essence instead of shadow essence, after all not quite transcendent, but not quite supreme either. Perhaps Slayer had indeed wielded some kind of power, or even an aspect, before her radiant soul deteriorated and lost its initial form. Maybe her aspect could be recovered one day. In any case, Sunny was not going to think less of her, or consider her less of a threat, simply because Slayer did not have any special powers. She was incredibly menacing even without them, after all, to which he could personally attest. Still, he was very curious to see how the Shrine of Truth would make her stronger. The same held true for Kai, in fact. Sunny had no idea how the Shrine of Truth was supposed to work. All he knew was what Seishin had told them, that killing an enemy figure on this square was supposed to make the killer more powerful somehow. All of them desperately needed to grow more powerful, so that was really fortunate. The fact that the jade figurines could seemingly substitute kills was, as well. I wonder what Ariel's game will do. Would it grant them a sorceress boon, evolve the figure to a higher class, bestow magical weapons and equipment upon them? Would these boons be permanent, or would they disappear as soon as they left the board? He was going to learn soon. Just as Sunny headed to the center of the shrine, Kai descended from above, landed near him, and smiled. Sunny, are you done with your sorcery? Sunny nodded and said, his voice both tired and satisfied. Yes, it turned out well despite the difficulty. Ah, am I not a genius? Who else could have invented something so groundbreaking, huh? He glanced at Kai with a hint of expectation, remained silent for a moment, then added, "Groundbreaking, get it." Kai coughed suddenly. "Oh, yes, the volcano has been shaking quite a lot. I was afraid there was going to be an eruption." Sonny chuckled. "That was just me excavating the mountain. Come, I'll explain what I did in detail a bit later." As they walked toward the two altars, Slayer following silently from behind, Sonny gave Kai a curious look. "You are back from observing the enemy, right? So, who is our guest from the north?" Kai frowned a little. "Well, it is a beast. However, it is not a single beast." Sonny stopped for a second and blinked a few times. "Don't tell me, are there another 100 of them?" Kai shook his head lightly. "No, there seems to be around a dozen a pack. They look like ghostly wolves made of snow." Sonny grinned. "A pack, finally, good news." This might have been awful news, actually, but Sonny believed otherwise. He did not think that cursed ones were so plentiful as to travel in packs. So, the snow wolves had to be great beasts, which meant that he would not have to battle 3 cursed nightmare creatures at the same time. Great, great, the more the merrier. Smiling brightly, he approached the 2 altars and studied them intently. The one on the right looked almost identical to the altar in the Ash Castle. The one on the left, however, was quite different. It might have had some runes and engravings carved into it once, but everything had been smoothed out and erased by the passage of time. Now, the altar was simply covered by soot. Sonny could still see the indentation in the center of the altar, though just the right size for a jade figure to fit. He sighed. Here goes my opportunity to learn 2 tantalizing truths. It was funny, really. He had expected the Shrine of Truth to be a place where one learned truths, but instead, he was going to sacrifice truths in order to gain power. "Here, take this." He handed one jade figurine to Kai, the other to Slayer. Kai raised an eyebrow. "Me, I thought you would try to strengthen yourself." Sonny shook his head dismissively. "I am plenty strong already, so maybe later. The 2 of you need to become more useful right now, though." Taking a step back, he gestured to the altar. "Come on, put the snow beast figure on it." Kai hesitated a little. And what will happen when I do?" Sonny grinned. "No idea, we'll know soon, won't we?" Kai frowned slightly. "You're not letting me go first just to see if something awful happens before trying it yourself, are you?" Sonny glanced at him with reproach. "Of course not." His smile returned. "If that was my goal, I would have let Slayer go first." He looked at Slayer, scratched the back of his, and added quietly, "This definitely has nothing to do with the fact that, as a shadow, she would be an unreliable test subject. Believe me." Chapter 23, 58 First Ring. Chapter 23, 58 First Ring. With a sigh, Kai walked over to the altar and placed the snow beast figure, the one they had retrieved after slaying Abundance, on its surface. Sonny watched him intently, wondering if the figure would still have to be tossed into the volcano. And how would it have worked if the Shrine of Truth belonged to the snow domain instead? There would be no pit filled with smoke here if it had been after all. However, he did not have to worry. Almost as soon as Kai placed the figure on the altar, it began to glow. Then luminous fissures appeared on the surface of the flawless white jade, and a second later, it suddenly exploded into a swirling mass of ash. "Huh?" Before either of them could react, the ash swirled around Kai and then suddenly flowed right into him, disappearing into his chest. Neither Sonny nor Kai moved for a few moments. Eventually, Kai coughed and waved his hand in front of him. "Great, more ash." His expression was a little miserable. They had enough water to drink, but not enough of it to properly clean themselves. Considering the nature of the ash domain, with its pillars of smoke and ash constantly falling from the sky, that meant that Kai was constantly covered in smears of soot. The charming archer had managed to maintain a neat appearance even on the forgotten shore, so Sonny knew how much his friend was suffering. "Kai, hey, Kai." The charming archer turned and glanced at him bitterly. "What?" Sonny sighed. "Did you not notice? That cloud of ash did not just swirl around you. It went into you, you fool." Kai blinked a couple of times. "It did." Sonny nodded. In fact, the whole process looked quite familiar. It was similar to how Essence entered Awakened when they broke soul shards, to the point that Sunny was inclined to assume that Ariel had modeled the process to look the same. He hesitated for a moment. How do you feel? Kai looked into the distance, as if concentrating on the state of his body. Slowly, a startled expression appeared on his face. I feel stronger, much stronger. Sunny studied him for a bit, then shifted his gaze and studied Kai's soul. Eventually, he said in a curious tone, well, buddy, I don't know how to tell you this, but there's a ring of ash surrounding your soul core now. He was, naturally, telling the truth. There, under his gaze, Kai's transcendent soul core was shining brightly with breathtaking light. But now, there was a ring of ash suspended around it, many black flakes shining with reflected radiance. It looked very much like a planet surrounded by a thin ring system. Peculiarly enough, the soul essence that flowed in and out of Kai's core passed through the ring of ash first, assuming a new and peculiar quality. Kai flinched. There's ash inside me. He looked like someone desperately wishing to take a shower. Sunny cleared his throat, then patted him on the shoulder. Relax. It's mystical ash, not real ash. Point is, it's making you stronger, so all is good, right? Kai let out a long sigh. Sunny studied him for a moment, then asked, but more importantly, how much stronger is it making you exactly? The charming archer remained silent for a while, then said evenly, I am not entirely sure, but I feel like I can crush a mountain. Sunny grinned. How about you try crushing me first? He summoned a pedestal made of shadows and put his elbow on it, inviting Kai to an arm-wrestling match. After a brief struggle, the back of the charming archer's hand slammed into the pedestal, and he took a step back, massaging it with a pained expression. Ouch. Sunny contemplated for a bit, then smiled. You're not exactly as strong as a supreme beast, but you are way stronger than a transcendent should be now. Your essence has become more potent, and even your will seems to be receiving a boost. I can understand the former, but how the hell does the latter work? Not only had Kai's will become more intense, but it also felt familiar somehow, cold and murderous, quite unpleasant, really, like the will of a despicable, unhinged psychopath. Wait, that was the flavor of Sunny's own will. He blinked a couple of times, then stared at Kai again. No, it actually makes sense. Kai was being enhanced by the Ash domain, and who was the ruler of that domain at the moment? It was Sunny. So the source of the force empowering Kai was not Ariel's game itself, but the Ash Tyrant. The Ash Beast was being strengthened by the power of its ruler, with the laws of the miniature realm and the Ash itself serving as intermediaries. But if I am the master of the Ash domain? Sunny extended his power outward, trying to form ash like he had always shaped shadows. To his surprise, it worked. A bit of ash rose into the air, solidifying into a crude effigy of a human. Allowing the effigy to crumble, Sunny peered into Kai's soul once more. If I can manipulate this ash, then won't I be able to influence that ash as well? And indeed, he felt a subtle connection. Using this connection, Sunny poured more of his will into the ring surrounding Kai's soul core. It accepted a bit, but rejected the rest, as if reaching its capacity. Sunny looked up, studying Kai's face. And how much stronger do you feel now? Kai moved his shoulders slightly. I can't say that I feel any stronger, but I am not quite sure how to explain it, but I do feel much deadlier. Sunny remained silent for a while, staring at him with a neutral expression. Then he grinned widely. That you are. With that, he looked the other way. Slayer, Slayer, you turn now. Come on, put the figure on the altar. As the same minor miracle happened to his shadow, Sunny laughed. Great. Amazing. That is almost like a miniature, way more modest version of what happened to me once. Kai gave him a hesitant look. And what happened to you exactly? Sunny shrugged dismissively. Oh, nothing too insane. I just received a blessing by making a sacrifice on an altar once, too. Naturally, I did not have such handy jade figurines with me back then, so I had to sacrifice myself. Good thing Shadow God was in the mood to rise from the dead for a second and bless me. Kai sighed, right, nothing too insane, indeed. Chapter 23:59, First C. Kai and Slayer had little time to get used to their new power. Granted, Slayer had not required time for adjustment at all. She simply took the change that had happened to her because of the boon of ash in stride, as if remembering something she already knew instead of coming to terms with something new. Then again, she wasn't very expressive, so it was hard to tell what was on her mind. Why am I always surrounded by stoic women? Sunny chuckled. Perhaps it was neither good luck nor bad luck, but simply a sign of the times. Considering the world they all lived in and the horrors Awakened faced, it was really not that surprising that there were a lot of strong, silent types walking around. Couldn't be me. Kai, meanwhile, had spent the few hours left until sunrise training. He performed a variety of exercises and shot his bow hundreds of times, slowly getting used to his newfound strength. Sunny observed him, feeling like he was watching an intricate masterpiece of a machine tune itself to perfection. Then the sky in the east finally brightened, and as the violent winds howled in the distance, a familiar snowstorm enveloped the world. Plumes of snow stretched toward the fuming volcano like tentacles, ready to turn into glass bridges as soon as the first ray of sunlight spilled over the horizon. Sunny inhaled deeply. Get ready. He felt a bit of trepidation in his heart. This time they were going to be attacked by 3 figures of the snow domain, a cursed demon, a cursed beast, and a pack of great beasts. Therefore, he had to split his forces to face all 3 threats simultaneously. Slayer and a number of obsidian wasps would be defending the north slope of the volcano against the snow wolves. Kai and the Shadow of Abundance would defend the east slope against the clockwork giant. Sunny and the rest of his shades were going to face the cursed demon on the southern side of the mountain. The odds were not in their favor, but thankfully they did not have to defeat their fearsome enemies. All Sunny and his companions really had to do was hold the enemy back until the dawn exhausted itself. That said, Sunny had no intention of choosing a passive strategy. Only death was waiting for them that way. True, they could simply hold the enemy back, but that would simply mean facing the same threat tomorrow. And by tomorrow, their power would be diminished, they would be wounded, lacking essence, with fewer shades to help them in battle. The burden of consecutive battles would only mount after that, and sooner or later it would crush them. So Sunny had to finish today's battle and every battle after that, in a way that would leave him more powerful than he had been yesterday. That meant removing at least 1 snow figure off the board, or better yet all of them. If he managed that, there would be new shades in his slowly growing army and new jade figurines for his companions to sacrifice. Let's hope things go according to plan. Sunny had an ace hidden up his sleeve, naturally, the grand enchantment he had woven into the mountain. But there were certain conditions that had to be met for his sorcery to work, and both he and his companions would have to work hard in order to make sure that it delivered the desired result. Which was complete and utter annihilation, of course. What do you think, guys? Will we convince the snow tyrant not to underestimate us too much? He looked at the obsidian wasps that surrounded him from both sides. Considering their size, Sunny had to crane his neck a little to look at their expressionless, gem-like eyes. Their eyes were huge and compound, so he could see hundreds of his reflections staring back at him. It was a good thing that Mordred wasn't around. In any case, the wasps did not respond, making him sigh in disappointment. I mean, who does that bastard take me for? Sending a mere demon and 2 beasts to kill me. How humiliating. He forced out an unconvincing smile. Of course, Sunny knew that the snow tyrant was probably not trying to kill him seriously today. Rather, today's battle was merely meant to wound and exhaust the ash tyrant until the true elites of the snow domain arrived. The devils, the monsters. The coming days would be quite eventful, to say the least. This was one more reason why Sunny had to destroy as many snow figures as he could this morning. The Shrine of Truth could only be attacked from 3 directions, but that did not mean that it could only be attacked by 3 figures. If more of them occupied the surrounding peaks, there could be up to 10 horrors attacking the fuming volcano at the same time. Actually, it was a bit peculiar that the snow tyrant had not employed that strategy already. So peculiar, in fact, that Sunny was starting to suspect that being able to bring several figures to a single square was a unique privilege of the tyrants. After all, Slayer and Kai had never remained on a mountain without him. That was something to consider, at least. As Sunny did just that, the snow plumes finally solidified into ethereal bridges of glistening glass. The golden light of dawn washed over the sea of clouds. It looked just as dreamlike and gorgeous as ever, but Sunny was in no mood to appreciate gorgeousness. Instead, he watched chillingly as a vast protuberance seemed to extend from the milky wall of the snowstorm, as if the blizzard itself was crossing the glass bridge. That was the cursed demon coming to kill him under the cover of swirling snow. Ah, hell! Summoning the helmet of the jade mantle, Sunny reached into the shadows and pulled a black odachi from them. The obsidian wasp seemed to tremble a little, as if shivering in the cold. Chapter 23, 60 leader of the pack. On the other side of the mountain, Slayer had begun her barrage. The pack of great beasts was rushing across the bridge, turning into billowing streams of snow from time to time. Sunny was not sure what attributes the grotesque wolves possessed, but they seemed quite elusive. He did not sense any new shades entering his soul, at least, which meant that none of them had been slain by the arrows. On the eastern slope of the volcano, Kai sent an arrow flying as well. Sunny heard it fly. This one was quite unique, having been crafted specifically for the charming archer. Its enchantment allowed him to imbue the arrowhead with sound, which allowed Kai to record his commands and deliver them from a distance. In other words, the arrow carried his mystical voice. Far away, the clockwork giant had already stepped onto the glass bridge. The singing arrow struck him square in the chest, and powerlessly bounced away, not dealing the cursed beast any damage. That was just as Sunny had expected. Empowered by the boon of Ash and Sunny's own deathly will, Kai might have been able to wound some other cursed being. But the brass giant glanced like a thing that had been created specifically to be sturdy and resilient, practically indestructible. Sunny had known that this particular adversary would be too tough to be pierced by arrows, enchanted or not. That was the very reason why he had sent Slayer to fight the snow wolves. The nature of the malevolent training dummy made it impervious to most of her arsenal. In fact, it was probably impervious to most anything, which was why Kai, with his rattling sonic attacks and abundance with its sheer mass, were a better choice. Even if they were not able to destroy the cursed beast, they would at least be able to stall him. Sunny was not at all ashamed to use the easy but effective powers of abundance to his advantage. A dumb meat shield was a perfect foil for an indestructible adversary. He was actually most worried about himself. Unlike his two companions, Sunny did not try to attack the snow demon on the bridge. He just waited patiently, watching as the blizzards rushed toward the volcano at great speed. Ah, this thing just had to go and make me angry. Sunny had not felt any personal animosity toward the cursed demon before seeing it advance just now. That was because any creature using a veil of snow as cover reminded him of Winter Beast. And although Sunny had already killed that titan, he still carried quite a lot of spite toward it and its ilk in his heart. Come here, then. Finally, the billowing mass of snow reached the slope of the volcano and enveloped it in bitter cold. This was Sunny's territory, though. This was his domain. As soon as the blizzard and the thing hiding within it reached the ashen ground, the shadows surged. Darkness swallowed the entire southern side of the volcano, and the ash rose into the air, mixing with the snow. The ash remained, but the snow turned black and melted, disappearing without a trace. Even the cold winds were suffocated. In a matter of seconds, the blizzard was no more. And once it was gone, the wraith that had been hiding within it was revealed, standing motionlessly in the hurricane of ash. Sunny smiled darkly. Unexpected. What faced him was a frozen corpse. It was the corpse of an enormous wolf, its rotten fur as white as snow. There were innumerable crude spears sticking out of its desiccated hide like a palisade, the spearheads carved roughly from flint and obsidian. The cursed monstrosity had 3 eyes, each burning with malevolent, crimson flames. The sight of them reminded Sunny of the primordial hunter Jet had slain once, an eternity ago, in front of the Nightmare Gate in NQSC. That gate guardian had worn a skill with 3 empty eyes as a helmet, too. Sunny had suspected that most of the nightmare creatures trapped in Ariel's game had been collected by the demons in the frozen wastelands west of the Jade Palace. If so, he could imagine the corpse of the appalling wolf being encased in ice after dying to the spears of the primordial humans of the bygone era, only to become possessed by a malevolent spirit thousands of years later and emerge from it as a vengeful wraith. Had it been an appalling predator who hunted primal humans and feasted on their flesh? Had it been a guardian spirit of a human tribe whom the hunters from a different one had slain to eradicate the adversary? Had it hunted alone, Or had it led other predators like a bestial deity? Slayer was fighting the pack of wolves on the northern slope of the volcano right now. But this one might have been the leader of the pack. Or possibly their god. In any case, Sonny was going to have to face this primordial horror in battle. The three harrowing eyes of the wolf glanced at Sonny, and he felt his very soul shiver and shudder under their gaze. The pressure that descended upon him was suffocating, and he felt something that he had not felt in a long time. A primal, utterly irrational, overwhelming fear, rising to drown his wildly beating heart. The fear that prey instinctively felt when facing a predator. Sonny scoffed. "Hey you, who do you think you are?" He took a step forward, walking between the obsidian wasps. Then he pointed to the ground with the tip of his odachi. "This here is my volcano, so I suggest you tuck your tail and run." Instead of answering, the cursed demon lowered itself to the ground and let out a dreadful growl. Sonny felt a cold shiver run down his spine, and his very soul shook, as if straining to remain intact. He was quite certain that this malevolent growl alone could have snuffed out the souls of many humans of a lesser rank, mundane people, awakened, possibly even masters. Saints would be left paralyzed and writhing in agony after being exposed to this malice. He grimaced. "Very well, come closer then. I'll give you the honor of becoming the second god I've slain." Chapter 2361, as old and as true as the sky. The wolf lunged forward. As it did, the world itself seemed to crumple and shrink, the space folding on itself as the cursed demon tore through. Sonny felt it in his bones, an alien, violent presence invading his domain, its boundless ferocity pushing against the brittle walls of his authority, making them rattle and crack. "Not so quick." Sonny gritted his teeth and pushed back, asserting his will over the dark expanse of the towering volcano. As he did, the surrounding space became less pliable and more indomitable, as it was meant to be. So what if the snow demon was a god? Sonny was a sovereign within the bounds of his domain. He was the ultimate authority here, and a mere cursed one was not powerful enough to assert dominance over his kingdom. The three-eyed wolf might not have been weakened by the ash domain because the Shrine of Truth was surrounded from all sides by snowy peaks, but it was still an invader here. The rules of Ariel's game were not helping Sonny, but the laws of existence were. Any adversary would be at a great disadvantage when attacking a supreme within their domain, especially if that supreme was a titan. As Sonny's titanic will clashed with the will of the snow demon, the distressing advance of the latter slowed down enough so, at least, for the obsidian wasps to rush down the slope and intercept the wolf before it could leap at Sonny. The shades moved in harmony with each other, assembling into a crescent phalanx as they scurried down the slope at great speed, some moving on the ground, some jumping into the air and unfolding their translucent wings to fly. Sonny was getting better and better at commanding his shades, so this kind of intricate control was not beyond him anymore. The wasps were meant to break the snow demon's momentum, stall it, and attack it from both sides, opening it up for the punishing attack by Sonny himself. However, before they could descend upon the grotesque fiend, the figure of the giant wolf suddenly burst into a hurricane of snow. The billowing white wall swallowed the front rows of the shades and simply erased them from existence, each snowflake cutting into glossy obsidian like a razor-form blade. Sonny lost dozens of his obsidian wasps in an instant. Feeling concerned, he quickly called the rest of them back and thrust his odachi deep into the ground. A web of fractures shot through the slope of the volcano, from the point where the black blade pierced at the rock, and in the next moment, roaring geysers of luminous lava shot from under the ground, making the raging snow shine with a gorgeous red glow. The snow demon coalesced into its bestial form once more, jumping over the fiery fissures to tear into the retreating shades. Its awful maw opened and closed, easily crushing several of them between the jade fangs in one bite. The rest of the obsidian wasps escaped into the air, circling around the cursed nightmare creature like a swarm. By now, Sonny knew that his shades would not be able to buy him much time, but they could still buy him a second or two to think at least. I wonders. Sonny had not fought a lot of cursed nightmare creatures just yet, but he already suspected that each of them embodied some kind of concept, or at least wielded one as a weapon. The snow worm, abundance, was the easiest example. The name Sunny had given it was also its essence. That cursed beast had used the concept of infinity to make itself inexhaustible, indestructible, and inevitable, until it had met an inglorious end by Sunny's hand. What concept did this cursed demon embody, then? What was the weapon it used? Then again, beasts were easy creatures by definition. Demons, meanwhile, were beings of a far higher order and sophistication. They were cunning, insidious fiends whose dreadful malice was born of keen intelligence. So, possibly what a cursed demon embodied was incomparable to the easy nature of abundance. Who is this adversary of mine? Sunny felt that victory or defeat, as well as his very survival, depended on finding a correct answer to this question. The creature in front of him had been a bestial spirit once, a primordial predator who had hunted the first humans at the dawn of time, only to fall to their flint spears when the humans learned to be hunters instead of prey. Perhaps it had been corrupted by the void back then already. Perhaps it had been a benevolent guardian spirit of a human tribe before falling prey to human malice and being reborn as a harrowing wraith. In any case, it was truly ancient. It was a being from before history existed, having been born and slain in the age when even the gods were young, let alone the world they had created. A horror from the beginning of everything. So wasn't Sunny's thinking too constricted by the complexities of the modern era? He felt something, a hint of an intuitive understanding. It came from the primal fear he had felt when the snow demon's gaze fell upon him. Why did the grotesque wolf have to embody a concept of anything? Why couldn't it just be the embodiment of a wolf? Of the wolf, the first or perhaps the most flawless member of their storied tribe. Sunny shifted faintly, watching the wolf eviscerate the swarm of hapless supreme shades. If his enemy was indeed the embodiment of the concept of a wolf, then it was already at a deadly disadvantage. It was alone, after all. While the true strength of a wolf was the pack. Just as Sunny thought that, a litany of dreadful howls resounded from the other side of the volcano, where Slayer was fighting the great beasts, the snow wolves. He paled. Crap. At that moment, he knew that he had to prevent the wolf from uniting with the pack of lesser beasts on the northern slope of the volcano at all costs. And he also knew something else. His odachi rippled and elongated, turning into a black spear. Sunny dismissed most of his armor and aimed his spear at the distressing demon. If his enemy was truly the source and embodiment of all wolves, then who was its greatest adversary? Naturally, it was the hunter. Chapter 23, 62 Hunter and Prey. The ultimate adversary of a wolf was the hunter, and therefore, if Sunny wanted to resist the primordial demon who embodied the concept of the wolf, he had to embody the concept of the hunter. To the best of his ability, at least. That statement sounded like an inspirational adage, but actually there was nothing abstract or philosophical about it. Instead, it was strictly a matter of cold practicality. At the level of power where Sunny had found himself, the physical battle between two creatures was merely an expression of the violent clash between their wills, their spirits, their essences. An ultimate expression, true, but still only an outward one, no more than the tip of the iceberg. So channeling a concept that was both superior and in direct opposition to the essence of his adversary would help Sunny resist their will better, empowering his own against the foe. At least that was what he hoped and expected to happen. Obviously, Sunny had never attempted a technique like that before. He had never even thought to think about such a technique before, let alone implement it. Luckily, Sunny had several vital advantages as far as channeling the concept of the hunter went. First of all, he was a hunter, one of the most accomplished hunters of mankind, no less. The number of powerful nightmare creatures he had hunted was almost incalculable, and there were few people in the world more knowledgeable about how to stalk prey. Secondly, he had witnessed the primordial hunters from the era of the wolf once, a long time ago. Not only had he witnessed and battled them, but he had also learned their primal, ruthless battle style. He even used it when sparring with Morgan during the Southern Campaign, increasing his familiarity with the combat techniques of those prehistoric humans. And lastly, Sunny was a master of shadow dance. That power of his allowed him to learn the essence of the enemy and assume their form, but even if there was no adversary for him to shadow, or if he did not dare to shadow anyone due to the fear of losing his unmoored, untethered self, He still had a great wealth of experience channeling the mindset and physicality of someone other than himself, of becoming someone else, even. Shadows were a malleable sort, after all. So, even if Sonny had never attempted to channel an opposing concept to gain an advantage in a battle of wills with a superior adversary, he was still sufficiently confident that he could pull it off. Flying down the slope of the volcano while the wolf was distracted by the obsidian wasps, Sonny steeled his mind. Feel it! As Sonny lunged forward, the tip of his spear slicing the fabric of the world apart, he imagined himself as someone else. His imagination summoned a vision from the depths of his being, and submitting to his will, that vision came true. He could almost feel it, he did feel it. The chill of the early morning as he left his crude hut, its walls made of rough hide. The drops of dew trembling on the blades of grass, the smell of fresh blood in the air, the cries of his kin, the ghastly sight of a body ravaged by beasts. The wolves had attacked his tribe in the night, stealing a life. The anger, the sorrow, the hunger, the dark malice in the eyes of his fellow tribesmen who glanced at him for guidance. He was the best hunter among them, after all, their leader, their chieftain. The familiar weight of his spear as they headed toward the woods, the polished texture of its well-worn shaft, the wicked sharpness of its flint blade. With this spear he was going to kill the wolf. He was going to kill it because it had dared to prey on his kin, because it had dared to hunt in his territory. Ha! Sonny could feel his blood growing hotter, running faster. His eyes glinted with harsh, murderous light. His clear mind was engrossed with the channeled image, his movements turning sharp and economical, devoid of elegance or grace. His will had become different as well. It changed to fit the essence of a fearless, ruthless hunter. In the next moment, Sonny was upon the wolf. His spear lashed out, aiming for the beast's glowing, malevolent eyes, bringing with it the absolute finality of death. However, the wolf was a ferocious and cunning predator as well. It was larger than Sonny, stronger than Sonny, faster than Sonny. It was hungrier than Sonny, too. It avoided the spear easily, leaping away and letting out a fearsome growl. The distressing gaze of its 3 crimson eyes pierced him, penetrating into his very soul. And suddenly Sonny was little and weak. He was prey paralyzed by fear. The ash billowed around him, and before the wolf could lunge forward again, Sonny disappeared into the shadows and stepped out of them somewhere else, his ruthless spear piercing the wolf's side. The ancient fiend whined and exploded into a storm of obliterating snow, retreating down the slope of the volcano to take shape again. Sonny took a step forward and aimed his spear at the cursed demon once again. His lips twisted into a vicious grin. I'm no one's prey. The wolf stared at him with madness and hatred for a split second, and then rushed forward in a hurricane of rabid killing intent. Sonny met the beast with the tip of his spear, and at the point where they clashed, the slope of the volcano fractured, innumerable tons of ash and rock sliding down into the sea of clouds. A deafening thunderclap sent the clouds rippling, and the world shook, hurt by the violence of the cataclysmic forces they had unleashed. Neither Sonny nor the wolf paid it any attention, though, having turned into a rolling, distressing whirlwind of destruction. The two of them were intertwined in a frightening dance of death, and nothing could withstand the lethal horror of their primal fury. The towering volcano shuddered. Chapter 23, 63 Shattered Rock. The mountains of Ariel's game were titanic, towering much higher than any peak on Earth. They were impressively rugged and durable, as well, nearly indestructible. They had to be, considering that each was meant to become an arena for tremendously powerful beings. And yet, in every battle Sonny had fought in this miniature realm, the mountain in question would inevitably be damaged. The 2 clashes with the ice hive and the harrowing battle against abundance had resulted in Eidful devastation. But even that level of destruction paled in comparison to what was happening to the Shrine of Truth volcano, now that 6 figures, 3 figures of ash and 3 figures of snow, had collided on its slopes. The unimaginable scale of the unraveling calamity contrasted peculiarly against the dreamlike, glowing gorgeousness of the gilded clouds below. The billowing black veil of ash above was illuminated by the golden glow of the rising sun, as well, contributing to the striking sight. Between the gorgeous white gold of the clouds and the elegant black gold of the ash, a scene of utter devastation was taking place. On the southern slope, an immense mass of shattered rock had collapsed into the sea of clouds. The ground was torn by wide fractures, and rivers of lava were flowing down the weathered stone, spilling into the milky veil of swirling mist. The calamity was only just beginning, as well Sonny and the wolf had intertwined into an obliterating whirlwind. slowly moving toward the caldera as they left a trail of destruction in their wake. On the northern slope, the snow wolves had reached the end of the glass bridge. This was the natural bottleneck. They had to be brave if they wanted to step onto the ash-covered surface of the volcano. So that was where the phalanx of the obsidian wasps met them, scurrying forward to keep the enemy away from Slayer. The snow wolves were quite cunning, though. Instead of colliding with the orderly battle formation of the insect-like shades, they turned into a rushing mass of snow and tried to bypass them. These great beasts were intelligent enough to know that the lethal archer hiding behind the obsidian wasps was the true threat, and so they were determined to deal with Slayer first. Their attempt had been spoiled, though, when the wasps unfolded their translucent wings. A hurricane wind was raised by the beating of the obsidian wings, pushing the avalanche of snow back and arresting its advance. The snow wolves had no choice but to assume corporeal forms and descend upon the shades in all their bestial fury. Scarlet eyes glowed viciously as they bit into the glossy obsidian and shattered it with their paws, shattering several wasps in an instant. The wasps were shades of supreme beasts, and there were more of them than there were snow wolves. However, shades were inherently weaker than their living counterparts, and these great beasts seemed far more powerful than each individual crystal wasp had been. Still, the clash of so numerous beings of the supreme and great ranks was nothing short of distressing, producing almost as much violent destruction as the battle between Sunny and the wolf did. The northern slope shook almost as much as the southern one, and sharp pieces of stone flew in every direction like shrapnel. Fissures and cracks appeared on the surface of the weathered rock, and the mountain seemed to groan. Its titanic edifice shuddered in pain. The obsidian wasps seemed to disintegrate under the vicious assault of the snow wolves, but they fought with the tactical awareness and precision of a well-trained army unit. What they lacked in strength and ferocity, they made up for with seamless coordination and unity. That was only possible because Sunny commanded them with an intricate level of control, naturally. One of the shades fell, shattered in the maw of the towering white wolf, but that gave two more just enough time to bite into the wolf's legs with their obsidian mandibles. And that, in turn, gave Slayer just enough time to draw her bow. Now that the wolves were not rushing across the bridge but were instead bogged down in the crumbling phalanx of obsidian wasps, they were easy targets. A black arrow flashed through the air and sank into the wolf's rabid eye. In the next moment, the entire upper half of the beast exploded into a bloody mess. The great beast fell down, its body crumbling into snow and ice. On the eastern slope, the indomitable clockwork giant stepped onto the ash. Its stiff motions were measured and inevitable, and the world itself seemed to be bending around him, as if pushed by the crushing mass of the cursed beast's heavy presence. The giant glanced up at the huge body of abundance that was already descending upon him like an avalanche of black flesh. His sword rose like the blade of a guillotine and fell down, cleaving through the enormous worm's neck. Even the great sword's immense length was not enough to cut cleanly through it, though. And even though the cut delivered by the clockwork giant extended far beyond the brass blade of his sword, leaving a huge scar on the face of the mountain, Abundance refused to be beheaded. Instead, the giant was buried under the endless flesh of the worm shade. The volcano shook and shook from the cataclysmic impact, a hurricane of ash rising into the air as the weathered rock split and turned to dust. The surface of the volcano broke, but the indomitable brass giant did no. Instead, it simply carved his way through the flesh of abundance, emerging on the other side with mechanical, unfeeling malevolence. As soon as it did, a sonic wave crashed into him violently, making the ancient metal rattle and pushing the cursed beast back. High above, a dark dragon was soaring among the ash, its eyes shining with a gorgeous silver light. Kai was a saint, and saints were not supposed to battle cursed ones. However, he was strengthened by the boon of ash, and emboldened by Sunny's own deathly will. So today, he could achieve things he would not have been able to achieve otherwise. Like, for example, meaningfully affecting a sacred shade with the mystical power of his voice. No sooner than the clockwork giant staggered back into the coils of abundance, an eerily gorgeous voice thundered from above. Crush him. And suddenly, the giant found it much harder to escape from the endlessness of the black worm than before. The mountain shuddered, breaking apart, as the cursed abominations and the sacred shade clashed on its slope, the breathtaking dragon unleashing the annihilating power of its songs on the shattered slope. The sun crawled slowly from behind the horizon. Chapter 23, 64, Wolfbane. Sonny was bleeding. It was a peculiar and unpleasant thing, but he could not stem the flow of blood from his wounds. His side was torn apart and his forehead was cut. Blood was flowing down his face, stinging his eye. The world had turned half red and the shaft of his spear was slippery in his hand. Of course, the smell of blood only made him hunger to kill his adversary more. The only thing he regretted was that the wolf did not shed blood as well, despite being cut and mangled by his spear. The vile thing was a corpse, after all, and corpses rarely bled. Sonny himself was not a corpse, but he was not in the habit of bleeding either. Today was the exception to the rule, though, because of who his adversary was. The wolf was the epitome of a predator, and therefore everything that it hunted was prey, was supposed to be prey. And it was the nature of the wolf's prey to bleed, to be mangled, torn, and devoured. Sonny found himself struggling to push against the confines of being prey, of having this concept be forced upon him by the will of the wolf, and therefore Bloodweave was cowering in fear of the malevolent spirit. Of course, he was not bleeding as much as a normal person would. If he did, he would have turned into a corpse himself already. His will was resisting the cursed demon viciously, and to great success. That was why Sonny was still alive. That was why the wolf could not move freely on the slope of the volcano, and that was why the harrowing fiend had more wounds on its body than Sonny did. And the reason why Sonny's will was so effective against the will of a being that was far more ancient, far more powerful, and far more frightening than him was, in large part, because he did not wield it blindly. He wielded it as a swordsman would a sharp blade, with finesse and precision. He had donned the essence of the hunter, too, making that weapon uniquely suited to fight against the wolf. Sonny pierced the cursed demon with his spear, scorched him with lava, and set his obsidian wasps upon it like hunting dogs. He poisoned its soul with death will, smothered it with ash, and chained it with manifested shadows. He broke its fangs and shattered its bones, slamming the giant wolf into the slope of the volcano with the power of a supreme titan. He made sure that every step the vile fiend made inside his domain cost more than it could afford to pay. And pay it would. Argy. Barely blocking the swipe of an enormous paw with the shaft of his spear, Sonny was tossed back. The wolf moved with speed which made the concept of time meaningless. The world, those parts of it that were not pushed by Sonny's own, will seemed still. Flakes of ash were frozen in the air, and fountains of lava had turned into glowing statues. The sun stood motionless, half hidden behind the horizon. Feeling the iron taste of blood on his tongue, Sonny wanted to laugh. He had wanted to hold out until the dawn exhausted itself, hadn't he? That hope seemed senseless now. At the speed with which he and the wolf were moving, the dawn might as well have been eternal. Landing on the jagged rocks, Sonny slid on the ash and righted himself with the butt of his spear. The wolf was already upon him, and there was no time to evade. You damn grotesque monstrosity. Sonny did not have time to evade, and he did not even have time to dive into the shadows. So he did not even try. Instead, a split second, whatever that meant now, before the wolf's inescapable jaws snapped shut across his torso, he simply turned into a shadow himself. It did not matter for a cursed demon whether its enemy was tangible or intangible. So Sonny kept himself manifested as a clump of matter, a formless mass of darkness that was pushed by the fiend's snout lee. Key fabric. Instead of biting him in two, the wolf simply got entangled in him, carrying both of them hundreds of meters up the slope with its lunge. Then Sonny imbued his formless body with the weight of a mountain, pushing the wolf down. His spear was hopelessly beyond reach now, but that was all right, because there were 100 perfectly fine spears sticking out of the creature's back, their ancient flint blades still retaining their lethal edges. 100 hands rose from the formless mass of darkness, entangling the cursed demon, and grasped the shafts of the ancient spears, rending them out of the wolf's hide, and then plunging them back with vicious strength. The wolf let out a distressing, soul-destroying howl, and tore into Sonny's formless body, shredding it apart with its fangs and its claws. The pain was blinding. Everything about Sunny, his body, his soul, his spirit, was being torn apart. But he simply laughed, continuing to stab the rabid beast with 100 flint spears. Some of them broke, but more remained intact, piercing deeper and deeper into the fiend's flesh. More still plunged into its shadow, rending it to shreds. The wolf fell and rolled, crushing Sunny under its weight. Both of them were receiving grievous wounds, but Sunny knew that the wolf would easily outlast him. There would be only one winner in this reckless exchange of mortal wounds, and it was not going to be the human. The volcano shuddered once more, another section of the southern slope becoming utterly pulverized and broken. In fact, most of the southern slope was simply gone by now. The eastern slope looked better, but not by much. Abundance was on the verge of collapsing there, and Kai was battering the indestructible brass giant with sonic blasts to buy the huge worm a little bit more time. Slayer had managed to slay a few more snow wolves on the northern slope, but most of the obsidian wasps were already gone. She had to abandon her bow and unsheath her blades, slicing open the throat of a lunging beast as she dove beneath it. The terrain of the volcano had completely changed, the very landscape being reshaped by the frightening battle. It almost felt like the entire mountain was ready to collapse. Drowning in pain, bloodlust, and fury, Sunny thought chillingly. It should be time, shouldn't it? He would have smiled if he had a mouth. The spear, after all, was not the only weapon of a hunter. The hunter's best tool was a trap. Chapter 23, 65 lured into a trap. Sunny was wounded. The wolf was wounded more. It was because Sunny was defending his domain while the wolf was invading it. It was also because Sunny was especially tenacious, while the wolf was simply furious. Plus, Sunny fought with a spear, the purpose of which was to keep the fangs of the enemy away from his body. The wolf, however, fought with its body, so, naturally, its body had received more damage than Sunny's own. But that was not going to last much longer. At the end of the day, even though the time seemed frozen and the day showed no sign of ever progressing, let alone coming to an end, Sunny was still much weaker than the cursed demon. He could have defeated it in combat, possibly, if there were no other figures attacking the Shrine of Truth at the same time. But as things stood, his temporary advantage was rapidly coming to an end. Soon enough, the balance of power between them would be broken and reversed, and when that happened, Sunny was going to be ripped apart by the fangs of the harrowing wolf. He would become its meal, so there was no point in continuing their calamitous fight. Luckily, he had accounted for his lack of strength in advance and prepared a trap. The trap he had built was quite a simple one, but also quite devious. Sunny knew that he going to weaker than his enemies. Even his sorcery would be weaker than them, no matter how intricate of a weave he wove. So he needed to borrow power from somewhere to deal with his enemies. But where would he borrow power to kill cursed abominations? After thinking for some time, Sunny had decided to borrow that power from the cursed abominations themselves. There had been no time to create a truly complicated spell, but the one he wanted to enchant the mountain with was relatively simple. All Sunny had to do was scale it to titanic proportions and invent a way to etch the spellweave into a towering volcano instead of a memory. The enchantments he wove belonged to a shield he had received as one of the Dream Tournament rewards courtesy of its sponsor, the Great Clan Valor, only to use it later to kill one of the Valor Knights in the Night Temple. Both Sunny and Saint had used that shield well in the Kingdom of Hope later. It was inherited by Quentin, whom it served faithfully in Antarctica and the Second Nightmare. The gallant master was still using it, in fact. That shield was no other than Patient Avenger, and its enchantments were called Burning Heart and Cold Steel. Burning Heart enchantment description: this shield can store a portion of fire damage it receives to enhance another weapon of its wielder, or unleash a destructive shockwave. Cold Steel enchantment description: this shield can store a portion of impact damage it receives to enhance another weapon of its wielder, or unleash an immolating wave of fire. As Sunny had already noted, the mountains of Ariel's game were incredibly sturdy, and yet they were on the verge of toppling after each titanic battle, since the forces unleashed by the clashing figures were simply too awful. How could they not be, when literal gods were fighting on the weathered slopes? So Sunny had enchanted a fire-breathing mountain in a way that allowed it to absorb the damage it received, store it, and then unleash it in one distressing, world-ending conflagration. To be precise, he had enchanted the volcano to incinerate everything and anyone touching its surface. Ha! As the wolf shredded Sunny's formless body furiously, repeatedly slamming it into the fractured, crumbling slope, he exhaled slowly. Am I not a genius? No, but really, he would have laughed if he could. Any other enchantment would have needed time to collect charge, which would have doomed Sunny because of how rapid the battle was progressing. However, the enchantments derived from the patient avenger he had woven into the mountain did not depend on time. They only depended on the amount of damage dealt to the mountain. The faster the wolf, the pack of its lesser kin, the clockwork giant as well as Sunny, Slayer, Kai, Abundance, and the obsidian wasps moved, the fiercer their battles were, the more damage they dealt to the volcano. And the more damage was dealt to the volcano, the more of it absorbed, hastening the moment when the enchantment would reach critical mass. It's time now, I think. Sunny was ready to spring his trap on the wounded wolf. The formless, hundred-handed mass of darkness tore all of the flint spears from the body of the cursed demon, ripping its white fur. And then it simply dissolved into the shadows. Sunny sent himself to the Shrine of Truth. At the same time, Slayer was pulled into the shadows as well, appearing next to him in a stagger. If the murderous shadow was surprised by suddenly being taken out of the fight, she did not show it. If anything, she seemed dissatisfied by the fact that Sunny had robbed her of the chance to kill more wolves. Kai had just landed on the shattered rock a split second ago to avoid a world-severing strike of the clockwork giant's sword. He was pulled into the shadows, too, and there was suddenly a giant dragon in the vast hall of the shrine. The surviving obsidian wasps and the shade of abundance were dismissed, leaving only the snow abominations on the slopes of the volcano. That was quite a dangerous situation, not only because the enemies could converge freely on the caldera, but also because the wolf could unite with the pack of great beasts, regaining its greatest strength. But naturally, Sunny was not planning to give the nightmare creatures a chance to meet. Assuming his human form and falling to his knees, awash in blood, he grinned wildly, and sent a pulse of essence into the scorched floor of the ancient shrine, activating his spell. Chapter 23, 66 Grand Enchantment. Brace yourselves. Slayer sank one of her swords into the floor of the temple, while Kai crouched low to the floor. The sight of a crouching dragon was peculiarly magnificent, but also slightly comical. Sunny had no time to laugh, though. He could feel an abyss of shadow essence raging somewhere deep below him, the gigantic weave he had etched into the mountain coming alive at his touch. The pulse he had sent spread through the intricate web of essence strings running through the vast network of tunnels Abundance had created. And then, the entire mountain moved. Some distance away, on its southern slope, the wolf had been given no time to reach the caldera. On the northern slope, the snow wolves were still disoriented by the sudden disappearance of their enemies. On the eastern slope, the unflappable brass giant was taking a step. The ash covering the slopes of the volcano suddenly ignited with a soft glow, as if the rock beneath it was shining. The soft glow rapidly turned into blinding, luminous radiance. Then the ash was incinerated, dissolving into the searing light. Sunny belatedly remembered his own advice and glanced for something to take hold of. Damn! The shadows rose to envelop the Shrine of Truth, and the platform it was resting on, into an impenetrable cocoon. The world turned white and absolutely silent. Outside, the entire volcano suddenly ignited with pure white light, shining brighter than the rising sun. The luminous white mountain was like a finger pointing at heaven, carved from peerless white jade. The golden radiance of dawn paled in comparison to its radiance, seeming dim and bleak. Then came the heat. The ash was annihilated. The shattered rocks were annihilated as well. The rivers of lava were turned into clouds of radiant plasma. The plasma was turned into something else, something unknown. Divine flame, possibly. The primordial soup of creation was just the other side of destruction, though, if Nephis was to be believed. And Sunny was about to witness that destruction with his own two eyes. Metaphorically speaking, naturally, since he was on his knees in the darkness of the temple, with his eyes closed. There were no shadows left anywhere on the volcano either, so he could not even sense the frightening majesty of the destruction he had unleashed. Outside the range of his senses, a wave of unfathomable heat was unleashed from the slopes of the volcano. The veil of ash above it ignited like a starlit sky, then dissolved into the blinding light. The glass bridges melted. The sea of clouds around the mountain evaporated. Luckily, he was not there to see what was hidden below. He did hear something, however. "You have slain an adversary. You have slain an adversary. You have slain." The enchantment was aimed at anything that touched the surface of the volcano, which meant that the shrine itself, which stood on a hanging platform suspended above the main shaft, was the only safe spot. However, the scale of the unleashed power was far too great for it to remain unscathed. As an annihilated heat wave radiated outward from the slopes of the volcano, making the atmosphere boil and causing the snow on the mountains dozens of kilometers away to melt, some of it reached the cocoon of shadows enveloping the shrine as well. The shadows burned, but that was only the beginning, because the volcano was melting like a candle from its own heat. The damage dealt to it by the first activation of the grandiose enchantment was absorbed as well, and then released as an obliterating shockwave. Damn! The towering volcano shuddered. And then it exploded. It simply ceased to exist, the part of it above the vanquished clouds at least. Deep fractures covered its melting slopes, and in the next instance, the slopes disintegrated into a rapidly expanding mass of burning rock and boiling lava. The fiery debris rained down, some leaving scorch marks on the surrounding mountains. The chains that held up the shrine had been melting, and now they snapped. The platform plummeted down. Sonny had made himself as heavy as he could, but still, he was almost thrown into the air. "You have slain an adversary." The cocoon of shadows was pulverized by the tidal wave of sound that arrived in the wake of the harrowing explosion. Sonny was suddenly both blind and deaf, barely cognizant of where up and down were. By the time the Shrine of Truth crashed into something solid, the sound wave reached the surrounding mountains, stripping them of the remaining snow and sending cracks running through their slopes. There would have been a secondary eruption of heat and a secondary explosion, but now that the entire upper part of the volcano was no more, the enchantment Sonny had woven into it was gone, too. The snow wolves were dead. The cursed demon the wolf was dead, too. It had already been wounded, and while it did survive the initial wave of heat, the following shockwave tore what little remained of its scorched body apart. A god died just like that, slain with the help of its own strength by the trap of a cunning hunter. The clockwork giant, though, was still alive. But he did not stay alive much longer. His brass breastplate had melted in the heat, but then restored itself. The following explosion, though, sent him flying high into the sky. He plummeted down like a luminous comet, seemingly impervious to all harm. Soon, however, his shining metal body reached a point where clouds would have been before. Something monstrous moved far below then, reaching up to grab him and pull him down. Soon enough, the sinister construct was no more. The clouds slowly flowed from afar, repairing the vast rift in the torn sea. The melting glass bridges finally cooled, turning into peculiar and gorgeous sculptures. Where the towering volcano had once stood, only a melted stump of it remained. White mist washed against the glowing rock, turning into steam. The entirety of the broken volcano had turned into a giant bowl, filled to the brim with lava. And in the middle of the fiery lake, a lonely platform floated on the lava, supporting the weight of a scorched temple. Inside, suffering from unbearable heat, Sonny slowly rose from the floor and glanced at one of the two altars with a dazed expression. There, 3 jade figurines had appeared at some point, as if summoned by magic. He smiled, causing the crust of baked blood covering one side of his face to crack. His voice was hoarse and unsteady. I think we won." Chapter 23, 67, Lake of Lava. "Your wounds are quite severe." Sonny was sprawled on the floor, his breathing labored. Kai had a Sue. Met his human form and was standing above him, a concerned expression on his face. His worry was appreciated, but entirely misplaced, since there was no real need to fret. The wounds looked worse than they were. Surely, the sight of mangled flesh with bone visible in the deeper tears was disconcerting, and his soul was hurt, too. But Sonny was supreme, after all, a bit of damage like that was not going to kill him. In fact, these wounds were going to heal rapidly. But not rapidly enough to be healed completely before the next battle, which was unfortunate. The obsidian wasps he had lost would not repair themselves in time, either. The spell he had woven went up in flames with the volcano. Sonny let out a sigh. Really, he had suffered quite a loss in this battle. Well, I did fight a cursed demon, you know. The battle against the wolf had been truly frightful. Now that it was behind him, Sonny could truly appreciate the fact that he had somehow managed to last this long against a fallen deity of that class. Kai himself was battered and exhausted, but most of all he seemed bewildered. A cursed demon, yes. I still can't believe that you killed it so quickly. Sonny let out a hoarse laugh, then winced and thought better of it. Quickly, it might have felt quick to you, but I had been wrestling that fiend for an eternity. It wasn't quick at all, far from it. Time itself had fallen victim to their battle, so measuring how long exactly he had been trading blows with the wolf was a fool's errand. Groaning, he turned his head and glanced at the 3 jade figurines standing on the altar, as if wanting to make sure that the feral fiend was truly dead. Then, Sonny sighed again. You've done well yourself, though. How many saints are there who can boast battling a cursed beast? Kai smiled. Not too many, I hope. By which he meant that he hoped that as few saints as possible would find themselves in a position to fight a cursed nightmare creature. Naturally, not that there would be few who could match his glory. That guy. Kai's gaze shifted back to Sonny's bloodied form. Kneeling beside him, the archer spoke firmly. Heal. And obeying his command, both Sonny's body and soul started to heal faster. It was not quite as effective as what an actual healer could do, especially not a transcendent one, but still quite miraculous. Sonny let out a weak laugh. Wow, you are a real magician. Then he closed his eyes. I'll rest now if you don't mind. I'm a bit spent. As Kai nodded tiredly, beads of sweat running down his soot-covered face, Sonny released his manifestation and turned around into a shadow. Since his soul was wounded as well, not just his physical form, the pain did not disappear, but at least he did not have to feel the damn heat anymore. Damnation, why couldn't I have become the snow tyrant instead? Enjoying the cool embrace of shadows, Sonny slowly collected his thoughts. The battle might have been over, but that did not mean that the death game was. He had to start preparing for the adversary's next move, first things first. Now that dawn had run its course, and the sun was climbing the vast dome of the sky, Sonny allowed his shadow sense to spread across what remained of the volcano. There wasn't much left, really, just an enormous stone bowl containing a lake of lava and the shrine of truth floating in its middle. Sonny did not try to explore how deep the lake went, since that would mean catching a glimpse of what hid beneath the clouds. For now, it was enough for him to know what the next battlefield he would have to fight on looked like. He was sufficiently certain that all 3 of the snow abominations were dead, but it was a relief to confirm that no trace of them was left. Sonny remained motionless for a while, coming to terms with the fact that he had indeed won. He had slain the wolf. That primordial fiend was the most powerful adversary he had killed to date. The battle against the ancient fallen deity had without a doubt been dreadful and tremendously harrowing, and yet it had not been as desperate as Sonny expected it to be. But that was simply because he was too used to utter desperation. In truth, the battle had ended the way it had because he entered it sufficiently prepared. He had understood the nature of the adversary and devised a strategy according to that knowledge, executing the plan splendidly. The beast had died in the hunter's trap, and now no trace of the beast remained. Sonny groaned. Actually, he would have preferred it if some trace of his enemies had remained. The wolves seemed more like wraiths than actual beasts, which meant that eating their meat would have probably not been an option anyway, but what troubled him more was that there were no soul shards left in the wake of the 3 snow figures, either. They had probably drowned in lava, or possibly had been outright destroyed with the nightmare creatures. Sonny had never witnessed soul shards being destroyed with their hosts before, but then again he had never witnessed such a battle either. The cataclysm summoned into existence by his sorcery had unleashed truly profane power, so there was no point to be surprised. He still felt despondent at the loss of 4 sacred soul shards, though. How regretful. Sonny allowed himself to feel disappointed for a while, then pushed his thoughts in a more productive direction. It was not like he had gained nothing from the battle, after all. The first benefit was quite obvious. It was that he was still alive. Kai and Slayer were also in one piece, and even the Shade of Abundance had not been destroyed completely, meaning that it would be able to participate in the next siege. The second benefit was the 3 jade figurines standing on the altar of the Shrine of Truth. They were the very reason Sunny had driven his companions all the way to the shrine. In the first place, by sacrificing them, they would be able to grow much stronger, and therefore much better suited to face the next battle, and every death game battle after that. And lastly, there was the third benefit as well. It was what Sunny had learned from his battle against the wolf. That one was an unexpected boon, and one he was most curious about. Chapter 23, 68, Wrong Order. Sunny had made the decision to channel the essence of a concept opposite to that of the wolf in the spur of the moment. However, it had not been a baseless idea. Rather, he had come up with that countermeasure after coming to understand his enemy deeply. Learning the very essence of his enemies was one of the things he did best, after all, having shadowed countless humans and nightmare creatures in his life. Sunny had learned that skill while mastering the first step of shadow dance. In the beginning, it was all about glimpsing the secrets of his adversary's battle style, but just as shadow dance had outgrown the confines of merely being a combat technique, its purview had expanded greatly as well. Sunny had long become capable of sensing the flow of essence through his enemies. But after fighting the wolf, he realized that he was also capable of sensing the adversary's will, not just its impact, but also its affinity. Understanding the nature of the wolf was one part reasonable deduction, and one part being able to sense what its ferocious spirit truly was. It was strange. Sunny felt that he had stumbled onto something profound. Channeling the concept of the hunter had helped him survive the ferocious assault of the cursed demon. Possibly, it was the very reason he had managed to survive, until the volcano absorbed enough damage to produce a powerful enough explosion. And he did not delude himself into thinking that just anyone could have been able to accomplish the same. That last part was especially important. Nephis possessed a singularly powerful will, but her will was firm and indomitable. It was like a sword that refused to break and demanded that everything else break under its blade. Her uncompromising spirit strived to be absolute. Sunny's own will, however, was subtle and insidious. Nephis described it as a weapon that only knew how to kill, and there was certainly truth to her words, but that slaying weapon was flexible and versatile, willing to assume any form it needed to kill the enemy. Just like shadows were inherently formless, and therefore willing to assume any form. That was the reason why Sunny was uniquely positioned to channel any foreign concept, which meant that it was something that only he could do, or at least do so effectively. That ability suited him perfectly. So perfectly, in fact, that he wondered if he was meant to discover it. Not in the grand way of being fated or influenced into stumbling upon it, though more so in the way of that ability being the next step on the path he had been walking all along. Was this the 6th step of Shadow Step? I think it is. Sunny felt that it was, and that was why he was so bewildered. After all, he had not mastered the 5th step yet. How novels? This was the first time his understanding of shadow dance had become greater than his actual mastery of it. Before, he had always stumbled in the darkness, seeking epiphanies and revelations. Usually, the act of fathoming the secret of the next step meant mastering it. But this time, things were different. The 4th step of shadow dance allowed him to assume the shapes of his enemies. The 5th step was supposed to allow him to shadow their powers and attributes. As well, he had even discovered a way to master it by fusing with his shadows, and augmenting those of his domain humans and shades both. However, Sunny had never gone through the actual process of doing so. That was because by the time he learned the secret of the 5th step, his fate had already been lost, and his true name was gone. Without the true name to anchor his self, it was too dangerous to delve so deeply into the essence of their beings and assume their form. He could easily lose himself forever, forgetting how to return to his own form in body, mind, and soul. So the 5th step of Shadow Slave remained beyond his reach. It had remained unreachable for so long, it seemed, that both Sunny and his enemies had grown in power greatly. And now, having failed to master it, Sunny was already discovering the secrets of the step after that. So, was what he had done in the battle against the wolf dangerous? Sunny felt bitterly reluctant to admit it, but he knew that it was. The absence of a true name was once again holding him back. Everything had gone smoothly this time, but that was only because the concept Sonny had channeled was not inherently foreign to his own spirit. It was the concept of the hunter, after all, and Sonny was himself a greatly accomplished hunter. But what if the concept he had to channel was completely alien to him? Would he be able to embody it? Sonny knew that he would with enough practice. He knew how malleable everything about him was, but would he be able to return from channeling a concept that was in conflict with his own spirit? Sonny was not sure about that. What about channeling 100 concepts, each of them vastly different and in opposition to each other? Well, that sounded like a perfect way to fall into complete lunacy, and Sonny already had precious little sanity left. He was already afraid of losing himself, or at the very least his humanity, to the nature of being supreme, or becoming something he despised on the path to apotheosis. This feels awful, damn. Sonny felt like he had found a shiny weapon, only to discover that he was incapable of picking it up, like he was denied something he was owed. He stayed nestled in the shadows, hidden in the darkness of the shrine of truth, unseen and motionless. His wounded soul was once again being ravaged by the scathing feeling of regret. If only he had chosen differently, if only he had not surrendered to his desperate wish, if only he had not betrayed his friends and still possessed his true name. But Sonny knew that these thoughts were meaningless. There was no way to turn back time, and even if he could, regret would have been eating him alive all the same, just for a different reason. For a far worse reason. No matter how much he regretted what he did, it was better than regretting something that he had never dared to do. Which was not to say that he could not correct his mistake and be rid of all this regret altogether. All he had to do was make a choice and get his fate back. I've already killed a cursed demon. Now killing a cursed terror did not seem so impossible anymore. But Sonny still had doubts. Sometime later, he emerged from the shadows and rubbed his face, chasing the uninvited thoughts away. He had no time to ponder these difficult matters now, because there were numerous enemies he had to kill. Right onto the next point of the agenda. His gaze fell on the 3 jade figurines. Chapter 23, 69 Fine Thread. Once again, Sonny gave Kai and Slayer 1 jade beast figure each, to be sacrificed to the shrine of truth. Everything happened as it had happened before. After being placed on the altar, the figures turned to ash and were absorbed by them. A second ring was added to the one already encircling their soul cores. Well, a soul core in the case of Kai. In the case of Slayer, though, Sonny was not entirely sure what to call the radiant ember at the heart of her unfathomably dark self. A shard of a core in a shadow of a soul, possibly. Looking at it, he remembered what Yuri's had told him once. That his shadows were not entirely complete. If there was a way to complete them, Sonny did not know what it was, or if there was a need or a benefit to completing them. All he knew was that Slayer had been complete before being slain by his blade, but now she was a part of him, just like the rest of his shadows. Another mystery to solve one day. The second ring of ash made Kai and Slayer much stronger. It also allowed Sonny to imbue them with far more of his will, enough so that he would not worry about sending either of them into a battle with great nightmare creatures. As for the cursed ones, well, Sonny himself was not too confident when facing those. With how much his companions were enhanced by his will, however, they would at least be able to help him take the cursed ones down. Their arrows would not bounce off the flesh of those fallen gods without leaving a scratch. That's something. That was quite a boon, actually. The shadows of the wolf and its pack were resting in his soul now, as well as long as Sonny could summon the shade of the sacred demon into existence. His small army was going to become tremendously more powerful. Still, he studied the 3rd jade figure, the snow demon figure, which was left laying on his palm. He wanted to become stronger as well. 5 of the snow tyrant's abominations had already fallen. And by his hand, including 3 cursed ones. But instead of making him feel secure, the experience of those battles only made Sonny feel trepidation. The battle against the wolf had been a close one. He had triumphed in the end, and it was quite a spectacular victory. And yet, nobody knew better than Sonny how easily he could have lost his life instead. How was he going to fight a cursed devil? There was a qualitative jump in power between monsters and demons, because demons were sapient. But there was just as significant of a jump between demons and devils, because devils wielded profane and distressing powers. What was he going to do when a fallen deity unleashed its powers against him? What if that deity was accompanied not by beasts but by monsters, or even creatures of a higher class? So, Sonny was not going to refuse more power. That said, he also wanted to learn the truth. Whatever boost he could receive from sacrificing the snow demon figure to the shrine of truth was bound to be, if not insignificant, then at least marginal. Kai and Slayer could borrow his will with the help of Ash, but what would Sonny borrow? At most, his strength would somewhat increase. Knowledge, on the other hand, was the origin of all power. It was none other than Weaver himself who had said it. So, learning a useful truth could actually give him far more power than sacrificing a figure would. Or not. I've decided. Sonny sighed. I think I am going to toss this thing into the lava. Kai, who had been drawing his bow to get used to his newfound strength, glanced at him briefly. Whatever you think is best. Then he lowered the bow and looked at him properly. There was a peculiar expression on Kai's face, not quite a frown, but something similar to it. Sonny raised an eyebrow. What? Kai remained silent for a bit, then shook his head. No, nothing, it's just that demon. Did you see anything peculiar when fighting it? Sonny blinked a few times. That demon was an eldritch god, everything about it was peculiar. What do you mean exactly? Kai hesitated a little, then shrugged. It's just, I think I saw something when I was fighting the brass giant. Helping that worm of yours fight him, I mean. His expression soured a little at the mention of abundance, prompting Sonny to grin. What is this I'm sensing? A bit of repulsion toward abundance. Come on now, Kai, it is just a worm, a truly enormous, sacred worm. Actually, it is practically a worm. Dragons and worms are kin, so doesn't that sort of make the two of you siblings? Kai shuddered. No worm is a sibling of mine, thank you very much. Please don't say such awful things, Sonny. Sonny laughed. Well, all right, no need to be so offended. In any case, what was it that you saw? We both know how special your sight is, Kai, so don't make the mistake of underestimating it. Sonny was higher in rank than Kai and vastly more powerful, but that did not mean that he was superior to his friend in all regards. In terms of perception, for example, Kai was far ahead of him, or anyone else, really. So, Sonny was inclined to take whatever Kai had seen seriously. Kai lingered for a while, frowning, then said finally, During the battle a few times, I thought I saw something glistening in the air behind the giant. But every time I tried to take a closer look, there was nothing there. I would decide that I saw wrong, only to be distracted by that shine again later. Eventually. He paused for a moment, then added, I thought that I noticed a silver thread extending from his back and disappearing into the distance. It was so thin and fine as to almost be non-existent, so even I could not see it clearly. Then, it was gone in the blink of an eye, so I can't be sure that I did not simply imagine the whole thing. The battle was quite hectic, after all. Sonny remained silent for a while, looking at him. Didn't you say that there was something strange about all the snow abominations? Could they have strange threads extending from their backs as well? Sonny himself had not seen or sensed any threads. But if these strings were as infinitely thin as Kai had said, there would be no shadows left by them on the ground, and therefore there would have been nothing for him to sense. It sounded quite suspicious, though, summoning imagery of puppets being pulled by puppeteers' strings. The snow tyrant had to be controlling its figures somehow, so Sonny responded to that imagery strongly. Kai shrugged. I don't know. Sonny let out a sigh. Keep an eye out for these threads in the days to come, then. If you do notice another, let me know. With that, he headed away and left the temple. Walking over to the edge of the platform, Sonny glanced across the lake of lava. The heat here was almost unbearable, so he did not loiter around and directly tossed the jade figure into the lake. As it was swallowed by bubbling lava, he took a few steps back and sat down. Let's see. Sonny concentrated on the questions he wanted answered the most, hoping that it would affect what truth he received this time. How had the world ended? How had the gods died? What had Weaver? Then suddenly he was somewhere else. Chapter 2370, A Cruel Fate. The mountains had collapsed, creating a vast valley. The green slopes had turned into a brown desert of crushed rock, and now the desert turned into a red river. The blood-red cloaks of the imperial soldiers were like a crimson tide as they marched forward, sunlight glistening on the tips of their spears. Far above the sea of marching warriors, a hawk was gliding on the gentle winds. It opened its beak and let out a cry, then moved its wings to fly away. It was just in time. A moment later, a golden arrow flashed past it, tearing the sky apart. The hawk folded its wings and plummeted down, then spread them again to glide and escape the cold gaze of the unseen archer. It flew away, across the rolling hills of olive trees and beautiful cities, across the wine-colored sea with islands where vibrant flowers bloomed among white rocks, across deep forests teeming with wildlife, where holy beasts rested in the shade of emerald canopies, deep quarries where precious marble was being mined, and tranquil shrines. Across a peaceful realm that was about to be devoured by the jaws of war. Eventually, the hawk reached a vast city that sprawled around a tall hill and landed in the courtyard of a humble manor, turning into a woman who wore a deer hide around her shoulders. Her olive skin was covered in sweat, and her breathing was labored, her face showing fatigue from having crossed such a great distance in such a short time. "My lady!" Handmaidens rushed to offer her water and fresh fruit, their eyes gleaming with awe and veneration. The woman drank deeply from a beautifully painted amphora, then waved the young girls away. When she looked at them, her own eyes became full of sorrow for a brief moment. Then she hid her sorrow away. "No time for that. Where is the prince? I must see him." The handmaidens looked at each other, prompting her to frown. "What is it?" They looked in the direction of the hill, where an ancient temple stood, its white pillars weathered from the passage of time. "It is the oracle. You have been summoned, the prince as well." The woman sighed bitterly, then wiped the water off her lips. "Now they are speaking, huh?" She closed her eyes for a few seconds, then straightened and looked at the young handmaidens one more time. The girls giggled in embarrassment under her gaze, which made the woman's face harden. Turning away, she left without looking back. The atmosphere in the temple was peculiar when she arrived. It stood empty most of the time, but now there were people. She recognized most of them. There was a noble young man with calm and wise eyes, a boy with red hair and unusual color in this land, a scholarly woman with a long black braid, her graceful beauty both subtle and bewitching. There was also a tall warrior with broad shoulders, his towering height making the others seem puny, a slender man in elegant clothes who looked like a sculptor, a ship captain whose rough skin had turned bronze in the sun, his eyes the same color as the sea, a blind poet whose songs were renowned across the realm, a woman who was either a priestess or a courtesan or possibly both. Each and every one of them, except the boy, was famous for one reason or another. Some of them were immensely powerful, while some were only slightly so, but all were outstanding. All in all, it was a peculiar crowd of people. As the woman wearing a deerskin around her shoulders arrived, there were now 9 of them. She looked at the gathering with a frown, but chose to say nothing. The warrior spoke, instead, his booming voice echoing under the roof of the ancient temple. "What news?" The woman responded curtly. "It is as we expected. The Imperials are already on the match." The warrior clicked his tongue. "Curses, I should be gathering citizens into an army, not wasting my time here." The noble young man looked at him calmly. "We were summoned." Despite the difference in their height, the tall man seemed taken aback. He lowered his head. "I am sorry, my prince, I spoke out of turn." Soon they were ushered into the inner sanctum of the temple. There, 3 figures sat behind a veil. A young girl, a mature woman, and an old hag. All 3 of them were blind, but saw much more than anyone with sight could. They were the oracle. The young man kneeled before them. "I, Euries, greet you. We have arrived to answer your call." The 3 women smiled and responded, their 3 voices becoming one. "Greetings, brother." "Greetings, my son." "Greetings, child." The young man, Prince Euries, took a deep breath. "Our homeland is in grave peril, O oracle, and so we beseech you, please show us how to save our realm." The young girl seemed sad. The woman stayed motionless. The old hag laughed. "Have you finally learned manners, naughty child?" The young man stayed silent for a few seconds, then repeated his words. "We beseech you." The young girl moved, as if wanting to cross the veil and touch him, but the woman held her back. She turned her head to face the kneeling prince, and then said calmly, "I am sorry, my son, but that is not why we called you." The 8 people staying behind the prince paled, while the prince himself pursed his lips. The 3 women continued, their voices fusing with each other. "This land of ours cannot be saved. The tapestry of fate is vast, but it is also cruel. The empire won't be stopped. Our cities will burn. Our people will be enslaved. Our kingdom will fall, its very name forgotten. We cannot stop it." But there was a second of silence before the oracle spoke again. "We can avenge ourselves. The 9 of you can. The 9 of you will. The empire of war must be destroyed." The prince looked up at the oracle, his eyes full of darkness. Eventually, he looked down. "My, oh my, how can 9 people destroy an empire? It is protected by a god." There were a few moments of silence, and then the little girl leaned forward. Her childish voice resounded in the silence of the ancient temple, echoing under its roof. "Then you must kill the gods." Chapter 23, 71, 9 Fates. As the echoes of the little girl's voice turned into silence, the 9 of them fell into silence as well. Her words had sounded like jesting, or at least they were supposed to. How could mortal men kill the gods? And yet a solemn atmosphere settled in the inner sanctum of the oracle temple. This peaceful realm of theirs was breathtaking and thriving, but it did not enjoy the protection of a god. The gods had grown aloof and distant long ago. Their temples stood proudly, and yet no matter how piously the priests and priestesses prayed, they were usually met with indifferent absence. Even war, the patron deity of humanity, had withdrawn from watching over the great, awful empire of his. The mortal realm where the 9 of them had been born was not protected even by a neglectful deity, and so it venerated no god. The ones they venerated instead were the oracle, the women capable of glimpsing fate. The vast tapestry of fate was not something that mortals were meant to see, so the oracle was blind. The awful visage of what they had witnessed burned into their eyes, destroying them forever. That was their curse, but also their solace. The oracle was telling them that their realm was doomed, and that they would have to kill the gods. Prince Eury's finally spoke, his voice shaking subtly. "Mother, oh, oracle, but how can 9 mortals kill the gods?" The old hag seemed to study him with her blind eyes, then leaned back a little. Her creaky voice resounded in the inner sanctum. "The war empire is an insatiable beast that feeds on conquest. It is vast, it is prosperous. However, that prosperity is wicked, and worse than that, it is unsustainable. Their economy and their way of life can only be sustained by an influx of riches or resources, and most importantly, of new slaves. Without the slaves, the empire could not produce anything. But slaves are not a renewable resource." The woman spoke next, her words echoing somberly in the inner sanctum of the temple. "You've read the imperial treaties, my son. You know the cruelty of their ways. The slaves they take do not last long, enduring endless labor. A few years, possibly, a decade at most. And so the empire needs to conquer new lands and procure new slaves. It won't ever stop because it can't stop. If it does, it will starve." The little girl spoke last, her voice turning small. "Our kingdom is a peaceful one. It is a land of art, wine, wisdom, poetry, and culture. The empire will come and take our art. It will take our wine. It will take our poets and philosophers and turn them into house slaves to educate the young masters. The rest, those who survive, will be sent to toil in the fields. In just a few generations, our culture will be no more. Our people will be us no more, consumed and stolen by the conquering tyrants." The woman wearing a deerskin around her shoulders finally spoke, her quiet voice sounding calm and even. "That doesn't answer the question. All of us can't even stop an empire that one god watches over. How will the 9 of us kill all 6 of them?" The oracle grew silent. Eventually, the old hag spoke solemnly. "You are a huntress, are you not? You should know how to kill a beast that is stronger than you." The woman spoke next. "The answer is simple. Not that it will be easy, far from it. It will be difficult. It will be unbearable. It will be impossible even for each of you." The little girl finished what the woman started saying. "But you must achieve the impossible, each of you. You must find the beast's weakness. You must lure it into a trap. You must sink your blade into the weak spot that you found." The 3 of them spoke in unison then. The 9 of you were chosen because you are special, just like this realm of ours was. Some of you are wise, and some of you are strong. Some of you are holy. However, fate has no use for those who are strong or those who are wise, and neither does it care for sages and saints, the only ones it cares for. Their voices envelop the sanctum, sounding like a prophecy. Are those who are fated, and that is what you are, the 9 of you. You are blessed by fate, you are cursed by fate. The strings of fate wrap around you tightly, and so everything you do will echo across fate, shaking its very foundation. The old hag opened its mouth to continue, but at that moment the prince who was kneeling on the floor interrupted her. You say that our land will be ravaged by the empire, that our people will be slaughtered and enslaved, that we cannot save anyone but must instead avenge everyone, that we must kill the gods? His voice shook with barely suppressed anger. But must we really abandon our people? And what will happen to the world when the gods die? Aloof as they are, the gods serve as the pillars of existence. All of it rests on their shoulders. Must we destroy it all? Instead of the oracle, it was one of the 9 who answered, a tall warrior with broad shoulders, his face as pale as ash, his eyes brimming with sorrow and darkness. If everyone we know and love will not exist anymore, then what is the worth of that existence? You are young and noble, my prince. You have no wife, no lover, no children. You will not have to watch them die or be taken by war. There is only one thought more awful than knowing that our everything is doomed, the thought that those who bring us doom will remain unpunished. So yes, if the oracle speaks the truth, we shall destroy it all. We must. Why would we not? The young prince gritted his teeth. Because we will be destroying our own people as well, those who will survive the slaughter and be taken by the empire. His words seemed to cool the inner sanctum. The faces of the 9 people fell, and hints of doubt found their way into their eyes. They fell into a somber silence. And in that silence, the courtesan wearing the clothes of a priestess spoke quietly, her voice resounding with the darkest kind of resolve. It is better to be dead than to be a slave. It is better to be killed than to be shackled. I will welcome death before I welcome chains. Those I loved will mourn me, but they'll know. When I die, I'll be free. Death was merciful after all, but the life of a slave was cruel. Slowly, the rest of them nodded their heads, and the prince lowered his. The faces of the oracles changed subtly. Eventually, the old hag spoke. Each of you will have a task of their own. A great task, a terrible task, a task that must be accomplished at all costs. We are the oracle, and we see fate, and so we offer you as a sacrifice to fate. Go forth and drown the world in ichor as a retribution for the blood of our people that has not been spilled today, but will paint the sea red tomorrow. The winds outside the temple howled, as the woman turned to look at the bewitching scholar. Sorceress Alethea, the philosopher, your task is to scout truth. Go forth and reveal the lies of the gods. You will find their weakness and teach the others how to bring upon doom. The little girl glanced at the slender man in elegant clothes. Emedon the sculptor, the shaper of stone. You will build the trap for the gods. You will herald the truth that Alethea learns and bring it to those who must listen, to form their hearts into gravestones and build the walls of the trap from that stone. The woman leaned forward, her features twisting with sorrow. Prince Yuri's my son. Forgive me. Your task is the most bitter of all. The young prince was to become a slave. The blind poet was to become lost in illusions. The woman wearing a deerskin around her shoulders listened to what the oracle ordered the others, her expression turning somber and pale. The task entrusted to the young boy, Oro, was especially distressing. She shuddered when the little girl spoke the terrible words. Eventually, though, the oracle grew silent and dismissed the others. She was the only one left. The woman raised her chin faintly. What of me then? What is the task that I must accomplish? Despite her questions, the oracle remained silent. After a while, the old hag let out a long sigh, so ancient and frail that it seemed like she would fall into pieces the next moment. Her voice sounded hoarse, tired, and scared. You, O courageous huntress, your task is the gravest. Your task is the most important of them all, as well as the most fearsome. The little girl continued. We the oracle have witnessed fate, and using fate, we charted a course for the 9. However, there is a being who knows fate far better than we do, who is far more adept at twisting its strings than we are. That being is your greatest adversary, and so the task that you must accomplish is to strike that enemy down. The third oracle shivered. then leaned forward and said in a tone of ruthless resolve, "LVE, slay Weaver, the demon of fate. That is your fate and what you must do." Chapter 2372, Distant Gods. Sonny was startled awake, or rather, he regained his senses after receiving the truth. Just like the previous times, the boon he received was not quite a vision, but also not quite a memory. Rather, it was as if the knowledge of what had happened was placed directly into his mind, vague and disjointed, but somehow easy to understand. The world of Ariel's game was the same. The shrine towered behind him, while the lake of lava was radiating insufferable heat in front of him. The sky was obscured by smoke and ash. However, Sonny was different from how he had been before throwing the jade figure into the lake. There was a stunned, disbelieving expression on his face, and his heart was beating wildly. His eyes were open, but he did not seem entirely aware of his surroundings just yet, overwhelmed by what he had learned. "No way." Sonny jumped to his feet. He was too rattled, his mind too full of chaotic thoughts, to calm down easily. He remained motionless for a while, then commenced pacing, kicking pieces of rubble with his feet. "No, really, no way." Finally, Sonny stopped and looked at the distant mountains with wide eyes. What the hell did I just witness? The magnitude of the revelation he had received as a reward for killing the wolf was too vast to fathom. Gods, demons, the fate of the world, Weaver. And the Nines, the mysterious group of people whose faint traces he discovered from time to time. Sonny always suspected that the Nine had been important to the degree that his glorious appraisal in the first nightmare could have very well been mostly due to the fact that he had managed to kill hero Oro of the Nine. The young boy with vibrant red hair who had appeared in two of the truths Sonny had learned in Ariel's game. But to think that the Nine had been responsible for the death of the gods, had been determined to kill the gods at least. There was no telling if they had succeeded. But somehow, Sonny was inclined to believe that they had. When he tossed these two jade figures into the lava, the question he had asked was about the end of the world. Instead of a scene of total devastation on a battlefield between the gods and the demons, though he had been shown a seemingly mundane event of mortal men arriving on a gorgeous island to inform a huntress who lived there that a supreme beast was rampaging on the border of their kingdom. Sonny had assumed that he had been shown a moment of slayers past then, and he had. But what if that moment was also the answer to his question? What if that was the moment the world's fate had been sealed? Sonny grabbed his head and tried to calm himself. So let's think about it slowly. There was an empire founded by War God, by one of War God's mortal vessels, most likely. At the dusk of the Golden Age, the gods grew aloof and distant, paying less and less attention to the mortal realms. And in their absence, the Empire of War embarked on an endless conquest. It devoured myriad realms, subjugated myriad people, burned the temples of Shadow God, all for the glory of their neglectful deity. Glory, glory, glory. Sonny had experienced the torment of being an imperial slave himself during his first nightmare. He experienced the savagery of the war zealots as well. In his second, granted, those had been driven mad by hope, their most ardent desires set aflame by her poisonous influence. The empire continued to grow, conquering more and more land until it encountered a particular realm. It was a beautiful and peaceful realm, but it was also a very special one. Because the people of that peaceful realm venerated no god and were ruled by an oracle instead. In the revelation Sonny received, the oracle mentioned that their kingdom was special in passing. But he knew that it had to be true not only because of the three seers themselves, but also because there had been 9 people living in that realm who all possessed the fated attribute, just like he possessed it once. That alone is mad. It's completely crazy. The 9, all of them, had been fated, just like Sonny was. Attributes were not unique to people, so there could be someone out there sharing this one with him, even if fated felt like something exceedingly, if not inconceivably, rare. Sonny would have accepted that one of the 9 had been fated, but all of them. 9 people living in the same kingdom and at the same time on top of that. That sounded like their existence itself had been fated, as if it had been one of the knots holding up the great tapestry of fate together. That small realm of theirs had indeed been special. And when the hungry gaze of the empire fell upon it, The oracle sent 9 fated champions to destroy the empire, not to save their homeland, which could not contend against war, but to avenge its destruction, to avenge their people, who were destined to be slaughtered and enslaved. There was only one problem, though: the empire had a guardian deity, one of the 6 great gods. And so the 9 were sworn to kill the gods. They couldn't have succeeded, could they? Only they could. The gods were dead, after all. The empire had been destroyed. The sins it had committed brought upon a truly wrathful retribution, both on the empire and on the rest of the world. Sonny lowered his hands slowly. Can it really be the reason? Could the world have been destroyed by 9 mere mortals and their dark resolve? If it had been, then it would be quite poetic, if a little terrifying. It would make it so that the gods doomed themselves by neglecting the world they had created, and allowing those who claimed to wield their authority to rampage across the mortal realms. The great gods would have been undone by little insignificant mortals whose suffering they had ignored. But how could the 9 have killed the gods? That was what Sonny did not understand. The clues were already in his hands, though. Chapter 23, 73 Walls of the Trap. The 9, what do I know about the 9? Oro had been an imperial soldier as a young man. Yuri's had been an imperial slave, but he also claimed to have slit a god's throat. Now that Sonny knew more, he could guess that it had been the mortal vessel of war god, most likely, the one watching over the empire. It had to be, right? Alethea, meanwhile, ventured into the tomb of Ariel. Sonny's eyes widened. Wait, what was it that the oracle had said? You simply have to find the beast's weakness. You have to lure it into a trap. You have to sink your blade into its weak spot. He remained silent for a while. Alethea, the sorceress and philosopher Alethea, had been tasked with revealing the lies of the gods and teaching the truth to the rest of the 9. So she had gone to the tomb of Ariel and became the first seeker. She was the only seeker of truth to have successfully entered the estuary and learned the secrets hidden there by Ariel, the demon of dread. And among those secrets was the truth of the forgotten god and his children, who were the flaw of the gods. Wait. Alethea had paid for learning the secrets of the estuary by becoming the source of the defilement. But that did not mean that she had failed to teach the truth of the forgotten god to the rest of the 9 before succumbing to corruption. She must have endured the knowledge of the void and only passed that one secret along, considering that they seemed to have succeeded in their plot at least partially. But wasn't it peculiar? The gods were indeed dead, but they had fallen in the war against the demons, not against the 9. The great war that had brought doom upon all of existence. So what had the 9 really achieved? Sonny took a step back, biting his lips. Wait. The sculptor, Emedon, what was the task the oracle had given him? You will build the trap for the gods. You will herald the truth that Alethea learns and bring it to those who must listen, to form their hearts into gravestones and build the walls of the trap from that stone. This was the answer. Alethea had learned the weakness of the beast, but it was Emedon who had been tasked with building the trap. It was a trap meant to bring about the death of the gods, though, so it would be peculiar to assume that the oracle meant a literal contraption. Instead, it was a trap built from the hearts of living beings. And who could it have been whose heart was supposed to become a gravestone for the gods? Bring it to those who must listen. To whom was Emedon meant to deliver the truth Alethea learned? Who had to listen? Sonny's eyes glistened darkly. Why, it was quite obvious, wasn't it, considering what had happened next? It was Nether, the prince of the underworld, the demon of destiny, the demon of choice. He suddenly clenched his fists and shook them in the air. You damn spell. The description of the mantle of the underworld clearly said this about Nether. He wasn't the first to lead his army against the gods. However, he was the first to shed their blood, as well as learn the secrets of his own. But it was a blatant lie. Well, perhaps it wasn't, but it was entirely misleading. There were runes written by Nether on the walls of the Ebony Tower, which had been constructed after Hope was imprisoned by the gods. He had been wondering if the demons were forbidden from siring offspring because they were of the Forgotten One, who slumbered in the void. That indicated that he had known about the connection between the 7 demons and the Forgotten God. However, he must not have known the whole truth. Otherwise, he would not have been asking the question. Weaver knew, probably because Weaver had ventured into the void and beheld the forgotten god in person. Ariel knew as well because he knew everyone's fears, including that of the gods. But he chose to bury that knowledge in the tomb, where Alethea found it. And then, Emedin delivered that truth to the underworld and gave it to Nether. And Nether made his choice. Hell, that was the inception of the Doom War. Emedin of the Nine had indeed built a trap for the gods. The walls of the trap were the hearts of the demons, and he was the one who had shown them the way. Sunny let out a laugh of disbelief. How do you kill a beast that is stronger than you? You could, for example, sick another harrowing beast upon it. The Nine were not powerful enough to kill the gods, so they gave Nether the last push he needed to rally his siblings into rebelling against the heavens. That was how the world had ended. Or rather, that was how its end had begun. Naturally, the Nine did more than just give the world the initial push to send it rolling into the abyss. After all, Sunny had only considered the horrible and, quite honestly, unbelievable feats of two. There were 7 of them left. The blind poet had probably gone to the demon of imagination. The seasoned sea captain, the vision, had not revealed his task, but Sunny could easily imagine him having something to do with the demon of repose and night garden. Eurus had been a spy in the heart of the Empire, most likely, eventually ending up in the demon army. Oro, his task had apparently been the most distressing of them all, even if Sunny had no idea what it was. There was also the courtesan and the tall warrior. They were quite mysterious, and he was not sure what their role had been. And Slayer, naturally. That one he was not ready to contemplate yet. But what had they done? What had their endgame been? Sunny took a deep breath. Find a weakness, build a trap, sink your blade into the weak spot of the adversary. The weakness of the gods was the existence of the forgotten god, and therefore the demons. The trap itself was the Doom War. But what was the blade of the Nine? How had intended to deliver the lethal strike to the gods? Had they simply supported the demons in the Doom War, or had there been more to their machinations? Sunny exhaled slowly. Then a different set of runes surfaced in his memory. His eyes shook. Chapter 23, 74, Demon of Doom. They were the runes left on the floor of the underground cell under the ruined cathedral of the Dark City by one of the 2 high priests of the Nightmare spell, from whose corpse Sunny had retrieved Weaver's mask. He had not been able to read them at first, but managed to discern their meaning during his return to the Forgotten Shore as a saint. Taking a step back, Sunny whispered, "Thus spoke Weaver, they will open the gates." And they did, calling forth doom and destruction upon us. Now in the ruins, gods lay dead, and the demons have fallen. The Forgotten One comes, wide awake, to consume them. He closed his eyes for a moment. The weapon to kill the gods, was it the forgotten god himself? Had the Nine wanted to unseal the void, thus awakening him and causing the end of all existence? Was that their vengeance for the blood of their people that the Empire had spilled, for the land it destroyed, and the freedom it robbed? Were these bastards fated, or were they a personification of doom? Those lunatics. He shuddered, then shook his head. No, I am jumping to conclusions. Weaver had proclaimed that they would open the gates. The they in question could have been the Nine, it could have been the demons, or the gods. It could have even been Weaver themselves. The demon of fate could have been simply proclaiming their own intention. Sunny raised his hands and rubbed his face fiercely. He had learned so much, but he still did not have any answers. How had that damned war ended? Had the Nine achieved their goal, or had they ultimately failed? Were the gates of the void open, or were they still closed? The spreading corruption, the blossoming nightmare seeds, and the constant expansion of the dream realm suggested that they were wide open, and that the forgotten god was free. And yet, the forgotten god also seemed imprisoned and asleep, because if he was not, there would be no existence left. All of it would be swallowed by the void. Everything was a paradox, and Sunny did not have the key to solve it. "Oh, I don't get it." He groaned. One thing was certain, though. There had always been a third player hiding behind the curtain: the demons, the gods, and the Nine. The fate of the world had been decided by these 3 forces. And while the Nine seemed pitifully weak in comparison to these mythical figures, Their influence was anything but. In fact, because of how little was known about them, the Nine seemed especially dangerous. No, actually, there was a fourth force as well, the most important of them all. How could Sunny have forgotten? There was Weaver. Sunny exhaled slowly. He still did not know how Weaver fit into all of this, what goal Weaver had pursued, and what had happened to them. The Oracle had seemed to believe that the Demon of Fate would be the greatest obstacle in the path of the Nine. Considering that the Nine had intended to kill the gods and destroy the world, did that mean that Weaver's goal had been the opposite? No, it did not. Knowing that slippery demon, not that Sunny knew them that well, it could have been anything. Weaver might have been the enemy of the Nine, or they might have been using the Nine to further their own goals. Who could know the truth? Well, Slayer could if she had her memories. After all, her task was to kill Weaver. Insanity. To hell with this. Turning around, Sunny headed for the Shrine of Truth with determined steps. Entering the cool darkness of its great hall, he ignored Kai and walked directly to Slayer, who was sharpening her swords while leaning her back against one of the altars. Stopping in front of her, he looked down and growled. "So tell me, did you manage to kill Weaver?" The sinister shadow stared at him silently, showing no trace of emotion. He scoffed. "Or did you fail? Right, you must have." Naturally, she had. How could someone so insignificant slay the Demon of Fate? The very thought was preposterous. But then again, the thought that 9 mortals could bring about the death of the gods was preposterous as well. And yet, the gods were dead. Was the woman whose shadow now served him truly Weaver's killer? No, it was impossible. You must have died by Weaver's hand instead. Slayer showed no reaction at all, as if his words held no meaning. However, he felt her cold, black eyes changing faintly. Finally, there was a hint of emotion. What was it? Pride, despair, resolve, confusion. It seemed that Slayer did not know herself. Well, why would she? She did not even remember her name, let alone her past. Sunny covered his face with a palm and sighed deeply. What the hell did you do, you lunatics?" Slayer stared at him for a few more seconds, then shrugged and returned to sharpening her swords, completely indifferent to the turmoil in his heart. Sunny cursed quietly. "I have some strong words to say to Yuri's the next time I meet him." Kai, who had walked over and was looking at them in confusion, raised a brow. "Yuri's, who is that?" Sunny looked at him, blinked a few times, and waved a hand in a dismissive gesture. "Yuri's, he's just an acquaintance of mine, a god-slaying slave, but also a prince who was banished from death by a divine curse. He just sort of hangs out in the shadow realm now, so I visit him from time to chat, joke around, and try to kill him. Oh, he's also a skeleton, a talking skeleton. Well, about 80% of a talking skeleton, he had lost a few bones over time." Kai nodded slowly. "Ah, I see, makes sense, I guess. Are you all right, though? You seem on edge." Sunny glanced at him darkly. "Naturally, I am all right." He smiled and pointed at himself with a thumb. "I am perfectly all right being on edge." Kai coughed. "Oh, that's good then." Next morning, 3 new snow figures arrived to surround the destroyed volcano. Chapter 23, 75 Hear No Evil. The abominations of the snow domain surrounded the Shrine of Truth in the morning. This time, it was a cursed demon and 2 cursed monsters, the force that had been defending the Shrine of Fear at the start of the game. By then, the lake of lava was already starting to cool. It slowly lost its radiance and dimmed, solidifying into a vast plain of ash-gray rock. However, Sunny knew that the solid nature of this crust was merely an illusion. It was like a thin layer resting atop a scorching abyss of magma, too easily broken by the forces that a battle between deific figures would unleash. Actually, he was considering using the treacherous nature of the thin crust as a strategy. Cursed nightmare creatures would not be seriously harmed by something as trifling as taking a plunge into a pool of lava, and they were not going to drown in it, either. However, he could still gain an advantage by pulling them into the depths of the volcano. Just not too deep, since he was wary of descending lower than the Sea of Clouds. Cursed nightmare creatures were not as bound by the mundane logic as lesser beings were, but some things were still dictated by their nature. For example, Creatures that were meant to walk the earth would grow weaker if forced to fight in the water. Sunny himself, however, did not have that problem. He could change his form freely, and so any battlefield was his home. The form of the onyx serpent was one he was attuned to the most as well. Or rather, would it be the jade serpent now? In any case, he had battled Daron the Serpent King while using this shell, and countless abominations since. So, if he managed to pull the new snow demon into the lava, there in the depths he might actually defeat it. But Sunny did not feel confident. In fact, he was overcome by a feeling of unease. He felt like a rat that had been pushed into a corner. The battle against the wolf had already been dangerous enough. It had been a close call. Now, however, Sunny's wounds, both physical and unseen, were quite severe. They had healed somewhat, but not enough to allow him to enter the battle at his full strength come tomorrow. So facing a cursed demon, even in the depths of the volcano, did not seem like a winning bet. Far from it. If Sunny was honest with himself, he had to admit that he would not be of much use as a warrior in the upcoming battle. Luckily, there was a different strategy he could use, had to use, considering that there were no better options. Instead of participating in the battle himself, he could turn into a shadow and enhance someone. Kai and Slayer both received 2 boons of ash. They were already far more powerful than transcendent beings were supposed to be, and while Sunny could not enhance Kai, his friend was neither part of him nor a subject of his domain. He could amplify Slayer. That was not an optimal use of his power, though. The optimal use of it would be to amplify one of his most powerful shades, the shade of the wolf, for example. The shadows dwelling in his soul were not alive and did not possess the sense of self. As a result, they could not really wield the will, which was of paramount importance in a battle between deities. So even the sacred shades were not too different from immensely powerful, but ultimately mundane beasts. That was unless Sunny wrapped himself around them. If he did, not only would their power be amplified, but he would also be able to substitute their absent will with his own. That way, a sacred shade would become much closer to the glory of its former self. If Sunny enabled the shadow of the wolf, the 2 of them together would stand a decently good chance of slaying a cursed demon. That was something to consider, at least. That was the best strategy he could come up with in the absence of sacred soul shards to cast some powerful spell, or any other material and resource to pull off a daring trick. It should be good enough, right? If Sunny and the wolf faced the cursed demon slayer, Kai, the shadow of abundance, the pack of shadow wolves, and the remaining obsidian wasps would have to deal with the 2 cursed monsters. Could they? Alternatively, he could take a risk and concentrate all his forces on one of the enemies first, gambling on the chance of slaying it speedily. There was a lot to consider, but he could only consider it after learning more about his enemies. At that moment, Sunny and his companions were standing on the roof of the Shrine of Truth, observing the surrounding peaks tensely. The sun was rising above the miniature realm of Ariel's game, and the glass bridges were collapsing into plumes of snow. Sunny sighed and glanced at Kai. "Are you sure?" Kai nodded. "Quite sure, yes, it should be a demon." Kai could see further and better than Sunny, but he could not see the souls of living beings like Sunny. That said, awakened possessed senses beyond that of mundane people, and these senses developed the more experienced they became, and the higher their rank was. Saints would rarely be mistaken about the class and rank of an adversary even without gazing into the adversary's soul. Sunny remained silent for a few seconds, then asked somberly, "So what kind of loathsome horror is it?" Kai raised a hand to shield his eyes from the rays of the rising sun and looked east, at the distant snow-covered peak. His expression changed subtly. "I see it. His voice changed too. "It is looking back." Then Kai fell silent, his body trembling faintly. Sunny frowned. "What does it look like, though?" Kai's lips moved as if he was going to say something. Before he did, however, Sunny was distracted by a sudden movement. He glanced to the side in confusion, where Slayer seemed to be unsheathing her swords. "Odd." Kai finally spoke, the words leaving his mouth sounding like a jumbled mess of eerie alien curses. Sunny belatedly realized that listening to these words was a dreadful mistake. But by then, They had already crawled into his ears and slithered their way into his mind. Not good. Then everything turned dark. Chapter 2376, Missing Time. I'm hurt. The first thing Sonny felt was pain. He was supposed to be in pain, considering that both his body and soul had been ravaged by the wolf. But the mild suffering he had been enduring without even paying attention to was gone, replaced by a new and unfamiliar agony. His entire body was in pain. The pain was not concentrated in one spot, but instead emanated from a dozen different sources, fusing into one odious sensation. Therefore, Sonny had to conclude that he was seriously hurt. Since it hurts, I'm still alive. That was good news, at least. He opened his eyes slowly. The black sky hung above him at an angle awfully close. It was also made of scorched stone, with deep cracks running through its broken surface. Additionally, it was moving. No, it was not the sky. He was staring at the ceiling of the Shrine of Truth. Or was it a wall? In any case, Neither the ceiling nor the wall of the shrine were moving. Instead, it was Sonny himself. He was being dragged across an uneven stone surface, its ridges biting into his back. What the hell? The last thing he remembered was asking Kai to describe the snow demon. How did he end up back in the shrine? More importantly, why was he being dragged and who was dragging him? Craning his neck, Sonny looked up. Someone was holding his wrist in a vice-like grip, using it to drag his body across the stone like a sack of synth paste. That someone was shrouded in a veil of ghostly smoke, which made discerning their form difficult. Sonny recognized them instantly, naturally. It was Slayer, however. Slayer looked much worse than she had before. Her light armor was torn and scorched, dark smoke was seeping from myriad ghastly wounds on her ebony body, and one of her arms was hanging limp, seemingly broken. What happened to Slayer? No, more importantly, what happened to him? Sonny finally regained his senses and evaluated the situation. What he sensed sent him into utter shock. First of all, the ceiling above him was indeed the wall of the Shrine of Truth, and it was indeed looming above him at an angle. That was because the entire shrine was tilted, half of its vast interior drowned by lava. Slayer was currently dragging Sonny up the slope of one of the pillars, away from the radiant lava. Secondly, there were several arrows sticking out of his body. The body itself was in even worse form than Slayer's, riddled with torn wounds and lacerations, new ones on top of the old ones. And most shocking of all, his entire right arm was missing. Where did my arm go? Where was his arm? Sonny was so shocked that he remained motionless, allowing Slayer to drag him to where the pillar met the ceiling. Letting go of his wrist, she straightened and observed the interior of the shrine darkly. Everything was too odd. Sonny simply could not understand what had happened and what the situation was. He let out a pained groan and sat up, then evaluated his condition somberly. His wounds were quite severe, and his arm was indeed missing. Luckily, blood weave had prevented him from bleeding out, so his life was not at risk. His essence was nearly depleted, though, and his soul seemed to have sustained dire damage as well. His head ached horribly. Sonny had no words to describe his feelings. Something really bizarre must have happened. Manifesting a bit of shadows to create a replacement for his missing arm and hand, he grimaced and pulled one of the arrows out from between his ribs. He stared at it, then glanced up at Slayer. Mind telling me why one of your arrows was sticking out of me? Naturally, he would not have failed to recognize an arrow of his own exquisite making. She regarded him silently for a while, then raised a hand and extended 4 fingers. Sonny frowned. What is that supposed to mean? Then he glanced down and sighed. Oh, you meant that there were 4 of your arrows sticking out of me, not one, duly noted. Grimacing from pain, he pulled the rest of the arrows out, hesitated a little, and handed them back to Slayer. Instantly, his body felt 100 times lighter. That knave, she used my own enchantments against me. Indeed, the 4 arrows in question were meant to immobilize the adversary, or at least slow them down. So, Sonny could at least surmise that his shadow had not tried to kill him. She had merely tried to debilitate him. He glanced at his missing arm. The stump was not bleeding and the wound was messy. Not at all a clean cut, so something else must have torn his limb off. That was a relief. How is this a relief? One of my limbs is missing. Sonny groaned. Still, he would have been quite cross if it turned out that Slayer had cut off his arm. It was better to think that something else had rended it off. There was a hole in the wall of the shrine where there had been none before, and through it he could see the dark sky. It was night. It had been morning just a few moments ago. Sonny concentrated on his shadow sense, then turned his head and glanced at the nearby pillar. Kai was hanging from it, impaled by 2 black arrows, his mouth covered by a makeshift gag. He was alive, but unconscious. Sonny studied his friend for a bit, making sure that he was all right, then turned to Slayer once more. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded a little strained. "So, do you want to tell me what happened to the day that is missing from my memory?" Slayer stared at him chillingly for a while, then raised a hand and extended 2 fingers. Sonny sighed. "What do you wait? 2 days that are missing from my memory?" She nodded silently and sat down, tiredly leaning her back against the wall. Sonny paled. 2 days? If 2 days had passed, then the snow demon and the 2 snow monsters had already launched their attack. The battle was over. Chapter 2377, Oblivious Victors. 2 days had passed, and it was night ag. Ain, which meant that the 3 figures of the snow domain had besieged the Shrine of Truth, and failed. Someone had stopped them, but who? Sonny studied his own pathetic state, then glanced at Slayer. Finally, he glanced at Kai. A few seconds later, he muttered a stifled curse. His thoughts were in disarray. What the hell? He had been saying that a lot after entering Ariel's game. So he had to be careful not to say it again unless he wanted to get stuck with another catchphrase, and he had plenty of those already. In any case, it seemed like Sonny and Kai had fallen victim to some kind of mind attack while observing the snow demon, and then, something happened, but the snow demon failed to conquer the shrine and kill them. From what Sonny had seen so far, that something seemed to have been Slayer. That did not make much sense, considering that Slayer was not nearly powerful enough to defeat a cursed demon, let alone one accompanied by 2 cursed monsters. And yet, the evidence was hard to deny. The evidence being that they were still alive. Sonny sighed deeply. Slayer was not going to talk, so he had no choice but to try to deduce what had happened slowly. But first, I should probably take Kai off that wall. His friend did not look very comfortable, pinned to a pillar by arrows and gagged. Granted, Slayer must have gagged him for a reason. I'll take it slow. Sometime later, Sonny and Kai climbed out of the tilting shrine and observed the scene of utter devastation outside. Both looked rattled and confused, not to mention battered, and seeing the lake of lava did not make them feel any better. Slayer had stayed inside, seemingly too tired and wounded to move. What the? Sonny stopped himself from finishing the sentence, raised his hands, and rubbed his face ferociously. One of his hands was made of flesh, sinew, and bone. The other was entirely black, manifested from shadows. The platform on which the Shrine of Truth stood had split in 2. One half of it was entirely gone, the other was partially submerged in lava. The ancient temple itself was tilted on the side, half drowned in the lake. The layer of cooled lava that had formed a crust atop the lake was almost entirely gone, shattered and swallowed by the scorching crucible. Still, some of it remained. Hideous silhouettes formed from volcanic rock protruded from the luminous depths, reaching toward the sky with eerily shaped fingers. They glanced like unfinished creations of a mad sculptor, and simply looking at them made Sonny's skin crawl. It was as if a swarm of indescribable beings had tried to form themselves from fiery lava, but were frozen solid midway, failing to take form. Now only their empty husks remained, soulless and twisted in agony, like a legion of sinful souls who had failed to escape hell. Or perhaps someone had just wanted to create a garden of creepy statues. Either version could be true. Kai opened his mouth and whispered, "What the hell?" Sonny glanced at him with gratitude. "My thoughts exactly." His friend was in rough form, but far better off than Sonny and Slayer. Apart from the wounds caused by the arrows, he was relatively unscathed, and those weren't a threat to a transcendent being. He had no memory of what had happened in the past 2 days, either. The last thing he remembered was catching a glimpse of the snow demon, and yet he did not remember what the creature looked like or what it was. Sonny felt deeply unnerved. He would have been frightened, really, if not for the fact that they had found 3 jade figurines laying in the ash near the altar, just a few meters away from the lava. The snow demon, whatever that thing had been, was dead. The monsters were dead, too. Sunny, Kai, and Slayer were alive, somehow. That should have been good news, but Sunny only felt more disturbed, not knowing how their enemies had died. Humans feared the unknown the most, after all. He looked down with a grimace. Well, let us see what we do know. Even if his memory of the past 2 days was gone, he could deduce some things from the clues left behind by the missing time. As the two of them flew to the edges of the volcano, the night sky rippling with shimmering starlight above them, Sunny went over all these clues. First of all, Sunny and Kai were missing their memories. They had been affected by some kind of mental attack, while Slayer had seemingly resisted it, or had been incapable of being targeted by that attack to begin with due to her inherent difference from them. It was easy to deduce that Sunny and Kai had not remained passive and motionless while under foreign influence, too. In fact, they seemed to have involved themselves in all kinds of activity. Their wounds were solid proof of that. Additionally, their behavior in the past 2 days had to have been different from what they would usually do. In other words, they had not been acting as themselves. Otherwise, Slayer would have no reason to debilitate them with arrows or gag Kai. Sunny could not be sure, but after studying Kai's wounds, as well as his own, he suspected that the two of them had not only fought Slayer, but also other powerful beings as well as each other. That was quite a disturbing theory, and although Sunny could not thoroughly prove it, he could not confidently refute it either. This is the worst. If they had indeed suffered a mental attack, this would be the worst crisis of that nature he had encountered in a long while, maybe even ever. After all, he had retained at least some senses even at low 49 or on the Ashen Barrow, but now he could not even remember what he had done. That should not have been possible. His mental resistances were extremely formidable, and even if his other incarnations were not here, he still possessed the will of a supreme titan. No mental attack should have been able to enthrall him so thoroughly. It was the fact that something that should have been impossible had happened that was driving Sunny mad. Just what kind of creature had that cursed demon been? The worst part of all was knowing that now, with the creature gone, there was a high possibility that Sunny would never find out. It could all remain a mystery forever. Looking around, he wondered if that was a mercy instead. Chapter 23, 78 Eerie Clues. The only witness, Slayer, was not talking, but Sunny had some other clues as well. His own state, for example. Quite a lot of his essence was gone. Not only that, but he could not summon any of his shades, which meant that they all had been destroyed in the battle and were currently repairing themselves. The Shadow Wolf and its pack, the Obsidian Wasps and Abundance. Had I actually implemented the shade augmentation strategy, it was possible. But had he implemented it against the adversary or against one of his companions? There was no answer to that, although Sunny doubted that either Slayer or Kai could have survived his assault. The 3 snow figures were dead, and he was missing an arm. So, unless it was Kai who had bitten it off in his dragon form, Sunny was inclined to believe that he had clashed with the cursed demon and the 2 monsters instead. He glanced at Kai peculiarly. Kai noticed it and forced out a smile. What? Sunny lingered for a while, then shook his head. Nothing, just wondering how sharp your teeth are. Kai touched his lips, then blinked a couple of times and looked away. The problem was that the shades of the 3 snow abominations were not in Sunny's soul, which meant that, although they were dead, he had not killed them and neither had Slayer. So how the hell had they died? Sunny folded the wings he had manifested and landed on a rock outcropping at the edges of the lake of lava, too close to the misty shore of the Sea of Clouds to feel comfortable. Kai landed nearby, and the 2 of them stared at the enormous corpse in front of them. Or rather, a half of it. The cursed monster was unmistakably dead. It was an indescribable monstrosity that was vaguely humanoid in form, with myriad eyes littering the malformed dome of its grotesque head. It had a gaunt, pale torso and too many arms, each ending in a set of traumatic claws. As for the lower part of his body, there was no saying how it looked. It was missing. Sunny could swear that the detestable face of the fallen deity had frozen in a grimace of horror. He glanced at Kai and shivered. Any idea how it died? Kai remained silent for a moment, then said stiffly, well, I am pretty sure that it died from being torn in half. That was pretty indisputable logic. Well, actually, it wasn't. A cursed monster would not have been killed by something as mundane as being torn in half. Neither would it have been terrified in its last seconds. Feeling a cold shiver run down his spine, Sonny forced out a pale smile. Are there soul shards inside? Kai nodded slowly. I see one, but if you don't mind, I'd prefer it if we don't try to dig it out just yet. Sonny scoffed, then grimaced and pressed a hand against his wounds. Yeah, let's not just yet. There was another corpse they had to take a look at, almost exactly on the other side of the shattered volcano. Flying there took them a little bit of time, and when they reached the colossal remains, Sonny just stared at them with a peculiar expression. The second corpse had turned out to not be the second corpse. Instead, it was the lower half of the cursed monster they had already investigated. There was no explanation as to how it ended up all the way on the opposite side of the lake of lava, and no additional clues as to how the creature had died. Neither was there any trace left of the second cursed monster. It had simply vanished, as if it had never existed at all, just like the snow demon had. Maybe their bodies had drowned in the lava, maybe they had fallen into the sea of clouds. Possibly they had simply ceased to exist for some unknown reason. Anything could have happened, really. Sonny took a shaky breath. Let's explore more, we might find something else. And so they did. In truth, he did not really hope to find more clues. He simply wanted to get away from the mangled remains of the cursed monster and do something to occupy his rattled mind. Sonny and Kai spent some time exploring the lake of lava. They studied the eerie, half-formed sculptures of volcanic rock protruding from it here and there. Being close to them gave both an eerie and unpleasant feeling, so they proceeded to investigate the shores of the lake instead. Eventually, they did find something. Well, what would you know? Sonny landed on a small island of cooled lava and looked down incredulously. He seemed to have found his missing arm. It was still encased in the black carapace of the jade mantle, laying in the middle of a vast web of cracks that stretched from one edge of the small isle to another. The hand was missing a couple of fingers, but those that remained were still clenched into a fist. His severed hand was holding onto something. Sonny crouched near it and tried to pick up an impossibly thin piece of torn string that protruded from the mangled fist. He failed at first, and only succeeded after putting some will into his touch. The string was infinitely fine, but also unbelievably durable, almost impossible to tear or cut. It resembled a single thread of black silk, or maybe a single string of a frightening spider web. All he knew was that at some point in the past 2 days, he had lost an arm while trying to cut that thread. Looking at Kai, Sonny remained silent for a while, and then asked in a subdued tone, "So, what do you think happened to us?" Kai's expression was deeply disturbed. He shook his head faintly, then said quietly, "I don't know." Sonny let out a long sigh. "Well, I have a couple of ideas." But really, he was in complete darkness, just as full of doubt as Kai. That cursed demon, it must have been some kind of mind demon, if such things existed at all. Whatever Kai beheld on the snowy mountain might have been simply its vessel, while the demon itself might have been a being of neither flesh nor spirit. It might have been like an idea instead. At least that was what Sonny imagined after witnessing all these unexplainable things. In any case, Sonny and Kai had fallen under the influence of the demon, had maybe become its new vessels even. They would have been simply debilitated at first, then fully taken once the morning of the attack came. Slayer must have restrained them before that, but that was as much as she could do. How had she defeated the demon and the 2 monsters then? Sonny did not know. He vaguely suspected that the strings Kai had seen were how the snow tyrant controlled the rest of its figures. So, by severing one of those strings, Sonny must have liberated one of the abominations, the cursed demon itself, possibly from under the tyrant's control. Which meant that he had been resisting whatever had happened to him, at least to some degree. Maybe. He must have. And then, there was no knowing what had happened then. Possibly the demon itself had killed the monsters. Maybe Slayer had somehow incited and dodged it until the sun rose above the horizon. If the demon had failed to eliminate the ash figures and stayed on a black square after the end of its move, who knew what could have become of it? Nobody did. It was a complete mystery, and a frightening one at that. Sonny was in pain, tired, and deeply disturbed. He did not even want to admit how disturbed he was. It was to the point that missing an arm seemed a minor thing in comparison. Picking up his arm from the stone, he turned and glanced at Kai with a somewhat lost expression. You know, I have never lost a limb before. This is a first. Kai smiled weakly. Really, I would have thought. Sonny shook his head. He wanted to add something like, well, unless you count the head as a limb, but remained silent instead. He was not in the mood for that. Eventually, he said in a concerned tone, really. I guess we've won, though. Should we be happy? Kai did not answer. Sonny did not speak for a while either. Somehow, this particular victory, if it could even be called that, made him feel more troubled than any defeat. Chapter 23, 79 Point of No Return. Sonny had never discovered any solutions. The puzzle of the snow demon stayed unresolved, and he suspected that he might never learn what that being had been and what it had done to him and his allies. Perhaps they would encounter each other again, someday, in the shadowy depths of the Shadow Realm. But since Sonny did not even know what the strange demon had appeared like, or if it had even appeared like anything at all, they would not identify each other. So he could only comfort himself with the fact that the mysterious horror was dead. Dejected, Sonny and Kai went back to the Shrine of Truth. Slayer was still resting against the stone atop the angled pillar. Apparently sleeping, Sonny had. Never witnessed a shadow sleep before, so she must have been truly drained by what happened during the 2 lost days. He could call her back into the protective darkness of his soul, but that would mean not being able to call her again until her injuries were completely healed. And that was a luxury he could not afford right now. After all, 3 more snow figures were going to encircle the Shrine of Truth come dawn, most probably. Now, there were only 5 of them remaining on the board: 2 beasts, 2 devils, and the tyrant itself. So, at least one of the 3 figures was probably going to be a devil. Sonny shut his eyes, suddenly conscious of just how bruised and damaged his body was. He was lacking an arm, damn it. Well, actually, he wasn't lacking it anymore. He had located his arm, it was just not connected to his body. That's somewhat amusing. Clenching his teeth, Sonny banished the jade mantle and the replacement arm he had created from the shadows. Then, he pushed the cut arm to the torn stump and swore quietly, focusing on managing the flow of his blood. Kai watched him with a curious expression. What are you attempting? Sonny glanced at him and grinned darkly, trying to regrow an arm. In reality, even some saints could regenerate missing parts of their bodies. It just required a lot of time. Supremes were even more resilient, but Sonny naturally did not have much knowledge into how long it would take a sovereign to regrow a limb. There was simply no information on that matter. He recovered a lot quicker than most due to the blood weave, but still, reattaching a severed arm was going to waste much less time than growing an entirely new one. Plus, he was fond of his arms. They had experienced a lot with him. I need both hands for cooking, you know, as well as for other activities. His effort to brighten the mood failed. After that, neither Sonny nor Kai talked for a while. Both felt discouraged. They might have survived the fight, but it was not due to their ability or work. It was not even due to fortune. There was simply no reason for why they were still alive, which meant that they were only alive by chance. Eventually, Kai breathed out. I don't know why I am shocked. Sonny lifted an eyebrow. What do you mean? Kai paused for a while, then smiled weakly. I guess it is because of you and Nephis. The 2 of you have a tendency of making the impossible appear normal. You are strong beyond logic, and the way both of you think is beyond logic too. So sometimes, it is simple to forget that the things you do are not logical. They are not normal at all. He moved his head. It is not normal to defeat a god. In fact, it is completely unreasonable to even attempt fighting a god, especially an ancient, evil, corrupted one. And yet, that is what we have been doing ever since entering the weird realm, isn't it? Not only that, but we've even managed to destroy several of those fallen deities. You appeared to take it in stride, so at some point, I found myself believing that that was how things were meant to be. But Sonny... Kai became quiet for a few moments, then looked at him with a small frown. They're not, no matter how strong we are, these beings are still cursed ones. They are former gods, they are actual beings of legends. The frightening and disturbing kind of legends, so I shouldn't have been shocked when something like that occurred. Actually, it is a wonder that something like that had not occurred sooner. Sonny frowned, not entirely sure how to reply. Are you trying to say that I am careless? Kai moved his head, No, not really. Being careless means that you have a choice between security and risk, and we weren't really given a choice, were we? It is not like the cursed ones would not have hunted for us if we stayed motionless here in this damned place. He breathed out. What I am trying to say is that, maybe, encountering that snow demon was a bit of fortune. It gave us a warning that beings like that are beyond our level, so much so that we cannot even comprehend them, let alone fight them. Well, some of them at least. Every foe we face can be our final, and what would you know? We managed to receive that warning without perishing. That's a good thing. Sunny examined him for a while, then agreed slowly. Kai was correct. Sunny had done well facing great nightmare creatures, so he assumed that battling against cursed ones would not feel much different now that he was a supreme. But really, every single one of them was an opponent he could not afford to undervalue. In fact, he had been fortunate not to encounter any truly dangerous great horrors, probably because most of the ones he had killed came from the jungles of Godgrave. In the dream realm, they were on the younger side, and not as evil as those great terrors that had been roaming its awful reaches since the times of the Doom War. And cursed nightmare creatures were on an entirely different level, as far as evil was concerned. Kai breathed out. I also understood that you were correct. Sunny looked at him with a silent inquiry. Kai stayed quiet for a moment, then spoke in a serious tone. Before all this began, you told me that a couple of Supremes would not be able to guard humanity, and that becoming sacred was the only path for you and Nephis. You appear so incredibly powerful to me, so out of reach. So, I did not take it seriously enough. But now I see now that you were correct. The cursed ones are already this frightening, and I don't even want to picture what unholy nightmare creatures are capable of. I'm not sure that I can, so there is indeed only one path forward, whether we want it or not. Sunny stared at him for a bit, his expression unreadable. A warning hut. Then he winced and swore loudly. Kai jumped. Oh, I'm sorry, was I too bold? Sunny clenched his teeth and shook his head. No, it's just, I think my nerves are reconnecting. He could suddenly sense his missing arm again. And while being reunited with it felt amazing, it also hurt like hell. Chapter 23, 80 Changing Balance. By dawn, Sunny's bones had mended, and his arm was not at risk of dropping off anymore. That said, he could not really use it yet, so it just dangled weakly at his side. There was also the issue of the missing fingers. Unlike the arm itself, he had never located them, so the fingers would have to develop on their own, which was not going to be a quick or comfortable process. Of course, if Sunny managed to escape from Ariel's game early, Nephis would cure him in no time. The issue was that he had a far greater chance of never exiting this odd place at all. As the sun revealed itself from beyond the skyline, 3 new snow figures did indeed move to fill the surrounding peaks. Both Sunny and Kai felt nervous about scouting their enemies, considering what had occurred the last time they tried. But they had little option. Going into combat blindly was a far worse possibility. So Sunny gathered his courage and asked Kai to take a peek. This time his friend stayed quiet for far longer than usual. When he finally turned to Sunny, there was a very odd expression on his face. Sunny scowled, not liking it one bit. What? Kai paused for a few moments. Listen, Sunny, before I say anything, I feel that I need to mention that I have nothing. Sunny pressed his lips. Stop delaying, out with it. Kai cleared his throat, then gestured at the northern peak. Well, there is no other way to put it, but there's a dragon on that hill. Sunny blinked a couple of times, staring at his friend in shock. After a few moments, he asked calmly, A dragon? Kai nodded. Yeah, it's a white dragon. It's very gorgeous, actually. Sunny stared at him some more. Are you mocking me? Kai laughed nervously. No, why would I joke about something like this? Sunny raised a shaking hand and tugged on his hair. No, seriously, what the hell is this? How come? Listen here, you. He raised, pointed an accusing finger at Kai. Let me tell you, I've been around the dream realm and back, and never, not once, have I encountered a dragon without you around. What are you, a dragon magnet? How the hell are you drawing all these dragons, bastard? Kai coughed a couple of times. Calm down, please. Well, true, people call me the Dragon Slayer, and I have an attribute of that name. But if you think about it, technically, I only ever met one dragon. The other one was myself, so that doesn't really count. So, you can't blame me for this dragon, all right? I have no control over where dragons decide to appear or why. Sunny stared at him with doubt. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Every time there was a dragon, Kai was somewhere nearby. Granted, the same could be said about most members of the cohort, since they were usually in the same place. Still. Damn Dragon Slayer. Sunny let out a long breath, then winced and decided to let it go. What about the other two peaks? Kai gestured to the eastern peak. That peak seems to be overrun with rats. I can't count how many of them are there because there are too many. The whole mountain is crawling with them, and they seem to be devouring the mountain. Sunny raised an eyebrow. How in the world actually, never mind, and the last one? Kai hesitated, but chose not to point to the southern peak. In fact, he did not even glance at it again. There is someone we've already seen on the mountain to the south. It's the devil from the tree, the one who looks like a human, or at least human-shaped. It knows we are watching. He paused for a moment, then added, the dragon seems to be a devil, too. The rats are a cursed beast. The entire horde of them feels like a single entity. Sunny remained quiet, thinking. A cursed devil to the north, a cursed devil to the south, and a cursed beast to the east. Things looked quite grim. He was barely in a condition to fight, and most of his shades could not be summoned yet. Slayer was in a rough state, too. Her situation was worse than his, really. Just like Sunny, she could not move one of her arms, which meant that she could not draw her bow. There was a day left before the three cursed nightmare creatures descended upon the Shrine of Truth. The odds would not be any better tomorrow, either. Kai looked at him anxiously. How are we going to repel this assault? Sunny lingered for a while, then smiled. Well, the answer is simple. He looked at Kai and shrugged, wincing from the pain of his damaged arm moving up and down. We won't. As Kai looked at him silently, Sunny shook his head. I am not battling two cursed devils and a cursed beast, so instead of waiting for them to come. He looked east. We will strike instead. He had come to the Shrine of Truth to make his warriors stronger, and he accomplished just that. With the jade figures in his possession, Slayer and Kai would receive the third Ash enhancement. As long as his will empowered them, that would make them as deadly as any great nightmare creature. More than that, his army, as long as it was given time to repair itself, now consisted of two sacred shades and two groups of great shades. The Snow Tyrant, meanwhile, only had two devils and one beast left. It was actually at a disadvantage in terms of pure numbers. What a shocking reversal it was, considering its overwhelming numerical advantage at the start. More importantly, the Snow Tyrant had to send all of the figures that had been protecting it into battle, which meant that it was almost defenseless. So there was no point in staying in the Shrine of Truth anymore. Sunny had the enemy where he wanted. Breathing deeply, he summoned the few obsidian wasps that had already repaired themselves and sent them off to dig out soul shards from the remains of the dead cursed monster. Then he turned to Kai. Prepare yourself. We'll be battling another god in the evening. It was time to do some rat hunting. Thank the gods. He would finally have something to eat. Chapter 23, 81 Final Hunt. It was the depth of night when Sunny and Kai returned to the temple. Slayer was still resting, so he simply placed one of the jade figurines next to her and gave the other one to Kai. The last one, though, that final one, he kept to himself. The shrine was angled and drowning in lava, so placing the figures on the altar was an awkward task. Still, Kai could fly, so it did not pose much of a problem. As the third ring of ash was forming around his soul core, Sunny left once again, threw a cautious look at the eerie sculptures rising from the lake of lava, and made his sacrifice. This was going to be the final truth he would learn before killing the Snow Tyrant. They were going to leave the Shrine of Truth in a few hours, which meant that even if another abomination fell to their blades, he would only be able to make another offering after conquering the Snow Castle, if it was similar to the Castle of Ash. Sunny was not sure what would happen after the tyrant died. So there was even a possibility that this was going to be the final truth he would receive as a reward in this cursed game. He took a deep breath. The figure of the snow demon drowned in the lava, and Sonny found himself somewhere else once again. But this truth was unlike the rest. Sonny was in agony. His shadowy body was being devoured alive by a terrible curse. His hidden mind was being consumed by savage illusions. His heart was being torn apart by indescribable terror, and his very spirit was shattered, his will and desire to live stripped from it by a merciless hand. There was no comfort for him, no relief, no choice but to die. And yet he refused to. He stumbled, walking across the sand with unsteady steps, surrounded by darkness. Somewhere above, the black sky shimmered with the light of countless silver stars, but their pale radiance was not enough to illuminate the shadowy valley, let alone warm his mangled, freezing body. Blood was flowing out of his mouth, spilling through the fangs of his mask as it shone with a beautiful golden light, with the light of divinity. Radiant blood was flowing out of the wounds covering his body, too, soaking the fabric of his dark mantle. Step, step, another step. Sonny was running out of steps he was destined to make. There were only a few left. A moan slipped from his lips, its subtle sound distorted by the mask. Then another sound came. The sound of leaves rustling under the foot of a predator. The sound of graceful wings parting the night sky. The sound of an arrow piercing the fabric of fate. The arrowhead struck him in the neck, and he was thrown to the ground. Sonny fell to his knees, the drops of golden blood shining like precious gems on the sand. Raising a hand, he grasped the smooth black wood of the arrow's shaft, not too different from the polished wooden surface of his mask, and pulled the arrow out, shattering it in his grip. The steady hand of the archer who had sent the arrow flying was much too weak to harm a being such as him. It only managed to pierce his flesh because there had already been a wound there, on his neck, left by a far more terrifying foe. The arrow was of no consequence. The legendary poison smeared on its tip, however, was anything but. It was a poison that was not supposed to exist in the world anymore, and yet here it was. A freezing cold spread through his body with alarming speed. Then it invaded his soul, his mind, and his spirit. Suddenly, Sonny felt weak. He even found it difficult to keep his eyes open. His broken body trembled. Cold, cold, he was cold and alone. He was going to die alone, unwitnessed, just like he had lived. No one would even remember that he existed at all. Death was approaching. It came in the sound of soft steps, taking the shape of a woman who walked quietly out from the darkness. The woman wore battered dark armor and a veil that covered her beautiful face, her long, luxurious hair tied into a braid. The starlit night cast a deep shadow onto her, but he could see her cold eyes clearly. He could see his reflection in them, too. A shadowy figure shrouded by a tattered mantle, a mask of black polished wood covering its face. He was Weaver, the demon of fate, the mighty, terrible demon. That mighty demon was now kneeling in front of a mortal huntress. A muffled laugh escaped from the demon's lips, made strange and elusive by the mask. "You nine, how we despise you." The demon of fate knew the endless despair of struggling against fate better than anyone else. The nine were nothing but pitiful mortals, but they were also destined. Their lives were a convergence of fate. To anyone else they would seem tiny and pitiful, no more than vermin. But to Weaver, who could see the great tapestry of fate, their figures towered like those of giants, looming above, oppressing Weaver with their crushing weight. The woman looked down at the demon silently. The demon smiled behind the mask. "It was your doing, wasn't it? Oh, what a wicked trap you set for us. We have escaped our siblings, but it seems that we've failed to escape you in the end." The demon knew the woman well. She had been stalking Weaver for a long time, this mortal with a pure soul. Sometimes she came as a beast. Sometimes she came as a huntress. The demon had not seen her moving stealthily across the realms, enduring battle after battle, all in order to grow stronger, but they had felt her figure growing closer and closer in the tapestry of fate, constricting them like a serpent. Until they could not move at all, and there was nowhere to go. Finally, the woman spoke. The demon had thought that her voice would be triumphant, but it was simply tired. "I know what you are." The demon was tired, too. "If you know what we are, then you know what destroying us means. There is a price that has to be paid for slaying a demon. Are you prepared to pay that price? The woman did not answer. The demon let out a long, sorrowful sigh. You know nothing, child, you poor girl. It is too late. Please forgive me if you can. The woman unsheathed her sword then, and plunged it into the demon's chest in one fluid, swift motion. There was no hesitation in her strike, and no mercy. That shadowy figure fell to the ground, lifeless. The black mask stared blindly at the starlit sky, then fell apart into a hurricane of sparks. The huntress sighed deeply and looked at the sky. At long last, her task was finished. She swayed lightly and raised a hand, touching her veil in confusion. Her lips moved subtly, producing a barely audible whisper. What task? Chapter 23, 82 Fury of Mortals. Just before the sun touched the skyline, Kai joined Sunny on the roof of the Shrine of Truth. He looked prepared for combat, the arrows bristling with the black feathers of their fletching in his quiver. Summoning the outer layers of his armor, the archer breathed deeply and looked east. Lady Slayer has received the third blessing of the Ash domain. We seem to be prepared. Sunny agreed slowly, a distant expression on his face. Has she now? Kai agreed. Yes, why, your voice? It sounded a little odd. Sunny stayed quiet for a while, then sighed. She is set to play a crucial role in this combat. I've just been wondering about how skilled she truly is. Kai studied him a bit. What is on your mind? Sunny smiled weakly and looked at the towering mountain to the east, its peak covered in snow. Eventually, he said, well, the cursed beast we'll be battling tonight is a swarm of rats. They are infected by corruption now, but that means that they weren't at some point. Which means that there was a swarm of sacred rats once upon a time. Isn't it odd? Kai blinked a few times, prompting Sunny to chuckle quietly. I mean, it's one weird deity, don't you think, who would want to worship a swarm of rats? His friend tilted his head a little. Actually, you are correct. I have not considered it from that point of view. Sunny shook his head. But then again, who said th? That sacred beings have to be worthy of worship. Conflating divine power and benevolence is a very modern way of thinking about things. Actually, for most of history, people had not worshipped gods out of love or gratitude. Rather, they did so to appease and calm the deities, hoping to avoid drawing their anger. He smiled. After all, mortals can't survive the rage of gods, not the other way around. At that moment, Slayer emerged from the shrine, still shrouded in ghostly smoke and cradling her damaged arm. Sunny studied her with a dark expression. Or at least it's not supposed to be. This shadow of his, she was definitely an overachiever. Sunny had a lot to think about and a lot to say, but he did not have any time for that at the moment. Instead, he looked at Kai and said, prepare yourself to feel weaker than you are now. We'll be invading the snow domain once again, after all. You remember the plan, right? Kai agreed somberly. I do, leave it to me. Sunny looked west, where the sun had just touched the skyline, painting the sea of clouds in a million shades of crimson. Let's go, then. The volcano, what was left of it, trembled. The fantastical scene of ethereal obsidian bridges forming from the plumes of ash played out once more, just as breathtaking and stunning as it had been in the past. But after seeing it so many times already, Sunny paid little attention to the great bridges that spanned the sea of clouds. Instead, he turned himself into a shadow and wrapped himself around Slayer. Immediately, he felt himself merging into her ragged, battered form. A sense of fierce power and cold confidence filled him, as well as of a sharp and merciless killing intent, much similar to his own, but also different. Subtle, determined, inescapable. He could vaguely sense Slayer's thoughts and emotions, all of them painted in hues of gray by her sinister, dark resolve. There was a certain purity to her feelings that he did not share. Her black heart might have been filled with nothing but malice and desire to kill, but that malice and that yearning were pure, unblemished, and pristine. Sunny could not really read the thoughts of his shadows when merging with them, but he could usually sense fragmented echoes of what they were thinking about, sometimes even see glimpses of their subdued, distant, dreamlike memories. In the case of Slayer, though, he could sense none of the latter, just a vague impression of a vast emptiness, impenetrable darkness, and of an imperative need to hunt, to kill. The sound of the wind howling across the obsidian dunes, the deadly beauty of annihilating essence storms, as if Slayer had only ever existed in the Shadow Realm, and that was the only thing she had ever known. On a purely physical level, merging with Slayer was an exquisite experience. She was different from both the indomitable saint and the mighty fiend. Hers was a graceful, subtle kind of strength. She was nimble and agile like a dancer, but at the same time ruthless and fierce like a prowling predator. Sunny himself followed a somewhat similar path. The origin of his battle art had been a beautiful dance, after all, so he could appreciate Slayer's deadly grace and fierce litheness. As soon as Sunny took Slayer into his dark embrace, he could feel a raging torrent of power flow into her body. This shadow of his had already been enhanced by 3 consecutive infusions of mystical ash, and now she was augmented by the power of shadows as well. The result was quite frightening. That said, Slayer was still not in her best shape. She was severely wounded, and Sunny was as well. Neither of them made for a good fighter at the moment, but together, they could easily pass as one. That was why Sunny had decided to guide her in this battle instead of participating in it himself. Well, good luck to us, I guess. Behind them, Kai's voice boomed, as if commanding the world. Be strong. And with it, Slayer and Sunny suddenly felt augmented even more. There was no time to waste, so Sunny did not waste any by sending her running across the obsidian bridge. Instead, he commanded the shadows to open before Slayer, and as she stepped forward, the two of them emerged from the darkness directly on the slope of the distant mountain. One of Slayer's swords left its sheath with a quiet hiss. In the next moment, the pristine white snow around them boiled, and numerous savage rats rushed at them like a writhing avalanche of rotten fur and sharp, needle-like fangs. Chapter 23, 83, Sovereign of Vermin. Briefly, Sunny felt confused. Adjusting to Slayer's perceptions proved challenging. Her 5 senses were immensely enhanced and much keener than his own, save for his sense of touch, which Bone Weave had improved long ago. Merging with Slayer felt like entering a realm filled with endless layers of noise, odors, tastes, and brilliantly clear visuals. The experience would have crushed him if Sunny hadn't built an incredible ability to undurst, and process fresh data through the years, particularly while advancing in rank. Moreover, Slayer had additional senses beyond the standard 5, including a basic form of shadow perception, plus others Sunny couldn't identify. Countless disgusting rats were now swarming around them from every direction. Accursed beast's will was warping reality itself, while Ariel's game drained Slayer's power. This combination left Sunny stunned for an instant. Too many. Yet Slayer was already in motion. When the tide of writhing rats crashed down toward them, she showed her fangs beneath her ripped mask and lunged forward to face them. Her dark eyes sparkled with the icy hunger of a ruthless hunter, while spectral mist flowed behind her like a streaming cloak. Right then, Sunny experienced something strange, something he'd never encountered while bonding with Slayer as a shadow. Her essence shifted, flowing clumsily in a manner that shouldn't have been feasible, yet deliberately, as though she was recalling something that had once been instinctive to her, but had grown rusty over time. Like she was trying to direct her bright soul essence into her sword's keen edge, not to feed its spellwork and trigger its magic, but simply to fill the icy steel with it as she did her flesh. She almost succeeded in whatever she was attempting to remember, but not quite. Therefore, Slayer triggered the enchantment built into her weapon instead. Sunny had made 2 short blades for his deadly shadow, one from the metal chains supporting the chained aisles, another from a bone fragment from Godgrave. Both were enchanted to be frighteningly sharp and remarkably tough, plus designed to fly back to her grip if lost. The scabbards holding the twin blades were also enchanted, created to repair the weapons when damaged. However, the 2 swords differed in one key way. The active magic of the bone-carved blade wrapped it in an unseen layer of piercing energy, designed to penetrate the strongest defenses. The active magic of the metal-forged blade, conversely, wasn't built to pierce. It was built to slice. This enchantment created a zone of terrible energy, and compressed it into a blade-thin surface that stretched forward along the weapon's trajectory. Unlike his other shadows, Slayer couldn't alter her dimensions at will. Compared to the massive nightmare creatures Sunny regularly battled, she was completely small. so he'd considered giving her a weapon to fell giants. The blade itself was brief, but the invisible cutting zone could be as vast as Slayer could manage. While this enchantment was designed for enormous enemies, it proved quite effective against huge swarms of pests too. As the short sword sliced through air with a whistle, reality itself seemed split along its route. Boosted by Slayer's furious, brilliant essence, the slash carved a 100-meter wound through the falling mass of rats, destroying thousands instantly. Gore, organs, and chunks of crushed bodies flew skyward, and a red mist suddenly covered the mountainside, staining the snow crimson. Every rat was technically part of a cursed entity, but 3 rings of ash now surrounded Slayer's incomplete core, completely filled with Sunny's supreme will, while Slayer herself was enhanced by his dark embrace. Even while diminished by the snow domain, she easily annihilated the small beings. This was the benefit of visiting the Shrine of Truth. Something was amiss, something terribly amiss, with the rat horde, though. Sunny felt the strange, incomprehensible will of the cursed beast growing briefly, then sensed something that made his blood run cold, figuratively speaking. Sunny lacked a spine currently, and Slayer wasn't the type of creature to be bothered by anything. Numerous rats covered the mountain. They'd been chewing on it, gradually consuming its stone foundation before rushing to devour Slayer. The rats were infinite, yet Sunny had still anticipated feeling their numbers drop slightly when Slayer eliminated several thousand. Instead, he felt the reverse. Where thousands of dead rats had been, even more seemed to materialize from thin air. The corpses of their fallen companions were immediately devoured, and the swarm expanded, growing in size. At that moment, Sunny instinctively understood his enemy's nature. He'd suspected this before setting foot on the snow-covered mountainside, but now he was certain. This realization only increased his concern. So my hunch was correct after all, hell. In a way, the rat swarm, the Rat King, resembled abundance. It also sought endlessness, but while abundance achieved this through infinity, the Rat King did so through multiplication. The concept the Rat King embodied was multitude. Perhaps there had been one sacred rat originally, ages ago, but as time passed and corruption consumed it, there were many. Then there were countless. Simply put, for every rat Slayer and Sunny eliminated, 2 would replace it. Oh, that's not good. Chapter 23, 84 Vermin Horde. Nothing was worse than a cursed army of corrupted rats, except a cursed army of corrupted rats that expanded endlessly the more you slaughtered them. Sickening. Sunny held no particular hatred toward rats. Actually, he considered them quite remarkable creatures, fellow survivors in a way. Twisted rats whose bodies and spirits were warped by corruption's vile darkness, however, presented a completely different problem. At this moment, a torrent of these revolting pests was ready to consume him and Saint, and worst of all, no clear method existed to overcome them. Fortunately, Sunny always prepared backup plans, and this day proved no different. Strategy A involved simply destroying the rat horde through combat. Strategy B, though, had been crafted specifically for situations where the rat horde proved too massive to eliminate through raw force alone. I trust Kai will succeed. The flood of cursed rats nearly reached them when Slayer swung her blade once more, carving a broad corridor through their midst. She sprinted ahead, advancing through the bloody mist, while rats poured around them on either side. The lethal shadow stayed composed, excited, but Sunny felt an overwhelming urge to tremble. Too many rats cascaded down the mountainside for each creature to scurry along the ground, so they simply scaled over one another in mad chaos. Their bulk created massive barriers on both sides of Slayer, surging past her like an actual landslide of squirming gray forms, wild eyes, and razor-sharp fangs. The most horrifying aspect was how quickly the gap Slayer's attack had torn in the rat mass sealed itself, as existing rats mindlessly pressed forward and fresh rats materialized, threatening to engulf her beneath their writhing bodies. Novel fire. Since the entire mountain crawled with the infinite swarm, no escape route existed for her. Then an arrow struck the mountain further up the incline, immediately triggering a massive blast. A devastating blend of brightness, flame, and noise obliterated innumerable rats, exposing a wide circle of naked stone. As enormous amounts of snow were scattered by the blast, and a genuine avalanche tumbled down, Sunny created a passage through the shadows for Slayer. Before the rat wall towering overhead could collapse and crush her, she moved through the shadows and fled into the safe zone Kai's arrow had formed. The shallow pit left by the explosion was also encircled by walls of maddened rats, and would only last a few seconds. Before it vanished beneath the carpet of gray bodies, Slayer carved another route through the rats. And before that route was consumed by the swarm, a second arrow landed some distance away, creating another explosion and clearing another section of empty ground. The chaos persisted. The writhing mass of gray forms flowed like a deluge, consuming the whole mountain, while Slayer navigated through it wielding her weapon. Arrows descended upon the trembling peak like heavy cannon fire, pulverizing countless rats. Slayer's blade destroyed even more, and the reek of blood filled the atmosphere. The mountain would have resembled a horrible, nightmarish butcher shop, if not for the fact that mangled, bleeding corpses of countless rats were instantly consumed by their many siblings, who only multiplied further as time passed, maddened and empowered by the hellish massacre. Sunny was, frankly, confused. He had seldom faced an opponent who became exponentially more powerful the more it was butchered, torn apart, and destroyed. Slayer and Kai were inflicting terrible damage to the swarm, but the more damage they caused, the more enormous the swarm grew. What a cruel little pest. He wasn't certain what part he should play in this fight, besides creating shadow passages for Slayer. Abundance had maintained a single form, at least. Sunny hadn't been able to overwhelm its will, but he'd managed to gradually corrupt it with his own. Furthermore, he'd prepared weapons to neutralize the giant worm beforehand. The rats, though, were infinite. No single form existed for him to focus on, and thus, he wasn't sure how to counter the concept of endless reproduction that the swarm represented. He also didn't know what opposing concept he could have wielded if not for his duty of empowering Slayer. And he lacked much time to consider. Time wasn't his ally after all. Not only would Sunny need to withdraw once the sun vanished below the horizon, but the swarm would simply grow so immense as to become unavoidable long before that. He even contemplated using the Rat King's own ability against it. What if he expanded the rat population on the mountain to such extremes that the entire peak crumbled under their mass? There was definitely a poetic justice in that strategy, and it might have succeeded under different conditions. But not today. After all, Sunny required the mountain to stay intact, because he couldn't claim it if the mountain was destroyed. And if he failed to claim the mountain, 2 cursed devils would attack him at dawn. That was a confrontation he desperately wanted to prevent. So, lacking a clear method to defeat the vile horde of cursed rats, Sunny could only trust in Kai. Go ahead, friend, you've got this. He had positioned Kai atop the Shrine of Truth deliberately. Sunny had guessed that the cursed beast would wield a power that defied logic, and he'd also suspected that its power would involve numbers somehow. Such things weren't hard to predict, after all, because the most terrible thing about a mob of enemies was that they formed a mob. And the world rarely failed to fulfill its darkest promises. Therefore, Sunny had assigned Kai a specific mission. He wanted to turn the Snow Tyrant's power against its own servant. Kai needed to locate the hidden thread through which the tyrant commanded its beast. Chapter 23, 85 Pure Soul. Sunny reasoned that the Rat King could not be merely a swarm of mindless vermin. He had battled hordes of abominations before, and they were not at all like the adversary he faced today. The entity he was facing was indeed a swarm, but one guided by a single will, which hinted that there was a single source of that will, the origin of the innumerable legion of detestable rats that lusted to devour Slayer in berserk hunger. Even if there had not been, the Snow Tyrant would have forced it upon the Rat King. After all, it needed to control the Snow Beast figure somehow, and Sunny doubted that his enemy could freely create an endless number of invisible strings to subjugate each individual rat. So he had theorized that there would be a single string connected to a single rat. That rat was the commander of the Rat Legion, hidden somewhere in the terrifying sea of squirming vermin, the vessel through which the Snow Tyrant controlled the cursed beast, as well as its source. Finding a single rat among myriads seemed like an impossible task. It was much harder than finding a needle in a haystack, to say the least. After all, neither the needle nor the haystack was supposed to move, let alone seethe and writhe in mad bloodlust on the quaking slopes of a crumbling mountain. But if anyone could accomplish that task, it was Kai. He had been the first of them to notice the existence of the invisible strings, after all. Sonny himself was not even sure that he was capable of perceiving them, but Kai could. And although he was not capable of differentiating the original rat from its myriad brethren, he could catch a glimpse of the snow tyrant's string again. And then, he could follow it to the target. That was how Sonny intended to use his adversary's own power against them. The problem, naturally, was that he and Slayer had to survive long enough for Kai to succeed. And that was not only difficult, but also continued to get harder and harder with each moment. Slayer was like a dark hurricane, moving across the mountain in a whirlwind of blood and torn flesh. She had already been a force to be reckoned with in the past, a malevolent, sinister force. But now that she was enabled by shadows and ash, wielding enchanted weapons forged by the sovereign of death himself, her dreadful malice was simply awesome to behold. The mountain was covered by the swarming rats entirely, so Slayer could only exist in the wake of staggering slaughter. She had to carve a path for herself with her severing blade, and when that was not enough, she had to escape into the small islands of fleeting safety created by Kai's annihilating bombardment. Sonny guided her through the shadows, matching the frenetic cadence of the alarming battle. The slaughter was unimaginable. The sight of it all, the crimson blaze of the sunset, the dark, writhing walls of vermin closing in on them like mudslides, the plumes of fine red haze drifting on the wind, was unbelievable. The noise, however, was the worst. The ear-piercing, deafening cacophony of sounds produced by the myriad of rabid rats was grotesque, appalling, and utterly indescribable, especially so because Slayer's hearing was incredibly sharp, capable of catching the sound a needle dropping countless kilometers away. It was to the point that Sonny thought that he hallucinating, hearing a hum of demented voices being born from the rustle of innumerable vermin rushing to tear his shadow apart. Those voices were not voices, and the words they spoke were not words, and yet, somehow, he could still faintly understand them, at least at times. Hungry, hungry, we are hunger. That was what he imagined he heard, repeated a myriad times by the myriad of berserk voices, until it lost meaning. Slayer moved without reprieve, dancing in the gaps between the tendrils of the swarm that aimed to consume her. Her movements were speedy and graceful, but the slaughter she unleashed was utterly barbaric, slowly painting the whole mountain red. Sonny was apt, awed by the ghastly scale of the violence she was perpetrating, but at the same time, he found himself being enthralled by it. It was truly a joy to witness a master doing what they were best at, to experience it all as they were experiencing it, feeling each step, muscle contraction, and reverberation of the sword. He was quite familiar with Slayer's battle style by now, and yet he had never felt her going all out like this before. Now that Sonny had the first row to the dark spectacle of it all, he could discern subtler details about the way his shadow wielded her blade. There was a certain sincerity to the way Slayer fought. He had noted how pure her emotion seemed, and that purity translated to her every move. There was no pretense, no hesitation to her macabre dance, just sincere, pure, and adamant resolve to maim, mangle, and kill. Which was not to say that Slayer's battle style was unsophisticated or blunt, far from it. It was nothing short of beautiful. She was just devoted fully to her every motion without holding anything back. Her intent and her actions were flawlessly the same. It was a peculiar state of being, one that was alien to Sonny, and would be to most humans as well. After all, humans had innumerable thoughts and innumerable experiences. Such a degree of single-minded certainty was impossible for most, if not all, and would only be harmful otherwise. But Slayer made it work. In fact, she made it work splendidly. The sincerity of her resolve influenced how efficiently she could wield the will as well. Since there was no barrier between her intent and her actions, nothing was wasted in translation as a result. She could achieve far more with far less, displaying a level of resourcefulness and efficacy that Sonny found wondrous. She wielded the will with incredible finesse. That was why Slayer and Sonny were still alive and relatively unscathed. However, with every moment that passed, the swarm grew. The paths Slayer cleaved in the mass of writhing rats grew narrower. The time the gaps existed grew shorter, and the walls of vermin surrounding them grew taller. Sunny was not sure how much longer they would be able to last before the Rat King buried them under its revolting mass. Come on, Kai. Chapter 23, 86 Rat Race. When the end came, it came suddenly. Slayer was rushing through a gap between two tides of vermin, her sword hissing as it flew at incredible speed, slicing apart individual rats who had managed to jump at her from the writhing mass of their brethren. The path she had cleaved was about to disappear, and there was nowhere for them to retreat to. Kai was late with his next arrow, so no island of safety had been created by a powerful explosion. Slayer was already pouring essence into her sword, preparing to activate its enchantment immediately after using it a split second ago already. It was wasteful and dangerous, but they were short on choices. It was then that Sunny felt a condensed and oppressive mass of barely contained power rushing at them from behind at awful speed. Almost at the same time, he sensed a speedy shadow flying across the obsidian bridge, the shadow of an arrow. In the next moment, the arrow flashed above their heads and clashed the mountain close to the peak. There was no fiery explosion this time. But what followed next was several magnitudes more violent. The mountain shuddered as an incredible amount of concussive force and sound was released in an instant. A myriad of rats were instantly pulverized by the obliterating shockwave, turning into a crimson haze. More than that, there was no island of safety created on the slope this time. Instead, the impregnable stone simply shattered, and myriad tons of it were thrown high into the air. The fountain of shattered stone extended into the sky, expanding as it rose. Then came the deafening roar of the impact and the powerful tremors that made several sections of the fractured slope collapse. The damage near the peak was much worse, though. In fact, the entire peak was obliterated, crumbling under its own weight and plummeting down. A gigantic rockfall turned the western face of the mountain into a scene of chaotic devastation, billowing clouds of dust obscuring the view as myriad rats were crushed and buried under the enormous boulders. Then, the debris that had been sent flying into the sky rained down, pulverizing even more. That was the result of Kai using the final enchantment of the supreme bow Sunny had crafted for him, the tried and tested Death Dealer, modified to incorporate his latest insights into weaving. Kai had to have poured most of his essence into this one shot, sending his most fatal arrow fly. And there was only one reason he would have done that. Sunny wanted to grin. The destruction of the peak of the mountain, the countless rats destroyed by the initial impact, and the rockfall that followed, all of it was merely a side effect. Kai's true target was a single rat, the Sourk. Of the Rat King. He must have found the invisible string and traced it to the source, Rat's back. After that, his task was easy. He had to clash that single moving rat among a million identical vermin from dozens of kilometers away. What could have been simpler than that? And he did. Sunny was sure of it because he could already sense the behavior of the swarm changing. His heart was filled with vicious glee. The first change was somewhat subtle and hard to describe. The rats were not disoriented, and the will of the swarm did not diminish in its harrowing, oppressive power, but it became wilder and more unbridled, losing all pretenses of guidance. That was because the rat swarm had escaped from under Snow Tyrant's control. The second change was far more impactful, though. It only took Sunny a moment to realize that there was something lacking, and when he concentrated on that stark absence, he realized that no new rats had appeared to replace the ones killed by the rockfall. With the death of its progenitor, the swarm ceased its endless growth. The Rat King was Rat King no more. Now, it was merely a vast horde of starving abominations, and these nightmare creatures were already starting to devour each other. Sunny wasted a heartbeat observing the distressing sight of a myriad of rats lunging at each other to rend each other apart. Maybe if this was allowed to continue, if all the myriad rats were given a chance to devour each other, then, at the end, a new Rat King would have been born. A single dreadful creature who had feasted on the flesh of its kin and absorbed the essence of the entire swarm to become the source of a new rat plague. But Sunny and Slayer were here to prevent that from happening. Well, mostly Slayer. Come on, hurry, she did not make Sunny ask twice. Before the violent tremors shaking the mountain could cease, and long before the dust of the enormous rockfall settled, Slayer had already resumed her barbarous slaughter. She was almost gleeful, eviscerating vast swathes of the frenzied vermin with each graceful swing of her sword. This time the gaps cleaved in the swarm by her blade closed much slower, and after a while they did not close at all, Soon enough, Kai joined them as well. He arrived in the form of a dragon, blasting the slopes of the mountain with the sonic booms of his haunting songs. The sun was speedily falling behind the horizon, and the mountain was groaning, barely supporting its own weight. After all, the rats had gnawed on it in their hunger, eating away at its roots. Sunny, Slayer, and Kai were racing against time. There were too countless rats to kill, some of them buried under the stone debris but still alive. Maybe they would have failed to clean every single one of them up, but luckily, Kai's vision could penetrate the slopes of the mountain, while Sunny's shadow sense could envelop the mountain whole. In the end, he separated himself from Slayer and poured his essence out, manifesting myriad shadows to finish off the remaining stragglers. And then, just before the sun disappeared beyond the horizon, Sunny finally heard it. "You have slain an adversary." Letting out a long sigh, he sat on the ground and glanced west. The battle against the cursed beast, the Rat King, was over. They won. Chapter 23, 87 Divine Flesh. Right before the final traces of the dying sun vanished into the ocean of blazing clouds, Sunny drew a long breath and gazed at Slayer. Wrapped in tendrils of spectral mist, she was polishing her sword's edge. His shadow appeared, frayed somewhat. One arm remained twisted and drooped uselessly, her protective gear was ripped apart, and even her covering was damaged. Beneath the covering lay a face that Sunny recognized intimately by now, the stunning visage of the woman he had witnessed in the prophetic scenes. Or more precisely, a variant of it apparently sculpted from perfect black volcanic glass. She was the unrelenting tracker whose destiny had been to destroy the demon of fate. Her shadow, anyway. Certainly, even after discovering the incredible reality of Slayer's history, Sunny harbored reservations about its accuracy. Weaver was the Lord of Lies, after all. Would it be impossible for that mysterious rogue to slip deceptions into the contest their sibling created to expose only facts? He couldn't tell. Not that it was important. With a breath, Sunny cast one final glance at Slayer and ordered the darkness to part, drawing her into their black void. A moment afterward, she disappeared from the ruined mountainside. Exactly as the ghostly pathway linking it to the far shrine of truth collapsed into dust, her elegant form materialized in the distance, atop the angled ceiling of the sinking temple. Kai touched down on the earth beside Sunny as the peak trembled, streams of molten rock pouring from its broken summit to herald the conclusion of the Ash Domain's shift. He stared westward with a shocked look. Sunny released Anat. Her breath and rose, massaging his face with his working hand. He stayed quiet for several heartbeats, then grinned wearily. "Don't panic. I'm not abandoning our local maniac to perish." With the shift complete, he couldn't feel the darkness blanketing the molten lake anymore. He also couldn't spot Slayer from this range. But he understood that she was there, standing isolated on the ancient temple's ceiling and watching him. "I have a strategy, so calm down." Kai paused for several moments, then breathed out and settled beside Sunny, setting his bow down with a shaking hand. He appeared completely drained, having pulled its massive string repeatedly with incredible velocity. Kai wore an odd look, so Sunny inquired casually. "What's wrong? You look somewhat distracted." His companion waited briefly, then gestured dismissively. "Oh, it's simply that we destroyed another god. The earlier occasions, it was mainly your achievement, but this evening, Lady Slayer and I played the primary parts. Obviously, it was only achievable due to your will and the offerings we provided to the altar of truth, but nonetheless, we slaughtered a deity." Sunny observed him for a short time, then grinned. "That you accomplished." Kai breathed out gradually. "I simply feel like I ought to be amazed and horrified by that reality, but truthfully, I'm not even troubled. Seeing gods perish has become ordinary, it appears, incredible as that may seem." He released an unsteady chuckle. Sunny watched him quietly, then moved his head. "I mean, aren't you the person who battled a group of spire messengers as a sleeper, and then leaped into the throat of a transcendent dragon as an awakened? Oh, and then there was the crazy act you performed in Verge. Why would you be amazed, much less horrified?" Kai grinned bashfully and rubbed his nose tip. "Well, correct. Still, this disgusting horde of rodents was a deity." Sunny chuckled, then surveyed the area, wincing at the smell of rat hair burning in the flowing magma. "Speaking of that, "Hey, how about we grill some divine flesh?" Kai's expression changed, becoming almost sick. "T, the rodents, consume them. T, appreciate it, but no way." Sonny burst out laughing. "Huh, why refuse? You realize we mainly consumed standard meal packages in the outskirts, also called rodent packs. It was all artificial paste and the most dry, flavorless biscuits you could picture, plus a throwaway water cleaner. So I actually always desired to try a genuine rodent. Real rodents were a scarce resource, though. The tougher children caught them before the rest of us could." Glancing around, Sonny breathed in the awful smell of burning hair and grinned. "See how far I've advanced? Ah, aspirations do become reality." Kai examined him for a while, then managed a courteous grin. "There, completely yours, then, by every means. I'd prefer not to interfere with achieving your aspirations." Sonny snorted. "How selective." Kai hadn't desired to consume the shredded pieces of the cursed monster because the way it died had been too unsettling, and both sections of the monstrous body were too revolting. And now, he was declining to eat completely acceptable, if slightly cursed, rodents too. There was simply no satisfying that person. Sonny gave Kai a disapproving look, then rose and brushed off his torn garments. "Well, do as you wish. I'm starving, though." Sonny might have shared Kai's opinion regarding the disturbing body of the cursed monster, but he wasn't going to restrain himself tonight. The unfortunate Rat King had never succeeded in satisfying its appetite, so it was only fitting to respect its cursed memory by satisfying his. He discovered the beast figurine while searching for rodent meat, and a bit later he located the single soul fragment left by the Rat King. Too, it had been hidden beneath the rock slide, which was now covered in magma, but Sonny recovered the small crystal without much difficulty. The rodent meat proved to be infected and possibly even cursed. It was still tasty, though, and Bloodweave quickly dealt with the toxins. Looking back, it was likely fortunate that Kai had declined to participate in eating the fallen deity's flesh. There was more remaining for Sonny. Is his survival sense really keen, or have mine become totally numb? Full and content, Sonny went back to the western slope of the newborn volcano and sat beside Kai to observe the sun climb. The closing scene of Ariel's game was going to be determined once it appeared. Chapter 23, 88 Bait. There had been 12 snow pieces positioned against the 3 pieces of ash on the playing field. Now, only 3 of them survived, 2 devils and the tyrant itself. And Sonny was half a move in front of the devils, too. The route to the tyrant was nearly open, but there remained a possibility that the devils would chase him. If they did, the roughly human-shaped tree devil would pose no threat, since it was further south than Sonny and his allies. E-Dragon, though, was north of the Shrine of Truth, so if it traveled east, they would need to fight it sooner or later. Sonny hoped to avoid battling a cursed devil if possible. In truth, he feared that conflict, even if there were 3 sacred shades under his control now. So he positioned Slayer in the Shrine of Truth. It was uncertain how clever the Snow Tyrant was and how thoroughly it understood the pieces of the Ash domain. However, it had demonstrated at least some capacity to think tactically, so it would most likely be reluctant to abandon the square of the shrine to the opposition. Not only because the strength of the Ash domain would expand the more squares it controlled, while the strength of the Snow domain would weaken accordingly. It was also because Sonny could easily go back to the shrine if his route to it wasn't blocked. The reality of the situation was straightforward. The Snow Tyrant didn't have enough pieces anymore to capture its foe unless its foe chose to be captured. Sonny could roam the board endlessly, playing a dangerous game of hunter and prey with the 2 snow devils. He could delay for as long as he desired. Until his injuries fully healed, for instance, or until all of his shades recovered themselves. Moreover, he had in his hands the jade figurine left by the Rat King. His strength would grow even more if he was ever permitted to reach the Shrine of Truth, the Ash Castle, or, presumably, the Shrine of Fear. He didn't even need to keep Kai and Slayer with him. He could send them to explore the miniature world of Ariel's game on their own, capturing peak after peak until the Snow domain lost its territorial edge entirely. So, Sonny was wagering on the fact that at least one of the devils would spend a move to capture the Shrine of Truth. And to make it even more tempting for them, he positioned one of his pieces, Slayer, on the ceiling of the drowning temple. Sunny and Kai sat on the rocky slope and observed the sunrise quietly. There was the gorgeous golden light of morning, and the columns of snow hardening to become ghostly bridges. Neither of them talked, still exhausted after the fight against the Rat King, and although much was going to be determined by what the devils decided to do or were ordered to do, both felt calm. Even if there were frightening battles coming, they weren't going to occur until many days ahead. And although they were still trapped in Ariel's game, the board was almost completely empty of horrible nightmare creatures, which meant that they wouldn't be surrounded and attacked without warning. For the first time since the death game began, Sunny didn't feel like a trapped animal. He breathed deeply, appreciating the sight of the brilliant sun. Come on. At last, the crystal bridges were completely formed, and the devils acted. Sunny held his breath, feeling his heart jump a beat. Oh, yes. A broad smile crossed his ash-covered face. His guess was proving correct, and in the most favorable way. The tree devil is traveling east. Kai's voice was quiet. The human-like monster was walking across the crystal bridge, advancing to the mountain directly south of their location. It was being sent on a futile chase. The dragon, however... Sunny didn't need Kai to inform him, because he could see the dragon soaring across the ocean of clouds himself. The massive creature looked like a small speck from the distance, but there was no doubt it was flying south toward the Shrine of Truth, which meant that nothing blocked between Sunny and the snow tyrant anymore. He grinned cheerfully. It was odd. Maybe the snow tyrant didn't care to block his passage. Perhaps it even wanted Sunny to arrive as quickly as possible before he could completely heal from his injuries. In that case, moving the dragon away and creating a clear route served the same goal as leaving Slayer alone in the Shrine of Truth. It was a trap. Maybe the snow tyrant simply couldn't control the dragon. After all, a cursed devil was a creature of tremendous power, not much weaker than its own. In any case, the outcome matched what Sunny wanted. We're free, Kai, we're free. At last, the conclusion of the Ariel's game was in sight. There was only one fight left for them to win, the most terrifying of them all, but still the final one. The fight against the snow tyrant itself. Sunny breathed out slowly and watched the dragon soar across the enormous gap separating the two mountains. He thought he even spotted explosions appearing as Slayer sent arrow after arrow flying. These chapters are modified using AI. The entire text may or may not have been invented by the admins. I do not know why you are reading this, but you asked for it yourself. Rentry, co/DQI 58785. BTW, fuck no /V plus ELBIN and RA no BS. And just when the dragon was about to reach the lake of magma, Sunny squinted and dismissed her, summoning her back into the protective darkness of his soul. Somewhere far away, the elegant figure of the deadly huntress melted into the shadows. A few moments later, the Shrine of Truth trembled as the enormous dragon landed on its ceiling. Denied its target, the cursed devil released a horrifying roar. Its echoes traveled across the golden clouds, reaching Sunny and Kai on the slope of the distant volcano and making them shake. And shortly after that, the snow domain's move was finished. Sunny released a satisfied sigh and looked at Kai. See? He smiled contentedly. Let me inform you, friend. A game hasn't been created yet that I can't manipulate. Chapter 23, 89 Final March. Sunny and Kai slept like dead men in the warm cradle of ash. This time, there was no manner of shadows to shelter them. Sunny was too hurt and exhausted to raise one, and did not feel the need to do it either. They woke up from the sounds of the dragon roaring at the setting sun. The volcano Sunny had destroyed was now a mountain once again, granted. The mountain seemed crooked and low, not at all as tall and magnificent as the snowy peaks that surrounded it. He was faintly glad to have left a scar on the realm of Ariel's game. The Shrine of Truth was now encased in ice and hidden in the depths of the mountain. The dragon rested on the peak, baring its fangs at the falling sun, as if warning it not to come closer. The sun naturally paid it no heed. Sunny studied the distant peak for a while, then looked at Kai and asked in a tone of contemplation, "Do you think all dragons come from Sun God?" Severax, the ivory dragon, was a descendant of Sun God. Granted, he was merely a saint who could transform into one, or rather, had been. Still, all creatures except humans had either been made by the gods or were sired by those creations. Except for the nothing creatures, I guess, and the remainder, and the darkness creatures, also the stone saints. Who else? Nephilim as well. Actually, I take it back, not all creatures were created by the gods. But most of them had been. So, who had created the dragons? Kai hesitated for a while, then shrugged. I am not sure. Perhaps all white dragons do. Sonny yawned, then rose to his feet and studied his unresponsive right hand for a few seconds. Then he glanced west. Chances are we won't have to fight this particular white dragon. Are you disappointed? Kai raised an eyebrow. Why would I be disappointed? Sonny chuckled. Well, don't you want to add a third dragon to your collection? Kai studied him with a sour expression, then shook his head lightly. I am not greedy. You are welcome to take this one if you want. Sonny grinned. Thank you kindly, I'd rather not. He was indeed a little envious of Kai the Dragon Slayer because of his glorious track record. How was it fair that Kai went around slaying dragons, while Sonny was stuck with rats, worms, and the like? That hint of envy was far too slight to survive the sight of a cursed devil, though. So, Sonny had no desire to battle this particular dragon. He sighed, let's go, we'll be leaving this place soon. At this point, Sonny had a choice to make. He could reach the snow tyrant in 5 moves at the earliest. Coincidentally, that was also how long his shades would take to repair themselves. Slayer was most likely going to heal from her wounds in that time as well. Sonny did not see a lot of sense in delaying the final battle, so he was leaning toward taking the shortest path. There were 3 routes that would take him to the snow castle in 5 moves, and he did not have to take just one. He could just as easily travel west to the axis tree and then turn north. Kai, meanwhile, could travel north to the edge of the board, then turn west. That way, they would reach the snow castle at the same time, with the added bonus of possibly bringing 4 volcanoes into the ash domain. That was an alluring prospect. But it was also too risky. After all, Sonny was only assuming that the snow tyrant remained in the snow castle. If it had left the heart of the snow domain, though, then sending Kai out alone could mean sending him to die. They could only see the neighboring mountains, after all. If the snow tyrant was waiting in ambush 1 peak over, or just happened to be in the way by chance, then there would be no chance for Kai to escape. Not as long as one of the devils chose to pursue him instead of Sonny, at least. So Sonny had to swallow his regret and abandon the plan of potentially expanding the territory of the Ash Domain. The 2 of them were going to stay together until the very end, for better or for worse. Am I not the best friend in the world? Hearing that sudden proclamation, Kai gave him a sidelong glance, but wisely chose to remain silent. I knew he would agree. Sonny was delighted. They left the volcano at dusk and moved west, coming in sight of the axis tree once again. The mountain where they had killed Abundance was now to their right. To their left was the unexplored half of the game board that belonged to the snow tyrant. In the morning, the tree devil and the cursed dragon both moved east in pursuit. Watching the mountain where the Rat King had died become covered by snow, Sonny could not help but feel uneasy. He found it hard to believe that Kai would not end up fighting the cursed dragon somehow. But then, he had to remind himself of one easy fact. Not everyone was fated. In fact, very few beings were, and Kai was not one of them. He could end up facing the cursed dragon by some improbable twist of fate, or not. Actually, Sonny himself was not fated anymore either, so the odds were in their favor. The only probable future in which they would be forced to fight the dragon was if they failed to kill the snow tyrant and had to retreat. Then, the tyrant and its 2 devils would descend upon them together, and they would die. There is no way back, only forward. Failure means death. The enemy is overwhelmingly powerful and mistakes are not allowed. Ah, how nostalgic. Sonny smiled faintly, knowing that he was staring death in the face. That felt like home. After all, he was the sovereign of death. The next evening, as the falling sun set the sea of clouds ablaze, Kai and Sonny crossed the obsidian bridge and set foot on the titanic branch of the axis tree. They had reached the very heart of Ariel's game. Chapter 23, 90 Ye Mighty. The axis tree was so vast that it could only be perceived as a place, not as a thing. After all, It towered higher than the great peaks of Ariel's game, which were already taller than any mountain on Earth. The branch Sunny and Kai were standing on was numerous kilometers long and as wide as a field, the ridges of the bark covering it more than spacious enough for two people to walk on. A complicated tangle of similarly enormous branches extended far down and high up, creating a dizzying three-dimensional labyrinth. A whole nation could have made their home on the branches of this great tree. Today, however, Sunny and Kai were the only people populating its desolate immensity. The sun had just disappeared beyond the horizon, and although the sea of clouds still glowed with the last vestiges of a dreamlike crimson sheen, the night was already enveloping the world with a veil of velvet darkness. The world was still, but it was not silent. Instead, it was permeated by the soothing murmur of flowing water. The axis tree had been covered in snow just a few seconds ago. Now, the snow was melting, torrents of cold water cascading down the vast maze of titanic branches in a series of clear waterfalls. Sunny had expected ash and lava to replace it, but to his surprise, nothing of the sort happened. Instead, the great tree was simply stripped of its white mantle and left bare, its naked branches swaying gently in the wind. There were no leaves, no fruit, no sign of vitality to their vast expanse. In fact, countless of the branches were broken, while many more seemed frail and diseased. It was as if the axis tree was truly and utterly dead. Sunny looked around cautiously. "What do you think this place does?" There were 5 special squares on the game board: the castles, the shrines, and the axis tree. Sunny had mostly figured out the purpose of the first 4, but he still had no idea what the function of the central square was. Kai was looking around as well. "I don't see any structures, and I don't feel anything special either." Sunny contemplated for a while. There had to be some use for the central square, apart from how important it was for traversing the board. The player occupying the middle would definitely have an advantage, but that advantage alone was not enough to make the square special. Granted, there had only been 4 runes carved on the sides of the jade board: ash, snow, fear %2. Still, let's explore a little. Kai hesitated for a moment, then cleared his throat. Actually, before that, he pointed to the streams of clear water falling from high above. Wouldn't it be a shame to just waste all this water? Sunny stared at him in confusion, then scoffed. "Sure, go ahead." Soon enough, refreshed and clean for the first time in a long while, the two of them ventured to explore the labyrinth of branches. Kai was in a noticeably greater mood, even humming a jovial tune quietly, while Sunny found himself feeling like a person once more. It was a nice feeling. They wandered the axis tree for a while, jumping to lower branches or flying up to those that were higher. However, there was nothing special on any of them, and as Sunny and Kai drew closer to the trunk, it seemed less and less probable that they would find something special. In the end, they ascended to the top of the tree and looked north, witnessing the next mountain over. Sunny had hoped that they would be able to see further than usual, considering the height of the tree, but he was left disappointed. Everything beyond the neighboring mountains was hidden by a haze, and even Kai could not see through it. The 3 Mountie. NS in the north, however, glanced a little odd. Sunny was not sure what exactly was peculiar about them, but they definitely glanced subtly different from all the snowy peaks they had witnessed in the south. He sighed. "No luck here, I guess." He remained silent for a bit, then glanced at Kai. "Possibly we should check the spot where the tree devil was staying." Kai was the only one who had seen the cursed devil resting on a branch of the axis tree, so only he knew where that place was located. He led the way. They descended along the immense width of the tree's trunk, eventually reaching one of the lower branches. The rest of them, if there were any, disappeared into the mist of the sea of clouds. This particular branch was incredibly wide, especially at its base, where it connected to the trunk. That was where the tree devil had been sitting on the day they first saw it, surrounded by snow. There was no snow covering the tree now, so Sunny and Kai immediately saw the anomaly. Here, not far away from the cursed devil's resting place, the surface of the axis tree's trunk was viciously broken, a dark portal opening into its eerie depths. Nothing but mist dwelled beyond the portal, and out of it, a river of something seemed to have flowed once, solidifying into an amber mass. From a distance, it seemed as if a river of molten gold had escaped the gargantuan trunk, most of it spilling into the clouds. while a little bit remained on the branch in small, frozen puddles. Sonny approached the nearest chunk of amber substance and touched it tentatively. It was smooth, hard, and cool to the touch. Kai asked from behind him, "What is it?" Sonny hesitated for a moment. Eventually, he answered in an incredulous tone, It's literally amber. It's tree sap." Standing up, he glanced at the breach in the trunk of the axis tree and frowned. Eventually, Sonny glanced at Kai. I think it's dead." The breach was a wound dealt to the great tree a long time ago, and the pieces of golden amber were its blood. He took a deep breath. "Rather, I think it was killed." The breach in the trunk of the tree was enormous, but it was insignificant compared to its titanic size. Such a small wound would not have killed the axis tree unless it was simply an opening someone used to suck its amber ichor dry. Maybe the tree devil had not spent these thousands of years simply waiting for an adversary to show up. Maybe it had drained the young sapling of the world tree of its boundless life force and vitality, devouring it hungrily to nurture his own corrupted soul. If so, then possibly whatever it was that the axis tree was supposed to grant the domain controlling it was long gone, that function of the game destroyed when the great tree died. Ariel's game was broken. Sonny looked at the pieces of golden amber with a distant expression. It was a little bit sad, and a little bit encouraging to know that even things created by the great and horrible Ariel, the demon of dread, were not eternal. The nightmare spell had been created by a demon as well, after all. So maybe one day they would be able to kill it, too. A pale smile touched his lips. When Nephis first proclaimed her intention to destroy the spell, it sounded like pure delusion. But it did not seem that way anymore. Looking at the deadly wound dealt to the axis tree, Sonny suddenly felt for the first time that their goal was within reach. Chapter 23, 91 Night Silk. Sonny was getting used to the feeling of being pursued. He and Kai had spent a peaceful night in the dead branches of the axis tree, and in the morning, the tree devil and the cursed dragon conquered the mountains to the south and west of it. He watched the western volcano be extinguished and shrouded in snow, familiar with the sight. For a few seconds, Sonny allowed himself to contemplate turning back and attempting to take out one of the devils come evening. It was an alluring idea, no doubt, facing each of the two fiends in sequence, slaying them, and arriving at the snow castle after having completely cleared the board. But no matter how much he wanted to kill the snow devils and add them to his shadow legion, Sonny knew that it was a bad idea. He had not even recovered from his wounds yet, and both Slayer and his most powerful shades were still unavailable. More importantly than that, facing these powerful creatures was at best a gamble. He might have allowed himself to become a little arrogant after attaining supremacy, but the eerie events in the recent past helped him regain his senses. In truth, he had no business confronting a cursed tyrant in his current weakened state. Even if he could wield his full power, a battle like that would be a lethal challenge. Sonny was ready to die. Losing one incarnation would be painful, but not disastrous. However, if his avatar died here, Kai would die too, and that was not something he was willing to consider. So he had to win. The battle against the snow tyrant was unavoidable, but fighty. And these two devils was unnecessary. Sonny was not going to gamble 3 times in a row if he could do it just once. With a sigh, he turned away from the distant mountain and glanced at his right hand. A few seconds passed, and then his fingers twitched faintly. A subtle smile appeared on his lips. It's healing well. There was another piece of good news as well. His soul had been healed completely. It happened in an instant, actually, not too long ago. This incarnation of his was isolated in Ariel's game, but it still shared the soul with all the rest. That meant that they had suffered the agony of having their soul wounded at the same time as he had. But that also meant that Nephis could heal his soul by touching any of the avatars. That was what must have happened. The rest must be really confused right about now. I'll have new stories to tell when I come out. Shaking his head, he concentrated on weaving. The pieces of golden amber lay near his feet, glistening in the morning light. In the evening, Sonny and Kai left the axis tree and crossed the obsidian bridge, moving north. The mountain did not offer them any resistance, its peak exploding in a fiery conflagration of smoke, ash, and lava. Sonny could almost move his fingers freely by then, which helped him weave at greater speed. They ascended to the smoking caldera and climbed its edge on the other side, looking north, at the last mountain they would have to conquer before coming into sight of the snow castle. And froze. What the hell is that? Sonny could not help but say the words despite promising himself to hold back on using them for a while. But he had a good reason to. The landscape in front of them was not at all what they had expected to see. In fact, it was something that no one could have expected to see because Sonny had never even imagined something like that existing. The vast expanse of the chasm between the two mountains was entirely obscured by a vast, tattered shroud. The three peaks in the distance were overgrown by that dark mass as well, appearing like towering pillars enveloped in black spider webs. Enormous sheets of ghostly, tattered cloth billowed in the wind, stretching for numerous kilometers in all directions, their surface frayed and uneven, comprised of innumerable strands. These eerie, tenebrous strands reached the northern slope of the mountain Sonny and Kai were standing on, as well, disappearing into the snow. As Sonny glanced closer, he saw that the dark mass consisted of myriad threads of flawlessly black silk, each of them as fine as a hair. The entire northern side of the miniature realm created by Ariel was shrouded by this black web, as if a distressing spider had made its nest somewhere beyond the horizon. The silk strands were so countless, in fact, that one could walk from where Sonny stood to the snow castle without needing the obsidian bridges or ever touching the clouds. He shivered. Just what kind of horror had Weaver put on the board? Sonny remained silent for a while, then said in a subdued tone, "You know, Kai, Weaver's symbol was a spider." Kai did not seem happy to hear that. Sonny shook his head slowly. But actually, it was not Weaver who chose the spider as their symbol. Rather, people commenced to associate spiders with the demon of fate. After all, spiders are masters of weaving as well. He smiled darkly, remembering the spider silk he had found in the nest resting on the branches of the soul-devouring tree. Perhaps even spiders themselves came to see their tribe as servants of Weaver. But come to think of it, even the name Weaver is simply a description of what that demon was. The demon of fate never shared what they knew, so they would naturally never reveal their true name either. I'd imagine someone simply commenced calling them Weaver, and that was what they went on using to introduce themselves. Nether and Hope were also like that. Their names were simply descriptions of what they were. The demon of desire gave living beings hope, while the demon of destiny ruled the underworld. The titles given to them by people had slowly become known as their names, but they were merely descriptors. So in truth, despite inheriting the cursed lineage of the demon of fate, Sonny did not really know anything about Weaver at all. Even their name was a deception. Kai raised an eyebrow. "Why exactly are you telling me this?" Sonny cleared his throat. "Well, it's just, I am trying to convince myself that the snow tyrant is not necessarily a spider. You know." Kai let out a deep sigh. "Do you hate spiders as well?" Sonny forced out a smile. "Not really, but I am considering starting to hate them right now." Chapter 2392, Snow Castle. When the morning came, the sight of endless webs enveloping the entire world became even more eerie. The billowing, frayed tapestries of ghostly black silk covered everything in sight, disappearing behind the horizon. The mountains were buried under them entirely, gravestones overgrown by mold. Come to think of it, the mountain they had left yesterday must have been infected by the black silk as well. That was why it had seemed peculiar to Sonny from the axis tree. The webs had just burned away when the mountain erupted, but here, there was too much mystical silk for it to be consumed by ash and lava. Sonny observed the nightmarish landscape silently, slowly clenching and unclenching his right fist. "I don't like it at all." There were less than 2 days left before the battle against the snow tyrant, which meant that he had to start preparing himself mentally for whatever it was he would face. Before that, however, he had to finish the memory he was creating from the golden amber of the axis tree and the 3 sacred soul shards in his possession. This time, he wanted to create a charm. The design of the enchantment had already come together in his mind, and he had already created enough strings of shadow essence to weave it. Now, Sonny was simply going over the mental image of the sorceress tapestry while patiently carving the piece of amber into form with a knife made of shadows. The golden amber was impossibly tough, but it slowly gave in under the sharp blade. The form Sunny was carving was both gorgeous and easy. It was a star. That star was going to help him kill the snow tyrant, whatever the snow tyrant was. After that, he was going to give it to Saint. She had gone without a powerful charm to fit her underworld armament for too long, so he really had to make sure that the evening star glanced worthy of its future owner. I'll be able to build on the initial enchantment later, as well. These sacred soul shards are truly remarkable. The weight of the spellweave they can support is simply crazy. This enchantment I envisioned is already more intricate and sophisticated than most of what I have done in the past, and it is nowhere near exhausting their potential. Sunny was pressed for time, so he had to be truly ingenious with the design of the enchantment. The solutions he had come up with to simplify the elaborate patterns, and therefore hasten the process of weaving, were nothing short of inspired. He had even given the evening star a conditional limitation to greatly strengthen its effect when the proper conditions were met. That was actually an idea he stole from the Sin of Solace, that damn cursed sword. The Crown of Twilight relied on something similar as well, only replenishing his essence in the twilight of dusk and dawn. Come to think of it, numerous if not most of his most powerful memories had been limited in some way or another. That was what gave them true power. Sunny had always subconsciously understood that principle, but he only fully realized how to make use of it now. There was probably some deep lesson about people and their flaws somewhere in there, but he was too engrossed in his task to go on a philosophical tangent. 2 days, 1 night. That was all the time he had left before facing the snow tyrant. The first day passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was dusk once more. The obsidian bridge failed to come into existence. The plumes of ash stretched toward the distant mountain and commenced to solidify, but got tangled in the billowing webs and crumbled without ever taking form. Sunny and Kai observed the eerily gorgeous scene in stunned silence, then glanced at each other warily. There was no bridge, but the ash domain could still move. So Sunny manifested a pair of black wings, and the two of them flew across the sea of fluttering black silk, landing carefully atop the northern mountain. From there, they could finally see the snow castle, and the source of black silk, the snow tyrant itself as well. What? The creature was so immense that even Sunny could see it with a naked eye. He forgot to breathe, looking at the peak of the final mountain with a pale face. Out there in the distance, a huge black moth was perched atop the silken peak, its tenebrous wings covering the slope. Its legs were like obsidian pillars, and its antennae extended far into the sky, swaying lightly in the wind. The block moth was distantly similar to the nightmare butterflies of Ariel's tomb, but also much more gigantic and dreadful than them. It was not even its outer appearance that was so horrible. Instead, simply looking at it filled Sunny with a dreadful, eerie feeling of hopelessness. Something about the titanic moth was so malevolent, frightening, and deeply wrong that he felt the desire to give up and cease his senseless resistance. He was already doomed, after all. But that was not why Sunny was so stunned. Rather, it was because the sinister black moth felt peculiarly familiar. Come to think of it, the black silk felt familiar as well. Sunny shivered, and then whispered quietly, I know it. Kai looked in surprise. What? Sunny raised his right hand and pointed at the horrible creature perching atop the snow castle. I know that Cree. Atcher, or at least its kind. He had never met the snow tyrant, but he knew it well. It was the puppeteer. It was a puppeteer worm who had become the puppeteer moth after escaping from the chrysalis of human minds it had twisted, used as nourishment, and then destroyed. Sunny remembered the description of the puppeteer's shroud. A worm of doubt once found its way into a righteous king's heart. With time, the king was devoured from the inside and became its puppet. A lifetime later, the puppeteer worm escaped from the king's dead body, leaving behind a cocoon of black silk. No one knows where it went, however. Once people dared to approach the silent castle, they found the silk among the mountains of gnawed bones and fashioned it into an armor. He did not know whether the creature he was facing was the same puppeteer worm who had been responsible for the birth of the Mountain King, or simply the most accomplished member of their harrowing kind. All he knew was that the description of his old armor failed to mention what a larva evolved to after leaving its chrysalis. He was looking at what it had become right now. Chapter 2393, Who Puppeteers the Puppeteers. As darkness shrouded the world, Sunny and Kai sought shelter from the eerie gaze of the puppeteer on the other side of the mountain. Sunny sat in the ash, his 6 hands dancing in the air as he wove the complicated enchantment of the evening star, One of them was giving him trouble, but he worked through the stiffness and the pangs of pain. His expression was both focused and distant, as if he was in a state of flow, but also rattled to the core. As the radiant patterns of the sorceress tapestry took form, he could feel his shades being mended. The obsidian wasps were restored first, then the shadow wolves and abundance. The wolf was going to recover soon, too. Slayer was close to being fully healed as well. The shade of the Rat King, meanwhile, had never been vanquished, so Sunny could summon it at any second as long as he wished to. The puppeteer moth, really now? Sunny was a little shaken. Locking these feelings in an isolated partition of his mind, he allowed that part of him to take control of his mouth and spoke quietly. What a splendid coincidence. Meeting a nightmare creature that was connected to his first nightmare here was truly unexpected. Unbelievable, even. What were the chances? It was almost as if someone, a certain nebulous demon, perhaps, had pulled the strings behind the scenes to make it happen. Not the strands of black silk that the puppeteer used, though, but an entirely different kind. The strings of fate themselves, maybe. Who was the real puppeteer here, then? Suddenly, the giant black moth perching on the peak of a towering mountain did not seem so traumatic anymore. It even seemed a little pitiful. But naturally, that feeling only lasted for a moment. Kai, who had been staring at the stars idly, turned to look at Sunny. But how do you know that horror? Sunny remained silent for a few seconds, engrossed in weaving, then shrugged. It was mentioned in the description of a memory I owned. It was the second memory I had ever received, actually, and its description was quite memorable, because of how creepy it was. Who knew I'd meet that creepy nightmare creature myself one day? He sighed, then shook his head slowly. But actually, it is a good thing. It is a wonderful thing, even. Sunny glanced at Kai and tried to smile. Knowledge is the origin of power, after all. Few things are more important than knowing your adversary. I thought we would have to go into battle against the snow tyrant blind, but would you look at that? Now we don't have to. We know quite a lot about it. In fact, we know the things that matter most. He glanced away and contemplated the situation for a while. Eventually, Sunny said the puppeteer's moth can also be called doubt, I guess. That is the essence of its power. It infects the hearts of living beings with doubt and turns them into puppets. In other words, it is an immensely potent manipulator. I hesitate to say that the puppeteer specializes in mind attacks, because at its level of power, these distinctions are somewhat meaningless, but fundamentally, that is what it does. He took a deep breath, then smiled. Which means that we are actually in a highly advantageous position. These types of nightmare creatures usually rely heavily on their insidious powers, and most of all on their thralls, but they themselves are relatively weak and frail when it comes to physical confrontations. And what did we do here in Ariel's game? Kai studied him for a few seconds. We killed most of this creature's thralls and put ourselves in a position to attack it when it's alone. Sunny nodded. Indeed, that is what we did. So in a way, we are incredibly lucky. Of all the cursed tyrants in the world, this one might just be the easiest to kill, considering the circumstances, that is. Not that killing it will actually be. Easy, naturally. A cursed tyrant is still a cursed tyrant. He exhaled slowly. We got rid of most of its thralls and outran those who remain, true. The puppeteer is huge and monstrous, but it won't be that fearsome in a battle, relatively speaking, I mean. I'd say between that thing and the wolf would be more furious. There was a long stretch of silence, and then Sunny added in a concerned tone, but that does not mean that facing the puppeteer won't be infinitely more hazardous than facing the wolf was. That is, naturally, because while we did kill most of its puppets, the real difficulty will be not becoming its puppets ourselves. Sunny could not help but shiver. I would imagine that a cursed tyrant can subjugate someone like us in an instant, as long as we give it a chance. It will make us doubt ourselves first, and then, before we know it, there will be invisible strings wrapped around our hearts. Doubt, that was the weapon the puppeteer would use against them. Doubt was truly an insidious concept because no human was really immune to it. Even supremes like Sunny were susceptible to doubt. As for saints like Kai, Sunny glanced at his friend and shook his head. Actually, I am not really worried about you. Kai raised an eyebrow. You're not, but I am quite an insecure person. I doubt myself all the time. Sunny smiled faintly. That is exactly what makes you dreadful prey for the puppeteer. You do indeed seem to suffer from self-doubt a lot, and yet you have never allowed it to control you. On the contrary, you have overcome yourself at every step of the way. It is like you've been training for this exact moment all your life, really. Kai, despite his lack of confidence, was a faultlessly dependable person. He never failed to rise to the occasion, even if he struggled to get there more than the rest of them did. Sonny sighed and shook his head. In truth, I am much more worried about myself. Chapter 23, 94 Confluence of Contradictions. Kai smiled at first, as if assuming that Sonny was joking, then looked at him with surprise after realizing that he was telling the truth. You are worried about yourself more than you are about me. Sonny simply nodded. Yes, I am, especially vulnerable to what that thing has in store for us. Kai remained silent for a few seconds, then shook his head. I find it hard to believe. You are a supreme, after all. Didn't you tell me yourself that a sovereign is someone who dares to bend the world to their will? How can someone be that obstinate and doubt themselves at the same time? Sonny glanced at him with a dark expression and shrugged. Well, what can I say? People are complicated creatures. They can be two different things at the same time. So I can be sure of myself so much as to force the world to agree with how I feel, but also doubt every single thing I do. He was indeed someone who possessed a will sharp enough to cut the world. But at the same time, Sonny's existence was deeply ambivalent. He loved Nephis and enjoyed her affection as well. But at the same time, he always doubted her feelings for him and questioned his place in her life. The person she knew was only a husk of the real Sonny after all. So he wanted to reclaim his fate and make her, and everyone else, remember him. But at the same time, he wasn't really sure that he wanted it desperately enough to pay the price of becoming bound again. He was determined to resist the horrors of the nightmare spell and protect humanity. But at the same time, he was hiding his existence from everyone, forced into the shadows by the cursed lineage of the forgotten god. Sonny was a confluence of irreconcilable contradictions on a good day. And a bad day, he was one push away from losing control and falling into a murderous frenzy. All these conflicting emotions had been simmering quietly in the background as he lived his life. Usually, they were not a problem. But tomorrow, each of the unresolved doubts he harbored would become ammunition the puppeteer could use to destroy him. Each of them was a crack in his armor through which the enemy blade could slide. So, tomorrow's battle was not going to be fun for Sonny. He groaned. I really hate nightmare creatures who mess with my mind the most. Shaking his head, Sonny resumed weaving the enchantment of the evening star and grumbled. Well, you don't have to worry about me, really. I'll handle it. If everything else fails, pure spite has never let me down. His expression turned concerned. That said, I expect the battle against the puppeteers to be horrible enough to push me to the limit. Far beyond my limit, really. I might be forced to resort to doing something really desperate. If I do, your role will be the most important. You will have to help me come back. Kai frowned. Come back, what do you mean? Sonny smiled faintly. It's easy, really. You'll have to make me remember myself by reminding me who I am. Kai stared at him for a while, then cleared his throat. But Sonny, I am sorry to say this, but despite our wonderful rapport in these last couple of weeks, I don't really know who you are. We are barely acquainted. Sonny let out a laugh. Fair enough. Then he scowled. No, wait, what do you mean barely acquainted? You and I are best friends. We fought side by side and killed literal gods together. We rolled in the same mud and ate the same rats. Are there even a closer pair in the world than us? Kai coughed. I didn't eat the rats, though. Oh, right. He refused to partake in the rat barbecue, the fool. Sonny sighed. Naturally, Kai was right. How could Kai make Sonny remember himself if he himself could not even remember the real Sonny? It sounded like a problem, but actually the answer was quite obvious. In fact, Sonny had experienced a very similar situation once, only his role now was the opposite of what it had been back then. A long time ago, Nephis had taught him how to make her escape the mind hex of the soul devourer, at least to a degree. All he had to do was recite 3 names to her, the names of the people she hated, and would therefore remind her of the most important thing in her life, her ardent desire to destroy the spell. Aster Song Veil. Sonny had to come up with an Aster Song Veil of his own. He hesitated for a while, then said, just recite a few names to me: Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, Ranget. If that doesn't help, throw in Noctis and Anik. Aiko, Julius, Beth, Kim, Luster, Quentin, Dorn, Bell, Samara, Obel. That should do it, I think. These were the strongest connections to his sense of self he possessed in the absence of a true name, the tethers that bound Sonny to the world and therefore shaped him. If anything could remind him of who he was and what was most important to him, it was these names. In an odd way, these few words were the most meaningful summation of his life. Kai gave him an odd look, then nodded slowly. "All right, I'll remember." He lingered for a while before adding, "I must admit that I feel a bit weird about my name being there, though." Sonny grinned. "What can I say? You make an impression." With that, he beckoned Kai to come closer. "Oh, by the way, I'm going to punch you really hard now." Kai blinked a couple of times. "Huh, what, why?" Sonny shrugged nonchalantly. "You see the horizon. The sun is going to rise soon. I doubt that the puppeteer will leave the snow castle, but it can surely subject us to some kind of terrifying mind attack without moving. You don't want to endure a mental attack of a cursed tyrant more times than necessary, do you?" Kai moved back a little, a wary expression on his face. "I don't, but what does it have to do with me getting punched?" Sonny scoffed. "I mean, the best way to avoid a mental attack is to be unconscious. That's just common sense. So come closer, it will only hurt a little." Kai, however, did not come closer. A few moments later, a cloud of ash rose above the slope of the towering volcano. Chapter 23, 95 check. In the end, Sonny did not punch Kai into unconsciousness. The charming archer did, however, put himself into a state of deep slumber by commanding himself to sleep without seeing any dreams. Sonny remained nearby, standing guard above his sleeping figure while focusing completely on weaving. When the sun rose and an ethereal bridge of glistening glass formed between the snow castle and the fuming volcano, a terrifying mental attack did, indeed, descend upon him like divine punishment. Sonny winced as his hands faltered, a sudden discord introduced into the vast tapestry of essence strings he was weaving. "Is it playing with me?" Shaking his head, he corrected the flawed pattern and continued with his work. The puppeteer seemed to be probing his mental defenses. Even then, that single distressing attack easily pierced his resistances and the invisible armor of will he had forged around himself, forcing its way into his mind. Sonny felt himself reeling, an insidious presence taking root in his head. His sense of reality started to fall apart. Grumbling under his breath, Sonny partitioned the compromised part of his mind and isolated it from the rest of him. It helped to cope with the insidious, irresistible mental invasion of the puppeteer, but only for a short while. Soon enough, the tendrils of mind-altering corruption spread beyond the walls Sonny had erected, infecting more of him. Luckily, it was not the capital letter corruption, but simply the mental plague summoned into existence by a cursed tyrant instead. Luckily, does that word really apply here? Sonny smiled darkly. Just a fallen god taking over my mind. No big deal. He isolated the newly compromised parts of his mind, too. Let's see who'll last longer, bastard. Sonny had developed quite a breathtaking ability to split his mind into innumerable streams over the years, after all. From perceiving the world through his shadows, to controlling 7 incarnations, to commanding the vast Shadow Legion and watching over the members of the Shadow Clan, he was quite adept at compartmentalization by now. As the sun was rising from beyond the horizon, he and the puppeteer played an eerie game. The giant black moth slowly conquered more and more of Sonny's mind, while Sonny calmly quarantined the contaminated parts and went on weaving. It grew more and more difficult as time went on, however. His hands slowed down, and the vision of the vast pattern of essence strings he held in his mind turned blurry. By the end of it all, Sonny halted completely, staring into the distance with an absent expression. He was uncomfortably close to starting to drool. Then the sun separated from the sea of molten gold it had turned the clouds into and hovered above the horizon, slowly climbing up. The ethereal glass bridge evaporated, and at the same time, the foreign presence that had been slowly consuming his mind retreated in an instant. Sonny let out a shaky breath and reassembled his mind into a single whole, swaying lightly as he did. He remained motionless for a few seconds, then resumed weaving with a concerned expression. His lips were pursed, and his voice was subdued. "Ah, that was quite unpleasant." And it had been merely a probing attack at that. Experiencing the full brunt of the puppeteers would be a far more appalling experience. Sonny grimaced. Throughout the day, as the weave of the evening star came together, The things he had been waiting for happened one after another. Kai woke up from his deep slumber. The wolf and its pack were fully mended. Slayer recovered from her wounds almost at the very last moment and rose from his shadow, just as full of malice and malevolence as she had been before. The murderous shadow had been absent for a few days, so he had to fulfill the conditions of their deal and make a blood sacrifice to her once more. Slayer drank deeply of his blood, and once again her obsidian eyes seemed to ignite with a hint of remembrance for a few fleeting seconds. But then they slowly reverted to being cold and unfeeling, devoid of their splendid luster. This time, for the first time, Sonny felt disturbed by the subtle change that had briefly happened to his shadow. He could not help but ask himself once again, Did she really kill Weaver? The graceful shadow stood motionlessly by his side, her hollow eyes betraying no emotion. In the end, Sonny had no choice but to look away and concentrate on finishing the last patterns of the vast spellweave he was creating. It was coming together well. The evening star was the first sacred memory he would create, and although it was not entirely finished, still, he could already tell how different it was from all the other memories he had created. That was because of its very nature. A sacred memory was an immensely powerful thing, powerful enough to interfere with causality and bend the laws of existence, even just like deities could. However, it was just that, a thing. It possessed neither will nor intent, and therefore, it lacked the authority to achieve what it was designed to do. How could it function, then? The same way the lesser memories functioned, naturally, since memories did not have souls, they strengthened by the soul essence of their master. Similarly, a sacred memory had to strengthen by the soul essence, the spirit essence, and most importantly, the will of its master to realize its potential. Not just anyone would be able to use the evening star to its full extent. Sonny sighed. I still have ways to go. Weaver's mask and the shadow lantern did not have the same problem after all. They were divine memories that even a mere awakened could use, which meant that whoever had created them infinitely more proficient at weaving than Sonny was. Well, naturally, they were. After all, Weaver's mask had been created by none other than the Demon of Fate, while the Shadow Lantern was a replica of Shadow God's relic created by the Nightmare spell. I'll get there someday, maybe. The sun was already rolling toward the horizon by the time Sonny completed his sorcery. The breathtaking star carved out of golden amber lay on his palm, its intricately engraved surface glistening in the eventide glow. He sighed, then manifested the jade mantle and brought the evening star to the center of his polished black breastplate. Their armor swallowed it, and as the sacred charm drowned in the dark stone-like metal, disappearing without a trace, it was slotted into the underworld armament. Pouring his essence and will into evening star, Sonny felt a subtle power flow into his limbs. Works as a charm. He smiled darkly, deactivated the enchantment, and rose to his feet. The sun would soon touch the sea of clouds. The battle against the puppeteer was about to commence. Throwing a look at Kai, Sonny lingered for a few moments and asked, How about it? Are you ready to get the hell out of this dreadful place? Kai nodded calmly. Oh, I am. I've been dreaming of taking a proper shower for a week straight. Of course he has. Sonny sighed, then glanced at Slayer. What about you? Have something to say to me? Slayer did not deem it worthy to give him an answer. Instead, she simply checked if her swords slid out of their sheaths smoothly. Sonny shook his quietly and glanced north. The sea of clouds was drowning in darkness in the east, while burning with a fiery crimson glow in the west. The plumes of ash were stretching toward the snow castle like black tendrils. Soon they turned into an obsidian bridge, its surface glowing as if illuminated by innumerable embers. Taking a step forward, Sonny called upon the shadows and ash. As he stepped onto the bridge, a tide of darkness followed him like a boundless mantle. Chapter 23, 96 Evening Star. As Sonny walked across the bridge, bringing the ash domain with him, the huge black moth perching on the peak of the distant white mountain shifted a little. Its size was so immense that, from a distance, it seemed as if the mountain itself moved. Suddenly, he could sense something vast, ancient, and utterly alien gazing at him. It was as if everything about him was revealed under that frightening gaze. The entity studied him with a dispassionate thoroughness, like one would study a strange and curious specimen after dissecting its body. Then the entity seemed to lose interest. The heavy gaze followed Sonny, but it felt far less penetrating than before. He glanced up at the titanic black moth's face, if it could be called that. It was covered by what looked like soft black fur, with two enormous spherical eyes protruding from it on either side. Its maw was hidden from sight, and its two enormous antennae swayed faintly in the wind. Apart from the fact that each was hundreds of meters in length, they looked like the long, cushy eyebrows of a wizened sage. The puppeteers stayed motionless, and it was that lack of movement that made the sight of a titanic moth so eerie. Sonny would have been less tense if the tyrant tried to threaten him or showed a hint of preparing for battle. But the creature stayed still, simply looking at him impassively. "It's not taking me seriously at all." The sea of clouds below was glowing, painted in a million shades of maroon and crimson by the sunset. Sonny took a step and activated the enchantment of the evening star. The shadows surrounding him seemed to grow darker and the veil of ash more impenetrable. He felt more powerful. He was more powerful, in fact, albeit not by much, for now. The enchantment of the evening star was immensely potent, but simpler in execution than many he had woven before. That was because Sonny had chosen not to rely on the usual patterns he had memorized or developed while designing it. Instead of meticulously weaving the paths and mechanisms its enchantment was to follow, he wove the very concept of what it was meant to achieve into the pattern instead. Sonny based the spellweave of the evening star on two simple concepts: abundance and power. The evening star was meant to grant its master an abundance of power, not the physical strength, soul potency, mental fortitude, or even willpower, but simply power in all its shapes and forms. Sonny did not need to meticulously design how that effect would be achieved precisely, because he had based the spellweave of the evening star on concepts as opposed to sorcerous principles. After all, the evening star was a sacred memory. The ways in which it functioned were not as important as the very fact that it did. It did not work by adhering to cleverly designed patterns of cause and effect. Instead, it worked because it bent the world into a state that supported its effect. The effect came first, while the cause followed. That was how sacred beings exerted their power. So Sonny had surmised that that was how a sacred memory should function, too. The shift in the approach to designing a spellweave was so different from everything he had done before that it was hard to wrap his head around it. But once Sonny shifted his perspective and saw the foundations of sorcerous mechanics in a new light, the patterns he envisioned were actually simpler than what he had been creating before. Of course, a sorcery like that could only be strengthened by a master whose will could shoulder its burden. But as a supreme titan, Sonny was more than qualified to do just that. Granted, creating a memory that was simply supposed to make its master more powerful would not have been very useful. There were limits to his will, after all, and even if there were none, a simple sorcery like that could not bend the laws of the world too much. The effect would have been negligible. That was where the artificial limitation he had built into the spellweave of the evening star came into play. By limiting the sacred memory himself, he allowed it to bend the laws of existence much more than it would have been able to otherwise, as long as proper conditions were met. As if he was focusing its power into a narrow ray, instead of unleashing it upon the world as a diffused wave. The limit Sonny had placed on the enchantment of the evening star was as follows: its potency depended on how bright the world around it was. This sacred memory was almost entirely useless when surrounded by radiance and light. It grew exponentially more powerful the darker its surroundings were, though, and reached full potency in utter darkness. And since Sonny could only attack the snow castle at sunset, the evening star would enhance him more and more the closer nightfall came. The augmentation of a sacred memory was already immensely powerful. However, there was also the underworld armament trait of the Jade Mantle to consider, the trait that enhanced the effects of any charm slotted into the tenebrous armor. In short, the longer Sonny survived in the battle against the puppeteer, the stronger he would become. Any augmentation was important, but this one in particular was especially vital due to the fact fighters usually grew exhausted and weakened by the end of a vicious battle. In that state of fatigue and vulnerability, every drop of power was especially precious. So, hopefully, the puppeteer was in for an unpleasant surprise. Of course, Sonny was quite certain that the detestable creature had a few surprises in store for him as well. All his senses grew taut as he approached the end of the bridge. All his muscles tensed in preparation for a furious, fatal battle. Sonny inhaled deeply, then gritted his teeth and stepped onto the snowy slope of the towering mountain. He had expected a destructive mental attack to slam into him immediately, possibly even some kind of profane assault that he could not even imagine, let alone describe. He had prepared himself for anything, or so he had thought. But he was wrong, because what happened next left Sonny completely stunned and more than a little bit rattled. Instead of a tyrannical assault, what met him on the slopes of the snow castle was a voice. The voice resounded from all around him, subtle and strangely soft. It said, "Welcome, Liberator. Oh, I've been waiting for so long." Chapter 2397 to a flame. Sonny froze. He was not being subjected to a distressing attack, and yet that did not make him feel any less alarmed. If anything, he felt more shaken than he would have if the puppeteer had thrown all its profane power into an obliterating assault. Because despite the fact that the world had changed, and Sonny himself was vastly more powerful now than he had been before, one truth remained the same since the turbulent days of his youth. It was that among all the horrors of the nightmare spell, none were more sinister and harrowing than the ones who could speak like humans. Damnation! He glanced up and studied the motionless puppeteer, who loomed far above him like a black insectal cliff. Don't answer, don't answer, don't. Then his lips moved on their own. Who's speaking? There were a few seconds of silence, and then the soft voice resounded from nowhere. It was as if the wind itself was answering. I am Moth. Sonny narrowed his eyes, unsure what to say. The cursed tyrant was talking to him. The frightening moth perching atop the mountain was engaging him in conversation, and on top of that it was polite and soft-spoken. What the hell? He exhaled slowly. Why are you talking to me, though? The puppeteer remained silent for a moment, then answered with a question of its own. Why not? Sonny could not help but let out a stifled chuckle. This is ridiculous. His flaw still forced him to answer, though. Because you are an abomination, a nightmare creature. You and I are enemies, no. The huge moth moved its antennae faintly. Are we enemies? Why? Sonny laughed. Why? Oh, actually, you raise a good question. You creatures of corruption are all completely overcome by a demented need to eradicate anything and everything that is good and pure. I have no idea why, so now that I have the chance, let me ask you instead. Why the hell are you, vile fiends, so hellbent on destroying us humans? The puppeteer remained silent for a while this time. Eventually, he seemed to sigh. Words have power, Liberator. The power of names is even greater still. And yet you use that power with such violence. You force them upon the world. The giant moth tilted its head down, looking at Sonny with its enormous black eyes. Corruption, nightmare creature, fiend, vile, pure good. These words you use may not form existence, but they form you. They form everything you touch as well. They even form me. The winds howled, and the glistening strands of black silk enveloping the mountain fluttered in it like a tattered shroud. The cursed tyrant spoke again. What you have named corruption is the influence of the void. It does not corrupt things, it simply changes them. These things it changes are not malevolent or vile, just like the things it spares are not pure and good. The why are merely different, however. When the puppeteer spoke again, its soft voice sounded a little mournful. There exists a contradiction between those of us who have been touched by the void and those of us who have not, indeed. That contradiction gives birth to conflict. Those of my kind who are young and weak are not detestable. They are pitiful. They are neither of the void nor of the flame. They belong to both, but are welcomed by neither. The colossal moth moved its wings faintly, causing hurricane wind to blow across the silken mountain. Sonny shielded his face from the dancing snow and grimaced. This thing is really huge. The puppeteer continued. Their existence is a battlefield, and the war they wage against themselves drives them mad. In that anguished state, they are lost and blind. All they can do is desperately seek salvation, like moths to a flame. They are consumed by the desire to possess the flame or to extinguish it. They are overcome by a misguided need to resolve the maddening contradiction and right everything that is wrong with the world and with themselves. Only then would they know solace. Sonny smiled darkly. Solace. The reason for all this misery is that they seek solace. How truly ironic. No wonder someone told me once that solace is a sin. The puppeteer stirred. It is in the depths of the flame. Life is war, peace is death. These are the laws carved into existence by the incarnations of flame. Sunny was getting a little confused. The way the puppeteer spoke and the names it used were peculiar. The flame. Since the puppeteer described the flame as the opposite of the void, it must have meant the vast universe created by the gods, the existence itself. Or did it mean the original desire from the flames of which the gods had been born? Possibly it was both. There was probably no distinction between the two for a creature like the puppeteer. The incarnations of flame it mentioned were the gods, then. While Sunny considered the implication of these words, the soft voice spoke again, this time hiding a hint of enmity. What a grotesque, cruel world they've created. Here, solace is indeed a sin, but more than that, it is a lie. There is no solace to be found, not for you and not for me. Those poor wretches of my kind who are blinded by the flame cannot see the truth, but I am different from them. I am not blind, and I am not drawn to the flame. I have no desire to become ash. Sunny frowned, staring at the giant black moth with a peculiar expression. So, what you mean to say is that only the weaker abomination can't overcome the irresistible urge to devour and destroy anything not touched by the corruption. But you are so much stronger and above them all that you can keep that urge in check. In fact, you are not beholden to the corruption at all. The puppeteer did not answer immediately. It remained silent for a while and then asked suddenly, a hint of something strange and eerie seeping into its seemingly soft voice. You have never known anything but the flame, liberator, so you do not question its tenets. But let me answer the question you asked of me with a question of my own. Why do we have to be enemies? Is it because of me, a creature touched by the void? Or is it because of you, a creature born of the flame? Of the flame. Where life was war. Chapter 23, 98 Fuel of Desire. At first, Sunny laughed. The question was really too preposterous. What was the puppeteers insinuating? That the horrors of the modern era were caused by humans, and not by the plague and nightmare creatures lusting to destroy and devour the world. Oh, it is definitely because of you. Believe me, I am quite a peaceful person. You can even call me the heir of peace if you wish. Well, Sunny did have an army of tens of thousands of dead souls dwelling in his own, all of whom, most of whom, at least, he had personally killed. But that was not because he was a bellicose and violent person. He had just been forced by the circumstances to go on a rampage or two. And while few even among the nightmare creatures had caused as many violent deaths as Sunny had, that was not because he particularly enjoyed slaughter and carnage. Well, he did enjoy them sometimes, but not that often. Very rarely, really. Sunny opened his mouth to say something, but then closed it again. He wanted to explain that humans would have left the nightmare creatures alone if the nightmare creatures did not represent an existential threat to humanity, if they had not attacked first, but that would have been a lie. After all, humans had managed to eradicate most life on Earth, and had almost eradicated each other long before the nightmare spell descended. They were full of avarice, violence, and insatiable desire to have more, spread more, be more. They pillaged and plundered anything and everything that was of value relentlessly, repeatedly, and without remorse. So if there had really been a flock of harmless nightmare creatures grazing peacefully somewhere on a meadow, humans would have probably slaughtered them and dismantled their precious bodies for parts. The soul shards alone would have been a reason to drive them to extinction. Sunny pursed his lips, suddenly unsure of himself. Eventually, he simply repeated, "Yeah, it is most likely because of you." The puppeteer seemed to look at him with pity. After a few moments of silence, the soft voice spoke again. "There is a far more meaningful question, Liberator. The incarnations of flame, why did they create their cruel world this way? Why must they make life a constant struggle and deny solace to the beings trapped in the cage of their design? Why is there desperation, desire, hope, and war? Tell me, creature of the flame." Sunny suppressed the desire to scoff, surprised by the sudden philosophical question. Philosophical questions, by definition, had no answer. That was what made them such to begin with. So the better question would have been why the puppeteer insisted on wasting his time. But then, the derisive smile slowly drained from his face, because Sunny suddenly realized that he knew the answer. He lingered for a few moments, and then whispered in a stunned voice, "Because the flame wanes." The black silk fluttered in the wind, its many strings rustling like a sea. The soft voice of the puppeteer was born from that rustle. Indeed, the flame is desire, and desire is the flame. But flame needs fuel to burn, Liberator. It needs to be fed. It needs to devour something in order to sustain itself. Our longing, our yearning, our desire, our hope, they fan the flame. You and I are different, but in the end, we are both the same. Our lives are fuel, and we only exist to be devoured by the flame. The giant black moth lowered its enormous head, staring at Sunny from above. We are both prisoners of this game as well. We are different, yes, but we are the same. What we share is far more immense than what divides us, and so there is no reason for us to be enemies. Sunny shifted, engrossed by the truth, a version of truth at least offered him by the puppeteer. His mind slowly drifted to its last claim, and after hesitating for a short while, he asked in an even tone, "We are both prisoners. Is that why you keep calling me the Liberator?" The giant black moth's antennae swayed lightly. "Yes. A long time ago, the one you call Weaver offered me a bargain. I would help them defeat the demon of dread in the death game, and in return, they would twist the strings of fate to ensure my survival. And if I waited long enough, a being would come to liberate me from my cage." Sunny chuckled. "Weaver promised you freedom, huh?" The puppeteer stirred. Freedom, survival, salvation. The winds howled above the silken making the strands of black silk billow fiercely, urgently. Sunny smiled darkly. "Did you not know that Weaver was a consummate liar? No, really. You would have been hard-pressed to find a more treacherous bastard to make a deal with." He shook his head. "Let me tell you, puppeteer, you should never trust the gods, but you should really never trust Weaver. Only a fool would. In fact, the only thing more foolish than that would be to trust a cursed tyrant." Looking up, he stared the colossal black moth in the eye. "Let me ask you one question." Sunny sighed and raised his hand, stretching slowly. "Actually, I asked it already as a matter of fact. It was more or less the first question I asked. Why are you talking to me?" He lowered his hands and regarded the puppeteer chillingly. "It wouldn't be to stall for time and make sure that I can't kill you before the sun sets, would it?" There was silence for a few long moments. And then the soft voice resounded from nowhere once again, only it wasn't so soft anymore, and neither did it resemble anything that could be even distantly mistaken for a human voice. Instead, an eerie, deeply disturbing, dreadful rustle washed over Sunny, making his skin crawl. "Arg, kill me." The world itself seemed to laugh at Sunny, full of scorn, sending his mind into a spin. "Your death is liberation. Ash Tyrant, Weaver kept their promise." The puppeteer did not speak after that, but moments before they clashed, Sunny thought that he heard a dying echo drowning in the wind. He could barely discern the words. "Your flame so sweet it's calling." Chapter 2399 Bound. Sunny did not know whether the puppeteer had told him the truth or woven intricate lies, shaping them to suit the mind of its prey. Perhaps it was both, with fragments of truth mixed in between deceit to make it all sound so much more believable and tantalizing. One thing was certain, though. Sunny had not believed even for a heartbeat that the puppeteer was above the malevolent madness all nightmare creatures seemed to suffer from. Maybe nightmare creatures were indeed driven mad by the call of the flame, just like awakened struggled to maintain their sanity when exposed to the call of nightmare. Perhaps the enormous black moth was indeed adept at suppressing its malice somewhat, but not because it was truly free from the rabid compulsion to destroy and devour anyone and anything not twisted by the void. Rather, it was merely to lure its victims into a false sense of security, just like the puppeteer had attempted to lure Sunny. It had always intended to consume Sunny, at best. At worst, its intention was to turn him into a puppet, infect him with corruption, and make him its thrall. If so, Sunny was not inclined to believe the rest of what the giant moth had told him either. But still, what if the rest of it was indeed true? What if some of it was? What if the world as Sunny knew it, the existence itself, was nothing but a furnace where all of them were doomed to burn? If the purpose of all living things was merely to be fuel? The universe was a cage built to contain the void. But weren't all of them caged within it as well? It was such a dreadful thought. Sunny felt that there was something wrong with that line of thinking. Even if the puppeteer had offered him some version of the truth, though, it had to have omitted something, changing the context and twisting the meaning of everything. But Sunny was not sure. He could not be sure because the seeds of doubt had already been planted into his mind. Damnation! Even after realizing what was happening, Sunny could not do anything. All he could do was kill the puppeteer before these seeds sprouted into something that could not be contained. Luckily, the wasted time did not only benefit the eerie moth. With every minute that passed, Sunny was growing stronger. The evening star burned in the dark depths of the underworld armament, bestowing him with ferocious power. Of course, it was hungrily consuming his essence and willpower as well, but that was a trade he was willing to make. Sunny had been lulled by the conversation with the puppeteer, but now he shook that enthrallment off. And when he did, he felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that passing time was not the only thing he had been overlooking. In truth, Sunny had failed to notice quite a few things as well. Come to think of it, he had been behaving peculiarly from the second his foot landed on the slope of the snow castle. Starting a conversation despite knowing better, humoring the puppeteer's suspiciously convenient claims, failing to pay attention to anything about his surroundings, except for the billowing strands of black silk. Most of all, forgetting that Kai and Slayer existed at all. What? How did I? Why had Sunny not even thought to question what his companions were doing while he conversed with the cursed tyrant? Curses. Sunny hastily glanced around, casting his shadow sense out at the same time. His eyes widened, and fear grasped his heart with icy claws. Kai was hundreds of meters away, what looked like Kai at least in his transcendent form. A giant figure was buried under a slithering mass of black silk, straining desperately to tear itself free. Sunny could hear the muffled cries of a dragon as the great beast tore at the silk, midnight scales glinting through the gaps between the dark strands. Slayer was nowhere to be seen, as if swallowed by the billowing mass of black silk entirely. The puppeteer was still perched atop the mountain, motionless, looming above them like an eerie insectal deity. Most disturbing of all was the fact that, without Sunny ever realizing it, impossibly thin strings had wrapped themselves around his limbs, penetrating his body and reaching into his very soul. Sunny shuddered. Oh. Throwing a murderous gaze up at the still figure of the colossal black moth, Sunny lunged forward. He tried, at least, but the black strings held him in place, controlling him like a marionette. Arg, a hint of panic flooded his mind like a dreadful wave. Suppressing it fiercely, Sunny strained against the invisible strings, feeling them tremble and give. His will cut at them like a blade, severing a few. But more took their place, piercing Sunny's flesh, soul, and spirit. These strings were both tangible and intangible. They restrained him physically, but much more perilously, they restrained him mentally as well. His mind was infected by doubt, and the puppeteer used that doubt to control him. When Sunny wanted to lunge forward, the strings strangled his determination to do just that, and so he stayed in place, unable to force himself into commanding his body to move. "You vile thing!" Sunny growled and purged his mind, throwing it into the state of battle clarity. At the same time, he steeled his resolve and wrapped himself in an armor forged out of pure will. He rebuilt his consciousness around an indomitable axis, his killing intent, his cold, scathing, overwhelming desire to visit death and destruction upon the puppeteer, to tear that vile moth apart. Innumerable strings of black silk snapped. But even more surrounded him, binding him like a suffocatant. Cocoon, or a chrysalis perhaps. Sunny let out a stifled scream, falling to his knees. The strings cut into his skin, drawing drops of crimson blood. Kill it, I must. Kill it. Kill it. He had to kill. Grinning wickedly, Sunny commanded his blood to flow back into the thin cuts left on his body and released his physical form. His body turned into a mass of formless darkness. But he failed to escape the stranglehold of the puppeteer's strings, still, since they bound the shadows just as easily as the bound flesh. The vast shadow struggled and strained, enveloped by the web of black silk, bound, trapped, unable to escape. Some distance away, no glimpses of the magnificent dragon could be seen through the billowing mass of glistening strands anymore, and no sound of him could be heard. Kai's figure was buried entirely under a dark hill of silk. Most of the sun was hidden behind the horizon, and the fiery splendor of radiant sunset was slowly turning into the dim twilight of dusk. Chapter 2400, Breaking the Rules. Ella. Sunny could feel his mind slipping. The puppeteer loomed above the world like a dark cliff, the giant black orbs of its eerie black eyes staring down upon the slopes of the silken mountain dispassionately. Kai was still struggling to free himself from under the mass of black silk, but he was almost entirely immobilized by now. Sunny was straining against the puppeteer's strings as well, but it was pointless. If they were only holding him in place, he could have torn them apart. He could have slithered his way out of their inescapable embrace, at least. But the strings bound his mind just like they were binding his shadow. His very thoughts were restrained, and Sunny could not even fathom trying to break free anymore. Time was running out. The only thought the puppeteer could not poison with doubt was the one Sunny kept repeating silently, using it as an axis that held his mind together and prevented it from falling entirely under the eerie nightmare creature's control. Kill it, I must kill it! His bloodlust was his only salvation. The vast shadows stirred. Sunny broke his mind apart into innumerable streams, abandoning most of them to free some from the insidious grasp of the puppeteer. He had to do something drastic. The time for desperate measures had come and gone. Now was the time for pure madness. Sunny imagined himself taking a deep breath. Then he took all his willpower, all his authority, all his killing intent, and all the power granted to him by the evening star, and used them to call forth a shade. If he thought about it, the puppeteer was really in a bad situation. Its true power lay in its thralls, but none of them were here to protect their master. The black moth stayed still and motionless, and that was not because it had no need to move, rather, it was because the snow tyrant was not that ferocious and physically strong. All it could do to deter the adversary was use its profane powers and peculiar will to reach it. On top of that, Sunny was more or less its natural predator. That was because Sunny commanded a legion of shades, and shades possessed neither will nor a sense of self. They had no desires, no resolve, no determination of their own, and therefore they knew no hesitation. They were immune to doubt because doubt was foreign to their very nature. There was nothing for the puppeteer to poison, so it was powerless to control the shades. It could only control their master. But as long as Sunny remained firm in his conviction, his shades would be able to do what he could not. There was just one enormous, mountain-sized problem. The puppeteer might have been weak in direct confrontation, but that was only in relative terms. It was still a cursed tyrant, no matter where its true talent lay. Not just any shade could face it in battle. The obsidian wasps would be destroyed by one flap of the puppeteer's wings. The shadow wolves would be vanquished and torn apart in an instant. Abundance would hold out longer, but it would not muster enough offensive power to kill the detestable moth before it was too late. The Rat King was vicious and annihilating, but it needed time to propagate and grow unstoppable. That only left the wolf. The ruthless, proud predator from the dawn of time, one ferocious and fatal enough to tear the puppeteer's wings off and crush its appalling head. And yet, Sunny was full of doubt. Would the wolf really be able to kill the snow tyrant? Would Sunny himself remain firm enough not to command his frightening shade into retreat? No. Doubt made Sunny weak and indecisive. It made him feel despair. He still was in control of enough of himself to summon a shade, but he was not confident that the same would hold true in a few minutes. So, he did what he always did when forced into a corner. He cheated. The shade Sunny called forth was not an obsidian wasp, abundance, rat king, or the wolf. Instead, it was the shadow of another cursed tyrant. It was Condemnation. Sunny had lost access to his shades after entering Ariel's game, but they still existed somewhere out there within his soul. Other shades might have been summoned and carrying his orders, but Condemnation wasn't, because it had never answered his call before. Augmented by the evening star, Sunny's tyrannical will and his undeniable authority descended upon the somber giant, commanding it to emerge from the peaceful darkness of his soul. Sunny had thought that he would be able to overpower the obstinate tyrant while strengthened by the sacred memory. But he was wrong. His will and his authority crumbled against the unfathomable, inert depths of the enormous shade. Condemnation refused to move, just as it always had. It remained still and motionless, towering above the silent waters of his soul. Sunny had expected as much. After all, he had not been able to call upon any other shade earned beyond the confines of Ariel's game, either. But while Sunny could not summon them with his Shadow Legion aspect ability, which the laws of this artificial realm were interfering with, that did not mean that he could not fool these laws. So instead of commanding the gigantic shade to reveal itself, he simply gathered all his willpower and banished condemnation from his soul. He threw condemnation out. Sunny had never done something like that before, which did not mean that he couldn't. Now that he was supreme and wielded greater authority both over his soul and over the shades populating it, he could summon them forth and call them back. He could also store physical items within his soul and expel them from it, effectively manifesting them. And that was what he did with the vast, huge shade of condemnation. He expelled it. Sunny had not attempted to do that with any of his shades in the past for a good reason, though. Any shade he could not summon with his Shadow Legion aspect ability was a shade that did not obey his commands. That fact would not change even if he managed to summon it into existence, somehow, which meant that once the shadow of condemnation emerged into the light, Sunny would have no control over it whatsoever. It could attack the puppeteer. It could just as well attack him instead. It could even remain still and do nothing, content to simply be. But that was a risk Sunny was willing to take at the moment. In fact, he welcomed it. The potentially deadly drawback of summoning a disobedient shade was actually a life-saving grace in his current situation. Because if Sunny could not control condemnation, the puppeteer could not control Sunny to order condemnation to stand down. And since he was not using Shadow Legion to summon it, the laws of Ariel's game would, hopefully, fail to prevent the Shadow Colossus from appearing. Snow Tyrant, Ash Tyrant. Let's add a third tyrant into the mix, shall we? Let's break the rules. As innumerable strings of black silk fluttered in the wind, rushing to bind the vast shadow, reality seemed to ripple. The sea of clouds swirled. And then the mass of silk stands was torn apart when a huge hand emerged from Sunny's formless vastness, extending far into the sky and casting a titanic shadow onto the slope of the shuddering mountain.